Demon's Diary Chapter 1473 to Chapter 1526. After entering from here, we will reach the central region of the rebirth mirror. Green Spirit's face turned solemn as he spoke slowly. If that's the case, then let's enter. Lu Ming nodded his head. Wait. Green Spirit looked at the dark green compass in his hand and stopped him. What's wrong? Lu Ming was stunned and could not help but ask. The journey has been rather smooth. We arrived half a day earlier than I expected. We are still unable to enter the central region. Green Spirit raised his head and said plainly. I see. Lu Ming nodded in realization. He looked around and found an empty space to sit down. He then began to meditate and adjust his breath. Along the way, the two of them tried their best to avoid other people. Although they did not meet with any particularly big obstacles, they still experienced a number of battles. In addition, they did not sleep or rest during the journey. Their family was not small and this was a good opportunity for them to rest. Green Spirit was going to attack the celestial mirror next. God knows what kind of danger he would encounter. Before that, it was best to adjust his condition to the best. Green Spirit did not move from his original position. His expression was calm and no one knew what he was thinking. After half a day, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At the same time, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Time's up. Get ready. Green Spirit raised the compass in his hand and at the same time, a green light shot out from his hand. It wrapped around Lu Ming and directly flew into the dark red light screen in front of him. Lu Ming felt the scenery in front of him change. The next moment, the two of them appeared in a dark world. A dim yellow sun hung in the sky, but it looked lifeless and lifeless. The surrounding world was filled with an aura of death, as if the whole world was on the brink of death. Lu Ming only felt that as soon as he arrived here, his mind felt extremely stifled and extremely uncomfortable. Lu Ming frowned and looked around. Immediately, his expression changed. Tens of miles away from the two of them, there was a group of volcanoes. The volcanoes were hundreds of feet tall and were erupting into the sky, causing thick volcanic dust to rise. Red lava flowed everywhere and almost affected the two of them. Next to the volcanoes, there was a misty white frozen land. Everywhere was crystal blue. White snow fluttered in the air and cold wind howled. It was like the polar opposite of the yin and yang of the volcanoes. This strange scene that should not have appeared abruptly appeared in front of the two of them. Not only the volcanoes, but also the ice plains. Even further away, there was a pitch-black swamp filled with poisonous miasma. Next to it, there was a dim yellow desolate desert with strong wind pillars connecting the sky to the ground. High up in the sky, apart from the gloomy clouds, one could occasionally see a blue ice crystal storm sweeping past. It was tens of thousands of miles long, like a giant frost dragon flying across the sky, emitting a bone-piercing chill. It was clearly an extremely dangerous natural disaster. The world in front of them seemed to be extremely harsh everywhere. Volcanoes erupted, hurricanes howled, and earthquakes occurred one after another. There was no place that was safe and calm. Senior Green Spirit, is this the central area? Lu Ming suppressed the surprise in his heart and turned to ask Green Spirit. Before his voice died away, a black hurricane appeared out of nowhere. Like a giant dragon, it swept toward the two of them. Before the wind pillar arrived, the strong wind had already begun to roll up the two of them. It seemed that it was not an ordinary tornado. It's the soul-devouring wind pillar. Dodge it. Green Spirit did not seem to be surprised by the situation here. He moved and dodged to the side. With a tap of his feet, Lu Ming followed closely behind Green Spirit and dodged the black wind pillar. After a while, the two of them landed on a snowy peak. In the snowfield. You were right. This is the central area. Green Spirit said. Lu Ming frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the snowfield beneath them suddenly split open. A blue cold wave suddenly shot out and wrapped around the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were frozen into two huge ice mountains. A black light flashed on Lu Ming's body. He used his Fali to shatter the ice and hurriedly changed his position. Green Spirit also shattered the ice on his body with a flash of green light and landed beside Lu Ming. This is a doomsday world. Lu Ming looked at the crack on the snowfield not far away. The blue cold wave had just stopped and the huge crack was slowly closing up again. Actually, the name I gave this place is Doomsday World. It coincides with what you are thinking. The Yuan-Chi of the world here is extremely violent and chaotic. Coupled with the influence of the rebirth land restriction, even a profound understanding existence would quickly lose his mind. However, it is also because of this special environment that this place is a good place to comprehend the power of various laws. Green Spirit said with a faint smile. With regards to what Green Spirit said, Lu Ming had already experienced it. Once he arrived here, the bloodthirsty thoughts in his heart had unknowingly increased. However, Green Spirit's secret technique had helped him block off most of the crazy thoughts. He had also gradually figured out some methods to suppress the distracting thoughts in his heart and maintain a calm state of mind. As for the power of laws that Green Spirit said to comprehend, the black, yellow and blue law runes in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness began to tremble as if they were excited. If he could suppress the influence of the rebirth land restriction on his mind, this was indeed an excellent place to comprehend the power of laws of the world. He secretly decided that after obtaining the celestial globe mirror and the ultimate good and evil technique, he might as well cultivate in this place. Let's go, there is still a long way to go before we reach the Lost Canyon. Green Spirit said, and his figure moved, turning into a black light and shooting away. Lu Ming helplessly stopped his thoughts and urged the light to follow. Even though this place was dangerous, for two Tongxian realm cultivators who could be considered as the cream of the crop, it was nothing much as long as they were careful. However, the closer they flew to the central area, the more magnificent the scene of the doomsday became. At this moment, the two were flying over a sea that was as dark as ink. The black water below was tumbling, giving people a very strange and dangerous feeling. Lu Ming recognized the black water below. It was the weak water, which contained a poison that could corrode the physical body and divine sense. Even a celestial phenomenon existence would be in great trouble if they came into contact with it. In addition, there were gusts of black wind above the sea from time to time, which seemed to be mixed with a lot of weak water. Green Spirit was obviously quite wary of this and carefully avoided it. This weak water sea was surprisingly large. As the two had to avoid the strange black wind, their speed was relatively slow. They had been flying for a whole day and had yet to fly out of the sea. Suddenly, on the sea in front of the two, an island appeared faintly. After the two got closer, they found that the area of the island was quite large, and there were many green plants growing on it. Lu Ming's face showed a look of shock. The weak water was extremely poisonous, and it was incredible that an island could exist in it. Green Spirit was obviously taken aback. He slowed down the escape light and looked at Lu Ming. When the two came to less than 10 miles away from the island, they found that the whole island was emitting a kind of black metallic luster. It was cold, and just looking at it could feel a piercing chill. This is Xianming black iron. The rare divine iron can be used to forge magic treasures and top-grade puppets. No wonder it can exist in this weak water sea without being corroded. Green Spirit's face showed a look of ecstasy. As Green Spirit spoke, his body moved and flew toward the island. At this moment, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water near the island without any warning. With a muffled bang, a black water pillar that was hundreds of meters long shot out. It carried a gloomy and poisonous aura and shot toward Green Spirit. There were faint black runes on the surface of the water column. Qing Ling's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she let loose a delicate cry as she raised a hand to release a streak of dark green light. Within the light was a dark green circular shield treasure that was shimmering with spiritual light, and there were countless runes pulsing within it, clearly indicating that this was an extremely high-grade treasure. Under the activation of Green Spirit's spiritual power, the round shield magic treasure flashed and expanded 100 times, blocking in front of him. A loud bang resounded, the black water column hit the round shield, and a tremendous force burst out through the shield, sending Green Spirit flying more than 1,000 feet away. However, the water column also dissipated with a loud rumble. Green Spirit used a technique to stabilize her body. Her body suddenly emitted a green light, and she released a triangular shield to protect herself. Her eyes looked at the round shield in front of her, and a trace of regret appeared on her face. At this moment, the surface of the round shield had been corroded into a shallow pit. The light it emitted was also flickering. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot of damage. This was not because the weak water was so powerful that it could instantly corrode a magic treasure of excellent quality. It was because she had hurriedly used the magic treasure and could not use its full power, causing the magic treasure to be damaged. "Are you okay?" A figure blurred, and the figure of Lu Ming appeared next to Green Spirit. "I'm fine, I was careless," Green Spirit said with hatred. She opened her mouth and spat out a green light, absorbing the round shield magic treasure into her body and using spiritual power to nourish it. At the same time, in the weak water vortex below, an ink-like black demonic chi slowly emerged. Inside it was a black one-horned ape. Its body was 7 or 8 meters tall, and its body was surrounded by a faint black water vapor. It held a black iron rod in its hand. It was forged from Xianming black iron, exuding a dense chill. "This is a black backwater ape. An ancient water element beast." Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his expression changed slightly. The black backwater ape was obviously a creature that was imprisoned in the realm of reincarnation. The aura it emitted was not any weaker than Lu Ming and Green Spirit. It looked at Lu Ming and Green Spirit with bloodthirsty eyes. It was not a purebred ancient water ape, and its body was mixed with the power of the metal element. This Xianming Island was its exclusive territory, and it normally relied on the strong metal element Yuan Qi emitted by the island to cultivate. Naturally, it would not tolerate Lu Ming and Green Spirit having any ideas about the island. However, it did not seem to have completely lost its mind. It was worried about Lu Ming and Green Spirit's cultivation, so it did not immediately attack. "Humph. I don't care what kind of monster it is. If it dares to stand in my way, it will die." Green Spirit snorted coldly. A green light flashed around his body, and a dark green hand suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as big as a house, with black flames twining around it, emitting bursts of destructive aura. As Green Spirit waved his hand, a black mist rose from the green hand, and it immediately disappeared. The next moment, it appeared on top of the black water ape's head, and suddenly clawed down. A strong wave containing the power of law came crashing down. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The aura emitted by Green Spirit's green hand was not a magic treasure, but a puppet's arm. While he was thinking, his body didn't move. He shook his sleeve, and a green blade light shot out. At the same time, his other hand touched the sword pouch on his waist, and a transparent pale golden sword shadow appeared around him, but then disappeared without a trace. "You're courting death." The black water ape let out an angry roar and a crimson light flashed in its eyes. It waved the black iron cudgel in its hand and swung it upward. Layers of cudgel shadows appeared and turned into a black demonic wind that swept toward the large azure hand above its head. A loud roar came. The green hand was immediately swept away by the demonic wind, but the black water ape was also forced to retreat a few steps by the power of law contained in the green hand. At this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard from the other side of its body, and a green blade light more than 100 feet long suddenly slashed down. The black water ape roared, and the black iron staff in its hand blocked in front of its body. With a shake, layers of staff shadows appeared, and turned into a black wall. The next moment, accompanied by a series of loud sounds of metal colliding, the green blade light was shaken away. The light faded, and a green flying blade was revealed. It was the green magic essence devil blade. Before it could heave a sigh of relief, the sound of breaking air was heard again. Green Spirit's puppet arms reached out again, and this time, there were 2 of them. 2 dark green puppet hands, one on the left and one on the right, grabbed at the black backwater ape. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he also muttered something. The green magic essence devil blade flashed, and transformed into 7 or 8 identical blade lights, madly slashing at the black water ape. The black backwater ape circulated its enormous strength and brandished the black iron rod in its hand, creating a black light that covered its entire body. His cultivation was not the slightest bit inferior to Lu Ming, and the quality of the iron staff in his hand was also extraordinary. However, it had not been properly refined after all. If they were to compare the offensive methods of magic treasures, it was naturally far inferior to Lu Ming. Soon, it was drowned by the attacks of the 2, each stronger than the last, and could only passively defend. Sunflower divine lightning. All of a sudden, the water ape let loose a roar of indignation, and all of its fur stood on end like steel needles before erupting from its body. In a flash, the fur transformed into countless millstone-sized black lightning bolts that struck the two puppet hands and the azure devil blade. A series of loud rumbles resounded, and black lightning flashed everywhere. Although the cyan demon blade was extremely sharp, it was not good at dealing with such attacks. It was immediately blasted away. Although Green Spirit's two puppet hands were much heavier, they were also quickly blasted away by the waves of violent vibrations. Lu Ming waved his hand to recall the azure devil blade. He slightly frowned. The might of the sunflower divine lightning that the water ape had unleashed was extremely great. It was worthy of being an ancient water ape that was proficient in the power of laws of water. After forcing back Lu Ming and Lu Ming's magic treasures, the water ape let out a roar, and its body once again shone with black water light. Boom! 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 Several muffled booms rang out, and the nearby waters suddenly exploded. 3 black water dragons that were over 300 meters long emerged from the surrounding waters and pounced towards Lu Ming and Lu Ming. A thick pillar of water rose from the water ape's body, carrying its body as it pounced towards the two. Its aura became extremely berserk, and the huge black rod in its hand fiercely swept towards Green Spirit. The surging rod shadows transformed into a black hurricane that violently swept towards Green Spirit. The water ape had clearly discovered that between Lu Ming and Green Spirit posed a greater threat. "Don't be so arrogant." Green Spirit's expression darkened. He shouted in a stern voice and waved his hand to unleash 2 magic seals. 2 cyan puppet arms suddenly emerged with billowing black flames. They turned into 2 black lights, and blocked the 2 black water dragons. The other black water dragon pounced towards Lu Ming, but Lu Ming easily blocked it by summoning the 3 beads of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, a black light flashed on Green Spirit's forehead, and a black vertical line appeared. The vertical line suddenly split open, revealing a scarlet eye. A red light shot out at an incomparably fast speed. It easily penetrated the black hurricane, and directly fell on the water ape's chest. It exploded, and a huge bloody hole appeared. The black-back water ape violently spouted blood, and was sent flying for dozens of meters. A trace of fear finally appeared in its eyes. It disregarded its injuries, and its body moved in an attempt to drill into the waters of the weak water. But at this moment, the void beside it slightly fluctuated. A transparent sword shadow emerged, and slashed towards the water ape's neck like lightning. There was a flash of blood, and the sword of the void cut into the water ape's neck. But, it stopped halfway through. The water ape's neck had turned black, and exuded a metallic luster. Even the sword of the void's sharpness could not cut off its head. "Humph, human, I'll remember you." The water ape opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It looked at Lu Ming with a venomous gaze. It grabbed the sword of the void with one of its claws, and was about to pull it out of its neck. Lu Ming snorted. He changed the sword seal in his hand, and the sword of the void suddenly appeared with a dazzling golden light. Several dazzling half-moon-shaped sword lights appeared, and in a flash, they slashed at the water ape's body. The water ape's body was instantly cut into several pieces, and its blood splattered. Green Spirit looked at Lu Ming in surprise, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a black chi emerged to support the water ape's body. A moment later, a white ball of light emerged from the water ape's body. The ball of light emitted a strong wave of mana, and one could faintly see many blue law runes. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared next to the ball of light. He kept the sword of the void and the green demon blade, and then swallowed the ball of light without hesitation. The cage bubble immediately swallowed the energy of the ball of light, and a moment later, it spat out a wave of pure energy. Lu Ming did not care about the growth of the mana in his body. In his sea of consciousness, the water attribute law runes had increased by quite a bit. As expected. A hint of joy appeared on his face. In this rebirth mirror, killing mystic enlightenment cultivators and swallowing their law fragments would be of great help to one's understanding of the power of laws. Before he entered the mystic enlightenment realm, he had not discovered this effect. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a spot of blue light appeared in his hand. It transformed into a blue ice flower, and then fell on the Ruashui Sea below. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the sea within a radius of 1,000 miles was completely frozen, and turned into a huge block of ice. Lu Ming nodded his head, and retracted his hand in. satisfaction. He turned his head to look at the Black Island. At this moment, Green Spirit had already landed on the island. She mumbled something and took out a black scroll. A circle of black light emitted from the scroll, and the entire island was enveloped within it. In the next moment, the entire island let out a loud rumble, and then the island began to shake, and slowly left the surface of the sea. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of horror. As Green Spirit murmured, a series of incantations fell on the black scroll. The scroll opened with a whoosh, and there was a picture of a mountain and river inside. The scroll expanded rapidly, and the Black Island was wrapped up by it. With a flash of light, the entire island was sucked into the scroll. Green Spirit waved her hand, and a green light shot out. The scroll shrunk rapidly, and finally flew back into her hand. Her face revealed a slight hint of exhaustion, but there was more excitement in her expression. Senior Green Spirit's power is profound, and I am ashamed of my inferiority in the art of moving mountains and filling seas. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to be so humble. Your imperial sword technique is extremely exquisite, and among the sword cultivators I have seen, it can be ranked in the top 3. Green Spirit kept the scroll in her hand, and said so. We don't have to flatter each other. In this Ruoshuesi domain, we have both gained something. Let's continue our journey." Lu Ming said faintly. The encounter in the Ruoshuesi domain was just a small interlude. The central region was just as Green Spirit had said, it was incomparably vast. Following that, the two of them flew for a full 2 months, and killed a few Tongxian realm beasts, before arriving at the enchanted canyon that Green Spirit had mentioned. During this period, Green Spirit naturally used the art of good and evil on Lu Ming. Rebirth Realm, somewhere in the central region. In an incomparably huge gray valley, 2 figures slowly flew past. The mountains on both sides of the valley were tens of thousands of feet high, and could really be said to reach the sky. Looking up from the middle of the valley, there was a scene of the sky in the sky. The 2 figures did not move very fast, as if they did not want to alarm anything. These 2 figures were naturally Lu Ming and Green Spirit. This valley was the outer region of the enchanted canyon that Green Spirit had mentioned. When the 2 of them flew past a place in the canyon, a black figure moved behind a mountain rock. However, before it could pounce, a 5-colored lightning bomb had already been shot out from Lu Ming's hand. The lightning bomb flew halfway, and with a piu-piu sound, it exploded and turned into a lifelike 5-colored lightning snake. The 5-colored lightning snake flashed and wrapped around the black figure. Suddenly, there was a loud crackling sound, and the 5-colored lightning fire intertwined and flashed, turning into a huge 5-colored lightning fire that was more than 10 feet in size, and engulfed the black figure. Law runes appeared in the sea of fire, and just as the black figure let out a scream, it stopped and quickly turned into ashes. The 5-colored lightning fire also disappeared. Lu's mastery of the law of fire is getting more and more superb. I admire you. Green Spirit glanced at Lu Ming and chuckled. Brother Green, you are flattering me. It is just practice makes perfect. Lu Ming retracted his arm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Along the way, he had killed many Tongxian realm beasts and devoured their law fragments. At this moment, other than darkness, water, and earth, he had a good understanding of the law of fire, wood, and metal. He vaguely felt that after mastering the wood and metal attributes, the power of the meteorite whip, void sword orb, and demonic marrow green demon blade had increased significantly. Green Spirit hovered in the air and turned his head to look ahead. After a while, he continued to fly towards the depths of the canyon. However, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Although it was possible to kill metaphysic realm cultivators in the rebirth mirror and plunder the opponent's nomological fragments to increase one's cultivation, there was a great deal of risk involved. If one forcefully assimilated the power of laws comprehended by others into one's own body, once one was unable to harmonize it, it would damage one's primordial spirit and cause confusion in one's mind. In serious cases, it was very likely that the nomological runes in one's sea of consciousness would collapse and shatter. However, along the way, Green Spirit saw that Lu Ming did not seem to have any concerns in this aspect. He killed almost all the metaphysic realm cultivators he met and then devoured their nomological fragments as if nothing had happened. As a result, Green Spirit couldn't help but feel a bit of fear towards Lu Ming. What Green Spirit didn't know was that the reason why Lu Ming was so unscrupulous was that he didn't know the danger at all. Those law fragments, after being purified by the cage bubble, had already removed the traces of the original owner. There were no hidden dangers, so Lu Ming could be safe and sound. However, Lu Ming and Green Spirit did not know about these things. The two of them continued towards the depths of the canyon with their own thoughts. After flying for more than 2 hours, Lu Ming frowned slightly. There were some changes on the gray rocks on both sides of the canyon. Some dark red rocks appeared. They were all round and smooth. The big ones were the size of a millstone and the small ones were the size of a fist. Apart from the weird color, there was nothing else strange about these rocks. However, Lu Ming felt a little uneasy. Lu Ming thought about it and sighed secretly when he saw the transforming yin gourd on his waist. Ever since Scorpion and Fei entered the central area of the reincarnation mirror, they had been in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. He did not know if it was because of the restriction here. Otherwise, if Scorpion had sneaked into the ground to investigate, he would have been able to predict the surrounding dangers in advance. While Lu Ming was thinking, Green Spirit in front of him suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately stopped. Just as he was about to ask why he stopped, his face suddenly froze. On the ground of the canyon in front of them, a ball of blue light emerged. Within the blue light stood a humanoid creature. It looked no different from an ordinary human, but its skin was a strange sky blue color. It had a pair of blue wings on its back, and a pair of slender eyes looked in their direction. Damn it! I was worried that the commotion would attract the attention of the Blue Nightmare tribe. I didn't expect to run into one. Green Spirit muttered with an ugly expression. In the next moment, she stomped the ground and shot out towards the blue-winged being. Lu Ming's expression was a bit unsightly. His body flickered as he turned into a beam of black light that shot toward the Blue Monkey tribe members. Before entering the canyon, Green Spirit had already told him that the first half of the Lost Canyon was inhabited by the Blue Monkey tribe. They seemed to be a mutated branch of the ancient demon tribe and had been captured by the demon lord to guard this place. Although most of them were at the celestial phenomenon realm, there were quite a few of them. These Blue Monkey tribe members were incredibly fast and could emit a sound wave to summon their clansmen to aid them in battle. They were difficult to deal with, and if the demon lord was alerted, the two of them would be hard-pressed to escape. In order to avoid these Blue Monkey tribe members, the two of them had concealed their auras as much as possible. They hadn't expected to run into one in the end. Let's finish this quickly. Green Spirit's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ear. At the same time, several rays of black light flew out from her body. They were 3 black puppets. One was a wolf puppet, while the other 2 were black tortoise puppets. Their bodies glowed with a chilling black light. The wolf puppet's claws clawed at the Blue Monkey tribe member, several feet long. Sharp fangs grew from its mouth as it lunged for the Blue Monkey tribe member's head. The 2 black tortoise puppets flashed and blocked the Blue Nightmare race's path of retreat. They also spat out 2 sharp black streaks towards the Blue Nightmare race. The magic power emanating from these 3 puppets was no small matter, comparable to a late celestial phenomenon cultivator. Lu Ming was startled when he saw the 3 puppets. He immediately recognized them as puppets forged from profound dark black iron. After Green Spirit obtained a large chunk of profound dark black iron in the Ruashui Sea, the 2 of them had been on their way without stopping to rest. When did Green Spirit forge these new puppets with profound dark black iron? With that thought in mind, he quickly formed a sword incantation gesture and a golden sword ray shot out from his hand. In a flash, it appeared above the Blue Monkey tribe member's head. The golden sword projection flashed, transforming into several tens of identical golden sword projections. All of these sword projections slashed through the air and slashed downward with a rapid burst of sonic booms. The Blue Monkey tribe member didn't seem to understand what was going on before the black sword ray arrived in front of him. The Blue Monkey tribe member roared and his body suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light. In a flash, it condensed into a blue halo that protected his body. The golden sword images and the 3 puppets bombarded the blue halo, causing it to violently tremble and creak. Although it was on the verge of shattering, it didn't collapse. The Blue Monkey tribe member's face lit up. The muscles on his forehead trembled and a trumpet-shaped sarcoma grew. Green Spirit and Lu Ming's expressions changed when they saw this. Green Spirit quickly chanted an incantation and black light shone from his body. With a wave of his hand, he shot out 3 beams of black light. Explode! Green Spirit coldly shouted and the 3 puppets suddenly exploded. With a loud rumble, they turned into 3 balls of dazzling black light. The blue halo around the Blue Monkey tribe member finally couldn't hold on any longer and shattered. Blinding black light engulfed the Blue Monkey tribe member. At the same time, a grand golden sword ray chopped down on the blue halo in midair. A strange scream rang out from the explosion and came to an abrupt end. Rumble! The violent explosion produced waves of magic power that spread in all directions. But at that moment, a black curtain of light appeared in midair. Before the explosion could spread out, it enveloped an area of several dozen feet. With a blur, Lu Ming and Green Spirit appeared in the sky above the black curtain of light. 2 black tentacle-like lights emanated from Lu Ming's hands. The other end of the tentacles was connected to the black curtain of light. It was Lu Ming who had activated the black curtain of light at the last moment, just in time to conceal the effects of the explosion. Green Spirit's ears twitched and he looked around. His expression suddenly changed. Let's go. We couldn't stop the Blue Monkey tribe member from releasing the sound wave. Soon, more Blue Monkey tribe members will gather here. Green Spirit said with an unsightly expression. He turned into a bolt of black lightning and flew into the depths of the canyon. Lu Ming's expression also changed. He dispersed the black light around his hand and waved his hand to recall the void sword. His figure blurred and reappeared several hundred feet away, following closely behind Green Spirit. Now that their tracks had been exposed, the 2 no longer had any misgivings. They raised their speed to the highest possible level and flew several hundred miles away in a flash. But at that moment, a few specks of blue light appeared in the sky behind the 2. They were rapidly approaching, much faster than Lu Ming and Green Spirit. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. As the purple light flickered in his eyes, he saw blue dots appearing in several directions behind him. They were the Blue Rhombus clan members just now. There were more than 100 of them in total. Blue light flickered from their bodies and the blue wings on their backs continued to flap. Every time they flapped their wings, the blue light on their bodies would suddenly brighten. Then, they would appear several dozen feet away as if they had teleported, quickly closing in on the 2. Green Spirit's face revealed an expression of anger. The light around his body brightened and he increased his speed. However, he was still a bit slower than the Blue Monkey tribe members behind him. If this continues, we will be caught. Senior Green Spirit, please forgive me, Lu Ming's voice sounded in Green Spirit's ear. Then, a ball of black light wrapped around Green Spirit's body. Green Spirit's expression changed, but he didn't struggle and obediently allowed the black light to wrap around his body. Golden light flashed beneath Lu Ming's body and a golden sword appeared to support his body. At the same time, silver light flashed from his back and a pair of large silver wings sprouted from his back. As the gold and silver light intertwined, Lu Ming's flight suddenly became illusory. His speed nearly doubled and he managed to shake off the Blue Monkey tribe members who were hot on his heels. The Blue Monkey tribe members roared in anger and activated their secret techniques to increase their speed. However, the gold and silver light continued to fly further and further away, quickly disappearing from their sight. The Blue Monkey tribe members resentfully stopped and let out a few unintelligible cries. Then, they flew back the way they came. Lu Ming and Green Spirit flew for over 500 kilometers. Only when they sensed that no one was chasing them did they slowly come to a stop. Your speed is even faster than that of the Blue Monkey tribe members. That is truly rare. It is all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would have been surrounded by the Blue Monkey tribe members. If more and more of them gathered, it would have been difficult to escape. Green Spirit cupped his fists and bowed to Lu Ming. Senior Green Spirit, there is no need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the beast armor art and void sword orb. This was the first time he had flown at full speed after advancing to the Mystic Enlightenment realm. Activating the void sword orb with his Mystic Enlightenment cultivation allowed him to fly at an astonishing speed. The 2 rested for a moment and then continued on their way. After running for a while, they gradually reached the middle of the canyon and approached the true entrance of the Lost Soul Canyon. The faint red stones on both sides of the canyon grew denser and the color of the light they emitted grew deeper. It had already turned the color of blood and was emitting a faint blood-red radiance. The canyon was filled with a faint mist. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. At this point, the feeling of irritation in his mind gradually grew stronger. An hour later, the two of them arrived at the entrance of a gourd-shaped canyon. The ground of the gourd-shaped canyon suddenly split open into a huge ravine. The huge mountain above their heads seemed to be getting closer and closer as they moved forward. It seemed like it was about to close up. The canyon in front of them was getting dimmer and dimmer. The distance seemed to have sunk into endless darkness. A faint blood-red radiance could be seen in the ravine below. At the same time, a pink mist swirled around it. It seemed like there was a wind blowing. "This is the Lost Soul Canyon, right?" Lu Ming asked as he looked ahead, especially at the huge ravine below. "That's right," Green Spirit said in a low voice with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Lu Ming frowned. The road ahead was obviously not easy to walk. Not to mention the pink mist, the bloody glow in the underground gully seemed to contain some kind of powerful enchantment. He pondered for a moment before flicking his finger. A streak of white light shot out, flashing into the crimson light in the underground ravine. In the white light, there was only an ordinary short knife spiritual weapon, one of his previous spoils of war. As soon as the white short knife flew into the underground gully, the bloody glow was immediately like a fly that saw blood. In an instant, countless blood threads appeared and entangled the knife. The knife was suddenly stained with blood, and in the next moment, it broke apart inch by inch. Then, it turned into a puff of smoke and integrated into the bloody glow. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes revealed a look of horror. "Lu, don't panic. These bloody glows are a kind of enchantment from ancient times. Although it is powerful, there is a way to restrain it," Green Spirit said indifferently. As soon as her voice fell, she waved her hand and took out a light green ring. She opened it and spat out a mouthful of spiritual power into the ring. The green ring trembled slightly and emitted a large amount of emerald green light. It condensed into an ellipsoidal light cover several feet in size. Lu Ming frowned slightly. This green ring seemed to be just an ordinary wood attribute magic weapon. He couldn't see anything special about it. Green Spirit smiled slightly and flicked her finger. The green ring flew into the bloody glow. A scene that surprised Lu Ming appeared. As soon as the bloody glow touched the ellipsoidal light cover emitted by the green ring, it immediately slid through like a fish. It didn't cause any damage to the light cover. This enchantment will only produce a strong repulsive force against the existence of the metal attribute. It has no effect on the wood attribute magic power. So, we only need to hide under the light cover of the rhinoceros wood ring to pass through here," Green Spirit said. "I see." Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "But to be on the safe side, Lu, remember to put away all the metal objects and metal attribute magic weapons on your body to avoid accidents," Green Spirit reminded. Lu Ming nodded. He looked around himself, took off the sword bag from his waist, and placed it in his spatial ring. Green Spirit waved his hand and recalled the green bracelet, causing it to emit a light barrier that enveloped the two of them. Soon after, it turned into a green ball of light and slowly flew into the blood-red light. Although he had just seen the effect of the green ring on the blood-red glow, Lu Ming was still a little worried now that it was really flying in. He secretly gathered his spiritual power in his body so that he could react to any changes in the situation. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. The surrounding blood-red light slid away as soon as it came into contact with the green light barrier. Seeing this, Green Spirit secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, the two of them sped up and flew forward. The further they went, the more the canyon above them closed up. Soon, the light above them dimmed, and the two sides of the canyon connected without any gaps. At this moment, it was as if the two of them were moving forward in a huge underground cave. The surrounding light gradually dimmed, and only the surrounding blood-red glow emitted a faint light, causing everything around them to be covered with a layer of strange blood-red color. Lu Ming frowned slightly, and the irritation in his heart continued to intensify. Although his willpower could restrain it, he could not help but feel a little strange. Green Spirit noticed the change in Lu Ming. His eyes flashed, and he muttered something. His hand emitted a purple light, which flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's spirit was shaken, and the purple light barrier in his mind became a lot thicker. The irritation in his heart was immediately reduced. "Thank you." Lu Ming nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Green Spirit shook his hand and did not say anything. Just as Lu Ming and Green Spirit passed through the blood-red glow, a huge mountain range with a radius of tens of thousands of miles appeared in the central area. The huge mountain was shrouded in black fog all year round, and it was impossible to see what was inside from the outside. In the middle of the huge mountain range, there was an unusually tall mountain that looked like a sharp sword. It pierced straight into the sky, and its aura was like a sharp sword that could pierce through the sky. On top of the mountain, there was a continuous stretch of black palaces that were shrouded in black fog. On top of the huge palaces, there was a black gold board with the words Devil King's Palace written on it. This was the Devil King's Palace in the Land of Rebirth, and it was also the place where he usually secluded himself. In the depths of the palace, there was a spacious and cold black stone hall. 100 feet wide ball made of thick black fog was slowly wriggling. As it expanded and contracted, it looked like a beating heart. At this moment, a soft sound of surprise came from within the black fog. The black fog rolled and shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. A tall man in a black robe slowly appeared, and he slowly landed on the ground. Looking at his figure, this person was the original Devil King who killed the Golden Dragon race. However, his body had shrunk a lot, and he looked only slightly taller than an ordinary person. The black fog that shrouded his body had also dissipated, and his true appearance was revealed. The Devil King had a head of silver hair, and he wore a golden mask that covered half of his face. From the half of his face that was revealed, it was the appearance of a middle-aged man. He was tall and slender, and the skin that was exposed showed a faint golden color. He stood in the hall, and he did not use any spiritual power at all. The surrounding void trembled slightly as he breathed. There was a strange look in the Devil King's eyes, and he looked towards a direction outside the hall. Then, he waved his hand, and a black light shot out. A moment later, a ball of gray light flashed from afar, and appeared outside the hall. In the gray light, a blurry figure could be seen, and he knelt down in front of the Devil King. "Master, what are your orders?" A hoarse voice came from the gray light. "There seems to be someone sneaking into the Lost Canyon, and the celestial mirror cannot be lost. You go immediately, and kill the thief who tried to sneak in." The Devil King ordered calmly. "Yes." The hoarse voice answered, and it circled around the vicinity, and flew into the distance. The Devil King withdrew his gaze, and no longer cared about what had just happened. Black smoke appeared on his body again, and it wrapped around his body. In the Lost Canyon, Lu Ming and Green Spirit were wrapped in a green ring, and they quickly moved forward in the blood-red light. Lu Ming looked around, and there was a strange look on his face. According to his estimation, he and Green Spirit had already flown for at least 1,000 miles. This blood-red light passage was surprisingly long, as if there was no end to it. Fortunately, they did not encounter any other creatures along the way. As the mountain range above their heads had completely closed up, this place had completely become an underground passage, and it faintly stretched downwards. At this moment, the passage in front of them suddenly turned, and it turned to the right. After this turn, the surrounding blood-red light suddenly disappeared without a trace, and it was replaced by a black light screen in front of him. "The Xianxia path is finished here, but there is a difficulty ahead that needs Lu's help." Green Spirit waved his hand, and said as he put away the green ring. Lu Ming's expression changed. He naturally remembered that Green Spirit had said before that he needed his help to break a restriction, and it should be the black light screen in front of him. He nodded, and his eyes looked at the light screen, and he could not help but frown slightly. On the light screen, there were countless densely packed runes that looked like earthworms slowly rotating, emitting a strange black light. Lu Ming looked at the light screen for a moment, and suddenly raised his hand. There was a crack of thunder, and a fan-shaped 5-colored electric light shot out from his hand, and hit the black light screen. Green Spirit's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Just as the 5-colored electric light was about to hit the light screen, countless black runes suddenly surged on the black light, and in the blink of an eye, they converged into a huge pattern of a ghost face. The ghost face opened its mouth, and spat out a black light, which wrapped around the 5-colored electric light, and swallowed it. Then, the ghost face on the light screen slowly retreated, and turned into countless black earthworm-like runes. Lu Ming saw this scene, and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. After I came here last time, I used all kinds of methods, but I could not damage this light screen in the slightest. It is said that this restriction should contain a very profound power of the law of darkness, Green Spirit said. Could it be that this restriction was set by the Demon Lord himself? If so, the Demon Lord will be able to sense it immediately if we touch this restriction, Lu Ming said, and his expression changed. Don't worry, I came here last time, and spent a lot of time here trying to break this light screen, but the Demon Lord did not appear, and he should not come this time. Green Spirit's expression was a little uncertain, but he still said. There was a trace of a strange expression on Lu Ming's face, and he hesitated for a moment. He asked again, "Look at you, obviously not confident." Green Spirit heard this, and did not speak. Senior Green Spirit, I have not asked you, but you are willing to take such a big risk to get the celestial mirror, right? What is your purpose? Lu Ming asked. Since it has come to this, I will not hide it from you. The celestial mirror is actually a metal attribute Xianling treasure, and it contains the complete power of the law of metal. As long as you break this celestial mirror, obtain the complete law inside, and thoroughly understand it, you may be able to immediately advance to the eternal life realm. Green Spirit pondered for a moment, and said slowly. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. This was the first time he heard of this kind of thing, that a Xianling treasure had such an effect. The function of the celestial mirror should be more than this, right? Once you advance to the eternal life realm in this reincarnation realm, I am afraid that the Demon Lord will immediately come. No matter how strong you are not stronger than the eternal life realm dragon clan that was killed, right? Lu Ming quickly put away the change of expression on his face, and said in a seemingly casual manner. Green Spirit frowned, and did not speak for a long time. Senior Green Spirit, since you and I are working together, it is better not to hide some things from each other. If you are not willing to tell the truth, I am not willing to continue to stay here and risk being killed by the Demon Lord. Lu Ming's expression became a little cold, and said. All right. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Green Spirit's face became gloomy, and he pondered for a moment, as if he had compromised, and said. Seeing this, Lu Ming turned around, and put on a look of listening. As far as I know, the Demon Lord placed the celestial mirror here to control an important restriction of the rebirth mirror. As long as I control the celestial mirror, I can use it to get close to the axis of the rebirth mirror. With the help of another treasure I found, I can break the restriction and escape from the rebirth mirror. Green Spirit said. Hearing this, Lu Ming's face showed a shocked expression. Lu, since we have spoken, I will not beat around the bush. I can make a heart demon oath here. As long as you help me, I will bring you away from this place and escape from the Demon Lord's control. Green Spirit said seriously. Leave the rebirth mirror. Lu Ming was excited. He had the cage bubble in his body and could be said to be the Demon Lord's nemesis. If the Demon Lord knew about this, he would definitely die a horrible death. He naturally wanted to leave the rebirth mirror. That's right. Green Spirit made a hand sign and made a heart demon oath. Okay. It's a deal. Lu Ming saw this and immediately agreed. He let out a breath and turned to look at the black light screen. He touched his chin and pondered. Green Spirit didn't urge him. He flew 1,000 meters away and looked at Lu Ming faintly. After 10 minutes, Lu Ming spread his arms and black gas rolled out from his body. After a dragon roar and tiger roar, 6 lifelike mist dragons and tigers appeared and floated in the air. Lu Ming's face was dignified. He chanted an obscure spell, then he stretched his arms forward. 12 dragon and tiger phantasms rushed out one after another, shaking their heads and wagging their tails, flying toward the black light curtain. The sound of air breaking was loud. Before the dragon and tiger shadows came into contact with the black light screen, the runes on the light screen flashed and the huge ghost face appeared again. It opened its mouth and spat out a black light, trying to swallow the dragon and tiger shadows. However, at this moment, Lu Ming changed his hand sign and said, "Explode." A series of roars could be heard. The silhouettes of the 12 dragons and tigers exploded one after another, turning into tumbling black fog that filled the sky. In an instant, a semicircular black light screen was formed, and like a huge bowl, it instantly clamped down on the black light screen in front of it. The black light spat out by the giant ghost face lost its target and hit thin air. At this moment, 12 huge figures emerged from the rolling black fog and surrounded the huge ghost face. They were the Netherworld River Ghost Kings formed by the 12 mountain river pearls, perhaps because Lu Ming had inherited Mo Tian's understanding of the law of darkness and had great achievements in the law of water and earth. The Netherworld Prison and the Netherworld River Ghost Kings were not the same as before. The Netherworld Prison was faintly mixed with many laws. The aura of the Netherworld River Ghost Kings had reached the early stage of celestial phenomenon. The 12 Styx River Ogre monarchs opened their mouths and belched out a large expanse of black water vapor, which transformed into black tentacles that bound the black ghostly face. The 12 Netherworld River Ghost Kings opened their mouths and spat out a large amount of black water vapor. It turned into black tentacles and entangled the black ghost face. The ghost face showed a human-like expression of anger and spat out a large amount of black light again, entangling the black tentacles. Lu Ming didn't care about this. When the black tentacles wrapped around the black ghost face, he immediately took action. His figure flashed and appeared above the black ghost face. His arms crackled and his body emitted a rich black light. Lu Ming didn't care about this. When the black tentacles entangled the black ghost face, he immediately took action. His figure flashed and appeared above the black ghost face. His arms crackled and his body emitted a rich black light. As his arms became a little blurred, countless huge black fist shadows shot out and bombarded the black ghost face. As these black runes sank into the ghostly face twisted and deformed. Its luster gradually dimmed, and it showed signs of collapsing. However, its eyes suddenly became bright red. When these black runes disappeared into the ghost face twisted and deformed. Its luster gradually dimmed, and it showed a faint tendency to collapse. However, its eyes suddenly became red. Then, the black ghost face's eyes flashed red. It suddenly opened its mouth and an invisible sound wave spread out. The 12 black tentacles that entangled it were shaken away. The 12 Netherworld River Ghost Kings also collapsed under the invisible sound wave and turned into 12 earthy yellow beads. Fortunately, Lu Ming dodged in time and was not affected by the sound wave. In midair, he flicked his finger at lightning speed. Countless black law runes flew out of his hand and condensed into a black dagger that was a foot long. It flashed and pierced the black ghost face between its eyebrows. The black ghost face immediately showed a painful look and let out a silent cry. It finally couldn't bear it and collapsed. All this seemed complicated, but in fact, it was only a matter of a dozen breaths. When the semicircular black light curtain dissipated and Lu Ming's figure was revealed, the black light curtain disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming put away the 12 beads of mountains and rivers. A vigilant look flashed in his eyes. He looked around and activated all the spiritual power in his body. Once there was any strange movement, he would immediately fly outside without hesitation. He couldn't care less about the chaotic sky mirror. After a while, nothing happened around him, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Green Spirit's face also relaxed slightly at this time. He flew over with a happy expression and praised, "Lu is really good. I admire you very much. Senior Green Spirit, you flatter me." Lu Ming smiled faintly and put away the beads of mountains and rivers. After the black light curtain shattered, a black stone wall was revealed. There was a dark circular passage on it that led to an unknown place. The two stood in front of the passage and looked inside. They didn't rashly enter. "Where does this passage lead to? Senior, do you have a clue?" Lu Ming asked. "No, I only reached this place last time. I'm not sure about the rest of the way. I only know that the chaotic sky mirror must be placed in a place called the Endless Quagmire in the depths of this place. There may be some guards guarding it," Green Spirit said after thinking about it. Lu Ming heard this and frowned slightly. "This information was obtained from a creature in the mystic and lightning realm that I killed nearby and searched its soul." Green Spirit hesitated and added. Lu Ming nodded and raised his head. A purple light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He displayed the purple striped demon eyes and looked into the passage. But the next moment, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Even with the vision of his purple-striped demon eyes, he couldn't see far. This passage was obviously set up with a restriction. Forget it, we can't hesitate here. Let's go in first, Lu Ming said. Yes, let's act according to the situation. Green Spirit nodded slowly. Immediately afterward, the two of them took out their magic treasures to protect their bodies and stepped into the passage. As soon as they stepped into the passage, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The stone wall of the passage emitted a faint light and an invisible force acted on his body, making it impossible for his divine sense to leave his body. Green Spirit's expression also changed, obviously noticing this situation. It seems that this place is quite strange. Lu Ming chuckled. But other than the fact that his divine sense couldn't leave his body, there was nothing strange. Both of them adjusted their state of mind and walked forward. At first, the two of them were still on guard, but after walking for a distance, there didn't seem to be any danger in the passage. As a result, the two of them were a little relieved and unknowingly sped up. This passage wasn't long. After a quarter of an hour, a faint white light appeared in front of them. It seemed to be the exit. The two of them looked at each other and their faces lit up with joy. They quickened their pace. The further they went, the wider the passage became. At the moment, it was already more than 10 feet wide. The white light in front of them became more and more obvious. It was indeed the exit. Rays of white light shone in. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy, but at this moment, a silent black shadow blasted from the stone wall on the side. In a flash, it appeared in front of him and heavily chopped down like a black machete. A black shadow appeared before Green Spirit and slashed down with a black light. Lu Ming's feet tapped and his body blurred as he retreated. His movements were extremely fast. The black shadow brushed past his body and slammed into the ground. After a loud muffled sound, the ground cracked and a deep pit was formed. Gravel flew everywhere. Though Lu Ming's reaction was fast and he dodged, Green Spirit wasn't as fast as Lu Ming and was hit by the black shadow. After a loud rumble, a large black light appeared on the black shadow and engulfed Green Spirit's body. Lu Ming's body flashed and appeared more than 20 feet away. He glanced at Green Spirit and didn't look worried. What's that? He looked at the sky in front of him. The two black shadows had fallen from midair. In midair, a black shadow had appeared out of nowhere. Two huge scythe-like objects stretched out from it. Because they were wrapped by the black shadow, the real body couldn't be seen. Lu Ming snorted coldly. A green crystal-clear saber light shot out from his hand. In a flash, it turned into a huge green blade that was more than 10 feet long and slashed at the black shadow in midair. Almost at the same time, Green Spirit's body, which was wrapped in black light, suddenly shone with a dazzling black light. With a loud bang, the huge scythe that had slashed at Green Spirit was repelled by a huge force. In the black light, one of Green Spirit's arms suddenly became extremely thick. Its surface emitted waves of black light, and a several-foot-long cut appeared on it. On the other side, the huge green blade suddenly slashed into the black shadow in midair. A loud bang came from inside. The green magic blade seemed to have been blocked by something. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and changed his hand sign. The surface of the green magic blade shone with green light, and rays of green saber light shot out in all directions. With a muffled sound, the black shadow was torn apart by the saber light, revealing the thing inside. Lu Ming and Green Spirit's expressions changed slightly. In midair was a huge black mantis-like monster. White patterns appeared on its slender body, and two scythe-like objects were hanging down. They were its two huge front claws, which looked extremely sharp. One of the mantis-like monster's legs was broken and dripping with blood. Obviously, it had just been cut by the green magic blade. Roar! The black praying mantis's eyes glinted fiercely. It opened its mouth and shot out a dozen crystal-clear white chilling air. This white, cold air carried a gloomy and cold aura. Wherever it passed, it left behind patches of white frost in the air. Then, as the bone-chilling cold swept through the cave, a layer of white ice appeared on both sides of the cave walls. Green Spirit tapped his feet and shot backward with a series of residual shadows. He easily avoided the sweeping cold air and landed beside Lu Ming. His thick arm had returned to its original shape, and there was a faint murderous look on his face. Lu Ming glanced at Green Spirit and then looked away. He made a gesture with his hand. The cyan giant blade in the distance flashed and transformed into dense cyan blade lights. They broke through the cold air with irresistible force and slashed toward the mantis monster. At the same time, his body flashed and he took out a mountain river pearl to block in front of him. With the previous lesson, the mantis monster naturally didn't dare to easily take a blow from the cyan demon blade. It was already prepared and its figure blurred, once again turning into a black shadow. It dodged the attack of the cyan demon blade and flew toward Lu Ming and Shuang. Before it arrived, a large expanse of chilling air swept down again. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The aura emitted by the mantis monster was not very strong. It was just good at concealment. It relied on the environment in the passage where the divine sense could not leave its body to ambush the enemy. Now that it had been exposed, the mantis monster's fate was sealed. As Green Spirit chanted a spell, a black puppet arm appeared in front of him again. Together with Lu Ming's mountain river pearl, they blocked the white chilling air that the mantis monster spouted. With a muffled crack, the black puppet arm and the mountain river pearl were covered with a thick layer of hard ice. Lu Ming waved his hand and shot a blue light into the mountain river pearl. The image of a huge black river immediately appeared on the bead of mountains and rivers. Wherever it passed, the ice on the surface of the bead of mountains and rivers was immediately sucked into the river. At the same time, a yellow light flew out and wrapped around the black shadow that the praying mantis had transformed into, causing its body to suddenly stagnate and reveal itself. Right at that moment, Green Spirit snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of pure mana. A black light flashed on the puppet's arm and it shattered the layer of ice on top of it. It grabbed towards the mantis monster's body. In the next moment, the azure demon blade changed direction and attacked the mantis monster from behind. It transformed into dozens of huge azure saber lights that rained down on the mantis monster. A moment later, with a wail, the mantis monster's body fell to the ground, cut into several pieces. Green Spirit snorted and put away the two puppet arms. He looked around and looked at the mantis monster's two huge front limbs. The two front limbs were extremely tough. After the intense battle just now, they were not damaged at all and were still emitting a faint luster. She waved her hand and shot out a sharp black light, chopping off the two front limbs and putting them away. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not say anything. At that moment, a ball of white light flew out from the mantis monster's corpse. The blue nomological fragments emitted a bright light. Lu Ming waved his hand and released a black gas, which wrapped around the white ball of light and swallowed it in one gulp. After being tempered by the cage bubble, pure mana immediately fused into his body. At the same time, the blue fragments in his sea of consciousness fused with his water attribute nomological runes. At that moment, 6 nomological runes revolved around Lu Ming's soul. They were the dark nomological runes that he had obtained from Emotion, as well as the 5 elemental nomological runes that he had comprehended on his own. Among the 6 law runes, the dark rune appeared to be the largest and was almost complete. The other 5 runes were much weaker, especially the runes of metal, wood, and fire that he had just comprehended were even weaker. Lu Ming was not worried about this. As long as he had the help of the cage bubble, he would continue to kill mystic illumination realm existences and plunder the nomological fragments. Sooner or later, he would be able to completely condense the 6 nomological runes. According to Emotion, every mystic illumination realm expert would choose a power of heaven and earth law to comprehend. Once they comprehended it to perfection, they would advance to the eternal life realm. If they could comprehend several powers of heaven and earth law at the same time, they would complement each other, and their divine ability would naturally be more powerful. Furthermore, he had a vague guess that in order to transcend the eternal life realm and not be restricted by the power of heaven and earth law of the current world, it should be related to comprehending the power of heaven and earth law of the current world. As for whether that was the case, he did not know. Speaking of which, it was extremely difficult to truly comprehend a type of law. Otherwise, he had not seen any mystic illumination realm existences who had cultivated for so many years in the few continents that he had been to. The method that original Devil Master came up with was indeed a marvelous shortcut, combining all the understandings of different sects into one. However, if one lost his mind in the rebirth realm, or if he was unable to reconcile the comprehension of the laws of others, it would cause his own nomological runes to collapse. All his efforts would be in vain. Naturally, the primordial demon lord would not lose his mind in the rebirth realm. Furthermore, because he had devoured the power of heaven law that his split soul had comprehended, he would not suffer any backlash. However, he would never have dreamed that other than himself, there would be someone else who could do this in the rebirth realm. In the following period of time, the two of them killed a few monsters as they advanced. After more than 2 hours, they finally reached the exit of the tunnel. What welcomed them at the exit of the tunnel was an airflow whirlpool that emitted a gentle white light. After looking at each other, the two of them flew into the airflow whirlpool. After a moment of dizziness, what appeared in front of the two of them was a somewhat strange space. The two of them were suspended in midair. Above their heads was the same airflow whirlpool as before, and below their feet was a black swamp. Bubbles would occasionally appear, making gurgling sounds, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of mud. Looking into the distance, the surroundings were boundless, and they could not tell how many miles it was. "This is the endless swamp that you were talking about?" Lu Ming retracted his gaze and turned to look at Green Spirit, who was beside him, and asked. "It should be here." Green Spirit looked around and said uncertainly. "This place looks huge, and it seems to be a secret realm. I wonder where the celestial globe mirror was placed?" Lu Ming frowned. Just as the two of them were about to explore this place, a hoarse-bird cry sounded from afar. A few strange gray birds appeared in the distant sky and flew towards the two of them. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. These strange birds were dozens of feet in size, and their beaks were curved and long. They were filled with fangs, and their bodies were covered with short gray fur. They looked abnormally ugly. However, these strange birds only had the cultivation of the Jing Dan stage. From the bloodthirsty look in their eyes, it was obvious that their minds had been controlled by the rebirth stage, and they had lost their minds. The strange gray birds flew in front of the two of them in the blink of an eye. 3 of the strange birds opened their mouths and tried to swallow Lu Ming and Green Spirit. Lu Ming frowned slightly, snorted coldly, and flicked his finger lightly. Poo-pee-oo, a few sharp sounds rang out, and numerous golden spiraling sword lights flashed past, instantly piercing through the bodies of the strange birds. A rain of blood splattered, and the corpses of the strange birds fell into the swamp below. The black mud in the swamp seemed to have a life of its own, and started to roll slightly. Following that, the strange birds slowly sank into the swamp. Strange, why would there be such ordinary demonic beasts here? They have never appeared in other places in the rebirth stage. Lu Ming frowned and turned to look at Green Spirit. Green Spirit's eyes flashed, and without saying a word, he waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out, pulling the corpse of a strange gray bird in front of him. He opened his hand, and a black ray of light burst out, wrapping around the head of the strange gray bird. A weak crystal light was pulled out from the head of the strange bird, and landed in Green Spirit's hand. The crystal light was none other than the spirit essence of the strange gray bird. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He also knew some soul-searching techniques, and had previously tried to obtain some information about the rebirth stage through soul-searching. However, the living beings in the rebirth stage were all affected by the rebirth stage, and their minds were in a frenzy. It was impossible to search their souls. He did not know what kind of secret technique Green Spirit had used to be able to search the soul of such a frenzied spirit. Then, a ray of black light shot out from Green Spirit's hand, and went into the strange bird's spirit essence. After a while, she suddenly clenched her hand, and crushed the strange bird's spirit essence. "How is it? Did you find anything useful?" Lu Ming asked when he saw this. "This strange bird usually only appears around here, and has never gone very far. From its chaotic memory, I found out that there would occasionally be some changes in that direction." Green Spirit casually threw away the strange bird's corpse, pointed to the left, and said so. "Now that we have no clue, let's go there and take a look," Lu Ming suggested. Green Spirit nodded, and the two immediately flew in the direction that Green Spirit pointed. This endless swamp area was extremely vast. After flying for half a day, the bottom was still the same black swamp, and there were occasionally some small mountain protruding from it. Along the way, other than encountering a few groups of ferocious birds and beasts, there were no other accidents. "Look there." Green Spirit suddenly stopped the escape light, pointed to a direction in front, and exclaimed. Lu Ming turned his head and saw that far away, there were a few faint flashes of lightning, which was quite eye-catching. It was really different from other places. Is that where the celestial mirror is? Lu Ming asked. Let's take a look first. Green Spirit said faintly. The two had been flying for so long, and the surrounding situation was the same. At this moment, they finally encountered something different. How could the two not be excited? The two immediately moved and blasted toward the place where the lightning was. It didn't take long for the two to approach the place where the lightning was. They saw that the sky in front was covered with dark clouds, and purple lightning bolts shot down from the clouds. The air was full of sparkling lightning, which made people's skin tremble and numb from a distance. These lightning bolts were like rain, falling from the dark clouds in the sky ceaselessly. The area covered by the dark clouds in the sky was not large. It seemed to be about hundreds of miles. Through the lightning bolts, they could faintly see that there seemed to be another world inside. That's right, it should be here. Green Spirit closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. An excited expression appeared on her face as she looked towards the depths of the lightning. Lu Ming's expression changed. The heaven and earth imperial thunder ring in his body seemed to have sensed the powerful thunder and lightning outside and became restless. However, he did not take out the cosmic lightning resistance hoop. This treasure was one of his trump cards and he did not want to take it out in front of others. Since that's the case, let's go in. As Lu Ming's thoughts spun, he muttered an incantation. With a flash of black light, a black robe appeared on his body. It was the wishful thunder robe. He moved his hands and a 5-colored lightning arc appeared on the thunder robe. It wrapped around his body and he looked like a thunder god. Green Spirit glanced at Lu Ming with some surprise, then he chanted a few incantations. His body flashed, and he also put on a black armor that emitted rays of light to protect his whole body. Next, the two flew into the lightning. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously, bolts of lightning struck Lu Ming's body and merged with the 9 heavens thunder. Green Spirit's black armor was also extraordinary. Although it did not have the ability to devour lightning like Lu Ming, the lightning that landed on it dissipated immediately. Green Spirit was not injured at all. Because they were afraid that there might be traps in the lightning, the two did not advance quickly. However, the further they went, the thicker the lightning became. Its color changed from purple to gold and its power increased by several times. Lu Ming frowned and channeled the spiritual power in his body. The 5-colored lightning arc on the surface of his body suddenly lit up. At the same time, he secretly activated the cosmic lightning resistance hoop to devour the lightning that landed on him. Thick golden lightning arc struck Lu Ming's body. However, his body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much lightning came, it was all devoured. Green Spirit, on the other hand, was not as relaxed as Lu Ming. The light on her armor was already somewhat unstable. She took a deep breath and chanted an incantation. She pointed with both hands and purple runes appeared on the black armor. The light on the surface of the armor stabilized. The two of them continued to advance through the lightning region with some difficulty. After flying for several tens of kilometers, the golden lightning descending from the sky had already evolved into bolts of 5-colored lightning. These were none other than the 9 heavens divine lightning. Countless bolts of lightning fell like rain. This power was even stronger than the great trial of mystic enlightenment. The two of them couldn't help but stop. Looking at the 9th heaven divine lightning, they hesitated. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Although these 9 heaven divine thunders were powerful, he had the universe thunder imperial ring in his hand. It wasn't difficult to force his way through, but he turned his head and glanced at Green Spirit, who was beside him. Green Spirit's face was a little pale at the moment. It seemed that she did not have much confidence in dealing with the 9th heaven thunder in front of her. Her ink-colored armor was a little damaged, which was the result of her attempt to break through forcibly. Senior Green Spirit, if you are not good at dealing with the power of lightning, why don't you hide in my cave? I can give you a lift, said Lu Ming. Hearing this, Green Spirit was slightly startled. She looked over in surprise. Then she nodded and said, in that case, I will have to trouble you, Lu. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out a pearl of mountain and river. A yellow light shone brightly and the space inside was opened. Green Spirit was about to fly in. Suddenly, her eyes flashed and she took out a jade slips. She passed it to Lu Ming. This is the 9 lives soul-searching secret technique that I obtained by chance. This secret technique is passed down from ancient times. It is extremely exquisite. I used this technique to search the souls of living creatures in the reincarnation state. I see that you are interested in it, so I will give it to you as a return gift, said Green Spirit. Her figure flashed and she flew into the space of the Pearl of Mountain and River. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard the words. He released his divine thought to explore a little. A soul-searching mystic art was written in the jade slip with ancient text. Every word seemed to contain deep meaning. However, it was not the time to study this. He turned his hand and kept the jade slips and the Pearl of Mountain and River. Now that Green Spirit was kept in the Pearl of Mountain and River, he had nothing to worry about. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He murmured and waved his hand. A black hoop emitted circles of lightning and floated above his head. It was the cosmic lightning resistance hoop. With a rumbling vibration, the power of thunder and lightning within a radius of 10 meters above Lu Ming's head was absorbed by the universe thunder-resistant hoop as if it was attracted by some kind of attraction. The cosmic lightning resistance hoop let out a slight buzzing sound. It was as if rain had finally poured into a field after a long period of drought. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He moved and flew into the 9 heaven thunder in front of him. The cosmos thunder-resisting hoop was like a fish in water amidst the 9 heavens thunder. Streaks of 5-colored lightning were directly swallowed by the hoop. Even the surrounding lightning was attracted to it. As it swallowed more lightning, the 2 cracks on the cosmic lightning resistance hoop became fainter and fainter. It was almost invisible. The light emitted by the hoop became purer. Lu Ming flew forward for a distance. Suddenly, a 5-colored electric net appeared in front of him. This seemed to be the end. On the electric net, countless lightning runes formed a dense network. Thick bolts of 9 heaven thunder were entangled in the electric net. They transformed into electric dragons, electric tigers, and other thunder spirits. When they saw Lu Ming flying over, they immediately rushed toward him. Lu Ming did not fight back. He muttered something and waved his hand to cast a spell. It flew into the cosmic lightning resistance hoop. The cosmic lightning resistance hoop buzzed and emitted circles of faint crystal light. They condensed into an arc-shaped light curtain in front of him. The lightning dragons and lightning tigers pounced forward, but as soon as they touched the arc-shaped light barrier, looks of horror appeared on their faces as they were directly sucked into it and disappeared. With a tap of his feet, Lu Ming approached the 5-color electric net. The cosmic lightning resistance hoop let out a crisp buzzing sound. With a whoosh, it was tightly attached to the 5-colored electric net. The 9 heaven thunder entangled in the electric net gathered toward the cosmic lightning resistance hoop. With the cosmic lightning resistance hoop as the center, the originally dazzling electric net dimmed. A large amount of lightning power was sucked away. The 2 cracks on the cosmic lightning resistance hoop flickered and finally disappeared. A dragon pattern appeared on the cosmic lightning resistance hoop. A crisp sound was heard, the 5-colored lightning net shattered, revealing a gap that was about 10 feet wide. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He turned into an electric light and went through the gap. As soon as he flew through the 5-colored electric net, the scene in front of Lu Ming changed. He appeared in front of a simple black city. The black city was located on an island that was floating in the air. The 5-colored electric net formed a spherical sky curtain above his head. The fierce sound of thunder just now could not be heard. Lu Ming looked around and did not sense anyone else's aura. He finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned his hand and put away the cosmic lightning resistance hoop. He waved his hand to take out the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. He cast a spell and the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers spurted out a yellow light. Green Spirit flew out from it. Lu Daoist, you're very skillful. You've actually passed through the thunderbolt in such a short period of time. Green Spirit looked around and praised. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. Green Spirit did not ask much. He moved and landed on a square in front of the black city. Lu Ming also flew down. This black city was built with a strange ore. The style was rough and ancient. It seemed to be a building from a long time ago. A huge circle of walls surrounded the whole city. There was only one passage leading to the depths of the city. I can feel, the celestial mirror is in the depths of this city. Green Spirit looked into the city and said excitedly. As he spoke, Green Spirit seemed to be impatient and flew toward the entrance of the city. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could not use his divine sense outside his body. He hesitated for a moment and followed behind Green Spirit. The two of them passed through the city gate and came to a long passage. The passage was about 1,000 feet long. The two of them walked through it quickly and a huge stone door appeared in front of them. Just as they were about to walk out of the stone door, a dull sound was heard. A green lizard several feet tall appeared at the exit of the stone door. However, the front half of the lizard's body was standing like a human. It held a black trident in its hand and its whole body was emitting a metallic luster. It was a puppet. The green lizard let out a metallic screech. Then, its body moved, and it suddenly turned into a streak of green light as it pounced over at an extremely agile speed. Green Spirit frowned and waved his hand. A black light shot out and turned into a black wolf-shaped puppet that was about the size of the green lizard. It pounced. The two puppets collided with a loud sound in the air. Green Spirit's wolf-shaped puppet could not withstand a single blow and was sent flying. Green Spirit's eyes blurred. The green lizard appeared in front of her like a ghost. The trident turned into a black light and pierced Green Spirit's chest. A loud sound was heard. Green Spirit's body was sent flying for more than 100 feet. The armor on his body was shattered into pieces. However, Green Spirit's expression showed that he did not suffer any serious injuries. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. This lizard puppet looked ordinary. However, it had such great strength. Its strength was comparable to that of a mysterious understanding cultivator. After sending Green Spirit flying with one strike, the lizard puppet suddenly turned its head to look at Lu Ming. With a blur of its body, it rushed over and waved the black trident in its hand. Immediately, a sharp aura swept out and the black trident transformed into densely packed black trident shadows that shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned, and his body suddenly retreated backward. He waved one hand, and a green blade light blasted out, blocking the three black fork shadows. Clang! A loud sound was heard and sparks flew. The green blade light and the black trident were locked in a stalemate in the air. A surprised look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The sharpness of the green demon blade was not enough to cut through the black trident. The lizard puppet screeched and waved its arm with all its strength. The green blade light was sent flying with a loud sound. Lu Ming frowned. He was surprised by the lizard puppet's strange strength. He tapped his foot on the ground and floated backward a little more. His hand seals changed, and the azure demonic blade grew in size again. It flew up and down like a green wheel of light, circling around the lizard puppet and slashing at it continuously. Seeing that the lizard puppet was temporarily entangled, a yellow light flashed in Lu Ming's hand. He took out a mountain river pearl and was about to activate it. Lu, let me handle this puppet. Green Spirit's cold voice came from behind, followed by heavy footsteps. Lu Ming turned his head to look behind him and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, Green Spirit's body had changed greatly. Her originally petite body had grown to a height of 7 to 8 feet. Although her figure did not seem to have changed much, her every move was filled with a mountain-shaking power. In addition, purple scale-shaped runes appeared on the surface of her body, which looked a little strange. Lu Ming frowned. Green Spirit's body exuded a strong evil and fierce aura, which was very different from before. He hesitated for a moment, then retreated to the side and waved his hand to recall the green magic blade. Without the interference of the green magic blade, the lizard puppet didn't stop and pounced on Green Spirit. Whoosh! A slender black shadow shot out from the lizard's mouth. It was astonishingly fast, and in a flash, it pierced Green Spirit's chest. It was the lizard's tongue. However, a muffled dong was heard. Not only did the black shadow fail to pierce Green Spirit's body, but it was also bounced off. Green Spirit's huge body moved at an abnormally fast speed, and in a flash, she rushed in front of the lizard puppet. With a dull bang, the two huge bodies collided. Green Spirit's body didn't move, but the lizard puppet was knocked back a few steps and couldn't stand steadily. A sinister look flashed in Green Spirit's eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light burst out from his two huge palms. He crossed his palms and pierced the lizard puppet's chest like two spears. Then, he pulled his palms out and grabbed a green gem that was emitting a green light. The lizard puppet's eyes dimmed after the core crystal was dug out. Its body swayed a few times, and with a bang, it fell to the ground and soon stopped moving. Green Spirit's hand that was holding the cyan gem suddenly clenched, crushing the green gem into pieces. Then, her body slowly shrank, and after a few breaths, she returned to her original size. Lu Ming walked over slowly and glanced at Green Spirit. Green Spirit's fierce and evil aura disappeared as her body shrank. After returning to her original size, Green Spirit didn't say a word. She stepped over the lizard puppet's body and walked toward the exit. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and he followed. When he passed by the lizard puppet, he waved his hand and released a black gas, which wrapped around the black trident and put it away. This item was able to collide with the green magic blade, and it didn't seem to be damaged at all. It must be a good treasure. It must be a good one. The two quickly walked out of the exit, and saw a wide space in front of their eyes. And saw a wide hall. Apart from a cylindrical stone platform, there was nothing else in the hall. The stone platform was enveloped by a huge white array light pillar, and the surrounding ground was also engraved with circle after circle of array runes. Circle after circle of array light waves spread out in all directions. On the stone platform, there was a mirror that was about a foot in size. It was rotating slowly, and the surface of the mirror was emitting white light. It was the turbid sky mirror that he had seen before. He couldn't help but take a look at it when Green Spirit and Emotion were fighting. At this moment, he finally got a clear look at this treasure. The turbid sky mirror didn't look like it was made of gold or jade. On one side, there were tadpole runes, and on the other side, there were patterns of cloud dragons and mystical birds. It was emitting white light that was constantly changing, and it looked extremely mystical. At this moment, Green Spirit's body suddenly moved. She had already turned into a green light and pounced at the stone platform. One of her arms suddenly expanded by 10 times and grabbed at the array light pillar on the stone platform. The turbid sky mirror didn't look like gold or jade. On one side, there were tadpole runes, and on the other side, there were patterns of cloud dragons and mystical birds. White crystal light was emitting from it, and it looked extremely mystical. Just as her arm touched the white light pillar, the light pillar suddenly lit up with a blinding gray light. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he was about to say something. Bang, a muffled sound was heard, and Green Spirit's body was sent flying. She took a few steps back before she could stand firm. Green Spirit's face showed a look of shock and anger. Her arm had been cut open at this moment. Be careful, it seems that there are guards here. Lu Ming stood beside Green Spirit, and his expression was extremely solemn. His body flashed with a yellow light, and the 12 mountain river beads were released, and they surrounded his body. Green Spirit's expression was ugly. She took a deep breath, and a green light appeared on the wound on her hand, and it quickly healed. Her body wasn't an ordinary flesh and blood body, but a puppet body made of black crystal, so she wouldn't bleed. However, it was also because of this that her movements were a little slower than ordinary mysterious comprehending realm powerhouses. A gray figure flew out of the light pillar, and stood in front of the two of them. It turns out that you two want to steal the turbid sky mirror. A cold voice came from the gray figure. The voice sounded a little hoarse, and there was no fluctuation in its tone. It was impossible to tell whether it was happy or angry. As the voice sounded, the gray light around the figure slowly dissipated, and the figure of a gray-robed young man was revealed. The gray-robed man looked quite handsome, but his body exuded a strong demonic aura, and there was a black horn on his forehead. He should be a member of the demon race. Lu Ming and Lu Ming were shocked when they heard the gray-robed man's words. From what he said, it seemed that he had already known that they had sneaked in. May I ask who you are? Are you the guard of this place? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice. The gray-robed man's eyes didn't have the frenzied look of other creatures, and the aura he exuded was faintly discernible. Lu Ming had a hunch that this person's strength was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, since this turbid sky mirror was placed here by the demon lord, could this gray-robed man be a subordinate of the demon lord? His mind raced, and he secretly regretted coming here. Guard? You can say that. Since the two of you have tried to get your hands on the turbid sky mirror, then don't leave. The gray-robed man looked indifferently at Lu Ming, and continued to speak in a hoarse voice. He raised his hand as soon as his voice faded, and 3 rays of golden, red, and black light soared into the sky behind him. They flashed, and transformed into 3 blurry giant swords. The 3 swords were simple and unadorned, and the runes of 3 different colors continuously flowed on their surfaces. The giant golden sword was narrow, and its surface was glittering with golden light. It exuded an insufferably fierce sword chi, and it seemed as if all the sharpest objects in the world couldn't withstand a single blow from it. The giant red sword was as thin as a cicada's wings, and its surface was twined with a faint flame light. This flame seemed gentle, but it distorted the surrounding void. The giant black sword was thick and heavy, and its entire body was as black as ink. Anyone who looked at it would feel as if their soul had been stolen. The gray-robed man waved his hand, and the 3 giant swords immediately shot out, and flew towards Lu Ming and Lu Ming with a loud rumble. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of horror appeared on his face. The 3 giant swords exuded 3 completely different kinds of power of law: gold, fire, and darkness. This man was an expert who had comprehended 3 kinds of power of law at the same time. He had dabbled in these 3 kinds of power of law, so he instantly judged that the gray-robed man in front of him had a deep understanding of these 3 kinds of power of law, and was infinitely close to the level of perfection. He was much stronger than him. In the blink of an eye, the 3 giant swords appeared in front of the 2 people, and slashed down with a loud rumble. The giant black sword and the giant red sword slashed towards Lu Ming, and the giant golden sword slashed towards Green Spirit. Lu Ming habitually tiptoed, and shot backward. At the same time, the 12 mountain river beads around him shone with a yellow light, and instantly evolved into a mountain river formation, which was placed horizontally in front of him. He knew very well how powerful the power of law was, and ordinary magic treasures could not resist it at all. He could only rely on the power of the water and earth attribute law in the mountain river formation. A thick earthy yellow mist quickly appeared in front of him and instantly condensed into a thick earthy yellow shield. Green Spirit obviously also saw that the gray-robed man was extremely powerful, so she did not dare to take it head-on. Her body retreated, and at the same time a golden blade light shot out from her hand, and met the giant golden sword in midair. At this moment, Lu Ming could not care about Green Spirit, and the power in his body surged into the mountain river formation, and he fully activated the formation. Fortunately, he did not encounter any big fights along the way, so his power did not consume much. Just as Lu Ming had conjured the yellow shield, the black and red giant swords had already bombarded the shield. Crack, the red and black lights flashed, the thick shield seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow, and it easily shattered. The 2 giant swords split the shield, and crisscrossed, like a huge red and black crisscrossing scissors, cutting towards Lu Ming below. A cold and deep power of the law of darkness and a hot and scorching power of the law of fire swept down at the same time. Lu Ming's expression was indifferent. Seeing the 2 giant swords coming at him, he did not seem to feel much worry. But there was a hurried but orderly chant from his mouth, and the water in the mountain river formation flashed, quickly condensing into a protective halo in front of him. At the same time, he held his hands up, and condensed 2 thick ice shields in front of him. The black and red giant swords had already whistled down, and a loud rumble was heard, followed by a crack. The 2 ice shields were easily cut, and the 2 giant swords cut on the protective halo of Lu Ming like a hot knife through butter. The protective halo of the body was like a piece of paper, and it could not withstand the slightest bit. The black and red giant swords instantly drowned Lu Ming's body, and his body was cut into 3 pieces, which scattered down. However, the man in the gray robe in the distance did not show any happy expression. His pupils shrank, and he showed a little surprise. He saw that Lu Ming's body, which was cut into 3 pieces, suddenly turned into a black mist, and suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a figure appeared silently above the mountain river formation. It was Lu Ming. His face was grim, and he stared at the man in the gray robe. Just now, he used the power of the 3 laws to deceive the eyes of the man in the gray robe. However, this trick could only be used once, and it would not work next time. When Lu Ming and the man in a gray robe looked at each other, there was a loud noise not far away. A dazzling golden light emerged, and a series of muffled sounds came from the golden light. The golden light faded, and a black figure staggered out of it. He appeared dozens of meters away before he could stabilize his figure. It was Green Spirit. The golden blade light released by the man in a gray robe had broken into two pieces at this moment and fell to the ground. Green Spirit's left arm had also disappeared. "You guys are quite capable. No wonder you can come here." The man in a gray robe glanced at Lu Ming and Green Spirit, then he said faintly. As he spoke, the two giant swords, one red and one black, turned into two streams of light, and they were suspended in front of him again. At the same time, the gray light on his body surged as if he was preparing for the next wave of attack. "Senior Green Spirit, this person is not easy to deal with. Judging from the situation just now, this person should have mastered no less than 3 types of power of law. Even if you and I join forces, I'm afraid we may not be able to defeat this person." Lu Ming's figure flickered and landed not far from Green Spirit. His lips moved slightly as he communicated with Green Spirit through voice transmission. He glanced at Green Spirit's broken arm, and he felt lucky in his heart. If he hadn't used 3 types of power of law to escape just now, even if he didn't die, he would probably be crippled like Green Spirit. Although he had mastered 6 types of power of law, in terms of comprehension, he was far less than the other party. It was impossible to fight head-on. Although his words were implicit, his intention to retreat had been expressed clearly. "We finally got here. How can we give up so easily? Besides, do you think this person will allow us to retreat so easily?" Green Spirit said in a cold tone. Lu Ming sighed secretly when he heard this, and he didn't speak. From Green Spirit's words, he could tell that the other party had made up his mind to seize the celestial mirror, and he should have a backup plan. Although he thought he had a lot of confidence to escape from here, without the blessing of Green Spirit's mystic arts, he would eventually end up in a confused state of mind. Instead of that, it was better to give it a shot. "Now that things have come to this, don't you think it's a little too late to think about leaving?" The gray-robed man seemed to have heard the conversation between the two of them and spoke coldly. At the same time, he waved a hand, and a gray light shot out, disappearing into the void in a flash. Lu Ming and Green Spirit looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. In the next moment, a rumbling sound came from behind him, and the entrance of the hall suddenly closed after a burst of gray light flowed. A gray light appeared on the door, which was obviously attached to some kind of restriction power. This layer of gray light quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the walls, ceiling, and floor of the entire spacious hall were covered by this layer of gray light. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was able to faintly sense that the entire hall had been enveloped by an extremely powerful restrictive energy. Even though he knew that he had a way to break this restrictive energy, the gray-robed man obviously wouldn't allow him to do so with the presence of the gray-robed man. "Looks like we have no way out. I'll be the vanguard while you wait for an opportunity to strike," Green Spirit said in a deep voice. Her figure flew forward, and a strong dark green light suddenly appeared on her body. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds came from within her body, and her body rapidly expanded within the light. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a Xian giant the size of a small mountain, much larger than the lizard puppet she had killed earlier. At the same time, countless purple scale-like runes appeared on her body surface. Her aura was rising steadily, which was full of a sense of violence. In the flickering green light, a large number of dark green filaments appeared on her shoulder. After a series of intertwining, a brand new arm immediately recovered and condensed. When the gray-robed man saw the change of Green Spirit, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be a little surprised, but then he returned to normal. He changed his gestures, and the 2 giant swords in front of him, one red and one black, suddenly shone brightly, and there was a soft buzzing sound from them. Green Spirit shouted in a low voice, and her huge body rushed toward the gray-robed man. Her huge feet made rumbling footsteps with great power, and the entire hall seemed to tremble slightly. Lu Ming looked at Green Spirit's action, and his eyes flashed fiercely. In the current situation, he didn't have to hesitate anymore. His 10 fingers moved like a wheel in front of him, and several symbols flashed into the mountain river great formation below. Rolling brownish-yellow mist surged out and gathered toward his body. A deep and incomprehensible spell came out of his mouth. As the earthy yellow mist fused into his body, dazzling yellow light began to appear, and countless earthy yellow runes began to revolve around his body. At the same time, a burst of rich earth attribute power of laws appeared, instantly enveloping his body. The next moment, the yellow mist entered his body like a whale sucking in water. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, and it was replaced by a yellow armor that covered him from head to toe. There were earthworm-like patterns on the armor, containing a strong and solid power of the law of earth attribute. At the same time, 12 phantoms of black rivers surrounded him. The river water flowed back and forth, making the sound of waves, and the pitch-black thick water vapor was constantly emitted. When Lu Ming was casting on this side, Green Spirit and the gray-robed man had already fought in full swing. Green Spirit's gigantic body glowed with green and purple lights. 5 long and sharp claws grew out of its gigantic green palms. Circles of golden magic characters curled up on its surface, making it look like sharp iron hooks. Between the 2 palms, there was a loud tearing sound. Claw shadows appeared out of thin air, and cracks appeared in the void. A strong wave of the law spread from it, and it launched a storm-like attack toward the gray-robed man. Facing such an attack from Green Spirit, the gray-robed man's expression also became a little more serious. As his hands danced, the 2 giant swords in front of him, one black and one red, had already turned into a dense red and black sword net, blocking Green Spirit's swift and violent attacks in an orderly manner. Although Green Spirit's palms were harder than gold, and contained the power of the law of metal attribute, they did not gain any advantage under the crisscrossing red and black sword net. The 2 of them were in a stalemate. Suddenly, a dark green light flashed behind Green Spirit, and with a gotcha sound, a 5-clawed golden hook soared into the sky, like a giant scorpion's tail, and drew an arc in the air. Then, 5 crescent-shaped golden lights appeared out of thin air, exuding an extremely strong fluctuation of the metal attribute laws. The crescent-shaped golden lights quickly expanded, and went straight for the gray-robed man's face like lightning. Green Spirit was skilled in puppet secret techniques, and at the same time, he had a deep understanding of the power of the law of metal attribute. At this moment, when he used his full strength, the power was naturally even more unstoppable. In the face of Green Spirit's sudden attack, the gray-robed man's expression did not change in the slightest, and he opened his mouth to spit out a green light, which collided with the 5 crescent-shaped golden lights with a loud bang. The sound of thunder rang out, and dazzling 5-colored arcs of lightning appeared on the green light. It was the 9 heavens divine lightning, but it was more than a little more powerful than the 9 heavens divine lightning that Lu Ming had cast. The 5-colored arcs of lightning were like spirit snakes, whipping the crescent-shaped golden lights. The 2 lights immediately intertwined, and a series of thunderous sounds rang out, neither giving way to the other. The surrounding void trembled, and its momentum was extremely astonishing. The green light was actually a small emerald green fork that was about a foot long. It looked ordinary, but it was extremely powerful. The 5-colored arcs of lightning were worthy of being called the supreme lightning, and they suppressed the 5 crescent-shaped golden lights in the time of 2 to 3 breaths. After a few muffled sounds, the other crescent-shaped golden lights were also smashed by the small green fork, one after another. Immediately afterwards, the small green fork clashed with the 5-clawed golden hook in midair, and it appeared to have gained the upper hand. The gray-robed man chuckled coldly. At this moment, he had already figured out Green Spirit's attack methods, and he changed his hand seals to prepare a counterattack. At this moment, the space behind the gray-robed man stirred, and a ghostly silhouette appeared. It was none other than Lu Ming. A green saber streak that was several tens of feet in length shot out from his hand, and in a flash, it transformed into a dozen intertwining saber streaks that formed a green net of saber streaks that rained down on the gray-robed man. These saber streaks also contained a trace of the power of the law of metal attribute. At the same time, 12 black rivers fiercely lashed toward Han Li like octopus tentacles, and countless black water arrows shot forth. Although the gray-robed man had already anticipated that Lu Ming would attack, he didn't anticipate that Lu Ming would attack with the ferocity of a tempestuous storm. He decisively stopped his counterattack for the time being and shook his sleeves. He didn't appear to have summoned a magic treasure, but a layer of gray light quickly appeared in front of him. The crisscrossing green saber streak struck the gray light, and a violent magic power fluctuation spread out. Immediately afterwards, 12 black rivers and a vast expanse of arrows fiercely struck the gray light, exploding into fist-sized balls of light, and the sound of raindrops striking banana leaves rang out in succession. Although the gray light appeared to have blocked the attack, it began to violently tremble, and it soon appeared to be on the verge of collapse. The gray-robed man's expression grew cold, and just as he was about to take action, the green saber streaks flashed, and a golden sword shadow suddenly appeared. In the next moment, a huge golden crescent moon of sword light appeared, and slashed at the gray light. The gray-robed man's expression greatly changed, and before he could do anything, the gray light was cleaved apart by the sword light with a crack. The golden crescent sword light suddenly split apart, turning into several arcs of sword light, and accompanied by a sky full of black arrows, drowning the gray-robed man's figure. With the gray-robed man at the center, a golden and black hurricane rose into the sky, and a huge wind pressure spread out in all directions. Lu Ming's and Green Spirit's figures were also swept up by this huge force, and they both stopped their attacks and retreated. After Green Spirit stabilized himself, he glanced at Lu Ming with a trace of joy on his face, and said, "Well done." After Lu Ming retreated a certain distance, he calmly stood in the air, and attentively looked at the hurricane and the explosion. His eyes flickered with purple light, but he didn't say anything. Although he had the magical power of the purple rune magic eyes, he could not see the situation clearly under such an explosive light. However, he knew that although the man in the gray robe had suffered a big loss this time, it was impossible for him to die so easily. After a few breaths, the golden and black light finally dissipated gradually, revealing the situation inside. When Lu Ming saw it clearly, his expression changed slightly, and his pupils shrank. He saw the gray-robed man standing quietly in midair. His body was enveloped by an ancient bell-shaped white light barrier, and he was looking at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. The surface of the white ancient bell-shaped light barrier was faintly surrounded by circles of mysterious runes, emitting waves of gentle brilliance. It didn't look heavy, but it gave off an indestructible feeling, and it withstood the series of attacks that were like a violent storm. The gray-robed man didn't seem to be unharmed at this moment. Upon closer inspection, his gray robe was torn in many places, and some wounds and bloodstains could be faintly seen. Very good. I didn't expect that I, Qi Yao, would actually fail in a simple task. I really underestimated you guys. However, I won't hold back anymore. The gray-robed man spoke in a cold tone. He raised one hand, and the white light barrier around him dissipated, turning into a palm-sized talisman, which he kept. The purple light in Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The moment the gray-robed man kept the talisman, he saw that the talisman was filled with complicated runes. There was a white bell-shaped pattern in the middle, and it faintly emitted an extremely strong power of law. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and he muttered to himself with a strange expression. Qi Yao. Lu Ming remembered that Mo Tian had mentioned the name Qi Yao before. The name Qi Yao was the name of an eternal life realm commander of the demon race during the ancient war when the demon race invaded the human world. Furthermore, the giant heart that enveloped the turbid heaven mirror at the top of the Devil Abyss Tower should have been left behind by Qi Yao. Could this gray-robed man be that ancient demon race commander? He actually used some unknown method to resurrect in this reincarnation mirror. Although it was unbelievable, it was indeed possible. These thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He waved one hand, and the green demon blade and void sword pill were called back. At this moment, the gray-robed man made a grabbing motion with one hand. Countless gray runes appeared on his body and gathered in his hand, condensing into a gray sword. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the gray sword shadow, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The gray sword shadow exuded a strong power of law, which was even stronger than the ancient bell talisman, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Suddenly, the sound of tearing through the air resounded, balls of green light shot out from behind the gray-robed man. Green Spirit had taken the initiative to attack. The gray-robed man frowned, but he didn't turn around. Instead, he twisted his arm at an incredible angle and swung the gray sword in his hand at Green Spirit. Woo! Hundreds of gray flames appeared densely. After a flash, they swept toward Green Spirit in an overwhelming manner. As soon as the green light from Green Spirit touched the gray flames, it immediately shattered. After a blur, the gray flames appeared around Green Spirit. Just as Green Spirit's expression changed, and he was about to unleash a technique to deal with this, the gray-robed man quickly chanted an incantation before pointing a finger at him. Over 100 balls of gray flames exploded, condensing into a huge gray cage that trapped Green Spirit within. Green Spirit didn't expect to be locked up. A look of anger appeared on his face, and a pair of huge dark green palms fiercely bombarded on the gray cage. However, the gray cage was extremely sturdy. After suffering such a heavy blow from Green Spirit, it only trembled a few times, and there were no signs of it breaking. The gray-robed man seemed to be unconcerned about the situation behind him. His eyes were still fixed on Lu Ming, and he said lightly, "Make your move." Lu Ming was startled when he heard this, but he immediately flew over with a shake of his body. Swoosh swoosh, the green magic blade and the void sword ray flew out from Lu Ming's hands, turning into a large number of blade lights and sword shadows, shooting toward the gray-robed man. They appeared in front of the gray-robed man as if they had teleported. The gray-robed man calmly bent his finger and flicked the small green fork beside him. The small green fork trembled slightly as if it had a mind of its own. Suddenly, a ball of 5-colored electric light appeared, flashing and transforming into a 5-colored electric dragon that was more than 10 meters long, facing the green magic blade and the void sword ray. Then, he made a gesture with his hand. A loud crackling sound came out. The 5-colored electric dragon suddenly exploded, and a ball of 5-colored electric light burst out in all directions with a crackling sound, producing a violent thrust. The green magic blade and the void sword ray were directly shaken out. The 5-colored electric light continued to spread, shrouding Lu Ming. As a result, at this moment, a black figure directly passed through the 5-colored electric light and rushed to the front of the gray-robed man. It was Lu Ming. The gray-robed man was slightly startled, apparently not expecting that Lu Ming was not afraid of the ninth heaven thunder. At this time, Lu Ming's face was dignified, and his body was shining with a black light. It was unknown when he had completed the demonization. His body had swelled a lot, and the black mark on his forehead was shining. He only heard a low shout from his mouth, only to raise his arm in the air. His fist was surrounded by black lines, bursting out a ball of black light, and turned into countless fist shadows, striking at the gray-robed man. The fist shadows faintly had the phantoms of dragons and tigers roaring. The gray-robed man sneered contemptuously, and stretched out a palm from his sleeve. Under the flash of the palm shadow, it turned into a gray light silk, meeting Lu Ming's fist. As Lu Ming had guessed, his identity was the ancient demon commander, Qiao. However, he had not been resurrected for a long time, and his cultivation had been greatly damaged, so he had not yet recovered to the eternal realm. Although he looked thin and weak, he was actually a body cultivator, and his body was extremely tyrannical. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only suffered minor injuries when he was hit by the void sword ray. At the same time, Qiao's other hand sign was activated, and the green trident also shot out. It turned into a green streamer, and disappeared in midair. Chi-chi, a loud sound was heard, the black fist shadows and the gray light silk collided, and a muffled explosion sounded in the void. At the place where the two collided, a circle of black and gray water-like ripples appeared in the air, and at the same time, a large amount of black gas tumbled unceasingly. Kacha, the sound of bones breaking was heard, and the gray-robed man's body was blown back. His arm was bent at a strange angle, and his face revealed an unbelievable look of horror. Lu Ming's brow wrinkled, and a huge force penetrated his arm straight into his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels trembled, and it was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the sound of metal colliding was heard, and the green trident appeared behind Lu Ming, and like a bolt of lightning, it stabbed into Lu Ming's back. However, Lu Ming was wearing the armor of the 12 mountain river beads, and it was extremely sturdy. However, a few cracks appeared on the place where it was hit, and a yellow light flashed, and the green trident was bounced away. Lu Ming's complexion changed, and he waved his hand. The 12 Black River. Phantoms around his body shot out, and entangled the green trident layer by layer. Suddenly, a trace of water vapor appeared in the Black River phantoms, and an extremely cold aura spread out. Caw-caw, a few muffled caw-caw sounds were heard, and the green trident was frozen in a huge mass of ice. Then, its spiritual light dimmed, and it fell to the ground. When Qiao saw this, his complexion became a bit ugly, and he suddenly pinched his broken arm with his other hand. His arm, which was bent at a strange angle, was immediately restored to its original shape. At the same time, a green light wrapped around his broken arm, and the wound immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth slightly curved, and he made a hand sign. The black light on his body shone brightly, and at the same time, a string of black light flashed in the black gas that lingered behind Qiao. Then, a string of black rings emerged. They were the 15 demon prohibition rings. Go! He suddenly waved his hand, and shouted in a low voice. The 15 demon prohibition rings flashed, and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, they suddenly appeared beside Qiao, and in a flash, they covered his limbs. Qiao was surprised, and the condensed magic power in his body suddenly dispersed, and went into the 15 demon prohibition rings on his body. However, after all, his cultivation was infinitely close to the eternal life stage, and the grey light on his body returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a blue light appeared on the surface of his body, and a caw-caw sound came from the 15 demon prohibition rings. They were wrapped in a layer of blue ice crystals, and the black light that they emitted suddenly weakened. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his figure stopped. His hands moved like a wheel, and he muttered something. The dim black light of the 15 demon prohibition rings immediately lit up again, but this time, the black light was a bit violent. Qiao's complexion changed, and he suddenly remembered something. Explode! Lu Ming's hands moved, and he shouted loudly. The demon prohibition rings suddenly shook, and a circle of black law runes appeared on the surface. Then, the 15 demon prohibition rings suddenly burst. Following a loud explosion, countless streaks of black light shot forth, drowning out Qiao, who had a slightly horrified look on his face. The series of changes made Green Spirit, who was in the nearby grey cage, a little dumbfounded. Right at this moment, light suddenly flashed from the grey cage around her, and it abruptly disappeared. Green Spirit's complexion was startled, and then she was overjoyed. It was assumed that Qiao was seriously injured by Lu Ming, and could not continue to divert his attention to maintain the grey cage. She muttered something, and a layer of blue light appeared on her body. Her huge body quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary person, but her hands still maintained the appearance of giant claws. Green Spirit's figure jumped, and she flew to the side of Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Green Spirit, and did not speak. His eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion in front of him. The black light in the center of the explosion slowly dissipated, and Qiao staggered out of it. At this moment, he looked extremely miserable. His originally broken right arm was now directly broken at the elbow, and blood swarmed out. His other hands and feet were also scorched black, and dripping with blood. Qiao looked at Lu Ming with resentment. The demon prohibition rings first imprisoned his magic power, and then self-detonated. He had no time to defend himself, and under his carelessness, he was finally seriously injured. The blood on his body surged, and suddenly turned into a blood light, flying toward the stone platform in the center of the hall, where the celestial mirror was. Oh no, stop him! Lu Ming's expression changed. He waved his hand, and the void sword and cyan demon blade shot out. They turned into dozens of sword and saber lights that rushed toward the crimson light. Green Spirit's expression also changed drastically. She waved her two ferocious arms, and claw lights shot out crisscrossed, grabbing at the crimson light. However, the crimson light was extremely fast and agile. It flickered repeatedly, and very cleverly avoided all the saber lights, sword shadows, and claw lights. After a blur, it flew into the white light pillar where the celestial mirror was without any hindrance. The void sword and cyan demon blade chased after it like a shadow, and slashed at the white light pillar. There was a loud rumble, and the white light pillar was extremely tough. A burst of white light rippled, and the void sword and cyan demon blade were sent flying. In the white light pillar, the crimson light flashed, and Qiao's figure appeared. At this moment, his body looked a bit haggard, probably because he had just used the blood escape secret technique. Figures flashed outside the light pillar, and the figures of Lu Ming and Green Spirit shot out, and stopped in front of him. Green Spirit's expression was ugly, and she shouted loudly. Her two big hands bloomed with dazzling golden light, and countless golden runes shot out, turning into two golden giant claws. A vast pressure spread from the golden giant claws. Green Spirit's expression was solemn, and she looked at the golden giant claws without blinking, and chanted an incantation. Looking at her cautious expression, it was obvious that the pair of golden giant claws was her trump card, and its power could not be underestimated. On the side, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he grasped the void with both hands. A dazzling green light appeared in his hand, and it was a green whip. It was the damage demon whip. He waved one hand, and the magic power in his body began to flow into the damage demon whip. Circles of faint green runes appeared, causing the whole whip to faintly glow green. At this moment, Green Spirit stopped chanting, and she suddenly waved her arm. A pair of golden giant claws suddenly flashed, and the next moment, they suddenly grabbed the white light pillar. With a deafening bang, the white pillar of light trembled violently, as if it was about to be crushed by the claw. In the light beam, Qi Yao's face changed slightly, and a look of worry flashed in his eyes. Then, he calmed down. He made a gesture, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat a mouthful of blood on the celestial mirror. The turbid heaven mirror suddenly shone with white light, and a vast auspicious qi surged out, swirling into the surrounding light beam. After the white light beam flickered for a while, it immediately stabilized. Seeing this, Qi Yao grinned and pointed at the celestial sphere mirror. Two beams of translucent white light abruptly shot out of the celestial mirror and bombarded the two giant golden claws of Green Spirit. With a cracking sound, a large hole appeared on the golden claw. Green Spirit's expression changed. The two giant golden claws trembled for a while before shattering into pieces. Her face paled, and she let out a muffled groan. Azure light flashed from her body, and her body shrank again, reverting back to her original form. Humph. It's wishful thinking to think that you can get a share of the celestial mirror. Qi Yao snorted coldly and said in a hoarse voice. After that, he ignored the two people and sat cross-legged next to the celestial mirror. He opened his mouth, and a black light wrapped around the celestial mirror. It seemed that he had begun to refine it. Green Spirit's expression changed when she heard this, and she couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped making gestures, and the damaged devil whip in his hand suddenly bloomed with thousands of green lights. The entire hall was instantly dyed green. Countless green talisman characters crazily surged on the long whip, and a chanting sound appeared in the void. After Lu Ming advanced to the mystic comprehending state, especially after he comprehended the power of the wood attribute law by killing the mystic comprehending creatures in the rebirth state, the power of the magic whip was naturally not the same as before. Green Spirit's expression changed when she felt the pressure of the damaged devil whip. She couldn't help but take a step back. The shock on her face quickly disappeared, and a strange look flashed across her eyes as she looked at Lu Ming. Inside the light shield, Qi Yao had also sensed the situation outside. He glanced over and said emotionally, "What's going on? A Xianling treasure? Impossible." Lu Ming ignored Qi Yao's reaction, and a green light appeared around his body. This was the power of the wood attribute that he had comprehended. He waved his hand, and the green light on his body condensed into a green light that entered the damaged devil whip. The damaged devil whip let out a happy cry, and the green light that it emitted became even brighter. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he waved the damaged devil whip in his hand. The damaged devil whip suddenly shook, and turned into a blurry whip shadow. It landed on the white light shield with incomparable speed. Immediately, a muffled sound like rain falling on a banana leaf was heard. A green halo exploded from the whip shadow, and a strong wave of the ancient code spread out. The white light shield was extremely tough, but where the whip shadow landed, it was like a piece of paper. It was easily broken and turned into specks of light. However, Lu Ming's target was not the white light shield, but Qi Yao who was inside. After the damaged devil whip destroyed the light shield, it did not stop at all. The green whip shadow was like a storm, and covered Qi Yao, sealing off all his escape routes. Qi Yao felt the air around him tighten, and an indescribable power of the ancient code surrounded him. It was as if the entire space around him had been sealed. If he was at his peak, he could naturally use the power of the fire attribute to fight. However, after being sucked out of his spiritual energy by the 15 magic rings and self-destructed at close range, the spiritual energy in his body had become extremely chaotic. But he had lived for countless years, and was naturally not someone to be trifled with. His eyes flashed, and he rubbed his hands together and raised them. Immediately, a red, black, and gold light exploded from his body. Under the intertwining, it turned into a three-colored shield that wrapped around his body like a cocoon. It quickly shrank and expanded. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Green Spirit's frightened voice suddenly sounded. If a Tongxian realm expert who was close to Eternal Sanctuary realm and had grasped 3 laws of perfection were to self-detonate, putting aside the fact that the both of them were standing so close to each other, even the surrounding 100 li would be reduced to rubble. However, Green Spirit did not have the ability to stop it. At this critical moment, a sudden change occurred, a golden light flashed above Qi Yao's head, and a golden bell appeared out of thin air. It was the intimidating heart bell, and it shook lightly. Ding, a soul-stirring sound was heard along with the shaking of the bell. A faint golden sound wave spread from the intimidating heart bell, passed through the three-colored shield, and entered Qi Yao's ears. His divine sense was slightly startled, but it quickly recovered. However, this momentary delay caused the self-detonation that was originally going to happen in a spurt of energy to stop. Pung! A light sound was heard, the three-colored shield collapsed under the green whip shadow, and then Qi Yao's head cracked like an egg. His flesh and blood were also turned into powder by the great power of the damaged devil whip. His primordial spirit could not escape in time, and was turned into powder along with his head. Qi Yao's headless body swayed weakly in the air, and then fell to the ground. Seeing that Qi Yao was finally dead, Lu Ming's face relaxed. He shook his arm, and the damaged devil whip flew back with the intimidating heart bell. Beside the big hole in the white shield, countless cracks appeared, and spread rapidly. Then, with a loud bang, the shield shattered into countless white fragments. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he landed on the ground. The series of intense fights seemed complicated, but it only took the time of 2 to 3 breaths. However, only he knew the difficulty of it. At that moment, the Fa Li in his body was almost at the bottom, and his face revealed an extremely tired expression. He waved his hand to keep the damaged devil whip, and took out a pill and swallowed it. At this moment, the air behind him fluctuated slightly, and a sharp light silently pierced toward his lower abdomen. Lu Ming was shocked. Countless life and death experiences made him adapt in a flash, and his body abruptly moved a few inches to the side. Then, a sharp force pierced his lower abdomen, and blood suddenly appeared. Lu Ming rolled his body like lightning, and swept more than 100 feet away. Although he avoided a fatal injury, a long wound was still opened on his lower abdomen. The armor transformed by the pearl of mountains and rivers was like a piece of paper, easily broken, and could not resist the sharp light at all. Fortunately, there was a faint white light flowing in the wound, and it was the heavenly demon's blood essence that played a timely role in the recovery, and the wound quickly healed. He did not have time to stop, and suddenly turned around. A clear shadow had already flown over like a shadow. It was Green Spirit who sneak attacked him. Green Spirit held a giant golden sword in his hand, and it was the same as the grey giant sword condensed by the grey-robed man just now. It emitted a strong power of the law of gold. Swish! Swish, swish! Green Spirit's face was stern, and he thrust his sword several times in an extremely tricky angle. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the time when Lu Ming's magic power had not recovered, and cut him down with his sword. Lu Ming's feet touched the ground, and his whole body shot backward. He turned his hand, and once again took out the damaged evil whip. Clang! A muffled sound was heard, and the damaged evil whip and the golden sword shadow collided together. The golden and green halos intertwined with a loud rumble, and were in a stalemate for a while. The magic power in Lu Ming's body was exhausted, and the green light emitted by the damaged evil whip gradually dimmed. It was unexpectedly suppressed by the golden sword shadow. Senior Green Spirit, what is the meaning of this? I have no intention of competing with you for the celestial mirror. The enemy has been eliminated, and you can take the mirror if you want. His heart sank, and he opened his mouth to speak. Green Spirit didn't answer. She shook her hand, and the golden sword shadow shone brightly. There was a loud sound, and Lu Ming was shaken, and he was sent flying with the whip. A golden light flashed in her empty hand, and a golden magic charm appeared in the hollow of her palm. The magic characters on its surface were flowing, and the golden light was extremely dazzling. There was a trace of reluctance in Green Spirit's eyes, but she immediately crushed the magic charm. There was a buzzing sound in the void, and a golden light array appeared out of thin air. It shrouded an area of several hundred feet. There was a huge palace shadow in the light array, and a burst of heavenly music resounded from the center. Lu Ming's body was suddenly shrouded by the golden palace shadow. His body suddenly tightened, and it felt as if an enormous mountain was pressing down on his body. His whole body was fixed in place, and he couldn't move. What does Lu Ming think of my suggestion? This will benefit both of us. If we fight and both of us are injured, the one who benefits in the end is the Devil Lord. Green Spirit saw that Lu Ming's expression was a little strange and said hurriedly. Lu Ming's face was gloomy and his hands were merciless. After a series of crisscrossing green whip shadows, the Green Spirit's body, except for its head, turned into dark green gravel that scattered in all directions. Her face was filled with joy, but the next moment, her expression changed. The restraints on Lu Ming's body weakened rapidly. At this moment, the small bubble in front of him shook and disappeared. The next moment, it appeared in his spiritual sea. Then, a pure spiritual power surged out of the bubble and integrated into his almost dried-up spiritual sea. A strange expression appeared on Lu Ming's face. He clenched his 5 fingers and the black light of the soul-searching suddenly flourished and fiercely wrapped around Green Spirit's spirit. Didn't you say that after obtaining the celestial mirror, there is a way to leave the rebirth realm? Why do you still want to return to your cave residence? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and asked. After a moment, the prison bubble spat out a pure spiritual power and a fragment of Green Spirit's law. Since I can't avoid death, do you think I will tell you the method? Green Spirit's face showed a trace of ridicule and sneered. Lu Ming's eyes widened and he let out a series of low roars, but it was of no use. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, I can only use the soul-searching secret technique. As Lu Ming spoke, a faint black light erupted from his hand and penetrated into Green Spirit's spirit. Why don't we make a deal? You bring me back to my cave residence and help me use the Ink King crystal to create a new body. I will teach you the good and evil secret technique. From then on, you and I will go our separate ways in the rebirth realm. Our lives and deaths are up to the heavens. What do you think? Green Spirit's spirit suggested in a pleasant manner. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. He snorted and the demon-destroying whip in his hand shone with a green light. With a blur, it turned into a ball of whip shadow and swept towards Green Spirit. The devouring power emitted by the cage grew stronger and stronger. As the silhouette of the Golden Palace was devoured like a whale sucking in water, the light of the magic array quickly dimmed. A milky white ball of light emerged from his Xianxia. The ball of light contained countless golden fragments of laws. The little person stopped resisting and looked at Lu Ming. Delighted, he bent down to check Green Spirit's broken body and put away a storage ring. Then, he flashed and flew to Qi Yao's headless body. He put away the trident and the storage celestial device on the body. Lu Ming snorted. He waved his hand, and a stream of black light transformed into a huge black hand. It appeared several hundred feet away, and blocked the purple ball of light. Green Spirit's threat made him make a decision. In the purple ball of light, Green Spirit's Xianxia struggled madly. It spat out purple thunder balls, which exploded on the huge black hand. However, it did not have any effect. It was grabbed by the huge black hand and pulled to the front of Lu Ming. Green Spirit's Xianxia showed no fear. Instead, he sneered and let Lu Ming's soul-searching black light penetrate into his body. However, he did not know what the golden talisman was. The huge palace emitted a strange power of laws that filled the entire magic array. The power of imprisonment was too strong. His soul-searching secret technique encountered an extremely tough barrier in Green Spirit's Xianxia. It could not penetrate deep into his Xianxia. After searching for a while, he found nothing. If you and I were in your shoes, I don't think you would let me go. Since I've lost, I'm naturally at your disposal. What do you want to do with me? Green Spirit's expression did not show the slightest fear. After a while, Lu Ming frowned and the black light from his 5 fingers dimmed. I originally thought you were a man of your word. I didn't expect you to be a person who forgets about righteousness. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he said slowly. What are you trying to say? I'm not very patient. Lu Ming snorted and interrupted. Lu, now that I'm dead, you won't be able to obtain the good and evil secret technique. In this reincarnation realm, you will become a bloodthirsty monster sooner or later. In the end, you will become a gift to the demon lord. I believe that a smart person like fellow Lu wouldn't do such a stupid thing that would harm both sides. Green Spirit's eyes flickered as he spoke. Don't resist pointlessly. This is a 9-palace Qianyuan talisman from the upper world. Even if you stepped into the eternal life realm, you won't be able to escape from this talisman. I wanted to use it to deal with the demon lord. I didn't expect it to be used on you in advance. You should be satisfied. Green Spirit saw that Lu Ming was trapped by the Golden Palace and said viciously. At this moment, Lu Ming also revealed a surprised expression. In his Dantian Spirit Sea, the cage bubble appeared out of nowhere. It emitted a faint light and blocked the attack for him. Although he knew that he could definitely break through the barrier by increasing his spiritual power, Green Spirit's divine soul would most likely be destroyed. The golden sword formed by the power of the law was slowly swallowed by the cage bubble. Green Spirit was shocked. She wanted to withdraw the sword but found that the sword in her hand did not move at all. She knew that something was wrong and wanted to leave. However, she found that her body was fixed in place by an invisible force. What are you doing? Do you really want to fight to the death? Green Spirit's face revealed a frightened expression. The surrounding black light was incomparably brutal and attacked his spirit. Even though Green Spirit's body was condensed from a top-grade puppet, it could not withstand the power of the profound spirit treasure demonic whip that contained the power of the law of wood. Green Spirit's body was immediately split in two. After a moment of shock, Lu Ming immediately calmed down. Waves of black light appeared around his body to protect his vital parts. At the same time, the demonic whip in his hand also emitted a green light in an attempt to break through the illusion of the Golden Palace. At this moment, the entire illusion of the Golden Palace and the Golden Spell Formation had been completely swallowed by the cage bubble. Lu Ming's body became light and he landed on the ground from midair. After a moment, Green Spirit's divine soul let out a sharp scream. Its entire body shattered into countless purple crystals. Green Spirit saw this scene and was immediately shocked. She shouted in a low voice and suddenly urged the golden sword in her hand to slash at the demonic whip. After swallowing the golden sword, the dim light in Lu Ming's abdomen suddenly became much brighter. Then, the space in front of him shook and a small bubble suddenly appeared. It was like a faint big mouth. The surrounding illusion of the Golden Palace twisted and blurred, turning into wisps of golden light that flew into the small bubble. Wherever the green whip passed, the golden formation would crumble bit by bit. On Lu Ming's abdomen, a faint light appeared out of nowhere. When the golden sword pierced into the light, it was as if it had sunk into a quagmire. It did not seem to cause any damage to Lu Ming. If his spiritual power was at its peak, he could still use the power of the demonic whip to force his way out. However, at this moment, he was unable to move at all. Tell me the art of good and evil and I will give you a quick death. Lu Ming's expression was cold as he said lightly. This matter is actually far from as simple as you think. To be honest, to leave this place, a total of 4 strange treasures are needed. The celestial mirror is only one of them. The rebirth mirror was created by the demon lord. How can it be so easy to leave? If I didn't say that before, why would Lu take such a big risk to come here? Green Spirit's gaze was a little erratic as he said. Lu Ming's expression was cold as he opened his mouth and swallowed the white ball of light, merging it into the cage. A purple ball of light emerged from Green Spirit's head and flew into the distance. Humph. My secret technique of good and evil can allow my divine sense to guard my soul. Not only can it resist the violent corrosion of this place, but any secret technique of soul-searching can also destroy my soul at most. However, don't even think about digging out my secrets, Green Spirit said with a sneer. In the blink of an eye, his spiritual power recovered a lot. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression darkened and his eyes flickered uncertainly. Lu Ming did not seem to hear Green Spirit's words. The black light in his hand became more and more dazzling. I see. Fellow Green Spirit is indeed a good schemer. Lu Ming smiled faintly as he looked at Green Spirit with a strange expression. As she spoke, her body flashed with golden light and she flew straight into the Golden Palace. She was not affected at all and slowly approached Lu Ming. At the same time, she revealed a trace of malevolence as she said, "I see." With a poochie sound, the golden sword in Green Spirit's hand flashed and pierced through Lu Ming's lower abdomen. Half of the sword went in. Green Spirit stopped in front of Lu Ming as he spoke. He raised the golden sword in his hand and stabbed towards the spiritual sea in Lu Ming's lower abdomen. It was a pity that Qi Yao had forced the 3 powers of laws out of his body before he self-destructed. In addition, the power of the demonic damage whip was too strong and had completely destroyed his Yuan Shen and the power of laws. Otherwise, if he could devour this person's qi and runes of laws, his understanding of the power of laws would definitely improve greatly. In the next moment, the prison bubble suddenly trembled, and a powerful devouring force surged out. The sword and the whip clashed, and with a loud clang, the golden sword shattered inch by inch. The demonic damage whip's power didn't diminish as it heavily lashed on her body. "Originally, I didn't want to kill you, but I didn't expect you to have a way to devour the power of laws of all living beings in this place without any scruples. Die in peace. Once I devour your 6 powers of laws and grasp your secrets, I will conceal my strength and bide my time. There will be a day when I will be the first person in this world to grasp the 7 powers of laws and become an existence that directly transcends the eternal life realm. At that time, what can the primordial devil master do?" Green Spirit's understanding of the metal attribute power of laws was extremely deep, and it wasn't inferior to Mo Tian's understanding of the darkness attribute power of laws. "So this is the reason why you are so fearless?" Lu Ming said indifferently. Green Spirit revealed a look of disbelief. She wanted to escape, but she realized that her legs were rooted to the ground and couldn't be pulled away. Countless golden rune fragments fused into Lu Ming's divine consciousness. His metal attribute law rune immediately expanded by several folds and wasn't inferior to the darkness attribute law rune. It was already close to perfection. Lu Ming shook his head regretfully. He turned his gaze and looked at the celestial mirror on the stone platform. The celestial mirror was quietly floating on the stone platform at the moment, emitting a soft light. A hint of excitement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After all, for this treasure, countless families in the 10,000 demon continent had desperately sent their experts into the dangerous inner abyss. In the end, most of them died. Even the fall of Qing Ling and Mo Tian was related to this treasure. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh and reached out to take the celestial mirror. "If you don't want to die, don't touch the mirror. Once you touch the mirror, the demon lord will be able to come here in the blink of an eye." A slightly cold voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and retracted his right hand. He didn't show any shock on his face and said with a slight smile, "Senior Artifact Spirit, long time no see." That voice belonged to the artifact spirit of the cage. "Oh, I didn't expect you to still remember me. It's really rare." The cage artifact spirit paused and said slowly. "Of course. Since I was caught into this reincarnation mirror, Senior has been secretly using the power of the cage to help me. How could I not know?" Lu Ming said with a faint smile. The cage artifact spirit was silent for a moment. Lu Ming only felt that his vision was blurred. When he recovered, his whole body had appeared in a gray space. It was the cage space that he hadn't been to for a long time. Lu Ming looked at the familiar gray fog around him and sighed in his heart. Almost from the beginning of stepping on the path of cultivation, he had been inextricably linked with this place. He didn't expect that this connection would continue intermittently until now. At this moment, after the gray fog in front of him rolled, a black-robed figure slowly approached from afar and stopped more than 10 meters away from Lu Ming. This person was wearing a hood on his head and his face couldn't be seen. A pair of eyes under the hood were quietly looking over. "Senior Artifact Spirit." Lu Ming looked straight at the black-robed man and cupped his fists. The cage artifact spirit looked at Lu Ming and suddenly said, "That devil's soul must have told you about the origin of this cage, right?" "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded. "The reason this cage exists is to fight against the original devil lord. You have personally witnessed the might of the demon lord in the reincarnation mirror. Do you fear him?" The cage artifact spirit's eyes suddenly sharpened as it stared at Lu Ming. "Ha ha ha. It would be a lie to say that I am not afraid. Now that things have come to this, I have already thought it through. If worst comes to worst, I will just die. That is better than becoming a walking corpse and getting devoured for nothing, Lu Ming said coolly. You're very frank. Speaking of which, your wisdom and courage are quite commendable. The cage's artifact spirit was silent for a moment before speaking. Thank you for your praise, Senior. I have tried to contact Senior Artifact Spirit before, but you have never shown yourself. Since Senior has taken the initiative to show yourself, you must have something to say to me, right? Lu Ming cupped his fists and immediately changed the topic. You are currently in the reincarnation mirror. Although the Demon Lord has yet to discover your identity, as time passes, he will definitely be able to sense the existence of the cage. I did not respond to your call that day because I wanted to prevent my aura from leaking out. Also, I wanted to see if you are qualified to be the owner of this cage. The cage artifact spirit said coolly. Then what does Senior think of me? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked. Although your talent is slightly lacking, your temperament is not bad. You are barely qualified. The cage artifact spirit said coolly. Since Senior has acknowledged me, I wonder if you can open the door. I am sure Senior is aware of my current situation. I cannot stay in the reincarnation mirror for long. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Since you have already made up your mind, I will open the door for you. However, I will say the ugly words first. Although you have comprehended several types of laws, your cultivation is still too far away from the Demon Lord. Even if you obtain the inheritance inside, you may not be able to fight against the Demon Lord. The artifact spirit said coolly. Senior, please grant me my wish. Lu Ming said slowly. The artifact spirit nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, it suddenly waved its arms and made a series of hand seals. After that, a series of cryptic incantations rang out, reverberating in the empty space, making it seem rather ethereal. Lu Ming stared intently at the artifact spirit's actions. A few thoughts flashed through his mind, but his expression remained calm. When the artifact spirit's hand signs and incantation stopped, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the gray space. There were faint golden runes circulating in the golden light. It was incomparably mysterious, and the gray space was instantly illuminated by a brilliant golden wall. A low Sanskrit sound rang out, and the huge golden runes exploded. Each rune turned into a ball of golden light, and in the blink of an eye, a dazzling sea of golden light appeared in front of Lu Ming. As the Sanskrit sound continued to ring in his ears, a giant golden door that was 4 feet wide and 5 feet tall slowly emerged from the surface of the sea. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. On the surface of the giant door, there were spirit inscriptions of different colors crisscrossing, forming a strange pattern. Looking at the giant golden door in front of him, a strange look flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. A long time ago, Luoho had also summoned this giant golden door. However, Luoho had already disappeared, leaving behind only a wisp of origin essence, which was still in his Sumeru ring. At that time, he had promised Luoho that he would resurrect him in the future. He had now advanced to the ethereal understanding realm, but he still knew nothing about the method of resurrection. He didn't know when he would be able to fulfill his promise. While he was thinking, the giant golden door appeared in front of him. The 2 doors were tightly shut, and there were rays of 7-colored light twining around them. The cage artifact spirit chanted an incantation again, and a 7-colored light appeared in the palms of his hands. He was about to cast a technique to open the door. Wait a moment, Senior Artifact Spirit, can you let me out for a moment? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly spoke. The cage artifact spirit was startled, and stopped its hand to look at him. Sure. The cage artifact spirit seemed to realize something, and waved its hand at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's vision blurred, and he instantly appeared in the hall where he had been. His eyes swept over the headless corpses of Green Spirit and the gray-robed man, and with a flick of his finger, 2 huge fireballs fell on their remains, turning them into ashes. Then, he carefully wiped away the remaining traces in the surroundings. After doing this, his eyes fell on the turbid sky mirror on the stone pillar of the hall. The turbid sky mirror was shrouded in a faint circle of white light, which seemed to be the restriction left behind by the demon lord that the artifact spirit had mentioned. Lu Ming snorted, and punched the white circle of light, shattering it. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed the turbid sky mirror. A gentle energy seeped into his body from the turbid sky mirror, causing his spirit to shake. Good stuff. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Although he hadn't refined it yet, the quality of the turbid sky mirror seemed to be above that of the demon damage whip. His eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, he stored the turbid sky mirror into his summer ring. Then, his divine sense seeped into the cage bubble. Senior artifact spirit, it's enough. He shouted. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful magic power emerged from the cage bubble. His vision blurred, and he was back in the cage space. Not bad, you still dare to take chestnuts out of the fire at this time. Your courage is commendable. It seems that making you the true master of this cage was the right decision. The cage artifact spirit said lightly as it looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't speak. If the artifact spirit hadn't opened the giant golden door, he wouldn't have dared to take the risk to take the turbid sky mirror. Now that the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, he didn't care about making a desperate gamble. The cage artifact spirit didn't speak again, instead chanting an incantation and waving its hand to release a 7-colored glow that fell on the giant golden door. The 7-colored glow that wrapped around the golden door slowly cracked, and the huge door slowly opened. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light rushed out. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and as a purple light flashed in his eyes, he could vaguely make out a black and white 8 trigrams phantom slowly rotating inside the door. The artifacts refined by the ancient masters are inside. After entering, there will be other tests waiting for you. Whether or not you can pass those tests will depend on your luck, the cage artifact spirit said coolly. Lu Ming was startled for a moment before nodding. Just as he was about to step into the giant door, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the artifact spirit. He asked, Senior artifact spirit, what will happen if I can't pass the tests inside? Then you won't be qualified to continue to be the master of this cage. As for your fate, your soul will be imprisoned in the depths of the cage, just like the other devil souls here. Then, the cage will lie dormant and search for its next master. The cage artifact spirit said in a flat tone. Haha, so that's how it is. Thank you for telling me. Lu Ming laughed freely, and with a sway of his body, he flew directly into the giant door. The moment he stepped into the door, the slowly rotating 8 trigrams phantom suddenly accelerated its rotation. A large amount of black and white light gushed out from it, wrapping around Lu Ming's body. Then, with a flash of black and white light, the 8 trigrams phantom and Lu Ming disappeared into the giant golden door. The cage artifact spirit looked indifferently at the empty giant golden door. After a long time, he sighed. Then, the surrounding gray mist rolled, and his body slowly disappeared into the gray space. Not long after Lu Ming entered the giant golden door, a black light suddenly appeared in the hall where the celestial mirror was stored, flashing and transforming into a black array. Then, a silver-haired middle-aged man with a golden mask appeared out of thin air from the black array and walked out. An astonishing pressure suddenly swept out and filled the entire hall. This person was none other than the original Demon Lord. The original Demon Lord looked at the empty stone platform with an extremely ugly expression. His expression changed. He turned his hand and took out a jade token with a faint black light. A name was engraved on it with ancient demon runes. It was Qi Yao, but at this moment, the name had become dim. The original Demon Lord looked at the dark name on the jade token and his face darkened. Who is it? Even Qi Yao is no match for him? The original Demon Lord frowned and mumbled. He looked into the main hall and waved his arm. A circle of black light spread out like water. Very quickly, the entire main hall was searched. The battle marks here were erased by someone and there was no aura left. At this moment, in a corner of the palace, a dot of green light appeared. The primordial Demon Lord raised his eyebrows and flew over with a sway of his body. He waved his hand and the dot of green light flew into his hand. It was a green stone the size of a fingernail. Black crystal jade? The original Demon Lord's hand emitted a black light and wrapped the green stone inside. After a while, he mumbled. Other than this green stone, there was nothing else left in the palace. The original Demon Lord squeezed his fingers and crushed the black crystal. Even he would not be able to find out anything based on this alone. There can't be an immortal realm cultivator in the rebirth state. No ethereal understanding cultivator should be able to kill Qi. But this is not absolute. The original demon lord thought. Something unexpected must have happened in the rebirth mirror. The original demon lord's face darkened. He stood in the palace for a while and walked into the black array. With a flash of black light, he disappeared. In the demon palace in the center of the rebirth state, the original demon lord appeared in a giant array and walked out. After 15 minutes, the original demon lord came to another giant palace. In the air above the palace, there was a huge purple wheel that was several hundred feet in size. The edge of the wheel was engraved with strange runes, and there seemed to be over 100 of them. Primordial demon lord raised his hand, and the purple roulette glowed and spun slowly. Then, the center of the roulette became like a kaleidoscope, with purple light screens appearing one after another. Each screen showed a different scenery. There were snowy mountains, grasslands, oceans, and many living beings swimming in them. As the wheel spun, the scenery in the purple screens changed. The original devil lord sat down with his legs crossed and a dark look on his face. He made a series of hand seals while glancing across these scenes. He was very worried about the rebirth state. He didn't know why, but there was a strange emotion in his heart. If he couldn't find the source, he wouldn't be able to cultivate. Lu Ming only felt that his eyes were filled with black and white rays of light. After a moment of dizziness, the black and white rays in front of his eyes faded, and he regained some clarity. He found that his body was falling down rapidly. He quickly made a hand seal, and a faint black light appeared on his body. He stopped in midair. At this moment, there was a bright space in front of him. Below him was a stretch of mountains, and every mountain was abnormally tall. Ordinary mountain peaks were several thousand zhang tall, and there were countless mountain peaks that were more than 10,000 zhang tall. At a glance, countless giant mountain peaks pierced the sky, as if they were connected to the heaven and earth. They were like giant pillars that supported the heavens in ancient times, full of boundless majesty. Among the mountains, ancient trees could be seen everywhere. Quiet springs and streams flowed, creating a beautiful scene. Moreover, this space was filled with dense energy of the heavens and the earth, and it far surpassed any place he'd been to in the past. This caused him to be unable to help but click his tongue in wonder. In the forest below, all kinds of strange flowers, fruits, herbs, and medicines could be seen everywhere. Most of them were species he had never seen before. Lu Ming suppressed the surprise in his heart. He made a gesture with one hand, then his body flashed like teleportation and landed on a mountain below. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he turned his head to look at the sky. Tens of thousands of meters in the sky, there was a seven-colored light formation slowly dispersing. Clearly, this was the teleportation formation that had sent him here. Lu Ming turned his gaze and looked at the shady part of the mountain. There was an emerald green spirit grass growing there. There were a few jade lotus flowers on the dark green stem, and the lotus flowers exuded a slight chill. The surrounding water vapor condensed in the cold air, causing a faint white mist to surround the spirit herb. The mist spiraled upwards, looking a bit dreamy. Cold jade snow lotus? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he recognized this spirit herb. This thing was an extremely precious water attribute spirit herb. It could be used to refine a kind of medicine called snow lotus heart pill. It was also very useful for those in the mystic comprehending realm. It had long been extinct in the Middle Sky continent, but he found one here. Lu Ming scanned with his divine sense. Within 1,000 miles, there were dozens of spirit herbs that were of the same level as this cold jade snow lotus. There were even a few spirit herbs and fruits that emitted more spiritual energy than this snow lotus. What is this place? Is it a place similar to the ruins of the upper realm? Lu Ming couldn't help but guess. Apart from the upper realm, he really couldn't think of where there was such a spiritual mountain. After a while, he shook his head and waved his hand to release a black gas, wanting to keep this cold jade snow lotus. At this moment, a blue light flashed next to the snow lotus, and a blue shadow of a foot long shot out. A blue star shot out like an arrow and pounced towards Lu Ming. Inside the blue shadow was a small blue snake. Its whole body was blue, and there was a pair of blue wings on its back. Its body exuded a strong fishy smell, and the snake teeth in its mouth were faintly blue. Obviously, it was highly poisonous. Blue crystal flying snake. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he flicked his finger. A golden sword chi flashed and cut the blue flying snake in half. Its body fell to the ground and struggled for a while before it stopped moving. In this spiritual mountain in front of him, in addition to all kinds of natural treasures, there were also many demonic beasts. The one he just killed was a celestial state demonic beast. It seems that this is not a safe place. I need to be careful. Lu Ming kept the cold jade snow lotus and didn't continue to collect spirit herbs in other places. If it was any other day, he would definitely search carefully. However, this was not the purpose of his trip, so he didn't have the leisure to do such things. I wonder where the so-called test of the weapon spirit is? Lu Ming looked around and muttered to himself. He couldn't figure out anything at the moment. After thinking for a while, he turned into a black rainbow and flew in a certain direction. 1 month later. Somewhere in the mysterious space, a red and a green mountain, tens of thousands of feet tall, stood facing each other, surrounded by a dense forest. The two mountains rose steeply from the ground, and looked quite abrupt. In the distant sky, a black light shot out, circled in the air, and landed on a cliff of the green mountain. A figure appeared. It was Lu Ming. After a month of exploration, he had learned a lot about this mysterious space in front of him. The space was not big, and it was only a few 100,000 miles in radius. There were several huge mountain ranges in the middle, and 2 winding rivers. As for the lakes, rivers, mountains, and valleys, there were more. In the past month, with his cultivation, he had more or less explored this mysterious space. However, it was completely a primitive mountain forest. Apart from the rich heaven and earth spiritual chi, there was nothing special. As for the treasure that Mo Tian mentioned to deal with the demon masters, and the test that the weapon spirit mentioned, there was no trace of it. Lu Ming frowned and took out a green jade slips. There was a map in the jade slips, and it was a map of this space that he had seen with his own eyes in the past month. The map was almost complete, and he revealed a trace of hesitation. He was thinking about whether he had missed any places along the way. Just as Lu Ming was muttering, a rustling sound came from a huge green stone behind him. Over a dozen black spiders, which were a few feet in size, crawled out. Lu Ming stopped thinking and turned to look. These spiders were black and shiny, and they were covered with short and thick black hair. Their eyes were bright red, and they looked rather sinister. The leading black spider let out a scream, arched its body, and bounced up, pouncing at Lu Ming. The other spiders immediately followed and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. These spiders were low-level demonic beasts with low spiritual intelligence, and he naturally would not put them in his eyes. However, he was a little displeased that his train of thought was interrupted. He raised his brows and chanted a few incantations. With a wave of his hand, a white ancient mirror appeared in front of him. It was the celestial mirror. The celestial mirror appeared in a gentle white light, and it enveloped over a dozen spiders. The dozen spiders suddenly froze in midair. They did not advance or descend. The space seemed to be frozen, and it looked extremely strange. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he revealed a trace of a smile and nodded. In this month, he had sacrificially refined this celestial mirror. This mirror was really worthy of being a mysterious spirit treasure. It had many wonderful uses. The magical power of space imprisonment just now was one of the ones that Lu Ming had comprehended. He waved his hand and cast a secret art. He chanted an incantation, and a crystal white flame suddenly appeared in the white light. As soon as the black spiders touched the white flame, they quickly melted and disappeared like snow melting in the spring. There was no trace left. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the white light dissipated. The celestial mirror fell into his hand. He looked at the ancient mirror in his hand, and his face showed a trace of contemplation. He knew that this treasure contained several kinds of power of law, but he had not been able to understand it. These laws were not any of the 6 powers of law that he currently mastered. However, there was a law that faintly restrained the law of darkness on his body. Perhaps it was the law of light that opposed the law of darkness. He shook his head and put away the celestial mirror. His figure moved, turned into a black light, and flew into the distance. Since his train of thought was interrupted, he could not think of anything for a while. He simply continued to move forward to see if there were any other discoveries. Half a day later, Lu Ming came to a plain. On this plain, a large dense golden tree grew, and it looked quite spectacular. In the sea of trees, a river dozens of miles wide was flowing. The waves were mighty, and the waves were extremely magnificent. It was one of the two largest rivers in this space. The great river flowed unceasingly, passing through the entire sea of golden trees. Then, it made a turn and flowed into the distance. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. He remembered clearly that when he came here before, the river did not turn like this. Instead, it stretched straight into the distance. His eyes flickered, and his body flashed a few times. He flew to the bend of the river and landed. How is this possible? Lu Ming frowned. His memory could not be wrong. There were no traces of spirit arrays here. The river was covered in knee-high green grass, and there were no signs of anyone using divine power to change the river's flow. Is it an illusion? Or is it a unique mutation of this space? Lu Ming's mind was racing, but he was surprised. This space had finally revealed some abnormalities. As long as he calmed down and followed the clues, he would definitely be able to find something. With a thought, his body rose from the ground and flew into the air. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he looked around. Huh? As soon as he activated the purple tattooed demon eyes, Lu Ming could not help but be shocked. A faint mist had appeared in the void around him. This mist was no ordinary mist. He did not notice it at all when he did not activate the purple tattooed demon eyes. What is going on? Lu Ming frowned and muttered to himself. Before he could figure out what was going on, the situation around him changed again. The crooked river on the ground suddenly shook, and a huge crack appeared in the ground, cutting the river in half. The river water flowed backward into the crack. The ground near the river swelled, and with a muffled rumble, a mountain rose and rose. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of several hundred feet, piercing the clouds. This? Lu Ming was shocked to see the scene in front of him. Not only did the changes in the surroundings not end, they were even becoming more and more intense. Amidst the rising and falling rumbling sounds, precipitous mountains rose from the ground one after another, emitting loud rumbling sounds. The wind and clouds in the sky changed, as if the world was turning upside down. Lu Ming was in midair and was not affected at all. However, the shock in his eyes had already disappeared. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he held his breath and quietly observed the changes in his surroundings. After a quarter of an hour, the spatial anomaly finally came to an end. Lu Ming's surroundings had already undergone earth-shattering changes. The plains had turned into a majestic mountain range with countless precipitous peaks protruding from it. The river from before had also disappeared, as if it had never been there. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He could see clearly that the drastic changes in his surroundings were not an illusion, but reality. His divine sense had already spread out. At a glance, he found that the drastic changes just now were not limited to the area around him. Within a radius of several thousand kilometers, the terrain of many places seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. He was surprised to find that the changes in these places were very ingenious. It was as if there was a big shift in the topography of these places, and there was some kind of pattern to it. Other than a few details, the layout of the entire space was almost the same as before. If he hadn't seen that scene with his own eyes, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. He flipped his hand and took out the jade slips used to draw maps. He exerted force in his fingers and snapped it. Since the terrain of the entire space could change, this thing was no longer useful. As the sky turned upside down, most of the nearby demonic beasts were buried alive. Only a few clever demonic beasts with the ability to fly managed to escape this calamity. And? Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. After the terrain changed dramatically, the strange fog in the surrounding air seemed to have disappeared a lot. At this moment, the fog in the void suddenly surged and faintly gathered in one place. Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly. His figure flashed and turned into a long rainbow, shooting toward the place where the fog gathered. The speed of the fog was extremely fast. After just a dozen breaths, the fog in the surrounding void had completely disappeared. At this moment, Lu Ming was standing in the sky above a dark canyon. The canyon was emitting an earthy yellow light. He clearly saw that the fog had previously gathered in the depths of the canyon. His eyes flashed, and his divine sense spread out, spreading toward the depths of the canyon. However, as soon as his divine sense extended in, it immediately encountered an elastic force and bounced back. Lu Ming was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. After pondering for a moment, his figure moved, and he directly flew into the canyon. The space in the canyon was much larger than he had imagined. After a while, his figure appeared in the depths of the canyon, in front of a layer of earthy yellow light curtain. Dense earthy yellow runes faintly appeared on the light curtain, emitting bursts of earth attribute law fluctuations. A restriction containing the power of law. Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly, and he muttered with a frown. His eyes flashed, and he muttered something. His body emitted an earthy yellow light, and at the same time, he slowly approached the light curtain. He pressed one hand on it, and the yellow light emitted from his body became brighter. With a soft puff sound, countless yellow law runes appeared on Lu Ming's arm, and then his arm passed through the light curtain. His face lit up, and his body shone with yellow light. The power of the earth attribute law that he had comprehended wrapped his body, and he flew into the light curtain in a flash, passing through it. After passing through the light curtain, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, and the sky was full of golden light. He fixed his eyes and found that a few hundred feet in front of him, there was an extremely large palace building. The building area was very large, at least a few hundred miles, with golden walls and green tiles, flying eaves, and buildings, and countless towers, all of which were hundreds of feet high, surrounded by a forest. The entire building was shrouded in golden light, and from a few hundred feet away, one could still hear a burst of low Sanskrit chanting, like a lingering sound, constantly echoing in the golden light restriction. These Sanskrit chantings seemed to have some kind of magical effect, making people feel a sense of emptiness when they heard it. It seems that it is here. Lu Ming looked at everything in front of him, and he was a little surprised, and he was relieved. After a few flashes, his figure landed in the huge building complex. His divine sense spread out, and soon enveloped the entire palace, only to find that there was no other living thing here except him. His face suddenly changed, and his divine sense detected something strange in the center of the palace. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately turned into a black light and flew over. After a while, he came to a huge square. In front of the square was a large hall, and the bursts of Sanskrit chanting were coming from this hall. Lu Ming's breathing was short. At this moment, he was still far away from the hall, but he could also clearly feel the huge spiritual power fluctuations emitting from there. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and quickly walked to the front of the hall. Squeak, he pushed the door open. The light in the hall was a little dim. Lu Ming glanced around. Except for a stone table at the end of the hall, it seemed empty. The only source of light in the hall was a 3 feet tall, huge glass lamp that was placed on the stone table. On top of the light golden flame that looked like a torch, a 10 feet long, round-shaped, golden magic formation emerged. Above the magic formation, 2 long swords, one black and one white, were hovering. The 2 long swords were different in appearance. The white long sword was quite wide and thick. The blade was 3 feet long, and the whole body was white. The strange thing was that the body of the sword was as transparent as ice, and a raised ridge extended from the hilt to the tip of the sword. The other black long sword was dark, exuding a faint black light. There was no sword guard between the sword and the hilt. At first glance, it seemed to be a black stick-shaped object. The 2 long swords were suspended side by side. The white long sword pointed upwards, and the sword body was engraved with 2 ancient characters, Heaven's Punishment. The black long sword pointed downwards, and the sword body was also engraved with 2 characters, Earth's Retribution. The light emitted by the 2 swords reflected each other, forming a black and white 8 trigrams patterned phantom, slowly flowing, and making bursts of sword humming. Heaven's Punishment. Earth's Retribution. Lu Ming murmured, and his face showed a trace of excitement. Although separated by the golden array, he still felt the terrible sword chi emitted by the black and white swords. This aura was definitely a Xianling treasure, and it was far more powerful than the broken magic whip and the celestial mirror. In the sword pouch at his waist, the void sword pill seemed to feel something, and it made a soft sound of fear. Lu Ming waved his hand and launched a spell into the sword pouch, stopping the sound of the sword pill. He took a deep breath and was about to step into the hall. At this moment, the golden flame suddenly shone brightly, and a soft but incomparably tough force suddenly burst out, acting on Lu Ming, pushing him backward. Lu Ming retreated a few feet before he stood firm, and there was a trace of horror on his face. Suddenly, there was a low sound of Sanskrit singing in the hall, and a five-colored streamer appeared in the golden light. It divided into five, and five figures emerged. The person on the far left was a man with sword-like eyebrows. He was quite handsome, dressed in a loose golden robe, and carried a golden sword on his back. The sword was not out of its sheath, but one could still feel an indescribable sword essence. Next to the man in the golden robe was a giant man with a naked upper body and a grass skirt around his waist. His skin was dark green, and the muscles on his upper body and arms were abnormally bulging. He looked like a body cultivator. This person held a green mountain-splitting axe in his hand, exuding a strong wave of wood-attribute spiritual energy. Standing in the middle was an old man in a khaki robe. He was hunched, and his head was almost parallel to his knees. Although this person looked old, he gave people a sense of sturdiness and unshakability. Among the five people, this person's aura was the strongest. On the right of the old man was a bald fat man in a red robe. He had a round and dark skin, and his face looked smiling. His fists were wrapped in flames. On the far right was a blue figure, dressed in a blue palace robe. His hair was combed high on his head, giving people a feeling of not daring to look up at him. This woman's face was covered with a white veil, but at first glance, it must be a stunning woman. Lu Ming was shocked. He glanced at the five people in front of him and paused for a moment on the golden-robed man on the far left. This was definitely the first time he had seen this person's appearance. However, this person gave him a sense of familiarity. Before Lu Ming could think about it, the yellow-robed old man in the middle looked over. So many years have passed. Has someone finally come here? The old man's eyes were a bit muddy, but they shone brightly. It was as if he could see through a person's heart. It made Lu Ming feel like he had nowhere to hide. The others also opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming outside the hall. Lu Ming's body trembled, but he still maintained a calm expression. He asked in a deep voice, "May I know how I should address you, seniors?" The five people in front of him did not seem to be real people. They were phantoms. However, the phantoms' auras were extremely strong. They were definitely not weaker than him. "I will tell you who we are later. Kid, it seems that you are the master of this generation's Heaven's Grotto?" The giant man with the green axe said. His voice was like thunder, causing the air to buzz. "Heaven's Grotto? I only entered this place because I obtained the recognition of the cage's artifact spirit." Lu Ming was startled, but he immediately answered truthfully. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the others looked at each other. "Cage, hee. That's quite an appropriate analogy. The cage you speak of is actually called Heaven's Grotto." "The cage is just another name you came up with," the golden-robed young man said. "So this thing is called Heaven's Grotto." Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he muttered to himself. To be able to obtain the recognition of the Heavenly Cavern's artifact spirit, you must have something extraordinary about you. However, as for your cultivation, it is indeed a bit weak. The scarlet-robed bald fatty chuckled. His eyes narrowed into slits. "I have already stated my identity. May I know who the five seniors are? Could it be that you are the ancient seniors who were fined, the Heaven's Grotto?" Lu Ming frowned and bowed with his fists cupped. The Heaven's Grotto was not created by us. Although it is only a grotto, it contains the laws of space and the laws of time. It was personally created by our master, the ninth heavenly sovereign. The five of us only contributed a little, the hunchbacked old man said respectfully. He seemed to hold the ninth heavenly sovereign in high esteem. When the others heard the ninth holy master's name, their expressions immediately became serious. Space law, time law. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He had heard from Emotion and Luo who before that it didn't seem to be the power of law that the cultivators of the lower realm could comprehend. Boy, you don't need to think too much about it. The space law and the time law belong to the middle law of the nine heavens. They aren't something that you people from the lower realms can comprehend, the green axe-wielding giant said in a buzzing voice. Ninth heaven intermediate law. Lu Ming's face moved, then he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Five seniors, Are you not cultivators of this world? That's right, the 5 of us have already ascended to the upper realm a long time ago. What you're seeing now is merely a clone of our divine sense projected by the power of the heavenly abode, the hunchbacked old man said as he turned to glare at the burly man with the green axe. So the 5 of you are cultivators of the upper realm. I am Lu Ming, a disciple of the Tai Ching Gate of the Middle Sky Continent. Nice to meet you, seniors. Lu Ming's body trembled and he bowed. The golden-robed man's body moved slightly, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Ming. Don't be so polite. Although your cultivation is still a little weak, you have already comprehended 6 of the 7 lower position elemental laws of yin-yang and 5 elements. It is very rare in the lower realm. The golden-robed man said with a faint smile. Yes. Lu Ming agreed and stood up straight. He was trying to figure out the meaning of the so-called yin-yang and 5 elements. Since you are the master of the Heaven's Grotto, you should know something about the primitive demon lord. The primordial devil lord possessed extraordinary talent and great ambition. All those years ago, for the sake of his own selfish desires, he vainly attempted to encroach on the human world, causing the entire continent to be turned upside down and split apart. Fortunately, the 9th Heavenly Lord acted in time and didn't hesitate to expend a great deal of his vitality to stop him. However, this person was cunning. In the end, although he was seriously injured, he did not hesitate to sacrifice the ancient demon army. He deceived the 9th Holy Master with thousands of avatars and escaped back to the ancient demon domain. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, we did not kill him in the end. After the Holy Master ascended, this person stayed in the lower realm for many years. I am afraid that he is not far from the transcendent realm now. Once he breaks through, not only will it cause a great disturbance again, it will endanger the order of the lower realm, even the upper realm will be affected a lot, so we must eliminate him. The hunchbacked old man calmly told Lu Ming what happened in the past. The 4 people beside him all listened with their ears down, and their faces showed a bit of emotion. Even the woman in blue palace dress on the far right who had been silent was no exception. I see. Hearing this, Lu Ming's body trembled. He naturally did not expect the primitive demon lord to have such a secret. We are in the upper realm and cannot do anything. Therefore, if we want to eliminate the primitive demon lord, we must borrow the power of the people in the lower realm. Although this matter is dangerous, it might be a great opportunity for you. The black and white swords that you see are refined by the 9th Holy Master with great fortune before he ascended. It is a secret treasure used to deal with the primitive demon lord. The man in the golden robe said with a deep meaning in his tone. Hearing this, Lu Ming's body trembled. He could not help but look at the black and white swords. Ahem. However, if you want to take on the responsibility of eliminating demons and maintaining order in the lower realm, not everyone can do it. If you want to get the heaven's punishment and earth's calamity swords, you must first pass the test of the 5 of us. The hunchbacked old man glanced at the man in the golden robe, coughed, and said. Yes, I understand. I, Lu Ming, am willing to accept your test. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressed the strong shock in his heart, and said calmly. Good, your courage is commendable. Then start with me. The man in the golden robe's eyes flashed and said in a low voice. Lu Ming hurriedly concentrated his mind and operated the spiritual power inside his body. Faint black light appeared on his body. The man in the golden robe moved and appeared in front of Lu Ming as if he had teleported. He looked at Lu Ming up and down, then winked at Lu Ming from an angle that the others couldn't see. Lu Ming was startled, but the man in the golden robe had already raised one hand and pulled out the golden long sword on his back. The man in the golden robe's eyes narrowed and he said in a low voice, I see that you have a sword pouch on you. At the same time, you have begun to understand the laws of metal. You must be proficient in the art of swordsmanship. If you can withstand my sword, then you pass. In the next moment, a blinding golden sword chi emitted from the man in the golden robe, enveloping his entire body. Thousands of rays of sword light shone brightly, faintly condensing into a huge golden lotus. An indescribable sword intent suddenly spread out, pressing down on Lu Ming with an overwhelming force. It contained an extremely pure power of the laws of metal. Lu Ming's face darkened, and he did not dare to delay. He quickly formed a sword seal, and countless black light shone out. The black and white shadows of the Dharma appeared behind him. At the same time, there was a flash of yellow light on his body, and the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers appeared around him. At the same time, there was a flash of green light in his hand, and a long green whip appeared. It was the demonic whip, and he shook it violently. Many green shadows of the whip appeared around his body, like many green pythons. A profound spirit treasure. I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. The man in the golden robe's gaze fell on the demonic whip, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. He then shouted softly and suddenly attacked. His body moved, and the right hand that was holding the sword instantly disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the man in the golden robe, and when he saw this, his expression changed drastically. Buzz buzz, in the void around him, rays of golden sword chi suddenly appeared, shooting towards him from all directions. His entire body was completely submerged in this endless golden sword chi. Before the sword chi arrived, Lu Ming could already feel the mountainous sword intent, as if he would be cut into pieces by the countless sword chi in the next moment. In his sea of consciousness, there was a flash of black light from the primordial spirit, and Lu Ming's body shook, and his eyes instantly regained clarity. He shouted, and the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers around him shone brightly, suddenly turning into countless amounts of yellow fog, condensing into a huge yellow ball. Yellow light flashed, and countless millstone-sized stones flew out of the earthen yellow ball, carrying bursts of earth attribute power of laws with them. They shot forth in all directions like a rain of stones, clashing with the golden sword chi. Boom boom boom, like countless muffled thunder, the golden sword chi shattered, and the stones were also chopped into pieces. However, the golden sword chi continued to shoot from the surrounding void, quickly suppressing the rain of stones, and slashed on the yellow fog ball. Chi chi chi, in the blink of an eye, the yellow fog ball was torn apart by the sword chi, and the sword chi flew into it. There was a muffled sound of gold and iron hitting each other, and the yellow ball dissipated, revealing the situation inside. At this moment, Lu Ming was standing in a square yellow shield, and the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers appeared around his body, emitting a faint yellow light, and connected with each other, condensing into the square shield. The square shield gathered all the magic power of the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers, and was extremely strong. Although it was hit by countless sword chi, it was still as stable as before, although the light trembled. However, at this moment, the void above Lu Ming's head flashed, and a dazzling huge golden sword appeared, carrying an endless momentum with a loud bang. The power of this sword far exceeded the surrounding thousands of sword chi. At this moment, it seemed that there was only this sword left in the world. As soon as it touched the square shield, a crack immediately appeared on the shield. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he shouted in a low voice. The demon whip in his hand shone with a green light, and suddenly became more than 10 times thicker. The tail of the whip swung, and like a green giant python, it met the golden sword. Boom boom, a loud noise shook the world. Where the two collided, a large amount of gold and green light burst out, and the surrounding void suddenly seemed to be divided into two, turning into gold and green, and then shattered inch by inch. Finally, when the green light was almost exhausted, the golden sword also dimmed and flew back to the air. A figure flashed next to the giant sword. It was the figure of a man in a golden robe. Lu Ming's body shook and he took a few steps back before he could stand firm. A strange look appeared in his eyes. When the giant sword and the long whip collided, the other party seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally held back a little. Otherwise, even if he used the demon-damaging whip to block the sword, with the sharpness of the sword, he would definitely be injured. Not bad. The man in a golden robe turned his hand and put away the golden sword in his hand. He glanced around and suddenly flicked his finger. A golden light shot out at an incomparably fast speed. Lu Ming did not have time to react and the golden light disappeared between his eyebrows. Lu Ming's face changed greatly. Just as he was about to exclaim, the golden light flew into his sea of consciousness and turned into a golden book. On the book, the 4 golden words Tai Gung Sword Technique were written. Tai Gung Sword Technique. Tai Gang Sword Technique. You. Lu Ming's face changed and he looked at the man in a golden robe with a strange expression. Shut up, it will be troublesome if others know about me. If you have a chance in the future, remember to leave this sword technique in Tai Ching Gate. The voice of the man in a golden robe sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Then he made a sword gesture and the surrounding golden sword chi suddenly dissipated. Very good, you can take my Tai Gung sword technique. You have passed my test. The man in a golden robe looked at Lu Ming and his body shook and he returned to his original position. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming thought for a while and he bowed to the man in a golden robe. The old man looked at the man in a golden robe and there seemed to be a glimmer of light in his eyes. Then, he returned to normal. Oh Jeezy, please make your move. The old man said to the giant man with a green axe next to him. The green axe man's eyes fell on the magic whip in Lu Ming's hand. A wry smile appeared on his face. He shook his head and said, Senior brother Ka, this boy has a wood attribute profound spirit treasure. The power that this doppelganger of mine can unleash is limited. I'm afraid that no test will be able to stop him. I don't need to do anything. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. But of course, he was happy about it. The hunchbacked elder and the others also revealed looks of shock. They looked at the damaged demon whip in Lu Ming's hand and did not say anything. Since that's the case, I'll do it, said the bald, dark-skinned fatty beside the hunchbacked old man. As soon as he finished speaking, his plump body swayed slightly, and he nimbly landed outside the hall. He rubbed his hands together, and then separated them, shooting out 2 rays of scarlet light. As the red light flickered, Lu Ming only felt dizzy in front of him. He was already in a space with a radius of thousands of meters in red light. In the space, there were only him and the bald and dark-skinned fatty left. Young man, I believe that you can see that the 5 of us are proficient in one of the 5 elements, so the test for you is also based on this. In this space, no magic treasures can be used. I will test your physical strength and understanding of the fire attribute law. The bald, dark-skinned fatty said with a smile. Lu Ming was surprised to hear this, but he did not have time to think. A faint layer of red light appeared in the void around him. The magic whip was enveloped by the red light, and when he used it, it seemed to be greatly suppressed. Even his own body was affected. His face changed slightly, and he hurriedly used the power of the fire attribute law. Only then did his movements return to normal. If that's the case, then I'd like to see Senior's methods. Lu Ming turned his hand and put away the magic whip and the pearl of mountain and river. A faint layer of red light appeared on his body. His understanding of the fire attribute law was relatively low, but in terms of physical strength, he had absolute confidence. Your courage is commendable, but there is one thing I have to remind you. Although this old man reached the eternal life realm with the fire attribute law, but in the lower realm, I was a body cultivator. The bald, dark-skinned fatty's eyes suddenly showed a trace of a sly smile, and his body quickly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he had become a dozen feet tall, and his whole body was covered with muscles. Countless strange spirit tattoos appeared on the surface of his skin, and there was a faint red halo flowing around it. Lu Ming's complexion changed, and a huge pressure radiated from the bald man. It was as if a giant beast was standing in front of him, and he could not help but take a step back. It was much more difficult for a body cultivator to reach the profound understanding realm than an ordinary cultivator. Therefore, there were very few body cultivators in each sect. But once they succeeded, they would inevitably be the top powerhouse among the cultivators in the same realm. If so, then the eternal life realm was no exception. Don't worry, I am just a clone projection at the moment, and I can't exert my full strength. As long as you can persist for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, you will pass my test. The bald man chuckled, and then he did not see the other party make any movements, but a loft-sized fist shadow wrapped in red light had already arrived in front of him. Lu Ming's complexion changed, and his whole body flashed with a black light, and he had already retreated hundreds of feet away, temporarily avoiding the sharp attack. But, to his surprise, the fiery red fist shadow followed him like a maggot, and the distance between them was less than 10 feet. The space around him was full of red light, and a powerful power of the fire attribute law came along with the fist shadow. Lu Ming was shocked, and the power of the fire attribute law around him was like a soft wall, and in the face of the other party's mountain-like fist shadow, he could not avoid it. The other party's understanding and use of the law far surpassed his own. He roared in his heart, and a black light flashed between his eyebrows. The true devil imprint suddenly appeared, and countless black devil marks appeared on his body. With a burst of cracking sounds, his whole body immediately doubled in size, and a large black devil flame burned on the surface of his body. The huge aura of the profound opening realm caused the whole space to tremble. Lu Ming, who had completed the true devil imprint, was like a devil god descending to the world. Black light flashed in his hand, and he punched the red fist shadow. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. At the place where the two fists met, the powerful energy wave caused the surrounding red light to shatter inch by inch, and the void also produced a faint ripple. Lu Ming let out a muffled groan, and only felt a copious amount of power pass through his arm, and a burst of cracking sounds came from his arm. His whole body was like a kite with a broken string, and he flew 20 feet away before he stopped, his arm hanging limply to the side, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. The other party's fist force was unusually strong and overbearing, and it was something he had never seen before in his life. Moreover, it also contained a scorching fire attribute energy. He cultivated the dark bone secret art, and also had the exorcism of demonification, so the strength of his body far exceeded that of an ordinary profound opening realm cultivator. Even so, he was still lightly injured by the attack. If it was an ordinary profound opening realm cultivator, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die from this punch. The other party's strength was really shocking. Fortunately, the heavenly devil's blood essence in his body had already taken effect, and a cool and numb feeling came over his arm. Not long after, his arm was as good as new. The bald man's body also swayed a little, and he took 2 steps back before he could steady himself, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. The strength of Lu Ming's body greatly exceeded his expectations. Although he had sent the other party flying with a punch, the strong rebounding force had also stopped him from pursuing. Not bad. The bald man's face revealed a trace of fanaticism, and he crossed his hands. Then, suddenly, with a blur, he waved his fists again, and a series of hundreds of fiery fist shadows, like a meteor shower, carried an endless momentum, and covered Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's face changed. After his figure blurred, it suddenly turned into 4 identical figures. Before the sky full of fist shadows approached, they quickly escaped in 4 directions. The bald man's eyes flickered slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed, and he quickly locked on a figure. Hundreds of fiery fist shadows suddenly turned and blasted toward that figure. The black shadow flashed and instantly turned into Lu Ming's original body. The other 3 figures disappeared without a trace with a pu sound. His face was ugly. The other party's divine sense was far above him, and the 3 shadowy mirages' great technique couldn't fool the other party at all. Seeing hundreds of red fist shadows suddenly approaching, Lu Ming's thoughts turned lightning fast. He shook his arms, and 6 black dragons of hundreds of meters in size and 6 black tigers of hundreds of meters in size rushed out at the same time, rolling up a sky full of black underworld chi, and greeted the fist shadows. With his current cultivation, coupled with his understanding of the dark and yin attribute law, the dragon tiger hell domain that he displayed had turned the black dragons and black tigers into entities. At the same time, countless black law runes appeared on their bodies, and their power was more than 100 times greater than before. The 6 dragons and 6 black tigers roared and blasted out, colliding with the countless fist shadows. The dragons and black tigers were shrouded in countless black runes, and their bodies were abnormally tough. They formed a wall in front of Lu Ming, desperately biting the fist shadows in the sky. However, the bald man's fist shadows were extremely powerful. The 6 dragons and 6 tigers only lasted for a few seconds before their bodies were smashed, turning into black gas and dissipating. Lu Ming found a gap. At this moment, his hands were shrouded in a faint layer of black light. Black law runes appeared in it, and the power of the dark attribute law was faintly attached to it. He groaned and waved his hands. An ear-piercing sound blasted out, and a series of black fist shadows blasted out to meet the sky full of red fist shadows. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises, countless black and red fist shadows collided with each other in midair, exploding one after another. A red and black halo swept in all directions, and a huge wave of turbulent force bounced Lu Ming and the bald man away. Puff! Lu Ming's body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became a little ugly. His body was hit by the huge force, and his muscles were probably torn. Fortunately, his heavenly beastkin bloodline quickly repaired his body, and he recovered more than half in a few breaths. Good, not bad. Since you can lend me 2 attacks, I won't bully you. As long as you can block my next move, you will pass the test. The bald man saw that Lu Ming's aura seemed to be recovering quickly, so he nodded and said so. In the next moment, red light shone from his body, and countless fiery red runes appeared. With a bang, raging flames soared from his body, and it seemed as if the god of fire had been reborn. His huge fat body suddenly jumped up, and quickly fell down. With a loud bang, several tens of feet long fire dragons flew up with his feet as the center, and rushed out. There were more than 1,000 of them. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. More than 1,000 tens of feet long fire dragons coiled and condensed, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a giant fire dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. A red light flashed in the bald man's eyes, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of red light, which flashed and fused into the fire dragon's body. The fire dragon's 4 dragon claws also grew out, and its more than 1,000 feet long body exuded a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It directly pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming only felt an incomparably hot wave of fire rush towards him, his blood boiling, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. The fiery flood dragon's body exuded the power of fire attribute laws, far surpassing the previous 2 attacks. The fiery flood dragon cut through the void with a monstrous momentum that seemed capable of burning everything in the world. At this time, if he could activate the beat of mountains and rivers, the demon-harming whip, or the turbid heaven mirror, it shouldn't be difficult to block the fiery flood dragon's attack, but at this moment he couldn't use any of them. Fortunately, this red light space didn't hinder the use of other laws. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his hands didn't stop moving. With a shake of his arms, the black mist around his body condensed into 6 black dragons and 6 black tigers of similar size, and the roars of dragons and tigers sounded. Out! As Lu Ming's 2 hands shot out rays of black light, the 6 dragons and 6 tigers fused together with the black light, turning into a huge black cloud that covered the sky. Circles of mysterious black halos were emitted from it. Whistling sounds came from the black cloud and black runes appeared. A fluctuation of laws filled with a dark aura spread out. Of the laws that Lu Ming currently grasped, the most powerful was naturally the law of darkness. If he wanted to contend with the fire attribute laws of his opponent, he naturally had to use it. The sound of iron scraping against each other came from the black cloud, and the rolling black cloud condensed into a giant black bird thousands of meters in size. This giant bird had 2 black wings that were 500 or 600 meters wide when spread out, blocking out the sky. Its body was covered in black iron feathers, but its head was like a dragon's head. Its large mouth was filled with crisscrossed fangs that flickered with a cold light. Its lower abdomen had a pair of black claws that were like 10 black swords, causing one to shudder. This process was complicated to describe, but it was actually completed in the blink of an eye. As Lu Ming pointed his finger, a large black halo appeared on the black bird's body. With a roar, black underworld chi filled the sky, and it flew towards the fiery flood dragon. The 2 behemoths, each carrying a tyrannical power of law, fiercely collided with each other. An indescribably great power spread out from the point of collision, causing the surrounding void to flicker and distort crazily. There was also a fine sound of glass shattering in the surroundings. As the red and black rays of light exploded one after another, the 2 bodies entangled together, desperately struggling and biting each other. Black and red light soared into the sky, and deafening explosions rang out one after another. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the bald man had solemn expressions on their faces as they used their arts to control the battle of magic power. At first, the black bird and the fiery flood dragon were evenly matched, but as time went on, the black bird gradually began to show signs of weakness. It was forced back again and again by the astonishing momentum of the fiery flood dragon. Its body was scratched by the fiery flood dragon's 4 sharp claws, and the scorching flames were like maggots in one's bones. Suddenly, the fiery flood dragon opened its big mouth, and took advantage of the black bird's negligence to bite its neck. At the same time, the fiery flood dragon's 4 dragon claws grabbed the black bird's body at lightning speed, and its sharp claws pierced deep into the bird's body. Hiss! The black bird was torn into several pieces, and its huge body turned into billowing black smoke in the midst of the scorching flames. Lu Ming's complexion turned pale, and he snorted. It seemed that he had suffered some internal injuries. Then, his stature flashed, and he shot towards the edge of the red light space in the distance. It seemed that he wanted to escape. The bald man's eyes slightly narrowed, and he flicked his finger to shoot a red light. The huge figure of the fiery flood dragon flashed, and it dashed towards Lu Ming. The fiery flood dragon's flying speed was extremely fast, and it caught up with Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Then, it swung its huge flaming tail, and fiercely swept towards Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming's complexion changed as the formidable pressure crashed down with a loud rumble. His stature suddenly changed, and he dodged to the side. Simultaneously, black smoke surged from his body, and quickly condensed into a square-shaped black light shield behind him. Bang! The dragon's tail fiercely whipped the light shield with a loud sound, and a mass of raging flames ignited. The light shield collapsed in the midst of the raging flames, and turned into wisps of green smoke in the blink of an eye. However, the fiery flood dragon's tail was also slowed down by this block. Only the outermost edge of the tail grazed Lu Ming's back. Puff! Lu Ming's body was sent flying like a meteorite, and he crashed heavily against the light curtain of the space. He then spouted a mouthful of blood. An ominous glint flashed in the fiery flood dragon's eyes, and it didn't stop. It swayed its body, and its huge dragon claws once again swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression remained calm even though he had been injured a moment ago. He stimulated a magic technique with one hand, and a silver light flashed on his back. Then, a pair of silver wings emerged. Streaks of blue watery light appeared on his wings, following which a series of blue runes appeared on them. The blue light flashed, and Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared on the edge of a space barrier 1,000 feet away, and evaded the fatal grasp of the dragon claws. The fiery flood dragon issued a loud roar, and its stature turned around. At the same time, its huge dragon tail fiercely whipped towards Lu Ming with a tremendous force. Lu Ming was already prepared for this. He let out a low shout, and his body suddenly emitted a yellow light. Then, it formed a yellow domain around him that was 1,000 feet in size. The dragon tail heavily bombarded the yellow domain. A light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he quickly chanted an incantation. Then, he suddenly waved his hands. Countless yellow lights wrapped around the yellow domain, and wrapped around the dragon tail. But, just as the dragon tail was about to bombard Lu Ming's body, it suddenly tilted to the side, and brushed past Lu Ming's body. The dragon tail's momentum was astonishing. But, it couldn't stop in time because of the huge force generated by the yellow lights. So, it fiercely smashed into the nearby space barrier. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The red radiance in the space suddenly trembled, and countless cracks flashed on the space barrier. Then, a gotcha sound was heard, and the entire space collapsed. Lu Ming's silhouette flashed, and he returned to the front of the hall. The figure of the fiery flood dragon also appeared in the air. Without the interference of the red light barrier, Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. A blue light flashed in his hand, and he took out the damaging demon whip. Then, he pounced towards the fiery flood dragon. But, a red light flashed, and hit the body of the fiery flood dragon. The huge fiery flood dragon's body quickly shrank, and turned into a mass of dazzling red light. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He stopped, and looked into the distance. The bald man's figure suddenly appeared there. He waved his hand, and the mass of red light flew back, and merged into his body. Not bad. You faced a crisis, and you've been able to flexibly use a variety of principles. Moreover, you know how to take advantage of the situation. You've passed my test. The bald man's body had also returned to its original appearance. The fierce aura on his body had long disappeared. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. He turned his hand, and put away the damaging demon whip. Then, he cupped his fists towards the bald man, and said, "Many thanks for letting me win, senior." The bald man chuckled again. Then, his silhouette flashed, and he flew back to his original position. Seeing that Lu Ming had passed 3 tests in a row, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the stooped old man. At this moment, only the stooped old man and the blue-robed woman had yet to make a move. Very good. Your comprehension of principles and combat experience are quite good. It seems that you really have a chance to pass our test and take on this great responsibility. Junior sister Shui, now that there's only the two of us left, who do you think will make a move first? The stooped old man first praised Lu Ming. Then, he turned his gaze towards the blue-robed woman. Since that's the case, there's no need for the two of us to act separately. Let's join forces and set up the tidal earth dual element formation. If he can break out of the formation, then he'll pass the test. The blue-robed woman said faintly. Her voice was cold and sweet, but it was also extremely ethereal, as if it didn't contain the slightest bit of anger. The stooped old man didn't seem to think that the blue-robed woman would make such a suggestion. He pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. Junior sister Shui's suggestion is not bad. Let's do it. Lu Ming's expression changed when he heard this. There were 5 people on the other side, and any one of them was enough to overwhelm him. If the two of them joined forces, wouldn't he have no choice but to admit defeat? You don't have to worry. The tidal earth dual element formation is activated by the power of water and earth. It's known for its subtle changes, but it doesn't have much killing power. I see that you have some understanding of the power of water and earth. As long as you use it properly, it's not impossible to break the formation. The golden-robed young man said when he saw the change in Lu Ming's expression. Lu Ming's expression relaxed when he heard this. The golden-robed young man was obviously giving him advice. The stooped old man turned his head to look at the golden-robed young man. The golden-robed young man smiled and didn't say anything. If that's the case, I'm willing to accept the test. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice. The stooped old man chuckled and chanted a few incantations. With a wave of his hand, a yellow light flew out from his hand and exploded above Lu Ming's head. It turned into a sky full of yellow light and wrapped around Lu Ming. Suddenly, within a radius of a few hundred miles, the power of the earth attribute gathered. In the sky full of yellow light, there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning. Countless yellow light shot out from the light, making it impossible to see what was happening. Lu Ming only felt that the surrounding scenery suddenly became blurred, and then a feeling of dizziness hit him. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in a yellow world. Under his feet was a piece of yellow land, which was quite flat. It extended into the distance, and he couldn't see the end. In the air, everywhere was filled with a yellow fog. Around him, there were countless huge mountains floating in the air, slightly floating. Looking at the appearance, it was somewhat similar to his mountain river formation. Before he could think carefully. Splash! The sound of waves suddenly sounded. In the surrounding mountains, a long blue river suddenly appeared. Some went around the mountains, some flowed like a waterfall, and some even meandered through the air. For a moment, the high mountains and flowing water connected the sky to the earth. The scenery was quite spectacular. In the void, thick water vapor suddenly appeared, and black clouds also appeared in the sky. After a moment, the changes in the void slowly stopped. The tidal earth dual element formation has been set up. I will give you 1 day. If you can't break the formation, it will be considered as a failure. An old voice drifted, coming from all directions. It was the voice of the stooped old man. At this time, Lu Ming's spirit had already spread out in all directions. At the same time, a purple light circulated in his eyes as he looked around. He was not in a hurry to break the formation. Instead, he planned to observe the subtleties of the thick earth tide formation before finding a way to break it. After operating the purple tattooed demon eyes to the extreme, the changes in the surrounding void were all clearly displayed. Countless earthy yellow lights and blue water lights intertwined together. One moment, they condensed, and the next moment, they dissipated. It was impossible to see the slightest pattern. Lu Ming stood in the same place for a moment. Then, his body moved and suddenly shot in a distant direction. However, when he passed by a large river in the air, the river suddenly surged. A wave rolled up and condensed into a water dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It pounced towards Lu Ming with its claws and fangs bared. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He did not notice any signs before the water dragon suddenly appeared. His body moved, and he moved several feet to the side, avoiding the water dragon's bite. At the same time, a green light flashed in his hand, and he summoned the enchanted whip. A green shadow of the whip cut through the air, and the water dragon's body shattered with a loud bang, turning into a sky full of water. Although the water dragon had been destroyed by Lu Ming's action seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The water in the river surged, and a dozen water dragons flew out. At the same time, in the nearby sky, a huge mountain came crashing down towards Lu Ming's head with the weight of Mount Tai. Lu Ming's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. The enchanted whip in his hand suddenly became a blur, and a dozen green shadows of the whip appeared around him in layers, protecting him from even a drop of water. The dozen water dragons and the stone mountain in the sky were hit by the shadow of the whip, and immediately shattered. Taking advantage of this gap, Lu Ming did not hesitate to immediately put away the enchanted whip. A layer of green light appeared on his body, and his entire body turned into a faint shadow. In a flash, he left the place, and not long after, he appeared several miles away. At the place where he originally stood, several water dragons rose from the river. However, they seemed to be unable to sense Lu Ming's aura. After circling in the air for a while, they finally slowly dispersed and fell back into the long river. It really is an exquisite formation. The mountains and rivers in the sky can automatically sense the enemy's location and launch endless attacks until the enemy is exhausted. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with purple light. Countless rays of yellow and blue light surged as if they were alive, seemingly probing his aura. After a long time, they returned to their original state. Fortunately, he had used the Che Huan totem to conceal himself, shielding himself from those rays of light. Otherwise, he really didn't know if those rays of light would continue to track him. But because of this, he couldn't cast any spells as he wished. The difficulty of breaking the array increased by a lot. Lu Ming stood there silently for a moment before his figure flashed and shot into the distance. After a few flashes, he disappeared into the distant horizon. Since he couldn't break the array for the time being, he planned to take a good look at the mysteries of this array. After a quarter of an hour, somewhere in the void of the array, Lu Ming stopped and his expression was a little ugly. With his current speed, he had flown at least tens of thousands of miles in such a long time, but the surrounding situation had not changed in the slightest. The mountains and rivers were still circling around, surrounding him. It seems that I can only rely on brute force to break the array. His eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The celestial mirror he obtained had many wonderful uses, unlike the damaged demon whip, which was just a simple offensive magic treasure. After these days of meditation, although he still hadn't figured out the power of law contained in the celestial mirror, he found that this treasure had quite a restraining effect on the power of the 5 elements, so it should be of great use in breaking the array. This was also the reason why he readily agreed to this test. His eyes flickered with purple light as he looked around. His eyes suddenly stopped in one place and looked at a certain place in the air. The yellow and blue rays of light there were slightly weaker than other places. Lu Ming lightly shouted and summoned the damaged demon whip, which exuded a dazzling blue light. Shwa, a thick shadow of the whip shot out, like a huge blue sword, and stabbed into that place. There was a loud buzzing sound in the void. The space in the array was abnormally strong, but where the damaged demon whip passed, a long spatial crack was still torn open. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his figure moved, wanting to fly into the crack. But at this moment, countless yellow rays of light suddenly gushed out of the crack, and an invisible force pushed Lu Ming's body back, and the crack immediately closed. Lu Ming didn't try to continue to open the space. His eyes faintly glowed with purple light as he looked at everything that had just happened, including the changes in the surrounding magic power, and a faint understanding appeared in his heart. The operation of the array in front of him faintly combined the power of the earth attribute and the power of the water attribute. He had a considerable understanding of these two types of laws, and combined with the changes in the surroundings, he had already seen some traces of the operation of the array. But before he could think about it, the attack just now had already attracted trouble. Countless streams of water immediately soared from the nearby rivers, but this time, they didn't transform into water dragons, but into countless white ice arrows, shooting towards Lu Ming from all directions. The attack from midair didn't change, and several huge mountains with a whistling sound came crashing down towards Lu Ming. As a result, all the surrounding escape routes were sealed, and there was no way to dodge. Lu Ming frowned. He had just grasped a little bit of the knack, and now he didn't want to be disturbed. He muttered an incantation, and yellow light flashed several times beside him, and the 12 beads of mountains and rivers quickly emerged, forming a square yellow shield, and blocked the outside. After doing this, Lu Ming didn't pay attention to the attacks of the surrounding ice arrow mountains, and with a wave of his arm, the damaged demon whip turned into a green shadow, and fiercely bombarded the place where he had just broken open the void. There was a piercing sound that made people's teeth ache, and the void was once again cut open, and surging yellow light swarmed out. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of one hand, a pure white light flew out of his hand, and enveloped the space crack. A white ancient mirror appeared in his hand, and it was the celestial mirror. Being enveloped by the white light, the yellow light that swarmed out of the crack seemed to solidify, and the space crack also seemed to be frozen. At this moment, countless ice arrows bombarded the yellow shield around him, and the giant mountains in midair also bombarded the shield. However, the shield transformed from the 12 beads of mountains and rivers had extremely strong defensive power, and only slightly trembled a few times, but there was no sign of it breaking. Lu Ming didn't look at the attacks around him, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the space crack. In the eyes of the purple-tattooed demon eyes, countless yellow and blue law runes appeared around the space crack, and continuously attacked the white light of the celestial mirror, but as soon as they entered the range of the white light, they became stagnant. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he suddenly discovered that there was a faint yellow barrier in the depths of the space crack. He waved his hands again and again, yellow and blue light shot out from his hands, and at the same time, the white light emitted by the celestial mirror became more and more dazzling, and wherever the white light shone, the yellow and blue law runes in the surroundings began to slowly retreat. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and with a change of hand seal, the damaged demon whip flashed, and fiercely bombarded the space crack. Outside the tidal earth array, the stooped old man and the other 4 people quietly stood in front of the main hall. In the square in front of them, there was a yellow cloud that was hundreds of feet in size, and it emitted bursts of yellow and blue light. It's been 2 hours, and the great array doesn't seem to have changed. Could it be that the boy is trapped inside, and can't move? The burly man with the giant axe looked at the cloud in front of him, and said, "No, that little guy has a profound spirit treasure in his hand. The tidal earth duality array shouldn't be able to restrain him. However, it won't be easy to break the array." The red-robed bald man rubbed his bald head and chuckled. The golden-robed youth didn't say anything, and his eyes glanced at the stooped old man and the blue-robed woman, and then quickly moved away, his eyes slightly flickering. "Junior brother Jean, do you have something to say?" The stooped old man seemed to be extremely sensitive, and he turned to look at the golden-robed youth. "Hee, it's nothing." The golden-robed youth's eyes flashed, but his words were interrupted. At this moment, a dazzling green light suddenly rose from the cloud above the square, and a muffled explosion erupted. The stooped old man and the other 4 people's expressions changed, and they hurriedly looked over. At this moment, another muffled sound rang out, and a green light soared from the yellow cloud. The yellow cloud began to boil fiercely, and it seemed as if it was about to break out of the array. "Impossible, it's only been 2 hours, the burly man with the green axe was shocked, and he couldn't believe it. The golden-robed youth's eyes flashed, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. But then, it turned into a faint look of joy. The stooped old man's face was expressionless, and it seemed as if he had already understood the situation in front of him. A strange look flashed in the blue-robed woman's beautiful eyes, but she regained her composure in an instant. It seemed as if the situation in front of her didn't have much to do with her. Rumble! Another loud sound was heard, the yellow cloud suddenly burst open, and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming's figure emerged, and slowly landed in front of the main hall. The damaged evil whip in his hand exuded a fiery green light, and his face looked a little startled. It seemed as if he was thinking of something. His body landed on the ground, and his eyes immediately returned to normal. He turned his hand, and put away the damaged evil whip. Then, he respectfully bowed to the 5 people. "Very good, you only used a little more than 2 hours to break the tidal earth dual phase array. Although your method was a bit of a trick, it is also a part of your strength. You are qualified to take on this heavy responsibility," the stooped old man said lightly. The others didn't say anything, and it was obvious that they also approved of Lu Ming's performance. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming heard this, and hurriedly bowed. Ordinary sacrificial refining methods can't refine the heavenly punishment and earthly calamity swords. This is the sacrificial refining method for this treasure. The stooped old man pointed his finger, and a yellow light flashed and flew in front of Lu Ming. It was a yellow paper, and it seemed as if there were many tiny words written on it. Lu Ming hastily took the yellow paper. His eyes swept over it, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. He raised his head, and cupped his hands towards the hunchbacked old man and the others. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes to adjust his fluctuating emotions. Only then did he begin to comprehend the contents of the yellow paper. He continued to study it for 3 days and 3 nights. The hunchbacked old man and the others didn't seem to have any intention of rushing him. Instead, they looked at Lu Ming with indifferent eyes. After 3 days, Lu Ming stood up again. A purple light circulated in the depths of his pupils, and his face revealed a trace of understanding. The hunchbacked old man and the others saw this, and silently stepped aside to make way for him. Lu Ming respectfully bowed to them. Then, he took a deep breath, and strode into the main hall. He then stood in front of the golden spell. He silently recalled the sacrificial refining technique that he had memorized. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he began to mutter an incantation. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a faint black light lit up in his palm. As the incantation became more and more hurried, the black light slowly squirmed as if it had a life of its own. Then, it suddenly stretched forward, and divided into 4. The 4 intertwined with each other, and turned into 2 black chains. Then, they flashed, and passed through the golden spell without any obstruction. Then, they wound around the black and white swords like spirit snakes. The black and white swords trembled slightly. It seemed as if they had been sleeping for countless years, and had been awakened for the first time. Then, they emitted a clear and melodious sound. Chi-chi. A sharp sound was heard, several black and white sword chi shot out from the 2 swords. The surrounding golden spell was easily cut apart. Then, it turned into countless golden lights and dissipated with a soft sound. The 2 long swords, Tianfande, slowly floated up under the pull of the black chains. Then, a dazzling black and white light lit up on their surfaces. The sound of trembling became louder and louder. It seemed as if they wanted to struggle free. The 2 swords have been nurtured for so many years. This is the first time they've been unsealed. The terrifying sword chi they contain is about to burst out. Quickly, cast a spell to control the 2 swords, the hunchbacked old man shouted. Lu Ming's complexion changed, and his incantation became faster. The black light in his hands became brighter, and the 2 black chains became thicker. They coiled around the black and white swords a few more times. The light on the surface of the black longsword immediately dimmed before gradually stabilizing. However, the white longsword suddenly swayed and several streaks of white sword chi revolved around the sword, instantly cleaving apart the black chains. Right at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. A dazzling white beam of light suddenly shot out from the longsword and shot towards the sky and the ground. Kacha! The stone tiles on the floor of the main hall were smashed into pieces. The white beam of light pierced deep into the ground. The pillar of light that shot up from the sword easily tore through the dome of the hall and disappeared into the air, illuminating half of the sky in a dazzling white. Lu Ming felt a sword chi that seemed to be able to pierce through the heaven and earth. Although it was only the aftermath, it still pushed him back involuntarily. However, the other black chain that bound the earth's retribution was firmly held in his hand. He steadied his body after retreating for hundreds of feet. He took a deep breath, and his incantation became rapid and inaudible. The black light in his hand suddenly brightened, and a beam of black chain light that was several times thicker than the previous one darted out again. It penetrated the white beam of light with some difficulty, and wound around the white sword Heaven's Punishment. Lu Ming's other hand quickly made a few strange hand signs. The hand signs flashed and disappeared into the sky's punishment, gradually stabilizing it. Without the interference of the white sword chi, the black chain finally slowly merged with the white sword. As Lu Ming continued to make hand signs, the white light that soared into the sky slowly dimmed. After a few hours, the white longsword finally returned to its original state and calmed down. Seeing this situation, the hunchbacked old man, the green-skinned giant man, and the bald fat man nodded slightly. The golden-robed young man showed a bit of a smile in his eyes. Only the blue-dressed woman still had a cold look in her eyes. Whoosh, the black and white swords were grasped in Lu Ming's hands. Holding the hilts of the two swords, Lu Ming's face showed a trace of joy, and he carefully looked at the two swords. The black longsword, Earth's retribution, emitted a deep and cold black light, as if it could devour everything. It faintly resonated with the law of darkness in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming could clearly feel the terrible power contained in this somewhat slender strange black sword. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could cut anything in half with one sword. However, compared with this, the pure white broadback sky's punishment seemed a little strange. It was even slightly trembling at this moment, as if it wanted to break out of his hand. Lu Ming's brows slightly wrinkled. He knew that this was because he currently had no understanding of the law of light, which was the law of yang. Therefore, he could not control the power of the sky's punishment sword. The sky's punishment sword and Earth's retribution sword were two mysterious spirit treasures of yin and yang, just like their appearance. However, their power was far greater than that of the damaging demon whip and the celestial mirror. At this moment, the sound of Buddhist chanting suddenly sounded in the hall. Lu Ming looked back and saw that on the ground outside the hall, a white beam of light had emerged. The air was buzzing and shaking. Immediately, the figure of a white-robed man walked out of the beam of light, and walked into the hall. After the white-robed man walked out of the beam of light collapsed. This man was quite tall, and his pure white robe was embroidered with strange patterns. His face was shrouded in a faint white smoke, and his face couldn't be seen. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's complexion changed slightly, and his heart turned cold. He felt as if his whole body had been seen through by the white-robed man. The person in front of him exuded a pure and soft breath. It was abnormally huge, far above the five of him. Among the people that Lu Ming had seen so far, only the demon lord could compare with this person. Greetings to the Supreme. At this moment, the five of them came over and bowed in front of the white-robed man. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he was taken aback again. Judging from the reaction of these people, this white-robed man was the 9th Holy Master mentioned by the old man. Okay, no need to be so polite. Get up. The 9th Holy Master waved his hand and said lightly. Only then did the hunchbacked old man and the other four stand up and retreat to the side. The 9th Holy Master turned his gaze to Lu Ming, and he didn't speak for a while. The other party didn't speak, and Lu Ming didn't make a sound. The patterns on the clothes of the person in front of him gave him a faint sense of familiarity as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. The clothes of the mysterious organization of the Middle Sky Continent, Tianhe Old Man appeared. It was exactly this pattern, and the style of the clothes was quite similar. The 9th Holy Master looked at Lu Ming, and his eyes suddenly shone with white light. Two white lights suddenly blasted out without warning, piercing into Lu Ming's eyes like sharp arrows. Lu Ming's complexion changed drastically. Before he could react, a slender white light had pierced into his sea of consciousness and stabbed into his primordial spirit. His head seemed to have been fiercely pierced by a dagger, and it was incomparably painful. He let out a muffled groan, and his entire body staggered back a few steps before he could stabilize his body. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He channeled the dark bone secret, and his body shone with black light. It took him a while to catch his breath. Your primordial spirit cultivation is not bad. It can withstand 10% of the power of Yin Fei Yang's god-killing spike. No wonder you can pass the test of the five of them. The white light in the 9th Holy Master's eyes slowly faded, and he said faintly. When Lu Ming heard this, he was a little angry in his heart, but he naturally didn't show it in front of the 9th Holy Master. At the same time, his face also moved slightly. It turns out that the 9th Holy Master's name is Yin Fei Yang. This name should be Human Clan without a doubt. Don't be angry. I'm not teasing you. As far as I know, the Demon Lord is best at attacking Divine Soul. When you fight with him, you must be on guard against this kind of attack. The 9th Holy Master seemed to see through Lu Ming's thoughts and said. When Lu Ming heard this, the anger in his heart subsided a little. He took a deep breath and bowed to the 9th Holy Master. I'm Lu Ming, greetings to the 9th Holy Master. I'm rejected by the power of law in the lower realm. Even if I'm a projection, I can't stay in this world for too long. Let's make a long story short. The ninth holy master ignored Lu Ming's bow and said. When Lu Ming heard this, he was startled and didn't say anything. Lu Ming, your mind and cultivation are not bad. You should be able to control the two treasures, Tianfa and earthly calamity. However, if you want to kill the demon lord, you must at least have the strength of the eternal life realm. The ninth holy master smiled faintly. Eternal life realm. When Lu Ming heard this, his face changed, and then he showed a wry smile. He was lucky enough to advance to the profound understanding realm with the help of Mo Tian. It hadn't been long since then. In order to reach the eternal life realm, he needed to thoroughly understand the power of law. He didn't know how long it would take. If it was outside, there would naturally be no problem. However, in the rebirth state, it wouldn't take long for him to lose his mind, let alone kill the demon lord or hide. You don't have to worry. Since I want you to take on the heavy responsibility of killing the demon lord, I will naturally consider this point. The ninth holy master smiled and said slowly. I hope that the Lord can guide me. Lu Ming's face changed. He didn't say anything just now. Could it be that the person in front of him could see through what he was thinking? I see that you have dabbled in 6 of the 7 great laws of the lower domain. Among them, your understanding of the Yin attribute law is the closest to perfection. However, you have almost no understanding of the Yang attribute law. Although you can use the Yin attribute law to control the 2 swords, in order to truly unleash the power of the 2 swords, you must master the power of the Yin attribute law at the same time. As the ninth holy master spoke, he pondered for a moment and suddenly grabbed with one hand. A ball of gentle light flew out from his body. Within the light, one could see countless white runes of the law and faintly hear the chanting of Sanskrit. The ninth holy master waved his hand and the ball of light blurred and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. A gentle but strong power flowed into his meridians, then into his spiritual sea and into the Jing Dan. The black and white Jing Dan suddenly shone brightly, as though it had received a great amount of nourishment. It started to spin and its size increased by 1-fold. At this moment, the runes in the white ball of light were flowing along his meridians, continuously pouring into his sea of consciousness, and condensing together. At the same time, he only felt that the surrounding scenery instantly became blurred, and then he was in a space full of white light. After he recovered from his shock, he looked around and found that there was a white ball that looked like a scorching sun appearing out of thin air in all directions. Rays of scorching and glaring white light instantly shone over and continuously revolved around him. The white light contained countless densely packed white runes. Like tiny insects, they constantly burrowed into his skin, into his body, and finally burrowed into his divine sense. An extremely painful roar came from Lu Ming's mouth, and a heart-wrenching pain pierced through his divine sense sea. Then, there were bursts of piercing pain and scorching heat coming from all the meridians of his body, as if they would be torn apart and melted at any time. He felt that he had fallen into purgatory in an instant, and there was a feeling that a day was like a year. It was as if every moment now was as long and unbearable as thousands of years. Don't move. Now is the most critical moment. How much you can master depends on your luck. Ninth Holy Master's voice came into his ears, causing his heart to tremble. Lu Ming's expression changed several times. He suddenly took a deep breath and began to mobilize the power of his divine sense sea. He tried his best to understand and accept these uninvited guests in his divine sense sea. After an unknown period of time, in Lu Ming's divine sense sea, another white rune appeared faintly in addition to the 6 law runes. At first, it was just a prototype, and it emitted a faint white light. Compared to the other 6 runes, it was almost negligible. As time passed, this rune became clearer and began to emit a scorching white light. When this rune stopped changing, it was much more powerful than the other 6 law runes, and it was infinitely close to perfection. Lu Ming's body also lit up with a rich white light, and a gentle and long feeling surged out of his divine sense sea. Everywhere it passed, the originally painful meridians instantly became extremely comfortable. Lu Ming let out a hearty roar, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly felt that the white light around him had disappeared without a trace. With a thought, the white light around him gradually dissipated. Then, in his dantian, the black and white Jing Dan suddenly rotated. 2 strings of magical power, one black and one white, gushed out from his arms. Buzz, the heavenly punishment and earthly calamity swords in his hands shone with a dazzling black and white sword light. Then, they flew out of his palms and circled around his body. The principles of yin and yang in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness seemed to resonate with each other. With a buzzing sound, a rich black and white radiance emerged on his body. After flying a few rounds, the 2 swords blurred and merged into his body. A light flashed in Lu Ming's spiritual ocean, and 2 small swords, one black and one white, appeared, slowly revolving around the black and white Jin Dan. They were the Heaven Punishment Sword and Earth Calamity Sword. Very good, you really didn't disappoint me. Now that you've obtained the recognition of Heaven's Punishment and Earth's Calamity Swords, you just need to spend some time refining them and you'll be able to truly control them, said Ninth Holy Master. Thank you, Holy Master. There was a hint of joy on his face, and he bowed to Ninth Holy Master. He had personally witnessed the Ninth Heavenly Venerate's every move, which allowed him to have a sudden insight into the power of the Law of Light, which saved him a lot of hard cultivation. At this moment, his magical power had increased a lot, and his understanding of the power of the law, especially the yin and yang attributes, was close to perfection. He was really not far from the eternal life realm. Remember, the yang attribute law in your body was obtained by me. It is a heaven-defying act. In the future, when you advance to the eternal life realm, it will not be tolerated in the lower realm. In addition, if you want to fully control the power of this law, you need to carefully comprehend it for a period of time and truly make it your own. At this moment, the white light on Ninth Holy Master's body was a lot dimmer. It seemed that the action just now consumed a lot of yuan qi. However, he didn't seem to care and said lightly, "Yes." Lu Ming nodded and agreed. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the void around the hall, as if something had broken. "This is all I can help you with. The space here is interdependent with Heaven's punishment and earthly calamity. It is now about to collapse. You should leave quickly. Remember, when you return to the rebirth state, don't casually use Heaven's punishment and earthly calamity. If you are discovered by the Demon Lord, you will not be able to achieve a surprise victory," Ninth Holy Master said lightly. Lu Ming nodded hurriedly. There was a faint smile in Ninth Holy Master's eyes. His body flashed slightly, and he turned into a white light and disappeared without a trace. The hunchbacked elder and the other 4 also turned into different colored lights and disappeared without a trace. Boom, a huge crack appeared in the majestic hall, and a large part of the roof collapsed. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He rose from the ground and flew out in a flash. Black cracks appeared in the surrounding void, and there were signs of the space collapsing everywhere. Lu Ming looked around and sighed in his heart. His body moved, and he turned into a black escape light, shooting into the distance. After a quarter of an hour, at the teleportation formation that was connected to the prison space, a black light shot out from afar, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. At this moment, the entire space had collapsed, and more than half of the mountains below had been turned into nothingness. Countless precious spiritual medicines had also been torn apart by the space storm. When Lu Ming saw this, he felt that it was a pity. He moved and flew into the teleportation formation. The formation flashed, and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the dusky prison space, countless golden lights suddenly appeared, and a huge golden door appeared in the golden light. A figure flashed, and the prison device spirit's figure appeared. He looked at the golden door, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. The next moment, the huge golden door opened, and a black and white shadow of the 8 trigrams slowly condensed inside. A figure flashed out of it, and it was Lu Ming. "Hee, I knew you could pass the test." The prison device spirit laughed, and there was a sense of relief in his voice. "I passed by luck, and it was thanks to Senior's previous guidance." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Countless years of mission have finally been completed, and there is no need for the prison space to exist anymore. The prison device spirit smiled faintly. The next moment, the surrounding gray space trembled violently, and light flashed continuously. Cracks appeared in the sky. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that this place would collapse. He turned his eyes and looked at the prison device spirit. At this moment, a thick gray light appeared on the prison device spirit, and its body gradually became blurred, as if it was about to melt in the gray light. Senior device spirit, you. His expression changed. Since the prison space has collapsed, I, as the device spirit, will naturally not exist, but this is a kind of relief for me. The device spirit's tone was serene. He waved at Lu Ming, and a gray light wrapped around Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's vision blurred, and the next moment, he appeared under a cliff. He glanced around, and a burst of annoyance in his mind convinced him that he was still in the rebirth mirror, but he should have come out from the place where the celestial mirror was placed. At this moment, the effect of Green Spirit's secret technique in his sea of consciousness had long passed, but he did not know why the effect of the rebirth mirror was much smaller than before. He only felt a slight annoyance, and the effect was several times lighter than before. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he secretly guessed that it was because of his great improvement in cultivation, or because of the existence of the heaven punishment and earth calamity dual swords in his body. Although he still did not know the reason, this was undoubtedly a great thing for him. He could hide here without being affected, cultivate in peace, and comprehend the power of law, in order to advance to the eternal life realm as soon as possible. At this moment, his spiritual sea jumped slightly, and the prison bubble emerged, and then floated out of his body. There was a slight caw-caw sound in the prison bubble, and countless cracks appeared on it. The next moment, there was a soft sound, and the prison bubble burst, turning into countless crystal light spots, drifting in the air. Lu Ming looked at everything in front of him, and a complex emotion emerged in his heart. The prison bubble was almost something that had followed him since he stepped on the road of cultivation. At this moment, it completely shattered and disappeared, and he could not help but feel a little melancholy in his heart. At this moment, where the prison bubble had burst, a faint purple gas appeared. It floated gently, as if it was about to dissipate. Lu Ming was stunned, and then he subconsciously took out a jade bottle. He waved his hand to release a suction force, and the purple gas was sucked into the jade bottle, and he closed the bottle stopper. After doing this, his heart relaxed, and he began to think about what the purple gas was. He was in a hurry just now, and did not feel any special aura from the purple gas. He might be able to find out if he carefully explored it later. He thought for a while, but there was no clue, so he put the jade bottle away. However, he hesitated for a moment, and then he took out a talisman and stuck it on it. Only then did he feel relieved and put it into the summer ring. Immediately, Lu Ming's figure moved, turned into a black light, and flew away into the distance. However, the next moment, his face suddenly changed. The jade bottle that had just been put into the summer ring suddenly shook for some reason, and the talisman stuck on it burned and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Countless cracks appeared on the jade bottle, and it broke with a pada sound. The purple gas flew out, and it seemed to sense something. It merged into the bottle and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming stopped and frowned. He used his spiritual sense to explore the summer ring and immediately found the thing that swallowed the purple gas. He waved his hand, and a purple light flashed in his hand, and a purple ball appeared. It was this thing that had just swallowed the purple gas. This is... Lu Ming's face changed. This purple ball was the wisp of essence left behind by Luo Hu when he blew himself up. He had promised Luo Hu that once he had the ability, he would resurrect him. However, even if he had advanced to the mysterious understanding realm, he still had no clue about resurrecting him. Perhaps he could break through to the eternal life realm or ascend to the upper realm. The purple ball swallowed the purple gas. At this moment, compared to before, there seemed to be some changes. There was a white light in the depths of the ball, like a heart, and it gently trembled. Lu Ming's face changed, and he hurriedly used his spiritual sense to explore it. After a moment, his face showed a trace of surprise. Although it was very weak, he could indeed feel a trace of familiar living aura in the purple ball. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face lit up, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Although it was an accident, Luo Hu seemed to have a trace of resurrection, and he found that although this breath of life was weak, it could slowly absorb the aura of heaven and earth, and it was getting stronger at a very slow speed. He pondered for a while, and did not continue to keep the purple ball into the summer ring. Instead, he waved his hand and released a black gas, which wrapped around the purple ball and kept it close to his body. Then, his body glowed with a thick black light, and he rose into the sky, turned into a black rainbow, and blasted into the distance. A month later, in a vast land of blue water and green mountains, a black escape light flew from afar and stopped in midair, revealing a figure. It was Lu Ming. At this time, his eyes were bloodthirsty, and he looked no different from the other creatures in the rebirth land, but deep in his pupils, there was a faint purple light flowing. He looked around for a while, and nodded with satisfaction. This space was full of rich aura of heaven and earth. It was a good place for seclusion after a month of wandering around, and it was not easy for him to find a good space in all aspects. In this month, in order to prevent being seen through by the demon lord, whether it was his figure, behavior, or appearance, he deliberately pretended as if he had lost his mind. He wandered in various spaces, and carefully observed the surrounding situation. The living beings in the surroundings were all cleared out by what seemed to be a casual walk by. He moved and flew into the mountains, and stopped in front of a seemingly hidden mountainside that was shrouded in smoke. Lu Ming flicked his fingers, and several golden sword chi shot out. Soon, a spacious cave was dug in the mountainside, and a few rooms were cut in it, and a cave mansion was completed. He found a huge stone to seal the door of the cave, and then he set up multiple layers of restrictions in the cave mansion. Only then did he enter the cave mansion with peace of mind, and he sat cross-legged in a secret room. His eyes flashed, and the bloodthirsty red light disappeared, and his eyes immediately returned to normal. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, the two attributes of yin and yang were almost complete. He planned to go into seclusion here, and while refining the two Xianling swords, Xianxia and Earthly Calamity, he would try his best to understand the two attributes of yin and yang. Xianxia and Earthly Calamity contained the power of the law of yin and yang. With his comprehension, as long as he had enough time, it was only a matter of time before the law of yin and yang was complete. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face showed some determination, and he immediately made a decision. After a long breath, he closed his eyes, and his body emitted a faint black light, and he was immersed in cultivation. In his spiritual sea, 7 kinds of runes of law emitted a faint light and slowly revolved around his Yuan Shen, enveloping it in a 7-colored radiance. In his mind, the 7 runes moved up and down, and 7 different auras of the law surged into his soul. The power of the 7 laws fused into a ball in his soul, and suddenly turned into a warm airflow, and integrated into the small soul. Lu Ming felt his body become light, and a white light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as if he had pushed open a door that had been sealed for a long time. A feeling of sudden understanding hit him, and he faintly felt as if he had touched a whole new world. At the same time, his divine sense spread out unconsciously, and all the auras around him became clearer than ever. Through his divine sense, he found that everything around him was emitting one or several kinds of light. They were of different colors, such as gold, red, black, green, and so on. All of this became so familiar in front of him. It was as if he was one of them. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and there was a hint of excitement in them. He felt that after comprehending the power of the 7 laws, he seemed to have faintly touched the origin of this world. In the secret realm, the hunchbacked elder and the others had said that the lower realm contained the power of the 7 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yin. As the saying goes, everything in the world is the same. At this moment, he had completely comprehended the power of the 7 laws. Although it was not very deep, it allowed his understanding of the power of the laws and the world to rise to a new level. Lu Ming released his divine sense outside his body, and suddenly let out a sound of surprise. This time, his divine sense caught the faint red light that was everywhere in the rebirth mirror. It was the strange energy that interfered with people's minds. At this moment, he carefully observed it. The red light was indeed a strange power of the laws, but it did not belong to any of the 7 laws of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. It was most likely a power of the laws that did not belong to this world. Since he had sensed the origin of the restrictions in the rebirth mirror, he pondered for a moment, and suddenly waved his hands. Black formation flags shot out and landed around the secret room. A layer of pure black light spread out and enveloped the entire secret room. Lu Ming flicked his fingers, and rays of black light shot out. The black light contained dark runes and emitted waves of the power of the laws. The black light fused into the pure black curtain of light, and darkness-type runes appeared on the black curtain of light, forcing back the omnipresent and violent red light in the void. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the secret room, and there was no longer a trace of the red light around him. He immediately felt refreshed, and his entire body was extremely comfortable. He secretly sighed in his heart at the magical use of the power of the laws. He only had a slight moment of enlightenment, and the problem that had been troubling him was easily solved. Without the interference of the rebirth mirror, he could wholeheartedly cultivate. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, and a moment later, a black and white light appeared in his spiritual sea, and enveloped his body. His figure became faintly discernible in the black and white light, and he looked a little dreamy. Just as Lu Ming began to cultivate, the demon lord was sitting cross-legged in front of the huge wheel in the central area of the rebirth mirror, and he was still searching for any abnormalities in the rebirth mirror. At this moment, there was a subtle feeling of apprehension in his heart. These days, he had been searching for the source of the problem, but after searching for so many days, he still found nothing. In all the 108 spaces in the rebirth mirror, all the people possessed by the demon souls were still killing each other like walking corpses, and the cycle of life and death was endless. Everything seemed to be the same as usual, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Time passed slowly, and the demon lord used the huge wheel to observe for several years, but he still found nothing. Finally, he had no choice but to give up. Years passed, and everything in the rebirth mirror was the same as before. There was no change at all. More than 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in one of the spaces in the rebirth mirror, an incomparably thick pillar of pure white light shot out from a huge mountain peak, and it shot into the sky. The clouds on the mountain peak seemed to have encountered a huge force, and they were pushed away like waves in the sea. The sky was dyed pure white. At this moment, another huge pillar of black light shot out from the mountain peak, and it shot into the sky. The black and white pillars of light suddenly intertwined with each other, and the black and white lights in the sky intertwined with each other, forming a huge yin-yang tai chi diagram. After a long time, the black and white pillar of light that shot into the sky slowly dissipated. In the depths of the mountain peak where the pillar of light shot out from, was Lu Ming's cave abode. In a secret room in the cave abode, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, and his body emitted a mixed black and white light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He let out a long howl towards the sky, and the sound traveled for hundreds of miles. He held for a full 15 minutes before he slowly stopped. The black and white light on his body had already turned into two grand halos, one black and one white, and they slowly revolved around his body. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, among the 7 colored runes that revolved around the Yuanshan small person, the yin and yang runes emitted a dazzling light, and they had both reached the perfect realm. He formed a seal with both hands, and the black and white light behind him shone brightly. 2 huge Dharma idols, one black and one white, appeared. An extremely powerful aura emanated from his body, and it surged towards the surroundings. The restriction array that he had set up in the secret chamber was like a small tree in a gale, and it was soon blown away like a withered tree. Wrapped in the dazzling black and white halos, Lu Ming's body moved, and he flew out of the cave abode. At this moment, the sky above the mountain peak was already filled with strong winds, and dark clouds were densely packed, and there was a series of loud rumbling sounds. Lu Ming turned a blind eye to everything that happened in the outside world. At this moment, he was standing in the air, and his hands were constantly forming hand seals. The black and white halos on his body seemed to come to life, and the black and white halos on his body seemed to circulate erratically. Runes of various sizes appeared on them, and they flickered incessantly. The aura emanating from his body became more and more vast, causing the heaven and earth yuan qi in the nearby void to surge violently. Then, in the mid-air above his head, the heaven and earth yuan qi from all directions gathered here, turning into countless colorful light spots, and slowly condensed together. These light spots were red, yellow, blue, green, gold, and so on, but most of the light spots were black and white. Most of the light spots gathered in mid-air, gradually forming a huge 5-colored cloud that was hundreds of miles in size. Red, yellow, blue, green, and gold, these 5 colors alternated, and it continued to grow. Bursts of terrifying heavenly tribulation aura emanated from the cloud. The remaining less than half of the light spots merged into Lu Ming's body, and the aura emanating from him continued to grow stronger. The black and white Dharma idols behind him also continued to expand, and at this moment, they had already doubled in size, and they became clearer and clearer, almost turning into a physical entity. The five-colored heavenly tribulation cloud in midair had now expanded to the size of 1,000 miles, and the sky was filled with multicolored light flashing, almost completely obscuring the sky. On a mountain peak thousands of miles away from where Lu Ming was, stood a figure wrapped in dark red light. The figure had a pair of blood-red wings on his back, and his eyes were flashing red. Impressively, it was a mystic understanding realm demonic soul possessor, and at this moment, he was looking at where Lu Ming was. The place had already been covered by the clouds in the sky, and from afar, it looked like a sea of colorful light, emitting bursts of terrifying aura, which made the mystic understanding realm demonic soul possessor tremble in fear. The dark red figure looked at that place a few times, and although there was a bloodthirsty impulse in his body that wanted to go there, in the end, it was suppressed by his remaining trace of reason. The wings on his back spread out, and he flew far away from that place. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were covered with a layer of bloodthirsty red. The aura that scared away the mysterious devil soul in the distance was deliberately done by him. Now, the aura that his body exuded was so strong that even mysterious devil souls would be afraid of it. The black and white Dharma idols behind him had already turned into real entities. They were surrounded by black and white light, like two giants standing behind him. Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the sky above his head. Rumble, the five-colored tribulation cloud above his head rolled violently. The other four colors quickly converged, and the golden color quickly spread out, occupying the entire tribulation cloud. The golden tribulation cloud rolled like a tide, and gradually, a huge vortex appeared in the middle. As the golden vortex rotated, a dazzling golden light shot out, almost blinding people's eyes. A deafening rumble resounded through the sky. The vortex suddenly spewed out countless agile golden runes. After a flash, they turned into countless golden sharp blades. Among them, there were sabers, spears, halberds, and everything else. Like a storm, they fell on Lu Ming. The sound of the air breaking could almost tear one's eardrums, and the momentum was extremely shocking. Each golden blade contained the fluctuation of the power of the law of metal attribute, shrouding the entire sky above Lu Ming. Finally, it has begun. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, but his face did not show any fear. He formed a hand sign with both hands, and the black and white light on his body suddenly increased. With a woo-woo sound, a large black and white light appeared on the surface of his body, and intertwined above his head. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into layers of black and white shield. Countless black and white runes rolled in the shield, and a strong power of the law of yin and yang spread out. Just as he finished doing this, a loud rumble was heard. The countless golden blades in the sky bombarded the outermost light shield, and a shocking roar erupted. At this moment, in the demon imperial city in the center of the land of rebirth, the demon lord stood in front of a huge wheel magic weapon. A huge light screen appeared on the wheel magic weapon, and immediately, the scene of Lu Ming's tribulation appeared clearly. After the five-clawed golden dragon, another dividing soul has advanced to the eternal life realm in just a few hundred years. Not bad. This person seems to have quite a bit of understanding of the yin and yang laws. How rare. The demon lord looked at the scene on the light screen with a hint of joy on his face, but then he let out a soft cry of surprise. Due to the split soul of the demon lord, most of these living beings were extremely talented. There were many who could comprehend two or more types of laws at the same time. In addition to the fact that they were constantly fighting and devouring in the rebirth state, it was not impossible for them to cultivate two types of laws to perfection. It was just that the probability was very small. At the same time, among the tens of thousands of creatures, there was no lack of outstanding individuals who could use various methods to delay the power of the rebirth state's restriction. Those who could eventually advance to the eternal life state were mostly the best of the best. Therefore, many of them could still retain some consciousness and did not completely lose their minds, just like the five-clawed golden dragon from before. Therefore, Lu Ming's current behavior did not surprise the devil lord too much. After all, these living beings who had just advanced to the eternal life state were not worth mentioning to the original demon lord, who had been immersed in the eternal life state for tens of thousands of years. The more laws the other party comprehended, the more benefits the original demon lord would gain after devouring them. He was happy to see this happen. No matter what, as long as I devour a few more people, I will be able to burn the original laws and forcibly cultivate the law of time and space to perfection. By then, the world-annihilating demon puppet will truly be cultivated and I will ascend to the upper world. Those guys will not be able to do anything to me. The Devil Lord sneered, his eyes fixed on the light screen, watching the situation of Lu Ming going through the heavenly tribulation. Countless golden blades, each of which was no less powerful than a flying sword of the magic weapon level. Under a burst of crazy bombardment, the layers of black and white light curtain above Lu Ming's head were torn apart one after another and slashed into countless pieces. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but his hands did not stop moving. After a series of hand signs, he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of red light. The red light burst into a ball of red light, which expanded against the wind and turned into a giant red flag. Circles of scarlet runes appeared on the flag, emitting bursts of scorching hot law power. He waved one hand, and the red flag shot out, spitting out a large amount of red light, which condensed into a red light screen above his head. Lu Ming murmured something, and two thick beams of red light shot out from his palms, disappearing into the light screen formed by the flag. The red light flashed on the light screen, and a raging flame was ignited, emitting a scorching aura, and ripples appeared in the air. Rumble! The golden blades bombarded the fiery light screen, and with a sizzling sound, they melted into liquid and dissipated. Of the 5 elements, fire subdued metal. In the past hundreds of years, Lu Ming had a deep understanding of the law of fire, and could already use it in a real battle. Although the eternal heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it was not beyond the scope of this world, so it could not break away from the natural law of the 5 elements. In the demon palace, the original demon lord's expression changed slightly. He didn't think that Lu Ming had a deep understanding of the law of fire, other than the law of yin and yang. This kid is not ordinary. If I can devour him after he breaks through, he will be able to fight against 2 or 3 people in the past. The original demon lord suppressed the excitement in his heart, and continued to observe. Right now, Lu Ming's face was twisted, and from his palms, 2 beams of red light were continuously injected into the fiery light screen. This red flag was specially made by him in the past hundreds of years, in order to deal with this great calamity, and it cost him countless precious materials. Although there was only one protective light screen, under the power of the 5 elements, it was as stable as a mountain. Time passed bit by bit, and the golden blades didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, they became denser and denser, endless and endless. The golden blades grew larger and larger, and some were even tens of meters long, emitting dazzling golden light as they fiercely bombarded the fiery light screen. Lu Ming's expression darkened, and the fiery light screen above his head began to tremble, as if it couldn't hold on any longer. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that his understanding of the law of fire was still not enough. If this continued, he might not be able to hold on. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then he made a hand gesture. The black and white figures behind him began to move, clenching their hands into fists. Next, a beam of red light spurted out from Lu Ming's mouth, wrapping around the 4 huge fists. Immediately, a red glove appeared on the fists of the 2 figures, emitting waves of red light. The 2 figures growled, and their 4 arms became a blur, then they clenched their fists and punched towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, a rainstorm-like sound was heard, and a series of house-sized red fists darted out, darting towards the golden rain of light in the sky. Wherever the fists passed, the golden blades of light shattered. In this way, the pressure on Lu Ming was greatly reduced, and the trembling fiery light screen quickly stabilized. The 5 elements' golden tribulation lasted for several hours before it came to an abrupt end. Lu Ming let out a long sigh, then waved his hand and shot out a beam of red light. The fiery light screen in the sky dissipated, turning back into a large red flag that fell down. The flag was now riddled with holes, and it was in tatters. Before it could fall into Lu Ming's hands, it suddenly let out a mournful wail and shattered, turning into a sky full of fiery rain that rained down, disappearing without a trace halfway. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly when he saw this. The arms of the black and white figures behind him were also riddled with wounds, and it was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 2 beams of black and white light flew out from his hand, merging with the 2 figures. The injuries on their arms slowly healed. He breathed a sigh of relief. He would still need their help in the thunder tribulation. Lu Ming frowned. Although he had expected the great tribulation of eternal life to be extremely powerful, he still found that he had underestimated it. However, his great tribulation of eternal life seemed to be much more powerful than the tribulation of the golden dragon that he had seen before. Was it because the power of law that he had comprehended was too vast and complex? Before Lu Ming could breathe a sigh of relief, the golden surface of the golden tribulation cloud in the sky was gradually replaced by green. After a green vortex appeared, bursts of dazzling green light appeared, and the brightness was no less than the golden light just now. Then, a strong aura of the wood attribute was emitted from the green light. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He turned his hand and took out a few medicinal pills. He did not care whether he had time to refine the medicine, and swallowed them all at once. With a loud rumble, countless rays of green light shot out from the vortex. In a flash, they turned into giant green logs that were 10 feet long and 10 feet thick. The surface of these giant logs emitted bursts of green light, and as they rubbed against each other, they gave off bursts of thunder. Streaks of green lightning bombarded Lu Ming like a storm. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The green lightning was the divine thunder of the 5 elements, and it was extremely powerful. Immediately, he gave a low shout, and with a flash of green light, a long green whip appeared in his hand. It was the damaged demon whip. At the same time, a layer of green light appeared on his body, and the power of the wood attribute law passed through his arm and continuously entered the damaged demon whip. Suddenly, the damaged demon whip emitted a green light, and circles of mysterious law runes appeared on its surface. In an instant, it flew out of his hand and floated above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming muttered an incantation, and his 2 hands formed a series of hand seals. Suddenly, the damaged demon whip emitted a dazzling green light. After a blur, it transformed into a crisscrossing green shadow of the whip, which intertwined with each other. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a giant green net. At this moment, the countless green logs in the sky bombarded the giant net. They immediately shattered, and once again turned into bursts of green light. However, the giant net formed by the damaged demon whip also began to tremble. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand to form a series of hand seals. The giant green net let out a hum, and suddenly began to slowly revolve. As the cyan giant net spun, it was like a huge winch. The crisscrossing cyan light easily cut the falling giant wood and the divine thunder into pieces, turning them into specks of cyan crystal light and dissipating in the air. Although the green logs were getting denser and denser and falling faster and faster, they still couldn't shake the green net. The green net glowed with a green light and flew up into the sky. There is a profound spirit treasure. In the demon palace, the original devil lord's expression changed slightly as he murmured in surprise. But soon, his expression returned to normal. Although the damaging whip was a profound spirit treasure, its quality wasn't very good. It was at the bottom of all profound spirit treasures. But with the help of this treasure, that man should have no problem passing the great trial of eternal life. The original devil lord murmured to himself. A layer of black light emerged from his body, then he transformed into a dark cloud and shot out of the palace. As time passed, the huge green logs falling from the sky became thicker and thicker. Huge green logs that looked like pillars that could support the heavens fell down with a frightening aura. At the same time, bolts of wood thunder, which were even thicker and more dazzling, struck among the trees, making deafening thunders and lighting up the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. However, the damaging whip was a profound spirit treasure after all. Plus, Lu Ming's understanding of the wood elemental power of law was quite extraordinary. Therefore, the technique he used was getting more and more exquisite. Under Lu Ming's endless supply of power, the green net in the sky was as steady as a mountain, like a reef in the middle of the ocean. After a few hours, Lu Ming waved one hand and the green giant net shattered the last green giant wood. The green light in the sky finally dissipated slowly and the green tribulation cloud in the sky also temporarily stopped rolling. Lu Ming waved his hand and cast a spell. The green net disintegrated, and the thousands of whips merged back into one, turning back into the damaging whip and flying back into his hand. His eyes flashed as he casually scanned his surroundings. However, he was secretly activating his purple rune demon eyes. He was surprised to discover that there was a faint black shadow above a small hill not far from where he was. Lu Ming's face darkened. The aura of that black shadow was undoubtedly that of the original Devil Lord. Although he knew that he had caused quite a commotion and that the Devil Lord would come sooner or later, he didn't expect that he would be nearby so soon. According to usual practice, the Demon Lord shouldn't make a move before he successfully advanced, but it was hard to say. Lu Ming's heart was in his throat. In his spiritual ocean, the Heavenly Punishment Sword and the Earthly Calamity Sword were restless. If the Demon Lord were to make a move now, he would definitely not be willing to sit still and wait for death. Perhaps he could only fight to the death. The tribulation cloud in the sky rumbled and surged. The green light receded and turned into a sparkling blue. The sound of surging waves came from the blue tribulation cloud, as if there was a magnificent ocean hidden inside. As the loud splashing sound became clearer and clearer, a blue light flashed in the tribulation cloud whirlpool. Streams of water surged out and attacked towards Lu Ming down below. Besides, there were many millstone-sized blue water balls mixed in the water. Each water ball was coiled with python-like blue lightning, from which rumbling thunder could be vaguely heard. Divine thunder of Yin water. Lu Ming's eyes fell on those blue lightning bolts. His eyes flashed slightly, and without saying a word, he immediately made a hand gesture. An earthy yellow light flashed on his body, and the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers appeared. He made a series of hand gestures, and the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers suddenly flashed and turned into 12 huge black and yellow flood dragons, emitting waves of earthy yellow light and black water light. Go! Lu Ming pointed his finger, and the 12 dragons roared. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they flew toward the water in the air. With a muffled rumble, the water that shot down was smashed by the 12 flood dragons. White smoke spread out, covering a radius of dozens of miles. Under the heavenly tribulation, the void around Lu Ming shook violently, and his divine sense couldn't probe around. At this moment, the fog enveloped him, and the fog contained the power of the heavenly tribulation, making it impossible to see through it. Lu Ming's figure was immediately submerged in it, and he couldn't be seen clearly from the outside. In the distant black cloud, the Demon Lord frowned, then shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Lu Ming was surrounded by the white fog, and he felt slightly relieved. In the tribulation cloud, streams of water continued to shoot down, making thunderous sounds like angry waves. They transformed into water dragons, and thousands of long rivers shot down. It was as if the Milky Way was flowing in reverse, and it was extremely imposing. Although the power of the heavenly tribulation was great, the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers was originally an extremely exquisite magic treasure. In the past hundreds of years, Lu Ming had refined it again based on the understanding he had obtained from the tidal Earth dual-phase formation, so its power was naturally not the same as before. He used the power of the law of water and earth, and the 12 flood dragons contained the power of the two laws that complemented each other. Their huge bodies intertwined with each other, faintly forming a magnificent formation. The surrounding void also shook violently, as if it was about to shatter. Any water that entered the formation was immediately strangled, turning into waves of water light and dissipating. Seeing this, Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. This was a magical power that he had comprehended in the past hundreds of years, the turning dragon formation. In terms of attack power, it was even above the mountain river formation. However, right at this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly churned, and the water that was raining down suddenly flashed, transforming into a series of black balls of water. The balls of water were releasing faint black light, and they appeared to be extremely heavy. Heavy water. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and he murmured to himself. However, at this time, there was no time for him to think carefully. He could only wave one hand, urging the turning dragon formation to meet the attack. The two collided, and suddenly there was a loud rumble. More than 10 huge black balls bombarded the turning dragon formation, and although they were immediately ground to pieces, turning into waves of black water light, the turning dragon formation suddenly trembled. The 12 flood dragons seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and the light on their bodies trembled. The huge black balls shot out wave after wave, like raindrops. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice. The demon whip in his hand shot out, transforming into hundreds of whip shadows that lashed at the black water balls in the sky. At the same time, the black and white Dharma behind him, after some repair, had more or less recovered. With a thought, both fists bombarded, and the shadows of the fists shot out. Waves of muffled thunder rang out from the white fog, continuing for a long time before slowly stopping. The white fog slowly dispersed, revealing Lu Ming's figure. At this moment, the black and white light on his body was getting thicker, as if he had been through the baptism of the heavens test, and became purer. The tribulation cloud in the sky rumbled, and the blue light faded, turning into a bright red color. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and looked up at the sky. A scorching heat spread out, and the fiery cloud in the sky flashed, and countless bright balls of fire shot out, like countless meteors falling down. The scorching heat waves spread far, and thousands of miles around were affected. The original demon lord stood in the dark cloud, looking at Lu Ming's figure in the distance, and slightly frowned. Though that person's eyes were blood red, and his expression was rather frenzied, but his action of resisting the heavens test was very effective. The original demon lord pondered for a moment, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. No matter what, once the heavens test is over, he will immediately make a move, and kill this person, without leaving any future troubles. 2 days and 2 nights passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming hovered in the air, the evil destruction whip in his hand turned into a giant whip shadow, and tore a tens of feet wide clay statue into pieces, turning it into yellow fog. The evil destruction whip flashed, and like a giant sword shadow, it split the yellow fog in half. In the sky, the giant yellow tribulation cloud slowly rolled and dispersed. Seeing this, Lu Ming let out a long sigh, and his face finally showed a happy expression. But before he could finish, the tribulation cloud in the sky stirred again, and thunder rumbled. Lu Ming's expression changed. The 5 elements tribulation had already ended, so why did the tribulation cloud appear again? In the distance, the original demon lord saw the change of the tribulation cloud, and he was also startled. The giant 5-colored tribulation cloud suddenly turned black and white, rolling violently, and then split to the left and right, revealing a giant hole. Black and white lightning appeared in the hole, and let out a deafening roar. Moreover, it quickly expanded, and intertwined with each other, as if it was a world of lightning. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had a deep understanding of lightning, but he had never seen this kind of black and white lightning. The black and white lightning intertwined with each other, and suddenly contracted, emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Lu Ming's heart trembled, and he suddenly waved his hand. A 5-colored ring shot out from his hand, and blocked above his head. It was the ring of heaven and earth resisting lightning. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed. The blood essence flashed red, and turned into tens of blood-red runes, fusing with the ring of heaven and earth resisting lightning. The ring of heaven and earth imperial thunder rotated at a very fast speed, and suddenly emitted a 5-colored electric light. Its size expanded by dozens of times, and a vast and mighty aura was emitted from it. The 5-colored light condensed into a thick light shield above his head. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his hand, and took out another 12 pearls of mountains and rivers. The pearls of mountains and rivers had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations, and had lost a lot of spirituality. But he didn't care about that now. As a low incantation came out of his mouth, the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers suddenly turned into a dazzling yellow light, and quickly rotated around Lu Ming. A moment later, a house-sized, earthy yellow spherical shield appeared beside him. The shield emitted a light that seemed to have substance, and on its surface appeared the shadows of 12 mountains and 12 rivers. They were clearly visible, and there were faintly earthy and black runes flowing on them. This shield was the ultimate protection of the pearls of mountains and rivers, the earth element celestial shield. When Lu Ming used it now, its power was naturally much stronger than before. But just as he finished this, something strange happened. The tribulation cloud rolled in the sky, and a black and white lightning suddenly shot down. It was so fast that it was almost unimaginable, and there was no time to react. There was a rumble. The black and white lightning landed heavily on the 5-colored light shield formed by the ring of heaven and earth lightning, turning into a ball of black and white lightning. Loud crackling sounds rang out, causing the 5-colored light shield to tremble violently. At that moment, the ring of heaven and earth lightning resistance suddenly began to spin, and the 5-colored light shield spun along with it. bolts of ninth heaven divine lightning shot out from it, turning into a five-colored vortex. Thin five-colored thunderbolts coiled up along the black and white thunderbolts like spiritual snakes, quickly devouring the black and white thunderbolts. Lu Ming was slightly relieved to see this. He had never heard of this black and white lightning power, and it contained great power, but the ring of heaven and earth lightning resistance could still restrain it. That made things much easier. However, in the next moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky surged. Lightning flashed, and another thick bolt of black and white lightning shot out. Although it seemed to be almost the same as the first bolt of lightning, its speed had reached an unimaginable level. In just a flash, it struck the five-colored vortex, causing the originally slightly weak ball of black and white lightning to suddenly double in size. The five-colored vortex shook violently, as if it could not devour the two powerful bolts of lightning at the same time. It seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, and even the ring of heaven and earth lightning resistance dimmed. Lu Ming was shocked, but before he could think too much, another violent rumble was heard. The third bolt of black and white lightning shot down from the tribulation clouds without any pause, instantly bombarding the five-colored vortex. Every bolt of black and white lightning could tear the world apart, let alone three. The five-colored vortex finally could not hold on any longer. The five-colored lightning flashed on its surface, and it finally collapsed. Following that, the three huge balls of black and white lightning continued to bombard down without losing any momentum. Within the thunderbolt sphere, the scorching white electric arcs and the cold black electric arcs were sizzling. Before they struck down, a bizarre power of law, which was both hot and cold at the same time, had already struck the earth element heavenly shield, causing it to flicker violently. It looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. Without thinking, he waved the demonic whip in his hand, and a large green whip shadow shot out. At the same time, the two Dharma idols behind him shone brightly with black and white light. Their four hands joined together to block Lu Ming's head. An earth-shattering boom resounded. The black and white lightning suddenly exploded, and a black and white lightning storm swept out in all directions, drowning everything within 100 miles. However, just as the black and white lightning engulfed Lu Ming's body, a ball of gentle white light appeared and blocked in front of Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body was completely enveloped by the black and white lightning, and his figure could not be seen at all. In the dark cloud far away, original Devil Lord's expressionless face finally changed. A trace of disbelief flashed across his face as he gazed at the black and white thunderbolt storm. After the tribulation cloud bombarded the black and white lightning 3 times in a row, it finally stopped and slowly dissipated in the midst of its tumbling. Moments later, the black and white lightning that covered over 100 miles finally dissipated. Wherever the lightning passed, the originally lush green mountains and clear waters seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was nothing left. It was as if someone had dug a deep pit in the ground, but the surface of the pit was surprisingly smooth. In the deepest part of the pit, a figure staggered a few steps. It was Lu Ming. He looked quite wretched at the moment. The black and white protective light around him had become extremely dim, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were tattered, and there were large charred marks on them. His skin and flesh were torn apart. The earth element heavenly shield was long gone. The 12 beads of mountains and rivers still hovered around him, but clear cracks had appeared on all of them, and the light on their surfaces was extremely dim. The 2 black and white Dharma idols above him were even more wretched. Almost their entire upper bodies were destroyed, and they could no longer hold on any longer. They turned into black and white mist and flew back into Lu Ming's body. The damaging whip and the cosmic thunder ring had also returned to their original sizes. They were glowing slightly, and clearly, they had lost some of their spirituality as well. Lu Ming lowered his hand and a white ancient mirror shrunk into his sleeve. It was the celestial mirror. The power of the black and white thunderbolt was far beyond his expectation. In a moment of desperation, he used the celestial mirror to block the strike. He didn't think he would make the right bet. He glanced at the dark cloud in the distance, and when he saw that it wasn't moving, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he put away the pearl of mountain and river, ring of cosmic thunder ward, demonic damage whip, and other magic treasures. The dark cloud in the sky let out a muffled rumble, and finally disappeared without a trace. At this moment, black and white rays of light converged from all directions. They formed an 8-trigram illusion that was over 100 feet in size, and enveloped Lu Ming. Countless black and white threads emerged from the 8-trigram illusion. These black and white threads emitted a strange energy wave, and wrapped Lu Ming's body in layers. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming turned into a huge cocoon of light, and floated in the 8-trigram illusion. The cocoon of light expanded and contracted like a heart. At the same time, there was a steady flow of white light from all directions, and they were absorbed into the cocoon of light. This process lasted for 2 hours before the huge cocoon of light finally stopped moving. Then, a thin crack suddenly appeared on the top of the cocoon. A faint fragrance leaked out from inside. This fragrance was very strange, and it gave people a feeling of purity, clarity, and no impurities. Then, a burst of heavenly chanting came from inside. The cocoon of light issued a crisp sound, and then a crack appeared on its surface. The surrounding chanting became louder and louder, as if someone was playing faluo and beating a drum. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the cocoon of light shattered. A figure in a green robe emerged. It was Lu Ming. His body exuded a soft black and white light. His appearance and figure didn't seem to have changed much from before, but his whole person gave off a completely different feeling. He stood there quietly, and it seemed that he had integrated with the world. Lu Ming gently clenched his fists, and his divine sense swept across his body slightly. His face showed a trace of ecstasy. He had just been in the cocoon of light for a moment, and his body seemed to have been reborn. It was almost like he had been recast. At this moment, not only had his magic power increased several times, but his body was also much stronger than before. Now, he had a kind of earth-shaking momentum in his every move. He looked up at the sky, and the joy on his face gradually faded. It was replaced by a faint sense of loss. After advancing to the eternal life realm, his perception of the entire world had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the past. The laws of the world and the 5 elements were no longer illusory in his eyes. Everything had become traceable, and he could control them at will. As long as he wanted to, moving mountains and filling the sea was just a matter of lifting his hand. Just as Lu Ming was experiencing the mysterious feeling of the everlasting realm, the void above his head darkened, and the surrounding air suddenly tightened. Then, a black devil's claw emerged, and emitted a black light that seemed to be able to devour everything. It suddenly grasped down. Suddenly, a terrifying feeling of suffocation fell from the sky. Lu Ming's complexion suddenly changed, but he didn't show the slightest fear. He shouted and waved his hand. The black light on his body shone, and condensed into a black palm that was about the same size. It met the devil's claw in the air with a loud bang. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The black palm that Lu Ming had condensed was broken into pieces, but the black devil's claw was also forced to stop for a moment. Lu Ming took advantage of the fuselage and flew away in a flash. A soft sound of surprise came from nowhere. Then, the void flashed, and 2 black lights that were more than 10 feet long appeared. They made an ear-piercing sound and rushed towards Lu Ming. Within the black lights, there seemed to be 2 long and narrow strange black swords. The sword essence that they emitted was not any weaker than the sword pill of the void. A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He flipped his palm, and the destructive demon whip appeared. The green whip flickered and wrapped around the 2 black lights, twisting them gently. The black lights let out a mournful cry and shook violently. Then, they were broken into several pieces. I advise you to give up on this kind of probing attack. Do you think that you can kill me with this? Lu Ming looked in a direction and said lightly. In the direction that Lu Ming was looking at, the void flashed, and a tall figure slowly appeared. This person's silver hair moved without any wind. Half of his face was covered by a golden mask, and the other half of his face was expressionless. It was the creator of the rebirth state, the original Devil Lord. At this moment, his eyes were faintly glowing as he looked at Lu Ming from head to toe. At the same time, he gently waved his hand, and the black demon claw retracted and disappeared into the void above his head. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He looked at the sky and then back to the original Devil Lord. It seems that you really are not affected by the prohibition. It is not easy to reach the eternal state with 2 laws of yin and yang at the same time. Tell me, how did you do it? What secrets do you have? the original Devil Lord said after a moment of silence. His eyes were faint, and an invisible aura, like countless streams of water, drilled into Lu Ming's body, as if it wanted to see through Lu Ming's secrets. No comment. Lu Ming's heart shuddered, but his expression didn't change. He said lightly. As he spoke, the spiritual power in his body revolved, and a layer of black light appeared on his body, blocking the original Devil Lord's gaze. He felt at ease. Now that he was facing the original Devil Lord, he no longer felt as unreachable as before. That's fine. As long as I dig out your primordial spirit, the truth will naturally be revealed. The original Devil Lord saw that Lu Ming blocked his probing, and his eyes darkened. As the original Devil Lord spoke, he raised one hand. A black light flashed in his palm, and a 10-feet-long black axe appeared out of nowhere. The black axe was simple and crude in shape, and was entirely black. Apart from a few blood-red stripes, there were no other patterns. On the surface of the axe, a layer of cold black light emerged from the edge of the axe, as if it could devour all light. Lu Ming's expression changed. Judging from the aura given off by the black axe, he could tell that it was also a Xian spirit treasure, and it was even more powerful than the lost devil whip. The original Devil Lord held the axe in his hand and swung it at Lu Ming in a seemingly casual manner. Wang, the black axe flashed and turned into a 100-feet-long black light beam. Wherever it passed, the air was sliced open like a piece of paper, and a strangely long black crack appeared in the air. The original Devil Lord didn't seem to use much strength in this attack, but it was so powerful that it shocked Lu Ming. However, the original Devil Lord didn't slow down at all. He swung his hand and threw the lost devil whip out. The whip expanded into a 100-feet-long whip, and green spell symbols emerged on the surface of the whip, releasing circles of green light ripples and whistling towards the black light beam. A thunderous boom, unexpectedly, the black light beam shattered, but the lost devil whip was also knocked away by a tremendous force. This tremendous force was transmitted to Lu Ming's body through the air, and forced him to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Lu Ming's heart sank, and his mind raced. From this simple exchange of blows, it was obvious that the original Devil Lord's power was far greater than his. Judging from the fact that the original Devil Lord took out the black axe so casually, the original Devil Lord must have quite a few Xian spirit treasures. If they were to fight normally, he wouldn't be able to defeat the original Devil Lord even if he used the two swords of Heaven's punishment and Earth's calamity. Before Lu Ming could react, the original Devil Lord pointed his other hand at the air above Lu Ming's head, and a beam of red light shot out from his 5 fingers, flashing into the air. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the void, followed by violent fluctuations, and 5 huge spatial vortexes appeared. Bang! A large expanse of dazzling red light burst out of the whirlpool. Then, 5 huge red fireballs, each 1,000 feet in size, emerged from the center of the whirlpool. These 5 fireballs were like 5 suns, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature. Before they even reached his body, Lu Ming felt as if his entire body was about to melt, and his mouth was dry. With his current physical body and cultivation, he wouldn't feel like this even if he was immersed in the depths of lava. One could imagine how shocked Lu Ming was when he saw this. What kind of divine ability was this? It could actually summon 5 suns out of thin air. His body moved and he retreated backward. Original Devil Lord sneered and waved his hand at Lu Ming. Rumble, the 5 red suns pressed down on Lu Ming at an amazing speed, and appeared above Lu Ming's head in almost a flash, pressing down. Lu Ming suddenly stopped where he was, with a serious look on his face. Facing the 5 suns, he suddenly raised his hand. A dazzling white light shot out from his hand, and suddenly bloomed, growing bigger and bigger. In an instant, tens of thousands of white light beams shot up into the sky. In the white light, a disc-shaped ancient mirror magic treasure emerged. It was the celestial mirror. The black light on Lu Ming's body dissipated, and was replaced by an extremely dense white light. He put his palms together, and with a solemn face, a spell came out of his mouth. On the surface of the celestial mirror, countless spell symbols appeared and jumped, and a scorching white light suddenly burst out, making people unable to look at it directly. A large white light intertwined and turned into a huge white light curtain, blocking in front of Lu Ming. It exuded a huge spiritual power fluctuation, causing the surrounding aura to tumble. The dazzling white light emitted from the light screen, and wherever the white light shone, the void seemed to be frozen. The 5 red suns stopped less than 1,000 feet away from Lu Ming, as if the space had been frozen. Celestial mirror. Looking at the white mirror in Lu Ming's hand, the Devil Lord's face turned cold. He waved his hand, and another dazzling red light shot out from his 5 fingers, disappearing into the 5 red suns. Immediately, red flames rose from the red suns, and their power increased a lot. They broke out of the space and continued to fall, but their speed and power were naturally much slower than before. Rumble, the 5 burning red suns collided with the huge white light screen transformed from the celestial mirror, producing a loud rumbling sound. The white light screen trembled, but its brightness didn't show any signs of weakening, and it blocked the 5 red suns. Lu Ming's body slightly trembled, but he took a deep breath and quickly made a hand gesture. A waterfall-like white light emerged from his body. The white light was condensed from countless white spell symbols, emitting a strong power vibration. The white light blurred and flew into the white light screen. The light screen transformed from the celestial mirror immediately brightened, and with a buzzing sound, countless translucent white light beams suddenly darted out, penetrating all 5 red suns. Seeing this, the original Devil Lord showed a trace of surprise, but before he could do anything, Lu Ming changed his hand gesture, and the white light beams flashed and swayed. The 5 red suns shuddered violently before emitting a series of crackling sounds. Immediately thereafter, they were sliced apart by the white translucent threads before exploding into countless flaming red rubble that scattered in all directions. Lu Ming's face relaxed a bit. He kicked the ground and shot backwards, landing thousands of feet away before he stopped. He waved his hand, and the light screen in front of him quickly shrank back into the shape of the celestial mirror, flying back into his hand. It seems that you were the one who sneaked into the enchanted canyon, killed Qi Yao, and took away the celestial mirror. You indeed have a lot of secrets. I am more and more interested in your memories. The original Devil Lord sneered and turned the black axe in his hand. A silver spell symbol emerged on the surface of the black axe, then it slightly trembled and shattered. A black beam of light spurted out from the axe blade, rising straight into the sky, flashing into the clouds and disappearing without a trace. The next moment, a thunderous boom, a gust of wind rose from the clouds, and a huge black hole was torn open. A dense stream of black light, as thick as water, shot down from the hole and quickly gathered together, turning into huge black spell symbols. The Demon Lord waved a hand, and those black runes seemed to have been summoned. They turned into streaks of black light, and disappeared into the black axe in a flash. After absorbing those black spell symbols, the black axe in the original Devil Lord's hand quickly expanded. The axe was only about 10 feet long, but in a blink of an eye, it grew to 20 to 30 feet long, and let out a shrill buzzing sound. A strong sense of coldness was released from the black axe. Even from hundreds of feet away, Lu Ming could clearly sense the horrifying power of the axe. Even the whip in his hand was letting out deep and low buzzing sounds, as if it was afraid of the black axe. Profound spirit treasures are divided into different grades. Although the wood-type spirit treasure in your hand is a profound spirit treasure, it only contains some shallow principles of wood-type spirit treasures. Therefore, it is only the lowest grade of profound spirit treasures. I will let you see it before you die. The original Devil Lord sneered, gripped the axe handle with one hand, and swung it towards Lu Ming. The black axe turned into a shadow, and a crescent-shaped black light of more than 10 feet rolled out. The black light exuded a terrifying fluctuation of law, and its speed was so fast that it almost reached the point of teleportation. In just a flash, it appeared in front of Lu Ming. A gust of cold air surged out from the black light, causing Lu Ming to feel as if all the blood in his body had been frozen in an instant. Lu Ming was shocked, but it was too late to dodge at this moment. Seeing that the power of the black axe had greatly increased, he naturally did not dare to use the whip to resist it like before. His mind turned sharply, and he suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a white light into the celestial mirror in front of him. The celestial mirror flashed, and a turbulent white light shot out, accompanied by dense white spell symbols, and instantly condensed into 3 white light walls, blocking in front of him. Ka ka ka, there were 3 continuous soft sounds, and the black crescent moon blade easily cut through the 3 white light walls, but the black light blade also dimmed a lot. Lu Ming let out a low roar, and the damaged demon whip in his hand suddenly released a bright light. It blossomed with a light even brighter than before as it welcomed the black light blade. There was a loud sound, and although the original devil whip was barely able to break the black light blade, several cracks appeared on its body, and it lost a lot of its spirituality. Lu Ming's body shook, and he repeatedly retreated a dozen steps before he could stand firm, and the blood on his face flashed. At this moment, the void behind him slightly fluctuated, and the figure of the original Devil Lord appeared not far behind him like a ghost. The original Devil Lord's black axe flashed, and the world Xianxia trembled. Suddenly, a black light shot out, and chopped down towards Lu Ming. The black light blade flashed and arrived above Lu Ming's head, making a loud sound as it chopped down. Lu Ming suddenly looked back, and his complexion changed. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was very close, and there was no time to dodge. It was even too late to use a magic weapon to block the attack. His body had just lit up with black and white light, and the black light blade had already shot out, cutting into the black and white light, and then exploded, turning into a dazzling black light, filling a radius of more than 10 feet. The surrounding void fluctuated violently, like ripples on the surface of the water. At this moment, a black and white figure shot out from the black light, and landed in the distance, revealing the figure of Lu Ming. At this moment, 2 light wings, one black and one white, grew on his back. The wings were overflowing with light, and looked extremely mysterious. However, his body was extremely disheveled, and even somewhat miserable. His face was pale, and the left side of his shoulder was empty, dripping with blood, and one of his arms had disappeared. Lu Ming looked at the Devil Lord in the distance, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. The strength of the Devil Lord was far beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that after advancing to the Eternal Realm, although it was impossible for him to defeat the Devil Lord, he would still be able to resist a little. After all, although he had obtained the heavenly retribution and earthly punishment swords, if he did not seize the opportunity, it would be in vain. Now, it seemed that he had been too naive. While Lu Ming was thinking, a faint white light emerged from the wound on his left shoulder. Within the white light, countless blood vessels and granules were growing out at a visible speed. In a blink of an eye, half of an arm had already grown back. Original Devil Lord glanced at Lu Ming. His expression didn't change, but a trace of surprise flashed across the depth of his eyes. Just now, he unexpectedly traveled through the void and launched a thunderous blow. Although he didn't exert his full strength in order not to shatter Lu Ming's divine soul, according to his expectation, he should be able to cut Lu Ming's body in half. Even if he couldn't kill Lu Ming, he should be able to completely make Lu Ming lose the ability to resist. However, he didn't expect Lu Ming to escape the fatal attack. Humph! Original Devil Lord snorted. Another layer of black light emerged on the black axe in his hand. Then, he made another hand sign. In the next moment, the black axe flew out of his hand. As the black light fluctuated, the entire axe turned into a dense cluster of black crystal threads. A power of Tao swept out from the threads, making an ear-piercing swishing noise as they darted towards Lu Ming. These black crystal threads were quite similar to the white crystal threads Lu Ming had just released through the celestial mirror. However, no matter the light or the power of Tao, these black crystal threads were far more powerful than the white crystal threads. Lu Ming's expression changed. The black and white light wings on his back flapped slightly, and his entire body suddenly transformed into a blurry shadow and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body reappeared hundreds of meters away like a ghost. His speed was almost as fast as that of original Devil Lord. Where Lu Ming was standing before, a large mass of black light swept down, and those black crystal threads naturally missed their target. Lu Ming was slightly relieved. This black and white light wings was a divine ability he had learned during these years. It combined his beast armor spell, 3 shadowy great art, and many other secret magics. Supplemented by the power of Tao of Yin and Yang, it allowed him to merge with the void and move as fast as a shadow. A strange look flashed across the original Demon Lord's face as he waved his hand and cast out a spell. The black light threads in the air suddenly changed their direction. With a loud chi-chi sound, they continued to shoot toward Lu Ming like maggots on a bone. At the same time, original Devil Lord pointed his other hand out and a beam of black light shot up into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Lu Ming noticed what the original demon lord was doing. His face twitched as if he had thought of something, but the black light beams had already arrived. He hurriedly made a hand sign, and with a flap of the light wings on his back, he disappeared once again. In the next moment, he appeared in another place 1,000 feet away as if he had teleported. However, as soon as he appeared, the black threads of light seemed to have predicted his movements. They had already turned around and shot towards him. Lu Ming's heart trembled, and the black and white light on his body shone brightly. His figure disappeared again, dodging the entanglement of the black silk. At this moment, the black crystal silk suddenly split into several parts as if it had eyes of its own. Its speed suddenly doubled, and it swooped down on Lu Ming from several directions. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. He pushed his body to the extreme, leaving a series of afterimages as he narrowly brushed past the black silk. The original Devil Lord frowned and showed a trace of impatience on his face. He murmured something and waved his hand. Rumble, a muffled, thunderous sound came from the sky. The clouds in the sky suddenly rolled and rolled, then dispersed in all directions. Next, Lu Ming felt the sky above his head darken. A gigantic figure appeared in midair. It was an enormous black figure, over 10,000 feet tall. It floated in the air like a dark cloud, covering the sky and casting a large shadow on the ground. At first glance, this giant figure looked no different from an ordinary creature. But upon closer inspection, one could tell that it was not a living creature, but a giant puppet. Lu Ming looked at the giant black puppet that almost covered the entire sky. His expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with disbelief. Such a giant thing was hiding in the sky, but he didn't notice it at all. Furthermore, the aura that the puppet was exuding right now was vaguely familiar. With a sway of his body, he evaded the attack of a cluster of black crystal threads. He quickly glanced at the hands of the giant puppet, and a hint of understanding flashed through his mind. He recognized the pair of giant black hands. They were the terrifying hands that appeared before him many times, and finally captured him into the rebirth state. Before, Lu Ming always thought that the giant hand that could break through realms and capture people was transformed from the original Devil Lord's hand. He never thought that it belonged to such a giant puppet. The power that this puppet gave off was also tremendous, much more powerful than Lu Ming himself. The giant black puppet opened its giant hand, which glowed with a faint black light. It moved slowly towards Lu Ming. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, the giant puppet hand suddenly stopped halfway, and the black light on its surface abruptly shone brightly before exploding. A vast expanse of dazzling black light swept out in all directions, enveloping an area of several kilometers below. Lu Ming was fast, but he couldn't dodge in time. Instantly, he was enveloped by the black light. His face became extremely pale. The black light seemed to contain some kind of power of law, and a huge pressure of the 5 elements acted on his body from all directions, causing his speed to become extremely slow. At the same time, those black crystal silk seemed to be unaffected by the black light. After a blur, they rolled over from all directions and tightly wrapped around Lu Ming, leaving only his head exposed. The original Devil Lord finally showed a trace of a smile. He waved his hand and the black light in the giant puppet's hand dissipated. A series of cracking sounds came from the giant puppet's body. Then, its body quickly changed into a stretch of black palace, floating in the air. The black crystal silk wrapped Lu Ming up and flashed to the front of the original Devil Lord. But at this moment, in the black crystal silk, Lu Ming's body collapsed and turned into billowing black gas. Then, a golden talisman with dim golden light floated down slowly. It was the yellow turban talisman. The original Devil Lord paused. Thousands of meters away, the void fluctuated, and Lu Ming, who was shrouded in green light, appeared. Although the arm that was previously cut off had completely grown back, his face was paler than before. The yellow turban talisman he used in a moment of desperation was the one he refined in order to deal with the original Devil Lord. Although the clone's aura and appearance were enough to fool the world, it also consumed an extremely large amount of magic power. In the face of the original Devil Lord, it was already a fluke that this method could only work once, and it couldn't do anything else. In addition, although he recovered his broken arm with the help of the heavenly beast's blood essence, he also consumed a lot of magic power. As a result, he had less than half of his magic power left. This talisman is quite interesting. It seems to be an ancient treasure. You're quite strong, kid. You've actually dodged a few of my attacks. However, I'd like to see if you can withstand my next move. The original Devil Lord moved his eyes away from the yellow turban talisman and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He then waved his hand and struck out a magic seal. The black crystal threads all rolled back and quickly turned into a huge black axe in midair, dancing around his body. At the same time, he flipped his other hand and an ancient black flute suddenly appeared in his hand. The flute was only a foot long and was engraved with some kind of strange dark purple patterns. One end of the flute was in the shape of a beast's head. Lu Ming's expression changed. Although he was some distance away, he could still feel the aura emitted by the black flute. It was clearly a profound spirit treasure, and its rank was no lower than the black axe. He immediately made a hand seal and the damaging demon whip flashed and elongated dozens of times, turning into circles of green light that wrapped around his body. The original Devil Lord's other hand released the celestial mirror. It rotated and bloomed a white circle of light that enveloped him. Seeing Lu Ming's action, the original Devil Lord's expression didn't change. He slowly raised the black flute and put it to his mouth. The next moment, a long and melodious flute sound rang out. The purple patterns on the black flute glowed with a faint light. Then, a series of purple talismans floated around the flute and spread out. Wherever the purple talismans went, the void let out a buzzing sound, and the air took on a strange and hazy purple color. Lu Ming's expression changed. Although the light curtain around him could defend against physical attacks, it couldn't block out sound. But before he could think about it, the flute sound had already passed through the light curtain into his ears and immediately echoed in his spiritual sea. The scene in front of him suddenly became blurry, and a sense of comfort and relaxation came from his heart. His mind also became drowsy, as if he was about to fall asleep. At this critical moment, Lu Ming suddenly bit the tip of his tongue with a burst of strength. The severe pain made his mind recover a little. Then, he waved his arms again and again. More than a dozen formation flags flew out from his body and landed around him, opening a layer of soundproof enchantment. A strange look flashed across the original Devil Lord's eyes, but his lips moved as he continued to play the flute. Along with the melodious flute sound, the purple talismans had already spread out for hundreds of meters, dyeing the void around the original Devil Lord purple. Naturally, Lu Ming was also wrapped up in this purple world. Right now, Lu Ming's heart was extremely anxious. Although he used the brief moment of lucidity to create the soundproof seal, it still couldn't block the sound of the original Devil Lord's flute. This should also be some kind of power of law. But it's definitely not one of the 7 types of law in the lower realm. Could it be a law from the upper realm as well? Lu Ming's mind became more and more drowsy, but he couldn't help but think of this. Otherwise, with his spiritual power, how could he not be able to resist a mere flute sound? One should know that he was very familiar with the 7 types of law in this realm. He believed that none of them could easily trap him. Seeing Lu Ming's expression at the moment, the original demon master showed a proud look on his face. However, the flute didn't stop playing. Instead, the rhythm sped up. As countless purple spell symbols surged in the air, the area within a radius of hundreds of meters turned into a world of purple light. Lu Ming's blurry eyes reflected the purple light. More and more, thicker, and gradually, Lu Ming's eyes were obscured. A quarter of an hour later, his eyes were completely covered by the purple light. His eyes became abnormally lifeless, and his arms drooped. He stood motionless on the spot like a wooden chicken. Seeing this, the original demon lord faintly smiled. Only then did he stop playing and put down the flute. This flute was called the Qianxia flute, a Xianling treasure that contained the Tao of music. The Tao of music, Tao of time, and Tao of space were all middle-level Tao of the upper world. With the power of an immortal realm cultivator, it was naturally impossible for him to escape the control of the flute. The original demon master let out a sigh of relief. Although he was far stronger than Lu Ming in both cultivation and strength, he also had his own difficulties. The secret realm of reincarnation that he painstakingly created, other than being a place for his divided souls to fight, was actually a protective shield that could deceive the world. He had stayed in the immortal realm for countless years. His understanding of the Tao of Tao had far surpassed the scope of this world. Now, he was only one step away from transcending the immortal realm. Once he broke through, he would be able to break through the void and ascend to the upper world. By then, even those few old things in the upper world wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, in the secret realm of reincarnation, he still had many concerns. Once he used too much power, he would be rejected by the Tao of the lower world, which would lead to the awkward situation of forcibly ascending to the upper world. If that happened, all these years of planning might go to waste. In addition, he seemed to be fighting Lu Ming with ease, but in fact, he had no choice. After all, he had to kill Lu Ming without hurting his spirit, which was quite a burden. The original Devil Lord waved his hand. The purple spell symbols in the air stopped rolling and gathered together, turning into a few purple tentacles that coiled around Lu Ming's body and dragged him to the front of the original Devil Lord. Finally, excitement flashed across the original Devil Master's eyes. He waved his hand and released a beam of black light, hacking towards Lu Ming's neck. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Lu Ming's body suddenly trembled, and the purple light in his eyes flickered. Most of it disappeared in an instant, revealing a trace of clarity. Whoosh! A green light shot out from his hand. It was the damaged evil whip. With an explosive sound, the damaged evil whip shattered the black light that was coming towards Lu Ming. Then, it suddenly extended and shot towards the original Devil Lord like a giant green snake. What? The original Devil Lord was shocked. He didn't think that Lu Ming could break free from the illusion so quickly. He looked surprised, but his hands didn't slow down at all. The black axe in front of him suddenly shone with a black light. After a flash, the axe turned into a three-headed, six-armed, pitch-black Devil Lord. The Devil Lord suddenly grabbed the damaged evil whip, as if it was holding the weak point of a giant snake. The damaged evil whip struggled violently, but it couldn't break free at all. At this moment, Lu Ming's body shone with black and white light, and the purple light in his eyes had disappeared. He abruptly turned around and looked at the original Devil Lord with a cold look. The original Devil Lord didn't know why, but he felt a chill in his heart. He jumped back and pointed his finger forward. The purple tentacles that bound Lu Ming's body flashed and tightened. At the same time, the original Devil Lord turned his palm and a dazzling blue light shot out from his hand towards Lu Ming. Within the blue light, there was a long sword glowing with blue light. The body of the sword was curved like a snake, and the tip of the sword was the head of the snake. A sky-piercing coldness spread out from the blue light. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, blue ice flowers floated in the air. It was another Xian spirit treasure. This attack was earth-shattering, and he didn't hold back at all. It seemed that he wanted to destroy Lu Ming's body and soul. The original Devil Lord finally had the intention to kill. After all, to him, Lu Ming was a good target to devour, which could save him a lot of time. But Lu Ming's shocking actions made him finally make up his mind. Facing the original Devil Lord's murderous intent, Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. The black light on his body suddenly disappeared, and only a dazzling white light was left on his body. In the white light, the shadow of the celestial mirror flashed across. The next moment, the white light suddenly brightened, and Lu Ming's body disappeared in the light. No, you. The original Devil Lord's expression changed, and he couldn't believe it. Before his voice died away, the space behind him flashed, and Lu Ming's body appeared. But at this moment, Lu Ming's body had changed greatly. What wrapped around him was no longer the white light, but a dazzling light mixed with gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. The five-colored light emitted a surging power, which was far stronger than Lu Ming's own spiritual pressure. At the same time, Lu Ming's eyes also shone with five-colored light. He chanted a spell, and a five-colored light beam suddenly shot out from his hand. At such a close distance, the original Devil Lord couldn't dodge. With a blur, the five-colored light beam wrapped around the original Devil Lord. The five-colored light beam suddenly brightened, flashed, and turned into an ellipsoidal five-colored seal, wrapping the original Devil Lord inside. Inside the five-colored seal, the blurry shadows of the hunchbacked old man and the other four people appeared. The five people formed a circle, surrounding the original Devil Lord. Daoist Ka. So it's you guys. Humph, do you think you can trap me with the power of a few soul fragments? The original Devil Lord shouted when he saw the hunchbacked old man and the other 4 people. Then, the original Devil Lord's body suddenly shone brightly, trying to break out of the seal. Although the 5-colored seal flickered under the original Devil Lord's attacks and seemed to be on the verge of collapse, it still trapped the original Devil Lord inside. Lu Ming, we can't hold on much longer, do it. The hunchbacked old man shot out a yellow light from his hand, continuously injecting it into the 5-colored seal, and suddenly turned to shout at Lu Ming. Without waiting for the hunchbacked old man's order, Lu Ming had already pounced toward the original Devil Lord. A clear sound came from inside his body, and after a flash of black and white light, 2 beams of light, one black and one white, flew out of Lu Ming's body, soaring into the sky with an indescribably great sword intent. Within the black light, there was a strange sword that was completely black and looked like a black rod. Within the white light, there was a wide, thick, and sparkling white longsword. They were the heavenly punishment and the earthly tribulation, 2 pure and vast powers of law swept out from the black and white light, colliding with each other in midair like 2 huge waves. The entire void shook violently. Then, the entire sky seemed to be cut in half, suddenly turning into black and white. At this moment, the heavenly punishment and earthly calamity dual swords were circling in the air. Circles of black and white ripples swept out from the 2 swords like stormy waves. Wherever they passed, the void rumbled endlessly. The black and white sky also seemed to be stirred up and began to rotate. As for Lu Ming, at this moment, there were 2 Dharma idols, one black and one white, thousands of feet tall, behind him. As he made a sign with both hands, the 2 Dharma idols let out a long roar. Then, their figures blurred and suddenly turned into a large black and white fog, continuously entering the heavenly punishment and earthly tribulation swords in midair. As the fog poured in, the 2 swords spun faster and faster, and the black and white sky also turned into a huge black and white 8 trigrams. As it spun rapidly, it was like a huge black and white whirlpool, and countless black and white runes flew out of it. The heavenly punishment and earthly tribulation swords seemed to be pulled by the huge force from the whirlpool, and in a flash, a burst of Sanskrit sounds could be heard. The black and white whirlpool trembled and tore open, and a suffocating power of the law of heaven and earth also swept out from it. This series of actions seemed complicated, but in fact, it only took a breath or 2. The black and white whirlpool flashed, and 2 huge swords, one black and one white, appeared, landing in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was expressionless, but his face was extremely pale, almost transparent to the point that the blue veins on his face could be seen. The magic power in his body was constantly being sucked away by the black and white swords, and the magic power that was originally less than half was instantly bottomed out. Not only that, the 2 swords were like bottomless pits, and even the essence in his body was being sucked away. A trace of horror appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Although he had obtained the 2 swords for hundreds of years, this was the first time he used them because he was afraid of being discovered by the demon lord. The 2 swords were actually so evil, thoughts flashed in his mind, and then he immediately threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly waved one hand toward the demon lord in the seal. The black and white swords trembled, and immediately turned into 2 black and white streaks, shooting out. In a blur, they appeared in the sky above the 5-colored seal, and suddenly intersected, chopping down. Inside the 5-colored seal, the demon lord looked at the black and white streaks that were chopping down, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. But in the blink of an eye, he regained his calmness. His eyes flashed, and he muttered an incantation. The void above his head flashed, and a crack appeared, and a red vertical eye the size of a millstone emerged, emitting a faint red light. It was incomparably strange, as if it was the eye of a ghost. An extremely evil aura exuded from the red eye. When the stooped old man and the other 4 saw the red vertical eye, their bodies shook, and a trace of excitement appeared in their eyes. A faint blood-red light shot out from the vertical eye, and bombarded the surrounding 5-colored seal. The incomparably strong 5-colored seal made a kacha sound, and this strange blood-red light easily pierced a big hole through it. Then, cracks appeared on the 5-colored seal, and in less than a breath's time, it shattered with a loud bang. A huge impact spread out, and the shadows of the stooped old man and the other 4 were shaken away. The blood-red light pierced through the 5-colored seal, and the remaining power did not diminish, and bombarded the place where the black and white swords intersected. Another earth-shattering rumble resounded, the black and white swords suddenly shook, and were unexpectedly shaken away by the blood-red light, but the blood-red light also dissipated. Where the two collided, the space shattered like a mirror, and a huge spatial fluctuation suddenly spread in all directions. Pressed by this invisible force, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat. After he steadied himself over 1,000 feet away, he couldn't help but spurt out several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with shock. He knew that the black and white swords contained great power, but he didn't expect that they would be pushed back by a beam of red light shot out from the blood-red eyeball. What on earth was that blood-red eyeball? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He tried his best to drive the black and white swords to attack again, but at the moment, his dantian was completely empty, without any power left. A fierce look flashed across his eyes, and he began to recite a spell. Blood-red flames emerged all over his body, burning fiercely. In his withered meridians, his spirit blood turned into streams of pure power and started flowing again. His face, which was as pale as a piece of paper, turned abnormally red. However, at the same time, his profound qi was depleting at an amazing speed. This was the blood spirit great art that Lu Ming learned from the secret book of the blood ancestor. By burning his own spirit blood, he could restore his power in a short period of time. It was a self-destructive magic, and a slight carelessness could lead to the collapse of his body. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he had no time to think too much. Lu Ming's complexion quickly recovered a little, and he suddenly changed his sword spell. The black and white swords, which had been sent flying backward, flashed and stopped. They spun in the air, releasing a much more powerful aura than before. Once again, they turned into two beams of light, one black and one white, darting towards the original Devil Lord. The original Devil Lord's face didn't look very good at the moment. With his cultivation that was close to the peak of the Eternal Realm, it seemed that summoning this creepy blood-red eyeball had consumed a lot of his power. Seeing the black and white giant swords coming at him with great momentum again, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence again. His 10 fingers changed rapidly, and the blood essence suddenly turned into a bloody skull. It flashed and disappeared into the bloody eyeball above his head. The red light in the blood-red eyeball suddenly flashed, as if it had a life of its own. It suddenly looked at the incoming black and white sword light, and the blood-red light in its pupil shone brightly, as if it was about to make a move. However, right at this moment, a series of ripples appeared in the space above the crimson eyeball, and a vast expanse of 5-colored light appeared out of thin air before surging violently. Immediately thereafter, a massive 5-colored hand appeared out of nowhere, and it grabbed onto the crimson eyeball at lightning speed. Progenitor Demon Lord's expression changed as he turned his head to the side. Nearby, the hunchbacked old man's group of 5 stood together with grim expressions. They formed a formation, and the 5-colored light they gave off gathered above their heads. The other end of the formation was connected to the 5-colored hand. After the 5-colored hand grabbed onto the crimson eyeball, countless 5-colored runes surged out of the nearby space in a frenzy, transforming into a 5-colored mist that inundated the hand along with the crimson eyeball. By the time the mist dissipated, the 5-colored hand had already disappeared, only to be replaced by a massive crystalline disc. A light barrier had appeared over the surface of the disc, and 5-colored light was swirling over the surface of the disc, enveloping the crimson eyeball within. It was as if the crimson eyeball had been frozen within the crystalline disc, and even the crimson light it was emanating seemed to have frozen as well. The progenitor demon lord immediately flared up with rage, but at the sight of the oncoming sword projections, one black and one white, he opened his mouth to expel a small bell that was covered in purple runes. The small bell swelled to around 10 feet in size, then swayed as it hovered above his head. A crisp bell chime rang out from within, and at the same time, rings of purple runes emerged before intertwining to form a giant purple bell projection that was over 1,000 feet tall, completely encompassing the progenitor demon lord. Scintillating light erupted from the black and white giant swords, and the black and white sword chi intertwined together to form a giant 8-trigram projection in a flash. A suffocating power of laws emanated from the projection, encompassing an area with a radius of several hundred feet. The progenitor demon lord was also enveloped by the power of laws, and the space around him tightened, rendering him unable to move at all. Under the control of the power of laws, the nearby space seemed to have been frozen, making it impossible for him to travel through space. In the next instant, the 8 trigram projection blurred and transformed into a gargantuan finger. The skin and fingerprints on the finger were extremely clear, as if it contained boundless power. As soon as the giant finger appeared, it pointed down toward the progenitor demon lord in a stealthy manner. It was soundless, however. The space between the giant finger and the progenitor demon lord began to twist and distort. At the same time, a chilling aura was released from the giant finger, as if the entire world was as insignificant as a blade of grass in the face of this finger. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed a trace of inexplicable complexity. "Old Yun, it really is you. You've been scheming for so many years, just to kill me. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed again. There will come a day when I will settle all these debts with you, one by one." The progenitor demon lord seemed to know that he couldn't survive this. Instead, he laughed out loud and said something that confused Lu Ming. Before his voice died away, the giant finger landed on the progenitor demon lord's body like a mountain. The giant purple bell projection that enveloped the progenitor demon lord became extremely twisted. As the giant finger landed, a large part of the bell's head caved in. After shaking violently for a few times, the bell dissipated with a bang. Blood splashed. Even though the progenitor demon lord's cultivation was almost beyond the immortal realm, and he possessed several powers of laws, under this finger attack, his head exploded, and his body was crushed into a pile of meat paste. After this attack, the giant finger silently turned into a black and white mist and dissipated, revealing 2 giant swords, one black and one white, which quickly shrank back to their original size. After a blur, Lu Ming's figure appeared next to the black and white swords. Sensing that the progenitor demon lord's body was indeed dead, he relaxed a bit. He waved his hand and launched a sword spell. The 2 swords, Divine Punishment and Earthly Calamity, flashed into his body. The burning blood-red flame on Lu Ming's body dissipated, revealing his body. He looked a bit haggard at the moment. His originally plump body was much thinner than before, and his muscles were shriveled, to the point that his bones could almost be seen. His body suddenly shook, and he almost fell down. At this moment, a roll of green light darted out and supported Lu Ming's body, then turned into a green circle of light and enveloped Lu Ming. The hunchbacked elder and the other 4 silhouettes flew over, and the green light came from the greenskin giant's hand. However, the bodies of the 5 of them were almost transparent, shaking slightly, as if they were going to disappear at any moment. The green light wrapped around Lu Ming's body, and as the light seeped into his body, his haggard body quickly recovered a bit, and his face looked a little better. The green light quickly dissipated. Lu Ming took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the hunchbacked elder and the other 4, his eyes flashing. He never knew that the projections of the 5 of them were now residing in his body. "Lu, the matter of the original demon lord is of great importance, so that day in the secret territory, we used a secret technique and secretly hid a trace of our soul in your body. We didn't tell you about it before, so we hope you don't mind," said the hunchbacked elder. "I understand. If it weren't for the help of the 5 seniors, I would have died here." Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he bowed to the 5 of them. When he was trapped in the illusion world of the original demon lord, if it weren't for the 5 people in his body, he would have been beheaded by the original demon lord, and his soul would have been devoured. The hunchbacked elder didn't say anything more. He turned around and looked at the blood-red eyeball that was sealed by the 5-colored disc in midair. With the death of the original demon lord, the red light on the surface of the blood-red eyeball also dissipated. The hunchbacked elder's eyes flashed with excitement. He mumbled something, waved his hand, and released a yellow light that wrapped around the 5-colored disc and pulled it in front of him. The other 4 looked at the blood-red eyeball with undisguised excitement. 5 seniors, what is this blood-red eyeball? It seems so powerful that it can resist the sword of heavenly punishment and the sword of earthly calamity? Lu Ming looked at the 5 of them and asked in a seemingly casual manner. This item is related to the secrets of the upper world. It's best that Lu doesn't know about it now. The hunchbacked elder's eyes flashed, and he said lightly. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't ask any more questions. The 5-colored disc slowly shrank to the size of a palm, and then it was carefully put away by the hunchbacked elder. At this moment, the light on their bodies fluctuated, and ripples appeared in the void around them. It's almost the limit. The golden-robed young man raised his eyebrows and said. The hunchbacked elder nodded, and turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu, you and I have joined forces to fight against the enemy. It can be considered as a good karma. When you ascend to the upper world in the future, if you are willing, you can come to Xianxia City to find us. As the hunchbacked elder spoke, he flipped his palm, and a white talisman appeared in his hand. He crushed it. A large amount of dazzling white light radiated from the talisman, and it wrapped around the five of them. The dazzling white light suddenly brightened, and after a while, the five of them disappeared without a trace, as if they were never there. Lu Ming stood quietly for a moment, and he looked up at the sky. A trace of absent-mindedness flashed through his eyes. This battle could be said to be the most difficult battle of his life. Although the original demon lord had died, and he seemed to have no more worries, he could not completely relax. He had a feeling that the original demon lord's words before his death were not groundless. There must be something hidden in them. At this moment, there was a soft buzzing sound. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound. The strange blue snake-shaped sword in the distance was glowing faintly, and it floated to the broken body of the original demon lord and made a soft sound, as if it was mourning the death of its former master. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and a black light shot out, wrapping around the blue snake-shaped sword and pulling it in front of him. The strange blue sword glowed blue and struggled in the black light, as if it was trying to break free. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved his hand and cast 2 spells into the strange blue sword. The strange sword stopped struggling and landed in his hand. Lu Ming touched the body of the sword and felt a bone-chilling cold. Good sword. He was overjoyed. This strange blue sword was a water elemental Xian spirit treasure, and its quality was even higher than his demon whip. He looked at it for a while and put it away. Then, his eyes fell on the original demon lord's broken body. Among the blood and flesh, he could vaguely see a black ring that was glowing. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and waved his hand. The ring flew into his hand. The original demon lord had lived in the lower realm for countless years and accumulated a lot of wealth. Lu Ming sent a strand of his divine sense into the ring. Suddenly, his body stiffened and his face showed a look of ecstasy. The inside of the black ring was spacious and filled with all kinds of treasures. There were 5 to 6 Xian spirit treasures, including the black axe and flute that the original demon lord used before. Just when Lu Ming was about to take a closer look, a deafening roar came from the sky. The black castle that was formed by the giant puppet was glowing in black light and was flying away at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, only a blurry silhouette was left. Lu Ming was shocked. He looked at the black castle that was getting further and further away and frowned. The original demon lord was turned into meat paste by the giant finger formed by the heaven punishment and earth calamity swords. His yuan shen was already shattered. There was no way he could still be alive. Was there someone else controlling the giant puppet? He thought about Qi Yao in the Lost Canyon. Could it be that the puppet castle was summoned by the other subordinates of the original demon lord? Lu Ming thought about it but didn't chase after it. At the moment, Ji Hao was badly wounded. If original Devil Master really had other subordinates, it would be too dangerous for him to chase after them recklessly. Therefore, he should find a place to recover first. His gaze fell on the demon lord's broken body, and with a flick of his finger, 2 balls of crimson fireballs landed on the broken body, burning fiercely. Contrary to his expectations, the demon lord's broken body showed no signs of being burned in the crimson flames. As expected of the existence of the eternal life realm. His body has already turned into slag, but the true fire still can't destroy it. A hint of admiration flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he muttered an incantation. A scarlet rune shot out from his mouth and fused with the raging flames. The scarlet flame immediately shone brightly, emitting bursts of violent fire-attributed power of laws. Under the greatly increased power of the red flame, the broken pieces of the original Devil Lord's body finally began to melt, turning into black smoke and dissipating in the air. A few moments later, the progenitor Demon Lord's body completely disappeared. However, when the black smoke dissipated, a black light ball appeared. No matter how the surrounding flames attacked, the black light ball didn't move at all. Lu Ming was startled. The Demon Lord Yuan Shen had been completely shattered by the attack just now, and the fragments of the laws he had learned were also destroyed. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a Yuan Qi light ball left. His eyes flickered, and after a slight pause, he waved one hand. The scarlet flame dissipated, revealing the black light ball inside. The light ball emitted a faint light, and a faint purple glow could be seen flowing inside, emitting a strange energy fluctuation. Lu Ming was startled. This energy fluctuation was quite similar to the one emitted by the purple gas after the prison bubble was broken. He pondered for a while, then suddenly waved his hand. A fist-sized purple ball appeared in front of him, which was the light ball formed by Luo Hu's origin qi. After hundreds of years, the purple ball continued to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. It seemed to have changed a lot compared to before, emitting a faint purple halo. A layer of purple crystal appeared on the surface of the ball, like an eggshell. It looked like the egg of a monster beast, and the life aura it emitted was much stronger than before. As soon as the purple ball appeared, it seemed to have sensed something. The purple halo it emitted suddenly brightened, and with a so sound, it flew towards the black light ball. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't stop it. The purple ball flew into the black light, and immediately swallowed it. In just a few breaths, the black light ball was completely swallowed, and the purple halo emitted by the purple ball fluctuated. Suddenly, a caw-caw sound was heard, and a few cracks appeared on the surface of the purple crystal. Lu Ming's face changed slightly, and the purple ball made a soft sound, breaking open, and a small purple beast came out. The small beast's body was covered with fine purple scales, a pair of fleshy wings on its back, and two pink sharp horns on its head. It looked like a young dragon, but it was very different from the dragon race. A pair of black eyes occupied half of its face, and it looked quite cute. Lu Ming was startled, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The small purple beast swayed its body twice, and swallowed the purple eggshell beside it, one bite at a time. Its body faintly grew a bit, and it emitted a faint monster qi. The small purple beast flapped its wings, flew up, and landed in front of Lu Ming. "Why, are you so surprised to see me resurrect?" The small purple beast spoke in the human language. "You are Senior Luo Hu." Lu Ming heard it, and suddenly said with some disbelief. "Of course, if not me, who else could it be?" The small purple beast's voice was shrill and young, but its tone was very mature, and it looked a little funny. "No, it's just that Senior mentioned resurrection before, but I didn't think it would be in this form. I was a little surprised, that's all." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile, and then he said seriously. "That's nothing. My original body is an ancient beast, and I have the ability to be reborn. I swallowed 2 strands of primordial purple gas, and only then was I able to successfully be reborn," the small purple beast said. "Primordial purple gas, what is that?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he asked thoughtfully. "Primordial purple gas is one of the origin qi in the world. There is no need for you to know about it now. When you go to the upper worlds in the future, you will naturally know." The small purple beast yawned, as if it didn't want to say more. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he nodded, and didn't ask anything else. "Senior Luo Hu, since you have been reborn, what are your plans for the future?" He looked at Luo Hu and asked. "Although I have been reborn, my strength is still weak, and I naturally need you to take care of me." "In the future, I will follow you," Luo Hu said lightly. "That's great. With Senior Luo Hu by my side, I can feel much more at ease. And Senior, you can rest assured that I won't ask you to sign a master-servant contract with me like Scorpion and Feyre, which will restrict your movements. In the future, as long as Senior is willing, you can leave at any time." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with joy as he said. "No, I need to sign a master-servant contract with you, and become your spirit beast," Luo Hu suddenly said. "Senior, why do you say this?" Lu Ming heard this, and his expression suddenly changed. "Now that you have a cultivation of eternal life stage, I can only ascend with you in the future if I become your spirit beast. The origin qi in the lower worlds is too thin, and only in the upper worlds will I be able to restore my true strength and memory." Luo Hu's eyes rolled a few times, and he spoke in an old-fashioned manner. "So that's how it is." Lu Ming nodded, and his heart was filled with joy. As an ancient beast, Luo Hu's vision and knowledge were far ahead of his, and keeping him by his side would definitely be a great help. Luo Hu's figure moved, and he landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. "In that case, let's go," Luo Hu said. "Go? Where to?" Lu Ming was startled when he heard this, and he suddenly asked. To the Demon King's palace, of course. Although I did not resurrect, I saw the battle between you and the primordial demon lord. Although you joined forces with a few old things from the upper worlds and killed the body of the primordial demon lord, do you really think that the primordial demon lord is completely dead? Luohu said calmly, but his tone was filled with a hint of disdain. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this, and he asked, Senior, please explain. What you just killed was only the primary soul of the primordial demon lord. You also know that the primordial demon lord is proficient in the soul-splitting secret technique. With his cunning character, how could he not have a backup plan? Luohu sneered and said. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he recalled the words of the primordial demon lord before he died, and the black castle that flew away. Strictly speaking, the tens of thousands of living beings in the 8 worlds of the Land of Rebirth are all the split souls of the primordial demon lord, but under the effects of the Land of Rebirth, they have lost their consciousness. However, the real split soul that retains all of its memories should be in the Demon King's palace. Although I most likely won't make it in time if I go now, it's still better to go. Luohu thought for a moment, and said so. Lu Ming's expression was gloomy, and before Luohu could speak, he had already shot in the direction where the black castle disappeared. At the same time, he took out a few medicinal pills and swallowed them. While flying, he fully activated the dark bone method to refine the medicinal power, and his dried-up spiritual seed gradually recovered some mana. Lu Ming's cultivation level was now at the eternal life realm, and his ability to control and absorb spiritual chi of heaven and earth was countless times stronger than before. Even while flying, he could recover mana on his own. Although his physical body was heavily injured, the Sky Beastkin's blood essence was starting to take effect. Under the nourishment of his mana, his dried-up body slowly recovered. Senior Luohu, those people from the upper world should know that the primordial demon lord is not dead. Why don't they investigate to the end? Lu Ming's figure turned into a blurry black light, and he flew away as fast as lightning, communicating with Luohu. Those people from the upper world naturally know, but their goal is only that eyeball. Since the primary soul of the primordial demon lord has been destroyed, the other split souls will not be a threat to them for a long time, so they naturally don't care. Luohu snorted and said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had no idea what Luohu was talking about. However, combined with the actions of the hunchbacked elder and the others, he knew that Luohu was telling the truth. It seemed like the grudge between the original demon lord and the 9 heavens was far more complicated than he thought. There seemed to be some hidden secrets. What is that eyeball? Why is it so important to the people of the upper realm? Lu Ming asked. I only know that it is called the Eye of the Soaring Serpent. It is related to a great secret of the upper realm. I don't know anything else. Luohu hesitated and said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not ask anything else. The black light on his body grew brighter and brighter as he sped forward. The matters of the upper realm were not up to him. However, if the original demon lord's soul escaped, it would be a huge problem for him. With Lu Ming's current speed, he could travel hundreds of miles in an instant. Not long later, the black dot of the black castle appeared before him again. However, as he got closer and closer to the black dot, the castle became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, something strange happened. The entire space began to shake violently. Then, there was an earth-shattering rumble. The ground shook violently. Giant cracks began to appear. The sky began to shatter inch by inch. Countless giant spatial cracks appeared. It was as if the sky was falling apart. Through the nothingness of the spatial cracks, one could almost see the other nearby spaces. It was the same. Everything was falling apart. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stopped. Looking at the scene before him, his expression changed. He was not unfamiliar with this scene. The entire rebirth mirror was collapsing. Looks like I'm too late. Luohu sighed. Could this be the doing of the demon lord's soul? Lu Ming frowned and said in a low voice. That must be it. The moment the demon lord died, the split soul in the castle had already awakened. He planned to destroy the entire rebirth mirror. Of course, what he wants the most is for you to die in this great spatial destruction. Luohu snorted. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. His mind raced, and he instantly understood the Devil Lord's intention. All kinds of devil souls and living beings in the land of reincarnation were enemies of the original Devil Lord. Now that the main soul of the original Devil Lord was dead, his divided soul decided to destroy the entire land of reincarnation, burying all the devil souls and living beings. As for himself, he didn't have to worry at all with that strange puppet castle around. The primordial demon lord's soul will definitely hide and slowly recover its strength. It's impossible to find him. Plus, this has nothing to do with you, Rahu said. Lu Ming's expression changed, then he slowly nodded. Based on the current situation, the divided soul left by the original Devil Lord was far weaker than the original Devil Lord himself. Otherwise, the original Devil Lord wouldn't have done this. Even if the original Devil Lord could recover his original power in the future, it would be a very long process. Thinking of this, Xianxia calmed down. Just as the two were talking, the space around them began to crumble more and more. More and more spatial cracks appeared, and the ground below them was basically disintegrating. Endless yellow fog rolled and rolled. The space in front of him began to truly crumble. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he could vaguely see many devil souls and living beings flying around in panic. However, the entire space was filled with spatial cracks. In the blink of an eye, 2 living beings were swallowed by the spatial cracks and died. The other was accidentally sucked into a wide spatial crack, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Spatial cracks spread towards Lu Ming, but as soon as they touched the black light on Lu Ming's body, they slid to the side, unable to cause any damage. This place is about to be completely destroyed. Even with your strength, it's still dangerous. You should quickly find a way to leave. Your celestial mirror contains part of the law of space. The land of reincarnation is already beginning to crumble. It shouldn't be difficult to break the space here, Rahu said. Lu Ming nodded, and with a flip of his hand, the celestial mirror appeared in front of him. His 10 fingers shot out a series of hand seals, which landed on the celestial mirror in an orderly manner. The next moment, a soft crystal white light shone from the mirror, shining into the void in front of him. He muttered an incantation, controlling the celestial mirror with a solemn expression. Wherever the white light shone, the space immediately shattered. After a few breaths, it formed a spatial passage several zhang wide. Lu Ming's face paled, but he heaved a sigh of relief. His magic power had been greatly damaged, and he was far from recovering. Relying on the power of the celestial mirror, he finally managed to break open the spatial passage. The other end should be connected to somewhere in the myriad demon continent. The surrounding space shattered more and more, and he was about to escape into the spatial passage. At this moment, a devil soul wrapped in purple light accidentally flew over from afar. As soon as it saw Lu Ming and the spatial passage, it immediately rushed over with a look of ecstasy. The aura this person exuded had reached the Tongxian realm, but it seemed to have advanced not long ago. Lu Ming's face darkened, and he was about to attack and kill this devil soul creature. The spatial passage he had broken open was not stable, and it could only allow him and Luo Ho to pass through. If one more person entered, the passage would not be able to bear it. He raised his arm halfway, but suddenly stopped, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He had just glanced at the purple devil soul creature and discovered that it was none other than the middle-aged woman from the demon race he had met before. She was most likely Zhao Qianying's mother. So many years had passed, but this woman's appearance had not changed much. Her purple hair reached her waist, and her eyes glowed with a faint blood-red light. The space shook violently, and a spatial crack spread out. The spatial passage Lu Ming had broken open was affected, and shook violently. A huge spatial crack appeared in front of the purple-haired middle-aged woman, and it seemed as if it would swallow her whole. The woman's blood-red eyes flashed with panic and despair. A light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the celestial mirror. White light flashed on the celestial mirror, and a dazzling light shot out. In a flash, it turned into a large white hand that grabbed the purple-haired middle-aged woman. In the nick of time, it forcibly dragged her out of the spatial crack, and pulled her to Lu Ming's side. Then, Lu Ming's figure moved, and he flew into the spatial passage with the purple devil soul. Rumble, a violent explosion swept through the entire rebirth realm. The originally fragmented space of the secret realm was finally shattered by the explosion. The incomparably violent spatial fluctuations caused the entire secret realm to turn into a primordial chaotic world. Everything was swept into it and turned into the most basic fragments. The fragments filled the empty space and flashed like stars. After an unknown period of time, the effects of the explosion gradually subsided. At this moment, a huge black shadow appeared in the void, and with a flash, it disappeared without a trace. Then, a strange scene occurred. The fragments that filled the space seemed to be attracted by some invisible force, and began to gather from all directions where the black shadow disappeared. One by one, they condensed into different shapes of different sizes and colors. These shapes combined one after another, and as a result, pieces of land, mountains, rivers, deserts, and so on gradually appeared. These mountains and rivers gradually formed a prototype independent space, and with the addition of other things, it continued to improve. The originally shattered and collapsed space was gradually recovering at a strange speed, one after the other. Above a black sea in the myriad demon continent, 5 Jindan realm demons were besieging a colorful sea beast that looked like a pig. The sea beast was dozens of feet in size, and half of its body was submerged in the sea water. Its plump head issued a strange cry, and spurted out a 5-colored smoke like devil chi. The mist was wrapped in a watermelon-sized demon core. A large expanse of multicolored light shot out from the core, and intertwined with the magic weapons of the 5 people, and issued a loud rumbling sound. The sea beast's cultivation was much higher than that of the 5 demons. However, its intelligence was inferior to that of the 5 demons. Moreover, it was besieged repeatedly. So, the light emitted by the demon core was gradually suppressed by the magic weapons. The sea beast issued a series of roars, but it was of no avail. Everyone, put in more effort. This pig beast won't be able to hold on for much longer. A dark-skinned man among the 5 people loudly encouraged the others. This man's cultivation was the highest among the 5 people. He had already reached the peak of the intermediate Jindan realm. He was manipulating a green ghost blade, and it emitted gusts of chilly wind, and resisted most of the attacks from the pig beast's demon core. The others heard this, and their spirits rose. They spared no effort to stimulate their magic weapons. The radiance of the pig beast's demon core was getting dimmer and dimmer. The dark-skinned man's eyes flashed. Then, he opened his mouth, and spurted out a strange green light. That green light then fused with the green ghost blade. The ghost blade's energy surged, and expanded several times in size. Then, it transformed into a green light, and hacked the demon core in a ferocious manner. Kacha, a crack appeared on the surface of the demon core. Then, the radiance dissipated, and fell down to the sea's surface. The others issued an excited shout. Then, the 4 people's magic weapons transformed into 4 green lights, and pierced into the pig beast's body. The radiance of the magic weapons submerged the sea beast in an instant. The pig beast issued a dying roar. But, it soon disappeared without a trace. Then, its corpse slowly floated up to the surface of the sea. The 4 people heaved a sigh of relief. They then recalled their magic weapons. Then, they looked at the demon core that was emitting 5-colored rays of light. A trace of greed flashed in their eyes. Suddenly, a whoosh sound was heard. Then, a green light shot out, and wrapped around the 5-colored demon core. It was the ghost blade magic weapon of the dark-skinned man. The ghost blade wrapped around the demon core, and flew to the side of the dark-skinned man. The dark-skinned man stretched out his hand, and grabbed the demon core. The demon core had shrunk a lot by now. It was only the size of a fist now. But, it was emitting a gentle 5-colored radiance. The other 4 people looked at each other, and a gloomy look appeared on their faces. Everyone, I'll take this demon core as per our agreement. The rest of the pig beast's materials will belong to the 4 of you. Do you have any objections? The dark-skinned man burst into laughter. But, his eyes were gloomy and cold. He then looked around at the others, and said. The other 4 people felt a chill in their hearts as soon as they met the dark-skinned man's eyes. Then, they shut their mouths, and remained silent. When the dark-faced man saw this, he revealed a pleased expression and put away the demon core. At that moment, the space several thousand meters away from the 5 suddenly began to violently tremble. A series of loud rumbling sounds continuously rang out as if something was breaking through the air. Greatly alarmed, the five looked toward the source of the sound and saw that a huge storm had risen above the Black Sea. A huge vortex had appeared on the originally calm surface of the sea, and a huge suction force was emitted from the center of the storm. Before the five of them could react to what was happening, they were pulled in by the storm. Fortunately, the five were at the edge of the storm. Like leaves in the wind, they were sent flying several times before being thrown away. As the five were sent flying, they did their best to activate their magic treasures in an attempt to regain control of their bodies. However, they suddenly discovered that the surrounding devilish chi had become incomparably violent, and they couldn't even use protective light. Pung pung pung, the five were sent flying by the storm for several kilometers before crashing heavily into the sea. But at this point, the surrounding violent devilish chi had calmed down significantly. The five flew out of the sea in a sorry state, all of them wearing expressions of astonishment and shock. The bodies of the five had suffered considerable damage in the storm. Among them, the dark-faced man's injuries were the heaviest. In the storm, he was unable to control his ghostly saber. As the storm swept through, it had chopped down on his left arm, severing his entire arm. When the other four saw this, they inwardly cursed. However, due to the dark-faced man's status and strength, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. At that moment, a circular spatial passage appeared in the center of the storm in the distance. Gray light flowed within it. In the next moment, a black silhouette shot out from the spatial passage and landed on the nearby sea in a flash. As soon as this person appeared, the spatial passage trembled a few times before slowly dissipating in the storm. The violent winds and vortexes above the sea also ceased. The black light on the black silhouette dissipated, revealing the figure of the person inside. It was an azure-robed man who appeared to be very young. There was a purple silhouette wrapped around his waist and arm. However, the purple silhouette was enveloped in purple light, obscuring its appearance. It appeared to be unmoving, as if it had fainted. The green-robed man looked back at the spatial tunnel with lingering fear in his heart and let out a long sigh. He looked around and muttered something to himself. Then, his gaze fell on the black-faced man and the other four people who were a few miles away. The expressions of the black-faced man and the others changed. Lu Ming's gaze was not sharp, but the five of them felt as if they had been instantly seen through. Moreover, they couldn't feel the spiritual pressure emanating from Lu Ming's body at all. Knowing that they had encountered an expert, all of them kept quiet out of fear. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the black-faced burly man. He was a direct descendant of a major aristocratic clan in the vicinity, and there were many celestial phenomenon ascendants in his clan. For some unknown reason, he had a feeling that even the most powerful clan leader in his clan was far inferior to this green-robed young man. Could this person be a Tongxian realm expert? A thought emerged in the dark-faced man's mind. His body trembled slightly, and he didn't have time to deal with the wound on his arm. He hurriedly lowered his head. At this moment, the other four people also had different expressions on their faces. They each had their own thoughts, but none of them had any thoughts of escaping. Which prefecture of the myriad demon continent is this? Suddenly, the five of them saw a blur and Lu Ming's figure appeared in front of them. The black-faced man and the others saw Lu Ming's figure move like a ghost. The distance of a few miles seemed to be covered in the blink of an eye. The fear in their hearts increased. They secretly sighed that they were lucky that they didn't run away. At the same time, they let out a sigh of relief. From the other party's words, there didn't seem to be any malicious intent. The other four people looked at the dark-faced man. Seeing this, the dark-faced man could only bite the bullet and walk out. He bowed to Lu Ming and said respectfully, reporting to Senior, "This is the Yu Prefecture in the southeast of the continent." Yu Prefecture. Hearing this, the green-robed man muttered to himself. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. This green-robed man was naturally Lu Ming, who had just escaped from the rebirth place. In his arms was the purple-haired woman. When she passed through the space passage, she was attacked by the space turbulence and fainted. Once again returning to the myriad demon continent, Lu Ming felt as if it was a lifetime ago. He was quite emotional in his heart. Lu Ming didn't speak. The dark-faced man naturally didn't dare to make a sound. He stood there with his body bowed. There were faint beads of sweat on his forehead. It looked a little funny. Although the other 4 people stood behind the dark-faced man, they also didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Lu Ming sighed and moved his arm. A yellow light flashed and the purple-haired woman in his arm disappeared without a trace. Naturally, she was put into the space of the mountain river pearl. "Who are you people?" he asked casually. "I am Yan Ming, a member of the Yan clan in the Yu prefecture. Those people are from the nearby Taiyuan city. We are here to hunt some sea beasts," the dark-faced man said truthfully. The other 4 braced themselves and flew over, bowing to Lu Ming. "Haha, you don't have to be so afraid of me. It's just that I have been in closed-door training for a long time. I just want to ask you about the current situation of the continent. If you can answer my questions properly, I don't mind giving you some benefits." Lu Ming smiled and took out a bottle of pills. When he opened the bottle, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out. When the dark-faced man and the others smelled this fragrance, their faces immediately showed a trace of ecstasy. "Senior, please ask. Although the Yan clan isn't considered a big clan, we are still quite well informed about some news in the continent. We will definitely not let Senior down," the dark-faced man said hurriedly. The other 4 also nodded and patted their chests as they spoke with assurance. Lu Ming smiled. He believed that these people would do their best to answer his questions. "I remember that a few hundred years ago, one of the 4 great clans of the continent, the Lu clan, rebelled. What is the situation now?" He pondered for a moment and asked. Reporting to Senior, the Lu clan rebelled more than 500 years ago. However, they were later suppressed by the Central Dynasty and the other 3 great clans. Although the Lu clan got many powerful demonic corpses from somewhere, they couldn't turn the tables in the end. Later, for some reason, the Lu clan's master suddenly disappeared. Then, the Central Dynasty and the other 3 great clans took the opportunity to counterattack. In a few years, the Lu clan was annihilated. Now, there is no Lu clan on the continent. Only 3 of the 4 great clans are left. The dark-faced man answered first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "Is the Central Dynasty still ruling the 10,000 Demons continent? What is the current situation of the Huangfu clan?" he asked again. Reporting to Senior, although the Huangfu clan won the war, their strength was greatly damaged. Moreover, the demon king Huangfu Yong suddenly disappeared for some reason. He hasn't shown himself for hundreds of years. Many people thought that he had fallen. Some people said that he was in closed-door training. Now, the Central Dynasty still rules the continent. However, its power is not as strong as before. Although the other 3 great clans still follow the lead of the Central Dynasty on the surface, there are undercurrents surging in the dark. The situation on the continent is very unstable now. The red-robed young man answered before the dark-faced man could. The dark-faced man glared at the red-robed young man angrily. The red-robed young man felt the gaze of the dark-faced man. His body slightly trembled and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Then, he looked at the jade bottle in Lu Ming's hand. He gritted his teeth and a cold smile appeared on his face. He stared back at the dark-faced man. The other 3 glanced at each other, their faces also showing an eager expression. Lu Ming didn't care about the fight between the 4 of them. When he heard that Huangfu Yong was missing, a trace of surprise flashed in his heart. Back then, he and Mo Tian risked their lives to open the Devil Abyss and sealed Huangfu Yong, Zhao Qianying, and the Void Demon Cauldron into the Devil Abyss. With Huangfu Yong's strength and the Void Demon Cauldron, it shouldn't be difficult for him to break the void and return to the 10,000 Demons continent. Why didn't he show up after so many years? Could he have encountered some unforeseen event in the Devil Abyss? By the way, do you know that there is a Princess Zhao Qianying in the Central Dynasty? What is her current situation? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and asked. Hundreds of years had passed, and the 10,000 Demons continent had changed. He wasn't interested in the rise and fall of the Central Dynasty, but he had some involvement with Zhao Qianying. He couldn't help but want to know more. Zhao Qianying? Senior must be talking about Princess Huangfu Qianying. She is now the regent empress of the Central Dynasty. Among the 3 who had been silent, a young married woman spoke up. Huangfu Qianying? Oh, she became the empress? Hearing that Zhao Qianying was safe and sound, Lu Ming immediately heaved a sigh of relief, but he was a little surprised that she became the empress. Yes, Her Majesty Queen Huangfu Qianying succeeded the throne more than 300 years ago. A few years ago, during the Devil Emperor's tribute ceremony, I even saw Her Majesty from afar, the dark-faced burly man said. Oh, since you have been to the central imperial city, you must be quite familiar with the current situation of the central dynasty, right? Tell me in detail. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at the dark-faced burly man. The dark-faced burly man's face stiffened slightly, and he looked a little hesitant. I don't know much about the central dynasty, but I have heard the elders of the family discussing that although Huangfu Qianying is now the empress, many elders of the Huangfu clan don't respect her. In addition, the other three great clans are eyeing Huangfu Qianying covetously, and the situation on the continent is turbulent. The dark-faced burly man hesitated for a moment and said. Listening to the dark-faced burly man's words, Lu Ming was silent, and he seemed to be thinking about something. When the dark-faced burly man and the other four saw this, they shut their mouths obediently and didn't say anything to disturb him. One last question. Do you know of the Qing clan in the Yanyun mountain range in Guam Prefecture? Lu Ming was silent for a moment, and suddenly said. The dark-faced burly man and the others were startled when they heard this. They looked at each other, and their faces were a little confused. No one said anything, and it seemed that they had never heard of the Qing clan. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face showed a trace of disappointment, but he immediately felt relieved. Although the Qing family's strength was not weak at that time, it was only an ordinary family in Quanzhou. Also, because of Lu Ming's instructions, they had always been very low-key and secretive. It was normal that the few people had not heard of them. But now that so many years had passed, he did not know what the Qing family's current situation was. Say. Senior, I know. A young man who stood at the back of the group who had not spoken all this time suddenly opened his mouth and said shyly. Oh, do you know what the Qing family's current situation is? Lu Ming's face showed a happy expression. He raised his chin slightly and asked. I don't know about this, but a few years ago in Anyang City of Yu Province, I met a person called Qing Tian. I remember that he once said that he was from Quanzhou's Qing family. The young man scratched his head and said. What is that Qing Tian doing in Anyang City? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked. He seems to be buying spiritual materials. At that time I was selling some spiritual herbs in Anyang City and a lot of them were bought by that Qing Tian. The young man hurriedly said. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed and he secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that the Qing family should be fine these years. Good, your answers are not bad. These medicinal pills are quite helpful for the Jin Dan stage, so I will reward them to you. As Lu Ming said this, he flipped his hand and took out 5 jade bottles. With a flick of his finger, each of the bottles fell in front of the 5 people. The black-faced man and the others looked at the medicinal pills in the bottles. Their faces immediately became overjoyed and they hurriedly bowed to thank him. When they raised their heads again, Lu Ming's figure had already disappeared without a trace. The 5 people looked at each other. The black-faced man's face suddenly showed a trace of fierceness. But before he could speak, the other 4 people suddenly shot out and landed a few feet away. They stood together and looked at the black-faced man with a cold expression. The black-faced man's face stiffened. Brother Yan, we were fortunate enough to meet that senior today and were bestowed with a medicinal pill by him. You've also obtained some benefits, so please don't have any ideas about us. Otherwise, we might have no choice but to join forces and ask you for advice, the red-robed young man said in a deep voice. The dark-faced man's complexion became cloudy, but he didn't say anything in the end. Although his cultivation was the highest among them, it was still impossible for him to fight against 4 people at once. The red-robed young man and the other 3 retreated with vigilance when they saw the black-faced man. After retreating for several hundred meters, they suddenly turned around and shot into the distance, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The black-faced man looked at the 4 of them with hatred. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he flew in another direction. Lu Ming's figure slowly appeared in midair. He shook his head slightly as he watched the 2 groups of people scheming against each other. Then, he frowned and looked around. His clothes fluttered twice, and Roland crawled out of his clothes. What's wrong? Roland's wings flapped as he landed on Lu Ming's shoulder and asked. Senior Roland, I don't know why, but ever since I left the reincarnation land, I can feel a faintly discernible power continuously surging towards me from the surroundings. It seems to be repelling me. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. When Luo Ho heard this, his black eyes flashed and he immediately said, I'm not afraid. That is the power of the laws of the lower realms repelling you. Previously, because you were in the reincarnation land, the situation there was special, so you didn't feel it. Although this repelling power has become stronger with the passage of time, I estimate that it won't be long before you are completely repelled by the lower realms and forced to ascend. What? Why is this happening? Is it because I have cultivated to the eternal life stage? Lu Ming was shocked and asked. That is not the case. In reality, it is because the power of the Yang attribute laws in your sea of consciousness came from the ninth holy master of the upper realms. It does not belong to the lower realms, so it will cause the power of the laws of the lower realms to repel you. Roland said slowly. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. Only now did he truly understand the meaning of what the ninth holy master had said. After pondering for a moment, he asked in a low voice, Senior Roland, according to your estimation, how long will it take for me to be forced to ascend? At most a year. However, it is not impossible to change this. As long as you use a secret technique to temporarily seal the Yang attribute laws in your sea of consciousness and try not to use the power of the laws of the Yang attribute laws in the future, you should be able to gain another 4 to 5 years. Roland pondered for a moment and said. Hearing that there were still a few years left, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. In this way, he would have time to deal with some things and refine all the profound spirit treasures he had obtained from the primordial demon lord. In addition, he also heard from Mo Tian that ascending to the upper realms seemed glorious, but in fact, it was an extremely dangerous thing. Even with the cultivation of the primordial demon lord, he had been hiding in the lower realms. Although he had other reasons, the danger of ascending was evident. Lu Ming was a little depressed. His original plan was to consolidate his cultivation in the lower realms and condense 1 or 2 other attribute law runes before considering ascending. Now all his plans were disrupted. You don't have to worry too much. Your heaven's punishment and earthly calamity swords are also top-notch existences among the profound spirit treasures. They can protect you from many disasters of ascending, and I will also help you from the side. Roland said. Thank you, Senior Roland. Hearing Roland's words, Lu Ming felt a little relieved and cupped his hands in salute. Roland was not someone who spoke lightly. Since he had said this, he would definitely be able to provide considerable help to Lu Ming. It would increase his chances of success by a lot. Regardless, I should first find a place to recover from my injuries and seal the Yang attribute law runes. Lu Ming looked around and muttered a few words to himself. Then, his figure moved and flew in one direction. 15 minutes later, he landed on a deserted island in the Black Sea. Lu Ming waved one hand and several rays of light landed around the deserted island. A black light curtain opened up, and the entire island quickly disappeared as if it had never been there. He nodded and dug a cave under a mountain on the island. Then, he set up another layer of restriction and flew in to sit down. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, he had not had time to rest. His mental exhaustion was almost unbearable. The secret technique to seal the law runes is here. With your current comprehension ability, you should be able to comprehend it quickly, Roland said and spat out a ray of purple light, which flew into Lu Ming's forehead in a flash. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and the information of a secret technique appeared in his mind. Thank you, Senior Roland. Lu Ming thanked Roland and immediately closed his eyes to comprehend it. His body glowed with a faint black light. Luo Hu glanced at Lu Ming, then he jumped to the side. After a while, a purple halo also appeared on his body. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the mountains on the island, a black pillar of light rose into the sky. However, as soon as it came into contact with the light curtain in the air, it was blocked. The black pillar of light slowly dissipated and Lu Ming's figure appeared in the air. At this moment, all the injuries on his body had healed and he looked full of energy. He had already comprehended the secret technique of sealing that Roland taught him. The Yang La runes in his sea of consciousness were temporarily sealed and the rejection from the surrounding space was greatly reduced. A ray of purple light flew out from a black bag on Lu Ming's waist and landed on his left shoulder. It was Roland. The black bag was a spiritual beast bag that Lu Ming found in the original Demon Lord's storage ring. Roland had already signed a contract with Lu Ming, so this bag naturally became his temporary residence. As for Fei Air and Scorpion, they were still in a deep sleep after coming out of the rebirth mirror. Senior Roland, are you used to the spiritual beast bag? That is an item of the original Demon Lord. Its quality is extremely high, even higher than the Yin Gourd. The space inside should be quite good, Lu Ming said with a smile. Although Roland was nominally his spiritual beast bag, Lu Ming had no intention of changing the way he addressed Roland. SOSO. Roland glanced at Lu Ming and nodded in his heart. What do you plan to do next? Although there are still 3 to 4 years, it will pass in the blink of an eye. Roland said lightly. Before the ascension, there are still some things to deal with. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of absent-mindedness. He sighed as the figures of Zhao Chenying, Yao Ji, Callan, Yi Tianmei, and other people who were close to him appeared in his mind. Roland seemed to have guessed Lu Ming's thoughts and did not disturb him. Lu Ming sighed as he thought of something. With a sway of his body, he landed on the ground and took out a mountain river bead. He waved his hand and the mountain river bead shone brightly. A yellow light fell from it and a purple-robed woman flew out and landed on the ground. It was the purple-robed woman from the demon race. After the purple-robed woman flew out of the mountain river bead, a trace of astonishment appeared on her face. She looked around vigilantly and her eyes finally fell on Lu Ming. At this moment, the bloodthirsty red light in the woman's eyes had disappeared. It seemed that she had regained her consciousness. Lu Ming looked at the purple-robed woman from head to toe and his eyes flashed slightly. The woman's appearance was extremely beautiful and her eyebrows were very similar to Zhao Chenying's. The purple-robed woman saw Lu Ming looking at her and a trace of anger appeared in her eyes. However, she sensed the unfathomable aura of Lu Ming and did not dare to say anything. Who are you? The purple-robed woman hesitated for a moment and asked in a deep voice. Oh, does she have no memory of what happened in the reincarnation mirror? Lu Ming asked, ignoring the purple-robed woman's question. His eyes flashed and he said. The reincarnation mirror's restriction can conceal the consciousness of living beings and make their temperament crazy. Naturally, she has no memory of what happened there. Roland said coldly. Lu Ming and Luo, whose question and answer made the purple-haired woman's eyes flashed with a look of astonishment. Especially when the woman heard Rebirth Realm, her face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly looked around, and with a slightly relieved expression, she raised her voice and asked, "What's wrong with you? Who are you? What is this place? May I ask if you are the wife of the Central Dynasty's Demon King, Huangfu Yong, Zhao Hui from the Zhao family?" Lu Ming turned around and looked at the purple-haired woman. He did not answer the woman's question. Instead, he said with a faint smile. When the purple-haired woman heard this, she was slightly stunned and did not speak. From the change in her expression, Lu Ming could roughly guess the answer. So, he smiled and said, "Fellow Zhao, don't worry. I have no ill intentions. Speaking of which, just like you, I was also caught by the original Demon Lord and brought to the rebirth state. Not long ago, I was lucky enough to escape. When I saw you nearby, I brought you out." When the purple-haired woman, who was Zhao Hui, heard this, she was shocked. She carefully looked at Lu Ming and pondered. Although she lost her consciousness after entering the rebirth state, she still had the memory of being caught by the original Demon Lord. Moreover, after she entered the metaphysic realm, she regained some of her consciousness. She vaguely remembered that the rebirth state collapsed and she was saved by someone. It seemed to be the doing of the person in front of her. "I see. Fellow, you saved my life. I am extremely sorry for talking back to you." Zhao Hui bowed to Lu Ming and said apologetically. However, there was still a trace of caution in her eyes. "It's no big deal. Speaking of which, it is really something to celebrate that you have regained your consciousness." Lu Ming waved his hand and said lightly. "May I know your name? I will definitely repay you for saving my life in the future." Zhao Hui suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and did not mention anything about losing her consciousness. Instead, she cupped her hands and asked Lu Ming. I'm Lu Ming. As for repayment, there's no need. My friendship with Zhao Qianying is quite good, so I don't need to thank her. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He hesitated for a moment and reported his name. Hearing this, Zhao Hui's eyes flashed. She glanced at Lu Ming and revealed a trace of doubt. Lu Ming didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little guilty. He coughed dryly and changed the topic. Fellow Zhao, we have returned to the Thousand Demons continent. We are now in the Yu province. What do you plan to do next? From what you've said, we're currently in the Myriad Demon continent. Is this true? Zhao Hui asked in disbelief when she heard this. Lu Ming didn't speak when he heard the words. He just waved his hand, and the light curtain around the island dissipated. Zhao Hui flew into the air. Feeling the familiar aura of the Thousand Demons continent, she was excited and her body trembled slightly. However, she was a person with strong self-control and quickly controlled her emotions. A figure blurred, and Lu Ming's figure appeared on the side without warning. Zhao Hui's face was shocked. She looked at Lu Ming with some surprise and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Ever since she recovered her consciousness, she found that she had unknowingly advanced to the ethereal understanding realm. However, facing Lu Ming, she still felt at a loss. The aura that Lu Ming exuded was not very strong, but his every move made her feel like she was looking up to a mountain. Ms. Zhao. Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Hui deeply and said faintly. No, nothing. Zhao Hui did not know what to do when Lu Ming looked at her. She quickly looked away. I have something to do and need to go to the Imperial City. If fellow Zhao has the same intention, we can travel together, Lu Ming said with a smile. Sure. Zhao Hui was a little startled and said. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and a black light emerged. It turned into a black cloud and enveloped the two. Then, the cloud turned into a black ray of light and shot into the distance. Zhao Hui saw the scenery around her rapidly passing by and everything seemed to become blurry. Compared to the speed of her own escape, she was even more surprised. Lu, do you know what happened in the Land of Rebirth? How did we escape the control of the original Demon Lord? Zhao Hui hesitated for a long time and asked the question she was most concerned about. As the split soul of the original Demon Lord, the one she was most afraid of was the original Demon Lord. Therefore, Zhao Hui really wanted to know the cause and result of the drastic change in the Land of Rebirth. Half a month ago, the Land of Rebirth suddenly turned upside down without any warning. The entire space seemed to be collapsing. Coincidentally, I have a treasure that can break through space, so I risked my life to escape. As for what happened in the Land of Rebirth, I have no idea. Perhaps something happened to the original Demon Lord himself. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he shook his head. He naturally would not tell Zhao Hui about the battle with the original Demon Lord and how he killed the original Demon Lord. I see. Hearing this, Zhao Hui's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. Fellow Zhao, you don't need to worry too much. I think that since such a drastic change happened in the Land of Rebirth, the original Demon Lord, who created this secret realm, should not be able to escape unscathed. He might have died along with the collapse of the space. Lu Ming said. I hope so. Zhao Hui sighed. Oh right, I have heard some news about the Central Dynasty from a few demon dwellers in the Yu state. Some of it is related to Huang Fuyong and fellow Zhao Qianying. Fellow Zhao, you should be interested, right? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said. In fact, he had an indescribable feeling for Zhao Qianying in his heart. Now that he knew that he would be forced to ascend soon, he had to properly deal with the relationship between him and this woman. Otherwise, it would probably leave a hidden danger in his state of mind, and it would be detrimental to his future cultivation. Regarding this matter, he already had some plans. He was afraid that he would need the help of his mother, Zhao Hui. Really? Please tell me, Lu. Hearing this, Zhao Hui's face was filled with eagerness. This is naturally no problem. Lu Ming smiled slightly. After a pause, he relayed the news he had heard before. During the process, Zhao Hui's expression changed, especially when she heard that Huang Fuyong had not appeared in the myriad demon continent for hundreds of years. Her face was filled with worry. Out of Lu Ming's expectation, Zhao Hui was not very interested in Zhao Qianying becoming the demon empress and the Central Dynasty's current crisis. Just as Lu Ming and Zhao Hui were rushing to the Central Dynasty, there was a solemn atmosphere in the conference hall of the Demon Palace in the Central Imperial City of Yu State. Sitting on the main seat was a stunning purple-haired girl in a graceful purple robe. If Lu Ming was here, he would recognize that the girl was Zhao Qianying. Compared to hundreds of years ago, there was almost no change in her appearance. The only difference was that she looked more mature and steady. She was not as young as she used to be. Apart from that, her cultivation had reached the metaphysic realm. There were 3 people sitting below her. All of them were wearing the purple-robed elder's uniform of the Huangfu clan. They were Huangfu Yupa, Huangfu Zhantian, and another silver-haired middle-aged man with a ferocious expression. Among the 4 of them, Huangfu Zhantian's cultivation was naturally the highest. He looked elegant, but his body faintly emitted a chill, causing the entire hall to feel like it had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, the silver-haired middle-aged man was reporting something to Zhao Qianying with a solemn expression. According to the latest information, apart from a few big cities at the border, the Liangzhou has basically been conquered by the rebels. It's said that this group of rebels are the remnants of the Lu clan from hundreds of years ago, the silver-haired middle-aged man said with a solemn expression. As soon as this was said, Zhao Qianying and Huangfu Yupa could not help but be shocked. On the other hand, Huangfu Zhantian's eyes were lowered, and his expression was calm as if he already knew about it. Elder Tong, is the information reliable? As far as I know, the backbone of the Lu clan has already been completely destroyed in the war that year. How could they still have the strength to conquer a province? Huangfu Yupa frowned and asked in a deep voice. This matter should not be wrong. The other group of spies that the clan has placed in the Liangzhou has also sent back the same information. The silver-haired middle-aged man paused for a moment and said so. Elder Yupa, could it be that you think Elder Tong would lie about such a major matter that concerns the clan? Huangfu Zhantian suddenly said at this moment. Elder Zhantian, I'm just stating the facts. You must know that the Lu clan was jointly annihilated by the allied forces led by the Huangfu clan and the other 3 great clans. Now, they suddenly appeared and even conquered a province at lightning speed. Doesn't Elder Zhantian find it suspicious? Huangfu Yupa said with a slight frown. Elder Tong, did the information from the Liangzhou mention that other forces were involved? Before Huangfu Zhantian could speak, Zhao Qianying suddenly said. Reporting to your majesty, the information did not mention it. That's right, the spies reported a piece of information. However, they only made a preliminary guess, so I didn't explain it just now. The silver-haired middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said so. Oh, what is the information? Tell me about it. Huangfu Zhantian spoke before Zhao Qianying could speak. Zhao Qianying's face darkened, but she did not flare up on the spot. According to the spy's report, someone in this rebel army performed the Xiang clan's beast transformation secret skill. However, he only saw it from afar, so he can't be very sure. The silver-haired middle-aged man said. As soon as they heard this, Zhao Qianying and Huangfu Yupa looked at each other, and their expressions changed slightly. If it was only the Lu clan's remnants that rebelled, it would not be a problem at all. However, if the Xiang clan was involved, then the matter was much more serious. In fact, ever since the Lu clan was annihilated, the 3 great clans, the Xiang, Gaohe, and Long clan, still bowed to the Central Dynasty on the surface, but they might not necessarily do so in secret. They had done many things that were outwardly obedient but inwardly opposed. In this regard, the Central Dynasty, which had suffered a great loss due to Huang Fuyong's disappearance, could only turn a blind eye to it for the time being. As long as the 3 great clans did not do anything overboard, they would not interfere. However, if the 3 great clans colluded with the Lu clan's remnants, then the nature of the matter would be very different. For a time, no one spoke in the conference hall, and the atmosphere became slightly heavy. Your Majesty, this matter doesn't just concern the prestige of our Central Dynasty, it will also greatly affect the current situation. Please tell us what we should do. Huangfu Zhantian suddenly stood up and looked at Zhao Qianying before he cupped his hands and bowed. Although he bowed, Zhao Qianying knew clearly that he was only putting on a show, and there wasn't much respect in his expression. Instead, it seemed like he was asking for an answer. Huangfu Yupa stood up as well and looked at Huangfu Zhantian as he said coldly, "Elder Zhantian, His Majesty has his own decision on this matter. This matter is of great importance, so how can it be handled in such a hurry? Where there's a will, there's a way. We must make a decision as soon as possible and control the impact to the minimum. If Elder Yupa isn't willing to lead the troops to battle, I'm willing to do it on your behalf." Huangfu Zhantian turned to look at Huangfu Yupa and said indifferently. Huangfu Yupa ignored Huangfu Zhantian's words and turned to speak to Zhao Qianying, "Your Majesty, I think this matter needs to be handled carefully. We should investigate it thoroughly before deciding on how to deal with it. It's extremely rare for Elder Zhantian to give his all for the dynasty, but Elder Yupa's words make sense." Zhao Qianying nodded and turned to look at the silver-haired middle-aged man before she continued, "Elder Tong, I think this matter needs to be handled carefully. Elder Tong, I'll leave it to you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Report back immediately if there are any developments." "Yes," the silver-haired middle-aged man replied. "Elder Yupa, as the commander-in-chief, you will be fully responsible for the matter of putting down the rebellion. You should also make the preparations for tomorrow's battle. Once Elder Tong's news arrives, he will naturally inform you as soon as possible." Zhao Qianying pondered for a moment before continuing. "Yes, Your Majesty." Huangfu Yupa frowned slightly before he sighed and said. On the other side, Huangfu Zhantian cupped his hands at Zhao Qianying as well. He didn't speak, but an imperceptible strange expression flashed across his face. "Since no one has any objections, then it's decided. Elder Zhantian and Elder Tong, withdraw first. Elder Yupa, stay behind and discuss the details of the advance with me." Zhao Qianying gently waved her hand when she saw this. Her red lips opened slightly as she instructed. Huangfu Zhantian didn't say a word nor did he bow. He suddenly turned around and strode out of the hall. The silver-haired middle-aged man bowed, turned around, and walked out of the hall. Huangfu Zhantian is getting more and more arrogant now. Presently, many elders are taking him as their leader, and they're looking down on His Majesty more and more. After the two of them left the hall, Huangfu Yupa spoke with slight anger. Zhao Qianying shook her head and sighed, "Now that the clan has fallen apart, it's all because I'm not strong enough. Even though I've managed to reach the Tongxian realm with the help of the Void Demon Cauldron, my comprehension of the laws has stagnated, and I'm unable to intimidate the elders of the clan. Inger, you don't have to blame yourself. There's no news of the late emperor until now. Otherwise, how would Huangfu Zhantian and the others dare to act so rashly? By the way, what happened after you and Lu Ming rushed to Han province that day? Where is the demon emperor now? When I arrived with my army, there was only Lu Huifeng's corpse. All of you had disappeared without a trace." Huangfu Yupa comforted Zhao Qianying before changing the topic. Zhao Qianying frowned. After a while, she sighed and said with a solemn expression, "Master, Father has ordered me not to mention this matter to anyone. However, the central dynasty is plagued with internal and external troubles, and you are the person I trust the most. After thinking about it, I think it's better to discuss this matter with you. However, please don't tell anyone else. Inger, don't worry. I'm aware of this matter." Huangfu Yupa's expression was solemn. He waved his hand and opened a soundproof barrier. When Lu Ming and I arrived there that day, Lu Huifeng was in the middle of the ritual to summon the demon corpse in the valley. Just as we were about to retreat, we were discovered by him. Fortunately, Elder Xian suddenly appeared at that time and saved us, Zhao Qianying said quietly. Although Lu Ming was suspected of using Huangfu Xian, the two of them were in a bad situation at that time. If Huangfu Xian hadn't appeared, the two of them would not have been able to escape from Lu Huifeng's clutches. Elder Xian is also there. Huangfu Yupa's face was filled with surprise. Yes, Elder Xian is Father's confidant. Father must have secretly sent him to Hangzhou. Zhao Qianying sighed as she said this. After that, a battle broke out between the two of them. Elder Xian and Lu Huifeng were both injured in the battle, but Lu Ming suddenly attacked and killed Lu Huifeng, Zhao Qianying continued. How is it possible for a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator to kill a profound enlightenment realm cultivator? Huangfu Yupa was shocked when he heard this. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was not weak and his strength was much higher than his peers, he was only a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator after all. Even if Lu Huifeng was injured, he was still a powerful cultivator who had been in the profound enlightenment realm for many years. He must have had a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. How could a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator who had just touched the edge of the laws compare to him? Actually, Lu Ming's strength was not the only reason he could kill Lu Huifeng. Master, you might not know this, but Lu Ming was accompanied by a powerful cultivator in the profound enlightenment realm. That's why he was so powerful, Zhao Qianying said after a moment of hesitation. Huangfu Yupa's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt when he heard this. Master also knows this powerful cultivator in the profound enlightenment realm. He is Huangfu Tian, Zhao Qianying said slowly. Huangfu Tian. I didn't expect this person to still be alive. Huangfu Yupa said in surprise. That person is not really alive. He is only left with a divine soul and half a broken body. He should be staying in Lu Ming's body as a host. After Huangfu Tian obtained Lu Huifeng's meteorite devil whip, he wanted to kill Elder Xian as well. However, Elder Xian performed a cloning secret skill and escaped from there. Zhao Qianying shook her head and continued to talk about the appearance of the Demon Emperor and how he was eventually sealed in the Void Demon Cauldron by the Demon Sky and thrown into the Demon Abyss. The things that happened after that were all told to me by my father. As for where Lu Ming and Huang Futian went after that, I don't know. Zhao Qianying recounted the events of that year in one breath. Huangfu Yupa's expression changed when he heard this. He seemed to be digesting this information. So the situation back then was so complicated and bizarre. No wonder all of you disappeared after I arrived there. However, thanks to me obtaining Lu Huifeng's body, I was able to completely destroy the Lu family's fighting spirit and annihilate them when they were in chaos. Huangfu Yupa sighed and said. Zhao Qianying nodded and sighed faintly. Hey, wait, something doesn't seem right. Huangfu Yupa's expression suddenly changed and said. Master, what do you mean? Zhao Qianying looked over and said. According to your description, Elder Xian escaped from Lu Ming and Huangfu Tian, but he never appeared again. Moreover, it was around that time that Elder Xian's life elemental lamp in the clan also extinguished. Until now, the people in the family thought that he was killed while carrying out the Demon Emperor's secret mission. It seems that this is not the case, Huangfu Yupa said in a deep voice. I also feel that this matter is quite strange. Looking at the situation that day, although he and Lu Huifeng were both injured, their injuries were not fatal. He shouldn't have died because of their injuries. Zhao Qianying frowned and said. Could it be that there was someone else besides you who went to the Han province that day? Could it be that after Elder Xian escaped from the canyon, he was ambushed and killed by someone else? Huangfu Yupa's expression changed and said. This is not impossible. Zhao Qianying said with a thoughtful expression. Forget it, this matter happened many years ago. It's useless to speculate now. Continue. How did you escape from the Devil Abyss? Where is the late Emperor now? I don't think it's as simple as cultivating in seclusion, right? Huangfu Yupa continued to ask. At that time, when Father and I escaped from the Void Demon Cauldron, we found ourselves in the Devil Abyss secret territory. Father was heavily injured in the battle with Huangfu Tian, so we found a place to recuperate. After we recovered, Father tried to use the Void Demon Cauldron to break through space and return to the Myriad Demon Continent. However, the process was not smooth. Zhao Qianying said with a frown. Even with the late Emperor's ability and the Void Demon Cauldron, he still couldn't do it? I think the Lu family has been planning to break through the space channel of the Devil Abyss for a long time. Lu Huifeng is a cunning old fox. He must have done something when the Devil Abyss secret territory opened, Huangfu Yupa said coldly. That's also possible. Father was helpless and wanted to find another way. However, at that time, the Lu family's half-step eternal life ancient devil corpse suddenly came out from the Devil Abyss and tried to snatch Father's Void Demon Cauldron. Father had no choice but to fight with him, Zhao Qianying continued. Lu family's ancient devil corpse? Could it be the golden devil corpse at the bottom of the Devil Abyss tower? Huangfu Yupa sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength of the golden devil corpse that day still left a big shadow in her heart. Yes, it's that ancient devil corpse. Father fought with him. In the end, he used the void demon cauldron to guide the devil corpse's attack. Together, they broke through a space channel between the Devil Abyss secret territory and the Myriad Demon continent. At that time, the situation was critical. Father handed the void demon cauldron to me and cast a spell to send me back to the Myriad Demon continent, while he stayed in the Devil Abyss secret territory to resist the Golden Devil corpse. Zhao Qianying took a deep breath and controlled her emotions. She then continued, the moment before he sent me into the space channel, he ordered me to take over the Central Dynasty. He also warned me not to reveal what happened in the Devil Abyss to anyone. He asked me to announce to the outside world that he was in seclusion to comprehend the eternal life mirror. Hearing this, Zhao Qianying's eyes became slightly red. It was also at that moment that she truly let go of Chen Ke and acknowledged him as her father. So there are so many unknown stories. It's been hard on you to support everything all these years, Huang Fuyupa sighed gently and comforted her. After I returned to the royal capital, it was thanks to Master's support that I was able to stand up against the majority and inherit the position of Demon Emperor. However, it looks like I'm still not capable enough. The empire seems peaceful on the surface, but there are endless internal and external troubles. Not only are the elders with Elder Zhan Tian criticizing me, but the remnants of the Lu family have even colluded with the other clans to make a comeback. I've failed to live up to father's expectations, Zhao Qianying said with a bitter smile. How can that be? I've seen everything you've done all these years. You've already done very well. The current situation of the dynasty was not built in a day, and it was not something that could be changed overnight. I believe that with your intelligence, you'll definitely become a qualified empress as long as you get through these difficult times, Huang Fuyupa said solemnly. Zhao Qianying smiled when she heard this. She seemed to be much more relaxed, but there was still a hint of worry between her brows. With the former emperor's strength, he must have already killed that demonic corpse in the secret plane. With the demonic chi in the demonic abyss secret plane, he might be in closed-door cultivation right now, working hard to break through to eternal life. Huang Fuyupa saw through Zhao Qianying's worries and comforted her. Yes, that must be the case, Zhao Qianying nodded gently and said softly. At this moment, a voice rang out from outside the hall. Huang Fu Tong has something to report to the Demon Emperor. The voice belonged to Elder Tong, who had just left not long ago. Zhao Qianying hurriedly returned to the main seat when she heard this. Huang Fuyupa walked to one side and sat down. With a wave of his hand, he removed the soundproofing barrier around them. Come in, Zhao Qianying said loudly. With the sound of footsteps, the silver-haired middle-aged man, Huang Fu Tong, quickly walked into the hall. He was rather nervous. Elder Tong, you've just left and suddenly returned. Have you already investigated the rebel army in Liang province? Huang Fuyupa asked. That's right. I just received confirmation that the leader of the rebel army is the son of the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Huifeng, Lu Chenglong. Furthermore, there is evidence that the Kongxiang family participated in this rebellion. On top of that, I heard that the prominent families are also getting restless, and they seem to have gathered many of the family leaders from the smaller families to participate in some kind of grand event. I wonder if that has anything to do with this, Huang Fu Tong said with a slightly strained expression. Zhao Qianying shuddered when she heard this, and her face turned a few shades paler. Just the Kongxiang clan alone had already caused her to be in a terrible predicament. If the illustrious clans were to stir up trouble at this moment, the balance that she was trying to maintain would definitely collapse. Huang Fuyupa wore a solemn expression as well, but she was much calmer than Zhao Qianying. How many rebels are there? Have you found out? Huang Fuyupa asked in a deep voice. According to the information we just received, there are at least 300,000 rebels. Among them, there are nearly 100,000 people from the Lu family, and the rest might be from the Kongxiang clan. They've already set off from Liang province, and they seem to be preparing to attack the neighboring Qing province. Elder Tong said quickly. At this moment, another set of footsteps came from outside the hall. It was Huang Fu Zhantian. He actually strode into the hall without being notified. Elder Zhantian, you barged into the conference hall without being notified. Have you forgotten the rules of the dynasty? Huang Fu Yupa's face flashed with anger as she sternly reprimanded. Zhao Qianying's expression had already returned to normal at this moment. A trace of anger flashed through her beautiful eyes, but she did not say anything. I just heard that the rebel army is going to attack the Qing province. It was an urgent matter, so I didn't notify you. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Huangfu Zhantian raised his eyebrows and bowed to Zhao Qianying. This is a special period, so I won't pursue it. However, I hope that Elder Zhantian will set an example and not mess up the rules. Zhao Qianying snorted coldly. Thank you for your magnanimity, Your Majesty. A trace of ridicule flashed through Huangfu Zhantian's drooping eyes. As he spoke, he slowly straightened his body and continued to speak. Your Majesty, if we can't stop the rebel army this time, the flames of war will spread to the mainland. At that time, it will seriously shake the foundation of the dynasty. We are discussing about this matter. Elder Zhantian, you came at the right time. I wonder if you have any ideas on how to deal with it. Huangfu Yupa's eyes flashed as he asked. Zhao Qianying's expression changed when she heard this, and she looked at Huangfu Zhantian. I think we must make a prompt decision at this moment to calm the people's hearts. First, we must send troops to stop the rebel army from continuing to attack. At the same time, we must send troops to take back the Liang province while it's empty. Huangfu Zhantian pondered for a moment and said so. Elder Zhantian, the rebel army is very powerful now. If we split our troops into two groups, I'm afraid we won't be able to take care of both sides with our current forces, Huangfu Yupa said. I've already considered the matter that Elder Yupa is worried about. We can do what we did in the past. We can gather the small and medium families of the continent and form an alliance to fight the enemy together, Huangfu Zhantian said unhurriedly. Elder Zhantian is right. Let's do it. Elder Yupa, listen up. I order you to lead the 6 great legions in the city and rush to the Qing province today. You must annihilate the rebel army as soon as possible. As for the matter of gathering the alliance, leave it to Elder Zhantian. You must complete the recruitment within 5 days and send troops to take back the Liang province. Zhao Qianying pondered for a moment and instructed. Huangfu Yupa was shocked when he heard this. He seemed to want to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. He turned around and cupped his hands to Zhao Qianying as he said, Huangfu Yupa understands. Huangfu Zhantian will obey Your Majesty's orders. A trace of joy flashed in Huangfu Zhantian's eyes as he bowed. They discussed for a moment more before Huangfu Zhantian and Elder Tong excused themselves. Only Zhao Qianying and Huangfu Yupa remained in the hall. Inger, you asked me to send the army out. The imperial city is bound to be empty. How are you going to deal with it if something happens? Huangfu Yupa said with slight worry. The current situation is turbulent. I'm worried that if this matter is delayed for too long, it will cause the great clans that are already wavering to lose trust in the dignity of the dynasty. Therefore, Master must end this battle quickly and use this battle to establish the prestige of our Huangfu clan. This is the central imperial city. It's impossible for enemies to invade this place. Besides, the Void Demon Cauldron wasn't the only thing that Imperial Father gave me. Zhao Qianying smiled and took out a black token with a flip of her hand. Demon Puppet Token. I see. Then I can rest assured. Huangfu Yupa's eyes lit up as he nodded. Master doesn't have to worry too much about me. I'm worried about the war in the Qing province. Since the Kongxiang clan openly colluded with the remnants of the Lu clan to rebel, they definitely have more forces than what we have now. I'm afraid they still have a backup plan. In addition, I will continue to send people to monitor the recent unusual movements of the noble clans. Zhao Qianying said with slight worry. Inger, don't worry. Oh yes, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. Although the Long clan has always been close to the Huangfu clan, we still have to be careful. Huangfu Yupa's tone changed as he said. Master, don't worry. I will send people to pay close attention. Zhao Qianying frowned and then nodded in agreement. At this moment, in a dark palace in the Demon Imperial City, a creaking sound came from one of the walls and a small door cracked open. A figure walked in. It was Huangfu Zhantian. He walked straight to the depths of the room. There was a stone platform there. He muttered an incantation and waved his hand to cast a spell that landed on the stone platform. After a while, a burst of light lit up on the stone platform, forming a communication spell formation. A golden figure slowly condensed within the spell formation. The golden figure turned around. It was a young man in a golden robe. It was the patriarch of the Long clan, Long Yi. "How's it going?" Long Yi asked indifferently. "Hee, that little girl couldn't withstand the pressure. She has already ordered Huangfu Yupa to lead the 6 major legions of the Huangfu clan to the Qing province. Now that the defense of the central imperial city is basically an empty shell, it's a good time for us to pursue something big." Huangfu Zhantian smiled proudly. "Good. I will help you when the time comes, but you must fulfill your promise and lend me the Void Demon Cauldron after it's done," Long Yi said in a deep voice. "Of course. Patriarch Long, don't worry." Huangfu Zhantian agreed. "By the way, about Huangfu Yong, did you get any accurate news? Is he really dead?" Long Yi thought for a while and asked worriedly. "Patriarch Long, don't worry about this. According to my observations over the years, the news about Huangfu Yong cultivating in seclusion to comprehend the eternal realm is just a trick released by Zhao Chenying to calm people down. From the information collected at that time, Huangfu Yong should be trapped in the demon abyss," Huangfu Zhantian said with certainty. "That's good." Long Yi smiled faintly. His figure flashed and turned into a golden light, disappearing without a trace. The array flickered twice and also disappeared. Huangfu Zhantian stood in the darkness and laughed proudly. Then, his figure blurred and merged into the void. One day later, in a huge camp to the west of the central imperial city. Flags fluttered in the camp. The 6 legions of the Huangfu clan, nearly 500,000 people were all gathered here, and they were clearly divided into 6 huge phalanxes. At the front of the camp, Zhao Chenying, Huangfu Yupa, Huangfu Zhantian, and other mystic and lightning existences were all gathered here. "Elder Yupa, I'll lead the defense against the Qingzhou rebel army to you." Zhao Chenying wore a purple imperial robe and handed a purple token to Huangfu Yupa cautiously. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely not let you down." Huangfu Yupa took the token and said solemnly. Huangfu Yupa then leaped onto a huge sun-moon warship in front of the 6 legions and waved his hand. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 legions rose into the air like 6 gigantic dragons, tearing through the sky and shooting toward the Azure province. For a moment, hundreds of thousands of people almost covered the sky, and the momentum was unparalleled. Zhao Chenying looked at the figures of the 6 legions and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Then, he disappeared. "Let's go back to the palace." After Zhao Chenying said this in a cold voice, she turned around and raised a hand, upon which the projection of a purple cauldron appeared. In a flash, it transformed into a vast expanse of purple light that swept down in reverse, enveloping her body within it. With a flash of purple light, Zhao Chenying's body disappeared, and in the next moment, she appeared thousands of meters away. After flashing several times, her figure appeared in the sky above the central imperial city dozens of kilometers away, and she descended. Huangfu Zhantian looked in the direction where Zhao Chenying went, and greed flashed in his eyes. The Void Demon Cauldron. It won't be long before it's mine. With that thought in mind, he took a deep breath, and his body suddenly turned into a purple light, flying toward the central imperial city. At the same time, in the sky above a valley in the Liang province that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the myriad demons continent, a thick gray fog was rolling and demonic qi was rising. It could spread for hundreds of kilometers, causing the ground below to become pitch black as if it had fallen into the night. Fortunately, the gray fog was not stationary, but it was moving toward the northwest at a rapid speed, so the darkness on the ground below only lasted for a moment. If one looked carefully, one could find that the entire huge gray fog was faintly formed by dozens of medium-sized gray fog balls that were about a kilometer in size, and the dozen or so gray fog balls at the front were faintly separated from the ones at the back. At this moment, in the gray fog at the center of the dozen or so gray fog balls at the front, a man in a gray robe was standing on a huge leaf-shaped object that was about a kilometer in size. There were thousands of people densely packed on the object. In the center of the leaf was a 2-story pavilion, and there was a large flag erected beside the pavilion. The flag was fluttering even though there was no wind, and there was a large new character written on it. In the pavilion, a seemingly gentle and cultured young man in a gray brocade robe stood with his hands behind his back, and his eyes were as calm as water as he looked ahead. From here, he could see the scene outside the gray fog at a glance. There were two people standing beside him. One of them was a gray-robed man with a face full of curly beard. At this moment, he was blowing his beard and glaring, spittle flying everywhere as he said something. The other person was a haggard old man who was as thin as a match. His eyes were half opened, as if he didn't hear what the burly man said. "Young master, that old bastard Xianxia is as cunning as a ghost. He's supporting us in name, but in reality, he wants us to be the vanguard and be cannon fodder," the mustached man said angrily. Since Xianxia is like that, how could Gao Harui not have the same thoughts? On the surface, the two of them say that they're unhappy with the central dynasty, but in reality, they're just using us. "They're just hiding behind us and reaping the benefits," the gentle young man said with a faint smile. "Then, are we willing to be manipulated like this?" the mustached man asked. "It doesn't matter. I've already sent someone to spread the news about the Xiang clan and the other prominent clans. I'm sure that Zhao Qianying won't sit idly by once she learns of this. We'll just watch the show then," the gentle young man waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Right at this moment, a black streak of light flashed past at lightning speed from over 5 kilometers away from the large expanse of gray fog. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled several kilometers, and in the next moment, it had already become a black dot in the distant horizon. The direction it was traveling in was also in the northwest direction. This speed is probably more than twice as fast as the old master back then. Could it be that he's an ethereal illumination almighty who's especially good at traveling? Also, he's traveling in the northwest direction. Could he be heading to the Yu province? The mustached man's expression changed slightly in the pavilion. "Elder Tianpei, did you detect anything just now?" The gentle young man frowned slightly at this moment. He ignored what the mustached man said and turned to look at the withered old man. He asked respectfully. "His speed is so fast that I've never heard of it. In my impression, there doesn't seem to be such a person on the continent. In addition, I also released my divine sense to check. I'm ashamed to say that I'm not even sure if there's anyone in there." The withered old man raised his half-opened eyes slightly and said slowly. As soon as these words came out, not only did the mustached man's expression become even more shocked, but even the gentle young man who had always been indifferent also changed his expression. The withered old man looked sickly, but in reality, he was the ethereal illumination realm elder with the highest cultivation in the Lu clan, Lu Tianpei. His cultivation was not inferior to Lu Huifeng's back then. Even his divine sense could not detect anything. Could it be that there was a higher cultivation hidden in this black stream of light? The gentle young man turned around and continued to look at the void that had already calmed down. His expression became a little uncertain. The news of the remnants of the Lu family colluding with the Xiang family to stage a comeback, as well as the recent abnormal actions of the Gao family, not long after Huangfu Yupa's army departed, could no longer be hidden from the central imperial city, and even the surrounding provinces and counties quickly spread. For a time, everyone in the imperial city was in a state of panic. Some busybodies even swore that they had personally seen the 6 great legions of the Huangfu clan leave for the Qing province. After the army left the imperial city, the number of guards in the city decreased significantly, which further increased the unease of the ordinary demons in the imperial city. All kinds of opinions were spreading in the city. Among them, the most widely spread one was someone saying that the current turmoil in the mainland was caused by the incompetence of the demon king Zhao Qianying. There were even rumors that Zhao Qianying should abdicate and choose someone more capable to take the throne. Of course, the current Huangfu clan's strength was not as great as before, but in the entire continent, even the 3 great clans could not compare to them. Moreover, the Huangfu clan had ruled the continent for so many years, so the idea of imperial authority was deeply rooted in their minds. Therefore, the most capable person could only be chosen from the Huangfu clan. This was something that everyone was well aware of. In a remote hall in the demon palace, more than 10 demons in purple robes were busy traversing through the hall. In the hall, more than 10 communication arrays were constantly flashing, and one after another jade slips appeared and disappeared in the communication array. On the door of the hall, 3 large words Mountain River Hall were hung. This was the intelligence center of the Huangfu clan. The communication array here was connected to all parts of the 10,000 Demon Continent. Ever since the news of the Lu clan's comeback came, the communication array here had not stopped for even a moment. In the center of the hall, Zhao Qianying was sitting behind a high table. There were more than 10 jade slips in front of her, and she was checking them one by one. Elder Huangfu Tong was standing beside her. It had been 3 days since Huangfu Yupa led the army out. Following the news of the Kong clan's betrayal, there were big and small disturbances in various places. These jade slips were not only about the war in Azure Province, but also about the small disputes in various places. However, there was no time to care about them at this moment. Zhao Qianying put down a jade slips and sighed softly. "Your Majesty, do you have any news from Elder Yupa?" Huangfu Tong asked. "Not yet. These are all news from the spies in Azure Province. The rebel army has already occupied half of Azure Province's territory. Elder Yupa will only arrive in Azure Province in 1 day." Zhao Qianying frowned slightly and gently pressed the space between her eyebrows. She seemed to be mentally exhausted. "Your Majesty, if you are tired, you can take a short rest. I can filter the information here," Huangfu Tong suggested. "There's no need for that. I won't overwork myself just by looking at the jade slips." Zhao Qianying smiled lightly. Right at this moment, a series of footsteps came from outside. It was Huangfu Zhantian. "Your Majesty, the patriarchs of the Lin and Chu clan that I mentioned to you a few days ago have arrived. They are waiting outside the reception hall now." Huangfu Zhantian bowed to Zhao Qianying and said. Zhao Qianying's face revealed a trace of joy when she heard this. She nodded and stood up. These 2 people were the patriarchs of the 2 powerful great clans that Huangfu Zhantian had roped in these few days. If he could completely rope them in, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for the current grim situation. "I'll have to trouble Elder Tong to sort out the information from various places for the time being. I'll be back soon," she said to Huangfu Tong. Huangfu Tong hurriedly agreed when he heard this. Zhao Qianying and Huangfu Zhantian then walked out of the Mountain River Hall and walked towards the reception hall. After a short while, the 2 of them arrived at a spacious and majestic hall. There were 2 guards standing on both sides of the reception hall. Looking from outside, they could faintly see some figures in the reception hall. Zhao Qianying glanced at the 2 guards outside the reception hall, and her expression changed slightly. These 2 people weren't the usual reception hall guards, so they looked rather unfamiliar. "Your Majesty, the 2 patriarchs have been waiting for a long time. Let's go in." Huangfu Zhantian's expression tensed up as he spoke. Zhao Qianying nodded, withdrew her gaze, and strode into the reception hall. The depths of Huangfu Zhantian's eyes relaxed, and he followed behind Zhao Qianying into the reception hall. He raised his hand that was behind his back slightly, and it seemed like he was making a gesture. At this moment, there were more than 20 devil dwellers in various clothes sitting in the reception hall. They were divided into 2 groups, and they stood behind an ordinary-looking young man in a golden robe and a masked woman in a red robe respectively. When the 2 groups heard the footsteps, they hurriedly stood up. The young man in a golden robe looked at Zhao Qianying, and his eyes flickered slightly. "Your Majesty, these 2 are the patriarchs of the Lin and Chu clans." Huangfu Zhantian stood behind Zhao Qianying and introduced. "The 2 patriarchs have come from afar. Thank you for your hard work." Zhao Qianying glanced at the young man in a golden robe and the masked woman, and then her figure flickered, and in the next moment, she appeared on the main seat in the center of the reception hall and sat down. "Miss Huangfu, you're too courteous. Elder Zhantian invited me here, and he said that he wanted to seek a matter that would benefit both clans, so I naturally couldn't refuse." The young man in a golden robe turned his head to look at Huangfu Zhantian, who was still standing at the door, and then he turned back and said with a faint smile. Zhao Qianying frowned when she heard this. As soon as the young man in a golden robe said this, the people who were standing behind him with respectful expressions suddenly revealed a trace of a strange smile on their faces. Some of them even impudently sized up Zhao Qianying, who was sitting on the main seat. "You guys." Zhao Qianying suddenly realized something, and she suddenly stood up. She flicked her finger, and a purple light shot out from her hand, shooting out of the reception hall like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, a large black hand suddenly appeared at the door of the reception hall, and it blocked the purple light. Bang! The purple light collided with the large black hand, and suddenly exploded. Zhao Qianying's pretty face turned pale. Before she could do anything else, black gas suddenly surged out of the hall and formed a thick light curtain in the blink of an eye, covering the entire hall. A black light flashed on the surface of the light curtain, and a middle-aged man in a black robe with a gloomy face emerged from it. He landed next to Huangfu Zhantian, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He was obviously another metaphysic realm cultivator. It was not difficult to see that the restriction light curtain that trapped the hall was set up by this person. Swish swish, figures flashed around Zhao Qianying. Those so-called demons from the Lin family and Chu family scattered in all directions as if they were prepared, and they surrounded Zhao Qianying. The next moment, bursts of golden light were emitted from the bodies of these people, and golden runes appeared on their skin. Then, these golden runes shattered one after another. These people who were originally at the crystal level and Jin Dan realm suddenly exuded a strong aura. They were all celestial phenomenon realm demons. Dragon mark inscription, long family. Zhao Qianying's face darkened as she looked at the scene in front of her, and she shouted sternly. Miss Huangfu, you have a good eye. The golden-robed young man said, and there was a light caw-caw sound coming from his body. His body suddenly grew half a head taller, and his face became unusually handsome. At the same time, his original celestial phenomenon realm aura also rose. The masked woman next to the golden-robed young man also took off her white veil, revealing a pretty face. Zhao Qianying's expression changed slightly. She naturally recognized this golden-robed young man. He was the master of the Long family, Long Yi. She had seen this woman in the Demon Abyss secret realm before. She was the leader of the Long family, Long Yinchan. Elder Zhantian, you colluded with outsiders to break into the palace. Are you trying to rebel? Zhao Qianying looked coldly at Huangfu Zhantian and said coldly. Huangfu Zhantian showed a sneer on his face, and he did not speak. His figure flashed and landed next to Zhao Qianying. At the same time, Long Yi and Long Yinchan also flashed and landed on the other side of Zhao Qianying. The three Tongxian realm cultivators immediately surrounded Zhao Qianying from afar. Only the black-robed middle-aged man did not move from his spot. Zhao Qianying did not move from her spot. She turned to look at the black-robed middle-aged man in the distance. Elder Wu Kuei, I've always treated you well, and my imperial father viewed you as a trustworthy person. I never imagined that you would actually betray my imperial father and me. The black-robed middle-aged man frowned slightly when he heard this, but he didn't say anything to refute. Huangfu Qianying, stop struggling pointlessly. As the patriarch of a clan and the emperor of a dynasty, you're unable to convince the masses within your clan, and your prestige towards the outside world has been swept to the point that the entire continent is facing endless internal and external troubles, and the various clans have successively rebelled. Do you still have the face to continue sitting on this throne? Huangfu Zhantian suddenly questioned loudly. Elder Zhan Tian has been scheming for so long. So you want to usurp the throne and rebel? Zhao Qianying's delicate body trembled slightly in the face of the interrogation. However, her face quickly recovered its calmness and replied. Huangfu Zhantian looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. I have no choice but to do this. It's for the honor of the entire clan, for the rise and fall of the entire dynasty. Now that things have come to this, I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you take the initiative to abdicate and hand over the Void Demon Cauldron, I won't do anything to you for the sake of Huangfu Yong. If you want to usurp the throne, just say it. Why do you have to come up with such a hypocritical excuse? Zhao Qianying gritted her teeth and said disdainfully. Huangfu Zhantian raised his white eyebrows and didn't refute any more. He gave Long Yi a look. Long Yi's expression changed. He waved one hand and said, take her down. As soon as his voice fell, the 20 Long family's heavenly elephants around Zhao Qianying seemed to be prepared. They shouted in unison, and a ball of golden light suddenly appeared in their hands. Then, they raised their arms. Amidst the ear-piercing sound, 20 golden threads of light flew out from the hands of these heavenly elephants. In a flash, they turned into a giant golden net that covered the sky. There was a lifelike golden dragon swimming on the surface, and it directly covered Zhao Qianying. Long Yi and the other two did not make a move. Zhao Qianying shouted, and purple light shone from her body. The purple light flashed in the void above her head, and a large purple cauldron appeared. It was the void demon cauldron. The spirit patterns on the surface of the void demonic cauldron lit up, and the lid of the cauldron was opened. Streaks of purple translucent threads flew out of the cauldron before sweeping upward, striking the massive net like a torrential downpour before puncturing it with ease. The golden dragon that was originally wandering on the surface of the giant golden net also collapsed and disappeared. This scene made Long Yi and Long Yinchan's expressions change. Even if they were trapped in the wandering dragon demon trapping formation that was cast by 20 core family members at the same time, it would not be so easy for them to withstand it. The large number of purple crystal threads continued to sweep in all directions without slowing down, as if they wanted to penetrate the 20 Long family's heavenly elephant realm family members in one go. Presumptuous! Long Yi shouted and flipped his hand to take out a golden fan. The surface of the fan was covered in bursts of golden demonic flames. As he waved the fan, dense golden half-moon-shaped wind blades appeared out of thin air and shot forward aggressively. On the other side, Long Yinchan took out a golden short ruler and waved it in the wind. Golden basin-sized fireballs appeared in front of him and shot forward without hesitation. There was a loud noise that could shatter heaven and earth. As soon as the golden wind blades and fireballs came into contact with the purple crystal threads, there was a burst of extremely dazzling golden and purple light. For a moment, it seemed that they were in a stalemate. This made the two people's expressions sink. As mighty figures in the mystic and lightning realm, the two of them had activated an attack that contained the power of law at the same time, but it was tied with Zhao Qianying, who had the void demon cauldron. One could imagine the shock in their hearts. At the same time, Huangfu Wukuwei still stood motionless and looked at Zhao Qianying from afar. There was a faint hesitation and complexity in the depths of his eyes. Huangfu Zhantian stared at the purple cauldron in midair with a trace of heat flashing in his eyes. There was a bone-piercing chill in his body, but he also had no intention of making a move. At this moment, there was a sudden change. A large number of purple runes appeared on the surface of the void demon cauldron, and then a purple light shone brightly, revealing a space entrance. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, more than a dozen black figures rushed out from inside and pounced toward the surrounding celestial phenomenon demons of the Long family. These black figures were all hairless body cultivators with bulging muscles. Their bodies were surrounded by black gas and their cultivation had reached the celestial phenomenon realm. They were the demon star guards that Huangfu Yong had left behind as a backup. Speaking of which, when facing thousands of ancient demonic corpses summoned by the Lu family, this small number of demon star guards could be said to have made a great contribution. Unfortunately, when the Lu family army and the ancient demonic corpses were finally eliminated, there were originally 100 or so demon star guards left. Their overall strength was much weaker than before. But even so, they were still a great support that Huangfu Yong had left for Zhao Qianying. Elder Zhantian, Elder Wu Kuei, why are you still standing there? Long Yi's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. The black figures moved as fast as lightning, and the surrounding celestial phenomenon demons of the Long family were very close. Now that the two of them were being held up, it was too late to rescue them. I came here to only promise to be responsible for maintaining the formation, and I will not take action. Huangfu Wukuei said in a stiff tone. Huangfu Zhantian turned a deaf ear to Long Yi's words, and the cold air around his body became more and more oppressive. No one knew when, but a white bead appeared in his hand, but he still stood there motionlessly, as if waiting for something. In the blink of an eye, the black figures had already tangled with the surrounding celestial phenomenon demons of the Long family. Although the celestial phenomenon demons of the Long family reacted quickly, they immediately took out their devil treasures and at the same time, their bodies also lit up with a protective light. Unfortunately, they were facing the well-trained demon star guards. Light flashed continuously, and a series of extremely fast punches and kicks whistled through the air, and from time to time, there were miserable screams. In just a few breaths, half of the 20 celestial phenomenon demons of the Long family were injured, and they were beaten back again and again. At this moment, Huangfu Zhantian's figure suddenly flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, a thin figure appeared in the air above the void demon cauldron. It was Huangfu Zhantian. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he pressed down with one hand. A white bead flew out of his hand, and with a spin, it expanded several times in size, turning into a white vortex that was hundreds of feet in size. With a boom, a thick white pillar of light shot out from the center of the vortex, and it shrouded the void demon cauldron and Zhao Qianying below. At this moment, a black figure flashed above the void demon cauldron, and a tall bald man appeared, exuding a powerful pressure. It was the Mystic Enlightenment Realm commander of the Demon Star Guards. As soon as this person appeared, he let out a roar, and his hand shot up like lightning. Countless black fist shadows that seemed as solid as a rock instantly appeared, and with a momentum that could shake mountains and rivers, they met the white pillar of light. The corners of Huangfu Zhantian's mouth curled up slightly, and he silently chanted a few incantations. The white pillar of light transformed into countless white blades of light, and countless white runes that contained a trace of the power of laws swept down. These blades of light contained a trace of the power of laws, and they sliced these indestructible black fist shadows to shreds. Following that, the white pillar of light continued straight down toward the commander of the Demon Star Guards. As soon as the commander of the Demon Star Guards came into contact with the white pillar of light, he was sent flying as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he crashed heavily into the ground, smashing open a large crater. Immediately afterward, the white pillar of light enveloped the entire void demon cauldron, and it continued to descend toward Zhao Qianying. Before the white pillar of light had even truly descended, Zhao Qianying felt that she was instantly unable to muster up any magic power within her body. At this moment, although the surrounding Demon Star Guards had severely injured and killed the celestial phenomenon demons of the Long family, there was no time for them to lend a helping hand. Even if they could make it in time, it might not be of any use. A look of despair finally appeared in her eyes, and a bitter smile appeared on her face, and she closed her beautiful eyes. At this critical moment, dense black talisman markings suddenly appeared out of thin air around the woman, and they instantly condensed into a black eggshell-like light barrier that protected her within it. When the white pillar of light landed on the black light curtain, a loud rumble erupted, but the black light curtain did not move at all, not even the slightest ripple. Huangfu Zhantian's expression changed drastically, and when the three Mystic Enlightenment Realm experts saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Immediately afterward, a figure wrapped in green light slowly emerged from the void and stood next to Zhao Qianying. Zhao Qianying was waiting for death with her eyes closed, but she felt a slight tremor in front of her. The expected attack did not land on her. She was shocked and immediately opened her eyes. She saw a black light screen that suddenly appeared around her, and her expression changed when she saw the figure in green light next to her. You are? Zhao Qianying asked in a daze. Although they were very close, she could not see the appearance of the person in the green light. She could only roughly see the figure, and it should be a man. What surprised her was that she could not see through the other party's cultivation with her metaphysic realm cultivation. The figure in the green light turned his head slightly and seemed to look at Zhao Qianying. He then looked away and raised his head to look at Huangfu Zhantian in the sky. I have more or less understood the situation. In other words, you are the mastermind of this rebellion. Am I right? The figure in the green light said indifferently. Although I don't know who you are, I advise you not to interfere with the internal affairs of the Huangfu family. Huangfu Zhantian was stared at by the figure in the green light, and he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. With his metaphysic realm cultivation, this was the first time in tens of thousands of years that he had such a feeling. Similar to Zhao Qianying, he had already scanned the other party with his powerful divine sense out of habit. However, he was shocked to find that the other party was like an ordinary person. There was no fluctuation of magic power coming from the other party. He had seen the other party standing there and speaking. Otherwise, the person would be no different from the other decorations in the hall. It was no wonder that he did not notice the person before. The other party was able to withstand the attack of his top-tier devil treasure, the frozen clam pearl, so his strength should not be underestimated. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and he could not figure out the other party's background. Otherwise, given the way the other party acted in the past, he would not speak in such a tone. Naturally, the other three Tongxian realm experts on the scene were equally astonished as well. After the void demon cauldron was enveloped by the white light pillar, Long Yi and Long Yinchan had already escaped without the entanglement of the purple crystal threads. They originally wanted to help the Celestial Phenomenon Realm clansmen, but the sudden appearance of this strange figure caused the two of them to stop where they were. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily as they looked at the figure shrouded in green light. The distant Huangfu Wukue was first stunned, and then his expression eased up instead as he felt relieved. The person in the green light didn't answer Huangfu Zhantian's question and just chuckled. In the next moment, a faintly discernible golden sword shadow flew out of the green light without warning, directly piercing through the center of the white light pillar that was against the black light curtain. Like snow melting in the spring sun, the white pillar of light instantly melted and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a large purple cauldron. A golden sword projection quickly bypassed the cauldron, and with a bang, the white vortex formed by the white bead was pierced through by the golden sword projection, causing it to collapse and disappear. Huangfu Zhantian felt a golden light flash before his eyes, and then the golden sword image had already appeared nearby him and slashed towards his neck. Huangfu Zhantian's face went cold. Even though he was shocked by the speed of the golden sword image, his reaction was extremely swift. He'd withdrawn a gray and hazy shield a long time ago, and it expanded explosively to over 100 m in size before blocking before him. Huge gray runes surged out of it and turned into surging cold air, condensing into a layer of gray ice on the shield. At the same time, the black demonic chi on his body surged, and a large number of black runes surged out of the surface of his body, condensing into a pitch-black armor. Right at this moment, a strange scene appeared. When the golden sword shadow approached the gray shield, it suddenly became blurry, and then it divided into two into four. In the blink of an eye, it turned into dozens of extremely faint, illusory golden threads. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out, the golden threads that were so thin that they couldn't be heard shot toward the huge gray shield like arrows. As soon as these golden threads came into contact with the ice on the surface of the gray shield, they actually pierced through it without a sound, and it was as if the gray ice on the surface of the shield didn't exist at all. Huangfu Zhantian's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes finally revealed a panicked expression as if he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. He hurriedly moved and was about to flee. However, at such a close distance, and the speed of these golden threads was as fast as lightning, it was obviously too late for him to escape now. After countless golden threads trembled, they transformed into numerous faint golden sword projections, and in just a flash, they interweaved and pierced through the black armor soundlessly like it was made of paper. After that, the body of this metaphysic realm cultivator from the Central Dynasty was immediately riddled with holes. No. Zhao. Your Majesty, I was being silly. Quick. Quick, let him stop. Huangfu Zhantian's face was filled with extreme despair, but he was still unwilling to resign himself to death, and he quickly roared. At this point, how could he not know that the other party was obviously standing up for Zhao Chenying? However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a chi sound, and Huangfu Zhantian's entire body seemed to have collapsed. He was cut into countless pieces by the golden threads that filled the sky. Minced flesh and internal organs mixed with a rain of blood splattered in all directions, and a dense bloody smell spread in all directions, making people want to vomit. At this moment, the figure of green light raised one hand and casually slapped upwards. A loud rumbling sound rang out, countless thin five-colored arcs of lightning shot out from the palm, turning into a huge five-colored net that covered the sky. As soon as the minced bodies in the sky came into contact with it, they collapsed into the air with a chi-chi sound, and turned into wisps of green smoke. The golden threads that filled the sky blurred, turned back into a golden sword projection, and flew back to the figure of green light along with the five-colored lightning net. From the moment the figure of green light attacked to the moment Huangfu Zhantian was turned into nothingness, it only took the time of 3 or 4 breaths. A mystic and lightning expert who had been dominating the myriad demons continent for tens of thousands of years died so easily, not even a bone residue was left. Long Yinchan, and the other members of the Long family who witnessed all this, immediately turned pale. Even Huangfu Wukue had a look of horror on his face. It should be known that among the mystic and lightning experts present, in terms of cultivation base, Huangfu Zhantian was the strongest, but even he could not withstand a single blow from the figure wrapped in green light, let alone the rest of them. The demon raider who was originally fighting with the celestial phenomenon realm clansmen of the Long family had already stopped fighting and surrounded Zhao Chenying. As for the remaining dozen or so celestial phenomenon realm clansmen of the Long family, they all stood dumbfounded on the spot. After witnessing the scene just now, a look of disbelief appeared on Zhao Qianying's pretty face, and then it turned into ecstasy. Although she still did not know who was in the green light, from the other party's words and actions, it was obvious that he was on her side. However, the others were not in such a good mood. Not long ago, they were still aggressively asking Zhao Qianying to abdicate her position. Zhao Qianying raised her hand, and a roll of white light shot out, retrieving the purple cauldron. Just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, the figure in the green light suddenly turned to look at Long Yi and said indifferently, "Long family master, since you were bewitched by Huangfu Zhantian, and your family contributed a lot in the war to quell the rebellion, I will spare your life as long as you take one move from me." Long Yi's body trembled, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Golden light flashed on his body, and he took out 7 or 8 magic treasures in a row, protecting his body layer by layer. As soon as the voice fell, an aqua-blue sword light shot out, and as soon as it appeared, it flashed and disappeared in the void. At the same time, there was a fluctuation above Long Yi's head, and a huge blue sword light of 100 feet in size appeared, slashing down fiercely. Halfway through, the huge sword light burst out countless strands of blue sword chi that were as fine as hair, sweeping towards Long Yi and enveloping him in a flash. Long Yi's face changed greatly. The lesson of Huangfu Zhantian was still vivid in his mind. Without hesitation, he made a gesture, and the 7 or 8 magic treasures around him suddenly shone brightly, emitting bursts of mottled 5-colored halos. However, in front of the blue sword silk, those magic treasures seemed to be scrap metal, shattering with a touch. Pa pa pa, a series of cracking sounds came, and the 7 or 8 magic treasures around Long Yi were all pierced by the blue sword silk, turning into a burst of debris and fluttering away. A look of disbelief appeared in Long Yi's eyes, and a trace of a bitter smile flashed on his face. Several of the magic treasures that he was proud of were all destroyed in front of him. He simply closed his eyes and said quickly, "This matter is all because of my greed, I will bear it alone. I hope Senior will let my people go." As soon as the voice fell, thousands of sword silk surged toward him like raindrops. However, as soon as the thousands of sword silk touched his body, they all changed direction and flew past him. Then countless sword silk turned around and flew back into the blue sword light in a flash. Long Yi opened his eyes, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that he was still alive. At this moment, the blue sword light in the air flickered like a venomous snake's tongue. Long Yi's left arm was cold, and one of his arms was cut off at the shoulder. It was frozen into ice halfway and fell down. Long Yi groaned and covered his wound with his other hand. He took a step back, and his face became extremely pale, but he was happy in his heart. His life was saved. Because everything happened in a flash, the people of the Long family only saw a dazzling golden light flash in front of them, and Long Yi's arm was cut off. Their expressions changed greatly. However, they didn't dare to move because of the power of the green light figure. The strength shown by the green light figure had reached an incredible level. If the other party wanted to kill all the people of the Long family present, he probably only needed to move his finger to do it. You all conspired to rebel, which is originally unforgivable, but now that the chief evil Huangfu Zhantian is dead, I also don't want to start a massacre here. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but you can't escape punishment. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, the person in the green light spoke calmly. Although his voice was not loud, everyone heard it clearly. At this moment, this sentence was like the sound of nature, causing them who were originally on the verge of despair to immediately show a trace of hope on their faces. At noon the next day. At the same time, in the sky above the central imperial city, a looming green figure emerged. It was better to swear loyalty to Zhao Qianying than to lose their lives. Under the leadership of Long Yi, the people of the Long family bowed to the green figure and immediately left. Lu Ming shook his head, and his fluctuating emotions instantly calmed down. The black figure let out a shrill laugh, opened its mouth and swallowed Huangfu Wukui's blood essence. The black figure was immediately stained with a strange layer of blood red. Zhao Qianying looked around the empty hall and couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The mother and daughter were afraid that if they let go, the figure would suddenly disappear again. After a quarter of an hour, everything was over. Looking at the reunion of Zhao Qianying and her daughter, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Okay, you can go. As the green light figure said, he raised one hand, and the bright red demonic shadow in the air cackled a few times, then it disappeared in a flash. At this moment, the figure of an ordinary man in a green robe emerged a few feet behind Zhao Qianying. It was Lu Ming. Huangfu Wukui's body trembled, and a soul-tearing pain burst out from his head, but then it returned to its original state. Suddenly, a figure flashed in her heart, and then she immediately shook her head. As soon as the voice fell, the four looked at each other and didn't speak for a while. Peng. Good child, good-ing-er. Zhao Hui's eyes glistened with tears, and her arms tightly hugged Zhao Qianying, as if she was afraid to let go. Mother. After a long time, Zhao Qianying finally let out a sobbing cry. She rushed forward and threw herself into Zhao Hui's open arms. Seeing the patriarch like this, Long Yinchan and more than 10 other celestial phenomenon realm clansmen also stepped forward to swear. Long Yi's face changed for a while. This burden could not be said to be light. Now, drop your blood essence into this impermanent specter, and swear on your inner demons that you will be absolutely loyal to Huangfu Qianying from now on, the figure of blue light said indifferently. This was an ancient blood oath of the myriad demon continent. Rather than saying it was an oath, it was more accurate to say that it was a contract to sell one's body. Once the oath was made, a wisp of one's soul would be devoured. From then on, one's life and death would be completely controlled by the other party. During this time, Zhao Qianying also invoked her arts to activate the Void Demon Cauldron, sucking in the surrounding Devil Stallion guards and their injured leaders. This caused Lu Ming to feel a sense of loss for no reason, but he naturally did not show it on his face. His position had changed, and he had many more things to worry about. Naturally, he couldn't be as carefree and willful as before. Without hesitation, he spat out a mouthful of lifeblood essence and flew towards the black shadow. Zhao Hui lightly landed on the ground and looked at Zhao Qianying with a faint trace of tears in her eyes. Zhao Qianying's body suddenly shook. The voice that entered her ears was completely different from the voice of the figure of blue light. It gave her a very familiar feeling. Your ending should have been the same as Huangfu Zhantian, but your choice saved you, the figure of blue light said indifferently. But soon, Zhao Qianying temporarily put the doubts in her heart behind her head and tightly held her mother's hands. At this moment, there was nothing else in her heart except for her mother. It seems that you have made your choice. This is good, I can save a lot of trouble. Seeing that no one stepped forward, the figure of blue light couldn't help but snort coldly. I am Huangfu Wukue, and I am willing to swear. A low voice sounded. It was Huangfu Wukue, the middle-aged man in a black robe who was originally standing the furthest away. His figure flickered and landed in front of the black shadow. In these years, his cultivation had undergone earth-shattering changes. I just happened to do it, it's not worth mentioning. Lu Ming smiled faintly and shook his head. Long Yi sighed and a trace of a bitter smile flashed across his face. He walked forward and, like Huangfu Wukue, made an oath that the Long family would never dare to rebel against the central dynasty in the future. Thank you for your help today. I wonder if you can tell me your name. I will definitely remember it. Zhao Qianying calmed herself down and walked in front of the figure of blue light. She bowed to the figure of blue light. At the same time, the figure of blue light waved his other hand in the air, and suddenly an invisible force rippled out. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the figure of blue light. At this moment, a light breeze appeared behind her, and the door slowly closed. Then, with a soft pu sound, all the ancient lamps in the hall lit up at the same time. Although Zhao Qianying's appearance didn't change much, her demeanor and behavior were a little less shy than before. She had more responsibility for the central dynasty and even for her family. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. The naive and straightforward Zhao Qianying had become the past. The current Zhao Qianying was already Huangfu Qianying, the master of the Huangfu family, the current demon empress of the central dynasty that ruled the entire demon continent. She glanced at the figure of blue light, and her face slightly blushed. She lowered her head and gently wiped away the tears in her eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, thunder roared around her, and countless electric arcs intertwined all over her body. This scene naturally made the hearts of everyone present shake violently again. The depression that they had just made an oath suddenly disappeared. Zhao Qianying seemed to feel something and suddenly turned around. When she saw Lu Ming's figure, her cheeks suddenly flew into a slight blush, and she softly murmured, "Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you." In the blink of an eye, only the figure of blue light and Zhao Qianying were left in the hall. The black phantom was faintly discernible, and it looked like the projection of evil spirits from the underworld. Faint mournful ghost cries could be heard, and a gloomy energy twined around it, giving off a gloomy and strange feeling. After that, the figure of blue light flashed, and his figure disappeared without a trace. The figure of blue light seemed to look at Zhao Qianying from head to toe, but did not say a word. The figure of blue light turned to look at the people of the Long family and said coldly, "Next, it's your turn. Do you want to swear an oath, or die?" The entire hall became abnormally quiet again. Huangfu Wukue cupped his hands at Zhao Qianying, and did not say anything, and also walked out. Zhao Qianying looked at the purple-robed woman in front of her, and was stunned at first. Then, her mouth slightly opened, and her body completely stiffened. For cultivators like them, a few hundred years was actually just a blink of an eye. "If Miss Zhao is free, we'll meet in the Heartless Hall tomorrow at noon," a faint voice sounded in Zhao Qianying's ears, and then disappeared without a trace. He looked around at the huge, bustling hexagonal city below, and a trace of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Then, a series of footsteps slowly walked into the hall, and it turned out to be a beautiful girl dressed in an exquisite purple robe. Her beautiful eyes were clear, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her purple hair flowed like a waterfall down to her waist. It's been a long time. Others might not be familiar with the impermanent specter, but as a Tongxian realm cultivator, he knew her very well. The black curtain of light that enveloped the entire hall immediately shattered into pieces. "It's all thanks to Brother Lu's help yesterday. Otherwise, the power of the central dynasty would have fallen into the hands of others. Furthermore, it's also thanks to Brother Lu that I was able to reunite with my mother." Qianying sincerely thanks Brother Lu for his great kindness. Zhao Qianying cupped her hands at Lu Ming and bowed. At this moment, the Heartless Hall was still empty, and there was not a single person in sight. After a moment of silence, it was Zhao Qianying who broke the silence first. "Brother Lu, please forgive me for asking, but your current cultivation, what level has it reached?" As the hall door slowly opened, a ray of warm sunlight shone in, and the furnishings in the hall became clearer. "Yes, I didn't expect that 500 years would pass in the blink of an eye." Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and he could not help but sigh softly. Just when Zhao Qianying was at a loss of what to do, the figure of green light suddenly waved his hand, and the void in front of him flashed, and the figure of a purple-robed young woman appeared out of thin air. It was Zhao Hui. As soon as he finished his oath, the black shadow opened its mouth and spat out an extremely faint black light, which disappeared into the space between Huangfu Wukue's eyebrows in a flash. Although the two were standing opposite each other at this moment, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them, and it seemed that both of them wanted to say something but were hesitant. "I, Huangfu Wukue, hereby swear that from today onwards, I will wholeheartedly follow your majesty, Huangfu Qianying. If I have any other thoughts, I am willing to suffer the pain of 10,000 ghosts devouring my heart, and my soul will be destroyed, and I will never be able to transcend," Huangfu Wukue said loudly. However, when she raised her head again, Lu Ming's figure had disappeared without a trace. Zhao Qianying finally calmed her emotions and raised her head from Zhao Hui's arms, but she still held her mother's hand tightly, for fear that she would leave her again. For him, this kind of kinship was also within his reach not long ago. Now, although his cultivation was high and had even reached the peak of this world, he was still helpless about some things. Hearing this, everyone's face changed, especially the people of the Long family. They all looked at Long Yi in unison. The figure wrapped in green light was naturally Lu Ming. It was not convenient for him to show himself at this moment, so he had already used this concealment method to cover his appearance and aura. This was a kind of helplessness. She seemed to have deliberately dressed up. She did not wear the Demon Emperor's costume, but restored the clothes of the past. However, perhaps because of the difference in identity, it made her pure naturally mixed with a bit of a mature temperament. After the figure in the green light finished speaking, a low incantation was heard. The void of the hall fluctuated, and 9 balls of black light appeared out of thin air. After a while, they condensed and transformed into a black shadow. It can't be him. Although he was powerful in the past, he was after all only in the celestial phenomenon realm, and so many years have passed. Zhao Qianying secretly sighed in her heart. When Zhao Qianying heard this, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes for some reason, but she immediately returned to calmness. Zhao Qianying looked at the figure in the green light with some surprise, but she did not say anything. Heart Hall. Huangfu Wukue heard this, turned around and cupped his hands at Zhao Qianying, then walked to the side silently. This woman was Zhao Qianying. I didn't expect the Gao He clan to collude with the remnants of the Lu clan. Now that we are outnumbered, if we lose the city guarding Grand Formation, we will be attacked from all sides. I'm afraid we will really be annihilated here. Huangfu Yupa laughed bitterly. As soon as he finished speaking, his silhouette became blurry and he disappeared. Behind the grey-robed youth stood two mystic and lightning realm cultivators. One was a bearded grey-robed man, the other was a skinny old man. In a large hall in Yanfeng City. Since the two of you have no objections, we'll carry out the plan. We'll need the two elders' help in the battle tomorrow. Huangfu Yupa's face lit up with joy and he cupped his hands. Qingzhou, Yanfeng City. Although she appeared confident and calm in front of the two elders, she wasn't too sure if she could successfully break out of the encirclement this time. However, in the current situation, it was just as she had said. There was no time to hesitate any longer. They had to make a decision immediately. South. Huangfu Yupa extended her fair finger without hesitation and pointed at the southern part of the city on the map. After a pause, she explained because there was no one attacking here, there was a rare quiet atmosphere. Battle cries and explosions rang out incessantly, rising and falling one after another. Pass down my order, hold on for one more day. Tomorrow morning, the entire army will attack and break out of the encirclement. The specific plan will be announced before we depart tomorrow. Huangfu Yupa ordered in a low voice. A few days ago, she led the army all the way to Yanfeng City in Qingzhou and fought with the Lu clan and the Kong clan. She had the upper hand and took over the city. Zhao Qianying's heart couldn't help but feel warm. Her eyes slightly reddened but she quickly regained her composure. She cupped her hands at Lu Ming. Sitting opposite the two clan leaders was a gentle and refined young man in a grey robe. Although he was only at the advanced stage of celestial phenomenon, his aura was not inferior to the two clan leaders. Elder Yupa, which direction do you want to attack from outside the city? The purple-robed elder pondered for a moment and asked. Beams of fiend energy and beams of light from magical treasures rained down on the defensive shield, causing the entire defensive formation to flicker violently. The powerful collisions were like countless muffled claps of thunder, echoing out for hundreds of miles. After a long while, only Huangfu Yupa was left in the hall. How long can the city defense formation last? Huangfu Yupa asked. Reporting to Elder Yupa, we can at most hold on for another day. A celestial phenomenon ascendant replied. This green figure was naturally Lu Ming. As a result, the once bustling Qingzhou was now only left with a desolate scene. It's not worth mentioning. I'll continue comprehending then. As expected. I vaguely guessed it yesterday, and I'd like to congratulate Brother Lu for cultivating the great Tao. Right now, no one on the myriad devil continent is a match for you. A trace of sadness flashed across Zhao Qianying's eyes when she heard this. Although there was a smile on her face, it was a little unnatural. If she was still holding on to a glimmer of hope, at this moment, it was completely annihilated. She stood quietly on the spot and suddenly sighed faintly. However, since the Lu clan and Kongxiang clan's rebel army attacked this place, most of the clans in Qingzhou had already moved elsewhere. Those who did not manage to move in time naturally became affected by the flames of war. So what if you're invincible? There are many things that can't be achieved by humans. Oh yes, as far as I know, Miss Zhao has kept her promise and taken good care of the Qing clan for the past hundreds of years. I'm deeply grateful for that, and I thank you here. Lu Ming said as he cupped his fists and bowed. Miss Zhao is too polite. If that's the case, I'll leave now. See you again, take care. Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qianying and felt touched for no reason, but it was only for a moment. Yes, sir. All the commanders replied in unison before bidding their farewells and leaving. The purple-robed old man and the bald young man responded and left. 500 years ago, she was the princess of the central dynasty and the other was only the clan leader of a small clan. If they were to become cultivation partners, it would be unavoidable for them to feel that they were climbing up the social ladder. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He hesitated for a moment and said, "That's part of the reason. But I think this way, it should be able to relieve some of the pressure on you." The purple-robed old man and the bald young man thought for a moment and nodded. These people's expressions were not very good. The battle cries outside the city and the loud sounds of spiritual energy colliding could clearly be heard in the main hall. It was like a heavy punch that landed on everyone's heart. The east and west sides are the armies of the Gao He and Kong Xiang clans. If we fight them head-on, we will easily fall into a stalemate and be surrounded by the other armies. Although the north side seems to have no one, it is very likely that the enemy did it on purpose. The south side has the least number of Lu clan's rebels. As long as we split some of our forces and pretend to escape from the other three sides, we can seize the opportunity and break through from the south. If we can kill Lu Qinglong, it will be a big blow to the rebel army. Huangfu Yupa stood in front of a huge wooden table with a solemn expression. On the table was a map that seemed to show the terrain around Yanfeng City. In front of him, the Great City Barrier Formation seemed to be useless. The Qing province was much more prosperous than the Zhang province, the Han province and the other provinces. There were countless cities of different sizes and hundreds of large and small families living here. In the sky above the city, dozens of huge battleships were constantly moving. From time to time, thick white pillars of light would shoot out from the battleships. Although each pillar of light could kill many demon soldiers, compared to the black mass of soldiers in all directions, it was still pale and powerless. Huangfu Yupa thought so and his expression changed. He turned around and walked out of the main hall. "You are doing this because you want me to use this merit to continue looking after the Qing clan in the future, right?" Zhao. Qianying looked at Lu Ming and said. 500 years later, although she was the demon emperor of the central dynasty, the other party was already in existence that could turn a metaphysic realm into ashes with a flip of his hand. Obviously, this was not his intention. The number of demon soldiers in the east and west was the largest. Their clothes were black and blood-red respectively. The number in the south was the least. They were all dressed in gray armor. Among the 9 people, there were 3 forces vaguely divided into 3 forces, forming a triangle with a hint of vigilance. If this was the case, he might be able to return to the Middle Sky continent before ascending. Let's not talk about idle talk. These days, my memory has recovered a little, and I remember a lot of things in the past. About the blue slate you got in the cave of the Middle Sky continent, maybe you can find a breakthrough in the chaotic heaven code of the original demon lord. Luohu said slowly. As a result, Huangfu army suddenly fell into a passive situation. He made a strange gesture in his hand, then a white light flashed on his body, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared outside the north gate of Yanfeng City like a ghost. It was not calm outside the city at the moment. There were 2 metaphysic realm demons standing next to Huangfu Yupa. One of them was a gray-haired old man, and the other was a bald young man. "They are all here, very good, it saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one," Lu Ming said lightly with a happy face, and then his figure disappeared. The 2 looked solemn, and they looked much calmer than the Celestial Phenomenon Legion commanders. The other bald young man also nodded, indicating that he was also worried about this matter. The entire city was surrounded by 3 large armies from the east, west, and south. The tide-like devil-dweller soldiers were like dumplings being wrapped in a dumpling, rushing over from the 3 sides in an endless stream. She did not notice that at this moment, there was a faintly discernible green figure in the air, quietly looking towards her. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He glanced at the east and west armies, then his huge divine thought immediately spread out, covering thousands of miles in an instant. "Elder Yupa, isn't this a little too risky? There are more than 800,000 enemies outside the city, almost double the number of our army." After the others left the hall, the purple-robed metaphysic elder said. Around the wooden table stood 7 to 8 celestial phenomenon realm demons. They were probably some legion commanders and commanders. The hundreds of thousands of Huangfu family's army were now stationed in the city. The three sides added up to 800,000 soldiers, and there were definitely many small and medium-sized families that were originally attached to the two big families. Is this true? If that is the case, then I will have to trouble Elder. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with joy as he quickly said. Brother Lu is willing to help, I am naturally very grateful. Luo Hu's figure moved and flew back into the spiritual beast bag on Lu Ming's waist. When Lu Ming heard the words, he smiled faintly without saying anything. Zhao Qianying's expression was a little sad. She only lightly shook her hand and did not say anything. It seems that you are quite familiar with the law of space contained in the celestial mirror. Luo Hu said as he stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. In addition, I know a little about the current situation of the continent. The Long family is no longer a concern. I heard that Elder Yupa is currently leading the army to clean up the remnants of the Lu family that colluded with the Kongxiang family. I'm afraid things may not go smoothly. If Miss Zhao doesn't mind, Lu Ming can handle it for you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. Outside of Yanfeng City, in the main hall of the Lu family and Kongxiang family's allied army, 9 figures were gathered around a round table. Some were standing, while others were standing. They were discussing something. Zhao Qianying looked at the empty hall in front of her and felt as if a huge hole had appeared in her heart. Her delicate body suddenly swayed and she sat on the ground. But just as the Huangfu family's morale was high, the illustrious families quietly sent an army to the Azure province to cut off the Huangfu family's retreat. The Lu family and Kongxiang family's armies that were fleeing in defeat suddenly returned with a large number of troops, trapping the Huangfu family's army in Yanfeng City. I have now broken through to mystic understanding and attained eternal life. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before replying. Yanfeng City was located at the border of the Azure province. It was the largest city within tens of thousands of miles and could be ranked in the top 3 of the entire Azure province. Junior Chenglong is deeply honored to be able to discuss important matters with the 2 patriarchs today. The gray-robed youth smiled and cupped his hands towards Kong Xiangu and Gao Herue. Haha, nephew Lu is too polite. I've long heard that nephew Lu is talented and has a dignified appearance. Now that I've seen you today, you are indeed extraordinary. You will surely achieve great things in the future. Gao Herue laughed. With nephew Lu leading the great Shua army, it seems that the Lu clan will soon regain its former glory and even surpass it. Kong Xiangu also revealed a smile. The 2 patriarchs are too kind. The Lu clan is already a thing of the past. This nephew is only leading a few remnant troops. If it wasn't for the sake of avenging my late father, I wouldn't have dared to show myself. The gray-robed youth chuckled, but in his heart, he was cursing the 2 old foxes. There is no need for nephew Lu to be so modest. It's all thanks to nephew Lu's strategy that we were able to besiege the Huangfu clan's army in the city with such a small price. The Huangfu clan will be finished once this army is annihilated. At that time, the continent will be in chaos, and it will be the perfect opportunity for the Lu clan to make a comeback. Gao Herue chuckled. Patriarch Gao Herue is too kind. Nephew Lu does not have such ambitions. It was all thanks to the 2 of you that we were able to besiege the Huangfu clan's army. I merely came up with an idea, so I don't dare to claim credit for it. The gray-robed youth's eyes flashed with a strange light. Alright, let's not just compliment each other. Although we have already besieged the Huangfu clan's army for several days, their morale and condition are almost exhausted. It is time to launch an all-out attack. Kong Xiangu said. That's right. Hearing this, Gao Herue revealed a pondering expression and nodded. The gray-robed youth's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Kong Xiangu glanced at the gray-robed youth and said, judging from nephew Lu's expression, could it be that you don't think so? Patriarch Kong Xiangu is correct. The Huangfu clan has been besieged for several days, so it is indeed a good opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. However, I feel that there's no need for us to forcefully attack. Perhaps we can use other methods to eliminate the Huangfu clan's army with the least amount of casualties. The gray-robed youth said. Nephew, what brilliant plan do you have? Why don't you tell me? Gao Herue's eyes flashed when he heard this. Kong Xiangu raised his eyebrows and showed some interest on his face. I'm sure the commander of the Huangfu family knows their current predicament better than us. If we continue to drag this on, they will be completely annihilated in the city. As long as their commander has a brain, he will definitely understand this. The gray-robed young man pondered for a moment and said. Nephew's words mean that the Huangfu clan's army will definitely think of a way to break out? Gao Hurui's eyes flickered as he asked. Yes. Although it's risky to break out of the encirclement, it's much better than being trapped in the city. At the very least, both sides will be heavily injured, and the Huangfu family will have more time to gather their forces. The gray-cloaked young man said. That makes sense. According to what I know, the commander of the Huangfu clan's army is Huangfu Yupa. This person is meticulous and will definitely choose to break out of the encirclement after considering the pros and cons, Gao Hurui slowly said. Kong Xiangu also nodded and looked at the gray-cloaked young man with a glint in his eyes. Then, according to Nephew's estimation, when will the Huangfu clan choose to break out? Gao Hurui asked again. This nephew feels that it should be soon. It might be tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after tomorrow. The Huangfu clan will definitely make a move. According to my estimation, there is a high chance that they will come from the south, which is the direction of our Lu clan's army. We only need to continue attacking Yanfeng City on the surface and secretly lay down a killing formation in the south. When the Huangfu clan's army breaks out of the city, they will be trapped like a turtle in a jar. At that time, the gray-cloaked young man's eyes flashed with a cold light. Gao Hurui and Kong Xiangu were both quick-witted people. In a blink of an eye, they understood the cause and effect of the gray-robed young man's words. Their eyes sized up and they nodded slowly. Nephew's thoughts are truly meticulous and thorough. Huangfu Yupa will most likely make a move like this. Let us arrange according to Nephew's suggestion. Gao Hurui chuckled. Patriarch Gao, he is overpraising us. According to Patriarch Kong Xiang's suggestion, we can still annihilate the Huangfu clan's army by launching an all-out attack. However, we will also suffer great losses. The gray-cloaked young man revealed a humble smile and said. Nephew doesn't need to be humble. We will follow your plan. Kong Xiangu chuckled. Since that is the case, we will start laying down the formation tonight to prevent the Huangfu clan from acting in desperation. The gray-cloaked young man stood up with a strange glint in his eyes. He naturally had his own reasons for making such a suggestion. First of all, no one would give up on the large amount of resources and treasures left behind after the annihilation of an army of several 100,000. Even the powerful Kong Xiang and Gao He were no exception. As a result, the two armies naturally wouldn't think too much about the greatly weakened Huangfu clan's army after being trapped in the formation and would swarm forward together. As long as he tampered with the formation, the Huangfu clan's army, which had already fallen into despair, would launch a desperate counterattack. When that time came, he would naturally have a way to refine the mountainous pile of demonic corpses in the formation into demonic corpses. Alright, let us immediately make our preparations. Gao Hurui and Kong Xiangu stood up at almost the same time. Just as they were about to walk out of the hall, their expression suddenly changed. At the entrance of the hall, an azure-robed figure had appeared out of nowhere. His body was shrouded in azure light, making it impossible to see his appearance. Who are you? When did you come in? A profound understanding realm middle-aged man beside Kong Xiangu shouted angrily when he saw this. Gao Hurui and Kong Xiangu looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. The person before them was actually able to conceal himself from the senses of all the high-ranked devils present and infiltrate this place alone. Just this courage and this concealment ability was enough to be called heaven-defying. Furthermore, they couldn't sense the cultivation of the person shrouded in azure light at all. The moment their divine senses came into contact with the other party's body, they were immediately repelled by an invisible force. Lu Ming ignored Kong Xiangu's question and looked at the gray-robed young man with a strange glint in his eyes. He chuckled softly and suddenly waved his hand. A ball of black light shot out from his hand and transformed into a black light screen in the blink of an eye, enveloping the entire hall. Kong Xiangu and Gao Hurui's expressions changed. Playing tricks, you're courting death. At this moment, the middle-aged man beside Kong Xiangu bellowed. His body shone brightly with azure light, and two bulging lumps of flesh protruded from his back. With a poochie sound, a pair of azure wings grew from the lumps of flesh, each of them as green as jade. With a flap of the wings, the middle-aged man's figure suddenly turned into a faint shadow. The next moment, he used some kind of escape technique and crossed a distance of 20 to 300 feet in an instant, appearing beside Lu Ming in a flash. The middle-aged man's palms transformed into a pair of azure claws at this moment. His 5 fingers were abnormally sharp and flashed with a frightening cold light. He suddenly grabbed at Lu Ming, leaving a long azure mark in the air. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's azure claws pressed against Lu Ming's chest, but Lu Ming didn't seem to react. Kong Xianwu was slightly relieved to see this scene. He knew better than anyone that the middle-aged man's claws were extremely sharp. Even ordinary magic treasures could be torn apart with his bare hands, let alone the body of a devil. Beast transformation secret technique. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the middle-aged man. The next moment, he didn't see how he moved, but the sword pouch at his waist flashed gently. Several streaks of sharp golden sword light appeared beside him and flickered a few times at an incomparably fast speed. The middle-aged man was just about to exert his strength and stab into Lu Ming's body to dig out his heart when he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in his hands. His wrists loosened, and both of his hands were severed at the wrist. They were chopped into several pieces, and fresh blood gushed out. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a muffled groan. He was greatly shocked and his body was shot backward. Lu Ming snorted coldly and flicked his finger. A small golden sword shot out and caught up with the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. It coiled around his neck at lightning speed. A golden shadow flashed on the middle-aged man's neck, and his head rolled off his neck. The headless corpse fell heavily on the ground and rolled a few times before it stopped moving. The middle-aged man's primordial spirit had long been invaded by the sword chi and was completely obliterated. A series of unforeseen events happened as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, a metaphysic realm cultivator from the Kong Xiang clan was decapitated. He had died without even knowing it. Kong Xiangwu and Gao Herui's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming waved his hand and the golden sword blurred. It turned into a golden sword orb and returned to his sword pouch. Following which, he calmly raised his head and looked at the people in the hall before walking towards them. Gao Herui's expression changed. He took a step forward and cupped his hands. "May I know who you are, and what business do you have here?" "There's no need for you to know my name. You only need to know that I'm here on behalf of the Huangfu clan," Lu Ming said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed again. The gray-robed young man standing at the back trembled and a fierce light flashed across his face. The body of the mustached man beside him suddenly glowed with gray light. He shot toward the roof of the hall and a black light shot out from his hand, piercing the black light barrier above the hall. Lu Ming's expression sank. He coldly snorted and waved his hand. A blue sword shadow flew out from his hand and appeared above the mustached man's head. The blue sword shadow flashed and grew several times bigger. It turned into a huge blue sword that was several tens of feet in size and slashed down toward the mustached man. The bearded man was startled, and the black light changed direction to meet the huge blue sword head-on. At the same time, a green light flashed in front of him, and a 1,000-feet-tall Dharma idol emerged. It crossed its arms in front of him to block the attack. He had just finished doing this when the huge blue sword slashed down and collided with the black light. Pung! The black light immediately dissipated and revealed the magic treasure inside. It was a circular gear magic treasure that was several feet in size. It was still rotating with a buzzing sound. But in the next moment, the black gear shattered into pieces and turned into a pile of black fragments that scattered in all directions. The giant blue sword continued to slash down without any pause. It was as if the black gear magic treasure was like air, unable to obstruct it at all. With a flash of blue light, the shadow of the blue sword engulfed the burly man's figure. With a hiss, the muscular man with a curly beard didn't even have the time to scream. His body, which was as hard as a magic treasure, was forcefully split in half from head to toe. Even the black armor couldn't block the sword light at all. Blood splattered everywhere from the body that was split in half. Immediately after, the body was frozen by a gust of cold air and fell to the ground with a dull thud. This dull thud seemed to knock on everyone's heart, causing them to tremble violently. The green-robed man before them had actually killed two profound understanding existences on the spot with a flip of his hand. Everyone present was a peak-level existence in the myriad demon continent. They had seen their fair share of scenes, but the bloody scene in front of them was a little too unbelievable, wasn't it? When did such a terrifying figure appear on the myriad demon continent? Gao Hui and Kong Xiangwu's hearts trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes as they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and the blue sword disappeared into his sleeve with a flash. He gently waved his hand at Gao Hui and Kong Xiangwu, indicating for them to stand to the side. Gao Hui and Kong Xiangwu's expressions changed. They hurriedly led the remaining people to stand to the side of the hall obediently. In the face of absolute strength, they were not willing to invite a snub. At this moment, only the grey-robed youth from the Lu clan and the withered old man behind him stood in the center of the hall in a daze. Lu Ming slowly walked to a few meters in front of the grey-robed youth and stood still. He sized up the grey-robed youth. A trace of panic flashed in the grey-robed youth's eyes, but he forced himself to maintain a calm expression. Not bad. You're so young, but your thoughts are so meticulous. You've guessed the thoughts of Huang Fuyupa and the others perfectly. They're planning to break out tomorrow, and they're indeed planning to break out from the south, Lu Ming said indifferently. Hearing that his prediction was exactly the same as the reality, the grey-robed youth did not feel happy at all. He could not help but clench his fists by his side, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in the depths of his eyes. But you don't just have to deal with the Huangfu clan's army, right? If I'm not mistaken, you've already laid down some kind of mysterious corpse refining formation on the south side of Yanfeng City. If nothing unexpected happens, you will bring an army of nearly 1 million demonic corpses 3 days later and kill your way to the central imperial city like a hot knife through butter. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile as he continued. The moment he said that, the expressions of Gao Hui, Kong Xiangwu, and the others who stood on both sides changed greatly, and a commotion broke out. With their experience and knowledge, how could they not realize that when they were triumphantly planning how to use the remnants of the Lu clan to obtain the greatest benefits for their clan, they had already been betrayed by this celestial phenomenon realm demon? It was quite ironic. Evil creature Lu Chenglong, I didn't expect you to have such sinister intentions. I regret listening to you back then. It's all thanks to this senior's reminder. Gao Hui thanks senior for your great kindness. My Kong Xiang family wholeheartedly helped you in vain, but I didn't expect you to have such wild ambitions. Kong Xiangwu thanks the senior on behalf of the Kong Xiang family. Gao Hui and Kong Xiangwu cursed Lu Chenglong, but their words vaguely revealed that their two families had been deceived by Lu Chenglong. At the same time, they expressed their thanks to Lu Ming in an attempt to improve their relationship. Kong Xiangwu seemed to have forgotten the matter of the clansman who had just been killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally turned a deaf ear to this and looked at Lu Chenglong with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lu Chenglong didn't seem to hear Gao Hui and Kong Xiangwu's words and looked at the ceiling. Suddenly, a crazed expression appeared on his face as he laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with self-mockery. I've seen quite a few smart people in the past, but it's the first time I've seen someone as resourceful as you. What a pity. Lu Ming looked at the grey-robed youth with a trace of pity in his eyes. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Young master, take advantage of this moment and leave. The withered old man to the side let out a loud roar and pounced at Lu Ming. A black light flashed in his hand and a black feather fan magic treasure appeared. He suddenly waved it at Lu Ming. A pitch-black pillar of fire shot out and instantly turned into a black sea of fire that was over 300 meters tall. It swept towards Lu Ming and engulfed Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. The surroundings of the black sea of fire stirred wildly and a scorching heat that seemed to boil the void swept in all directions. It contained a trace of the laws of the world. Burning sea demonic flames. Gao Hui blurted out. At the same time, the grey-robed youth didn't even look at the withered old man. His body immediately turned into a stream of light and shot towards the black light screen above the hall. At the same time, a grey longsword appeared in his hand. A grey sword light blasted out from the longsword and slashed at the black light screen. At this moment, in the billowing black flame, it suddenly split into two from the middle. A blue light flashed out. It was a strange blue sword. With a slash in the air, a huge blue sword shadow blasted out with a large amount of blue cold air. The black sea of fire that was originally tumbling violently dissipated in an instant. The blue sword shadow's momentum did not diminish. In a flash, it slashed at the withered old man. The speed was so fast that it had reached an appalling level. At this time, the withered old man released the demonic flames in less than a breath's time. The old man didn't even have time to cast his protective treasure. After the blue light flashed, the withered old man and the black feather fan in his hand were easily split in half. They were directly frozen into ice cubes. Even their souls didn't fly out. However, the old man's actions were not without effect. The gray-robed youth took advantage of the opportunity to fly in front of the black light screen. He released a gray sword light that heavily slashed at the black light screen. Pa! A muffled sound rang out, and the gray sword light shattered. However, the place where the black light curtain was struck also shook violently. The gray-robed youth was overjoyed. Just as he was about to continue attacking, a black cloud appeared on the black light screen. In the next moment, a black bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl shot out and directly struck the gray-robed youth. The gray-robed youth was caught off guard and was struck in the chest by the black lightning. A terrifying wound immediately appeared on his chest. He immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell from the air. Then with a flash of blue light, the gray-robed youth's neck was immediately separated from his body. He tumbled out and fell several meters away. His face was still full of unwillingness. When Gao Hui and Kong Xiangu saw that Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to their words and killed 2 people with a wave of his hand, they felt a chill in their hearts. Since the person in front of them claimed to be a member of the Huangfu clan and they were discussing a rebellion, how could they not be afraid? Gao Hui's eyes fell on the strange blue sword in Lu Ming's hand. His eyes flashed and he hurriedly lowered his head. His heart suddenly trembled. If he wasn't mistaken, the strange blue sword was definitely a true profound spirit treasure. The fact that the green-robed man could use it so easily and with such great power meant that his cultivation had probably reached a level higher than the mystic enlightenment realm. Gao Hui was indescribably bitter. If he had known that the Huangfu clan had the help of such a killing god, he wouldn't have dared to rebel even if he had 10 times the courage. After killing the 3 people from the Lu clan, Lu Ming's expression relaxed slightly. However, he was currently shrouded in the green light, so Gao Hui and the others naturally couldn't see the change in his expression. He waved his hand and released a gust of black gas that swept away the storage artifacts of the 3 people from the Lu clan. He then turned to look at Gao Hui and the others. Gao Hui and the others stiffened and revealed fearful expressions. They didn't know how the person in front of them would deal with them. Your treason is unforgivable. Originally, I should have killed all of you here, but you're all dead. However, Her Majesty Huangfu Chenying is magnanimous and doesn't want to increase the number of killings. For her sake, I can spare your lives, Lu Ming said coldly. Senior, what do you need us to do to spare our lives? Gao Hui and the others were already old and experienced. How could they not understand the meaning behind Lu Ming's words? They asked happily. Lu Ming smiled and muttered something. He waved his hand and a black light was shot out, summoning the impermanent spectre. Drip your blood essence into the impermanent spectre and swear to your inner demons that you'll be loyal to Zhao Chenying from now on. Then, head to the outside of Yanfeng City and surrender to Huangfu Yupa. If you do that, I'll spare your lives for now, he said lightly. Gao Hui and Kong Xiangu looked at the impermanent spectre. The description of such an oath instantly flashed in their minds, and their hearts trembled. The 2 of them looked at each other from afar and smiled bitterly in their hearts. The current situation didn't allow them to make any other choice. Immediately, the 2 of them and the elders behind them walked to the impermanent spectre and swore an oath. Very good. I don't need to tell you what to do next, right? Lu Ming waved his hand to disperse the impermanent spectre. Then, he waved his other hand and formed a seal. The black formation in the hall dissipated. Gao Hui and Kong Xiangu didn't dare to say anything else. They cupped their fists at Lu Ming and hurriedly left the hall. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the hall. He waved his hand and sent out a wave of black qi, storing the corpses of Lu Chenglong and the 2 Lu clan profound enlightenment cultivators. Then, with a slight sway of his body, he disappeared from the hall. After Gao Hui and Kong Xiangu returned to their respective armies, they immediately ordered the troops to withdraw and stop the attack on Yanfeng City. Although the soldiers of the two clans were a little baffled, they quickly followed the order and withdrew to the barracks. In the Kongxiang clan's army, nearly 300,000 soldiers were recalled and arranged in a large square formation in the sky above the barracks. The Lu clan's army, which was attacking from the south, was astonished to see Gao Hui and the Kongxiang clan suddenly withdraw their armies. However, the Lu clan's less than 100,000 soldiers couldn't pose a threat to Yanfeng City. Although they didn't have Lu Chenglong and the two profound enlightenment elders' orders, they still temporarily stopped the attack under the orders of the other commanders. Patriarch Kongxiang, the situation is looking good, why did you suddenly stop the attack? A middle-aged man at the Celestial Phenomenon realm wearing the uniform of the Lu clan flew over to the Kongxiang clan's army and asked Kong Xiangu, who was standing in the air. Kong Xiangu looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of pity in his eyes, but he had no intention of answering. I wonder if Patriarch Kongxiang has seen my young lord and the two elders? If I remember correctly, they were heading towards your camp to discuss countermeasures. The middle-aged man from the Lu clan couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. After a moment of hesitation, he asked with some reluctance. How would I know where your young lord is? Get out of my Kongxiang clan's army camp. From now on, no one from the Lu clan is allowed to take a step near our camp. Kong Xiangu suddenly roared in anger. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a blood-red hand appeared out of thin air, slamming into the middle-aged man from the Lu clan and sending him flying. The middle-aged man of the Lu family did not expect that the patriarch of the Lu family would suddenly turn against him. His body was hit by a strong force without any defense, and he was sent flying for 1,000 feet. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The other people in the Kongxiang clan's army camp were also dumbfounded at this scene. Kong Xiangu snorted coldly and swept his gaze over the surrounding space. Although he could not see the slightest trace of the green-robed man, he knew that the green-robed man was still nearby. Kong Xiangu was as cunning as a ghost and naturally felt that the green-robed man had no intention of killing the Kongxiang clan and the Gaohe clan, but he clearly had no intention of letting the Lu clan go. Since this was the case, Kong Xiangu naturally would not be polite to the Lu clan. All commanders, follow me to Yanfeng City. Kong Xiangu shouted and took the lead in flying towards Yanfeng City. Although the celestial phenomenon governors of the Kongxiang aristocrat clan were bewildered, as the clan lord, since Kong Xiangu had already given the command, no one dared to defy it. Immediately, all of them followed Kong Xiangu and flew to the empty space in front of the west gate of Yanfeng City, several miles away from the city gate. At this moment, Gao Hui flew over from the east of the city with several dozen people. He circled around the city and stopped beside Kong Xiangu's group. In Yanfeng City, the Huangfu clan had already noticed the strange situation outside the city. Huangfu Yupa and the two profound principal elders had already arrived at the city walls. Seeing the actions of the Kongxiang and illustrious families outside the city, the three of them looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what the other party was up to. One person flew out from each of the illustrious aristocrat clan and the Kongxiang clan. They were the two profound enlightening experts who had been forced to swear oaths in the hall. The two of them flew side by side until they were in the air in front of the western city wall. I am Gao Hai, and this fellow Daoist beside me is Kong Shangyun. The two of us are here to represent the Gao Hai clan and Kong Shangyun clan to surrender to the Huangfu clan. The emissary of the illustrious family was a black-robed young man. He bowed towards Huangfu Yupa on the city wall and said. The emissary sent by the Kongxiang clan was a young woman in a blood-red robe. She also bowed towards Huangfu Yupa. Above the city wall, Huangfu Yupa revealed a look of disbelief when she heard this, but it only lasted for a moment. The two profound enlightening elders beside her were also startled. They looked at each other in dismay and didn't know how to react. Gao Hai's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to be intentionally letting everyone know. In an instant, it spread in all directions and echoed in the sky for hundreds of miles. The soldiers inside and outside the city were in an uproar. The soldiers of the Huangfu clan in the city were fine. Although they were surprised, there were no signs of chaos. However, the neat formation of the Xiang clan and the illustrious aristocrat clan suddenly became a bit chaotic. All of you, shut up. Xiangu stopped in midair and shouted. A huge sound wave rolled out. The Xiang clan and even the illustrious aristocrat clan were silent. This time, we have offended you. It was all because of the Lu clan's instigation that Patriarch Gao He and I were muddle-headed and committed such a disgraceful act. Now that our two clans have repented from the wrong path, we have come to surrender to Commander Huangfu. Afterwards, we will personally head to the imperial city and beg for forgiveness from the Demon King. Seeing that Huangfu Yupa didn't reply, Xiangu hurriedly bowed towards Huangfu Yupa on the city wall. At this moment, Gao Huruwei also stepped out from the crowd and bowed towards Huangfu Yupa from afar. Elder Yupa, this. The profound enlightening elder beside Huangfu Yupa hesitantly whispered. Could this be another scheme of the Gao He and Xiang clan? The bald young man on the other side frowned. Huangfu Yupa frowned and muttered to herself, with their status, they must be telling the truth since they are surrendering in front of the two armies. However, I don't understand why they would suddenly surrender. Huangfu Yupa frowned and muttered to himself. At this moment, her ears twitched and the expression in her eyes changed. Soon after, an expression of relief appeared on her face. Huangfu Yupa smiled and loudly ordered, give the order to open the city's defensive restrictions. Elders, follow me out of the city to accept the surrender of the two clans. The bald young man's expression slightly changed. Just as he was about to say something to dissuade them, the profound enlightening elder suddenly grabbed him and looked around before shaking his head. A moment later, Yanfeng City's restrictions were opened. Huangfu Yupa and the two profound enlightening elders landed in front of Gao Huruwei and Xiangu. Huangfu Yupa slowly said, Patriarchs, today, I will accept your surrender on behalf of the Demon King. However, for the specific follow-up matters, the two of you should follow me to the central imperial city and explain it to His Majesty personally, Huangfu Yupa said slowly. Huangfu Yupa slowly said, yes, we will follow Elder Yupa's orders. Xiangu and Gao Huruwei agreed without hesitation. At this moment, the Lu clan's army of 100,000 was hovering in the air on the west side of Yanfeng City. When they heard that the Xiang and Gao He clans had suddenly surrendered, the army was in an uproar. What's going on? The battle was going well earlier, why did the two clans surrender just like that? Oh yes, where's the young master? And where are the two elders now? The few remaining celestial phenomenon commanders of the Lu clan were gathered together, their expressions extremely unsightly. Seems like we've all been deceived. I'm afraid that when the patriarch of the Xiang clan invited the young master and the two elders to a meeting, he had already made up his mind to surrender. Right now, the young master and the two elders are most likely already dead, the middle-aged man who was sent flying by Xiangu said hatefully. If the young master and the two elders met with misfortune, what should we do now? Hearing this, a look of despair appeared on the faces of the others. Although they didn't see the corpses of Lu Chenglong and the two elders, such a major event had happened and yet none of the three of them showed up. Most likely, they had already met with misfortune or were captured by the enemy. However, this wasn't much different from dying. Let's retreat to Taishi City first. If they come to surround us now, then we'll fight them to the death, the middle-aged man from the Lu clan coldly said. The others were shocked by the turn of events in front of them. For a moment, they had no idea what to do. Hearing this, a look of determination appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly nodded in agreement. Since you like the Qingzhou so much, why don't you stay here forever? A cold voice rang in the ears of the few people. In the next moment, before they could react, a layer of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared on the ground below the Lu clan's army. An incomparably huge gravitational force came from the ground. The Lu clan's army in the air let out a cry of surprise. Everyone was directly pulled down from the air to the ground. Circles of yellow light immediately appeared on the ground within a radius of tens of miles. Within the yellow light, there were faint earthy yellow runes. More than 100,000 soldiers of the Lu clan were like iron magnets, sucked in by the yellow light on the ground, unable to move at all. The celestial phenomenon realm middle-aged man and the other commanders, after all, had more profound magic power. With a roar of anger, they exerted all their magic power and flew up from the ground shakily, breaking free from the restraint of the suction force of the ground. But at this moment, a faint golden light suddenly flashed, almost invisible to the naked eye. The faces of the middle-aged man and the others stiffened. In the next moment, their bodies were suddenly cut into several pieces, blood splattering everywhere. The sudden change in the Lu clan's army was clearly seen by Huangfu Yupa, Gao Herue, Kong Xiangu, and the others. The three of them had different expressions, clearly having their own thoughts, but none of them did anything. Gao Herue and Kong Xiangu's expressions only changed, but they quickly turned their heads, as if they did not see the situation of the Lu clan. What a profound power of the law of earth. I'm afraid it's close to perfection. But I wonder who did it. The profound understanding elder next to Huangfu Yupa said in shock when he saw the yellow light below the Lu clan's army. Elder, don't worry. That person is our helper, Huangfu Yupa said faintly. He looked at the Lu clan's army that was tied up on the ground and could not move. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was about to make a move. At this moment, in the distant sky of Yanfeng City, a green cloud rolled over from afar. In a few breaths, it arrived near Yanfeng City. The black cloud dissipated, revealing a huge green flying ship. A huge Qing character was written on the flying ship. It was the flying ship of the Qing clan. In the air above the Lu clan's army, Lu Ming's figure was wrapped in green light, hiding his figure. At this moment, when he saw the Qing clan's flying ship, his face lit up with joy. As soon as the huge flying ship stopped, a group of people came out of it in a line. In the blink of an eye, no less than 4,000 or 5,000 people flew out, all dressed in green robes, and their cultivation was not weak. The leader was a young man in the late stage of celestial phenomenon. It was Qing Fong, the elder of the Qing clan. Hundreds of years had passed, but his appearance had not changed much. Lu Ming sighed slightly, but did not show himself. His lips moved slightly, and he sent a message. Qing Fong's body shook, and he looked around. Then his eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand at the Lu clan's army below. Kill! Qing Fong shouted. The 5,000 disciples of the Qing clan followed Qing Fong's action and rushed toward the Lu clan's army. Thousands of green magic treasures shot out neatly and fell on the Lu clan's army like raindrops. The 100,000 soldiers of the Lu family were bound by the yellow light and couldn't move at all. They could only watch the overwhelming attack falling down. The next moment, the Lu family's army, whether it was the sky or the ground, was filled with all kinds of lights and treasures. Roars came one after another, blood splashed everywhere and screams were heard. Then, the disciples of the Qing family rushed into the Lu family's army. The strange thing was that the yellow light on the ground had no effect on the disciples of the Qing family. Just like that, the Qing clan, which only had 5,000 people, easily reaped the lives of the Lu clan's army of 100,000. These disciples of the Qing family had never had such an experience. They could kill those who were at the same or higher level as them. In just 15 minutes, more than half of the Lu family's army had been killed. The massacre continued. In the sky on the east and west sides of the city, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Kongxiang family and Gao He family were dumbfounded and didn't dare to make a sound. On the city wall, the Huangfu family's army felt numb. However, as the commander, Huangfu Yupa, didn't say anything. He just watched the scene calmly. Soon, the last rebel of the Lu family was killed. The yellow light on the ground flickered for a moment and then dissipated. For a moment, the ground was covered with corpses. The 5,000 disciples of the Qing family were covered in blood. Qing Fong's eyes lit up. He ordered the disciples of the Qing family to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war. He moved and flew towards Huangfu Yupa and the others. I am Qing Fong, an elder of the Qing family from Xianxia. I heard that Elder Huangfu Yupa was besieged by the rebel of the Lu family, so I brought 5,000 elite disciples to help. Qing Fong stopped in front of the city wall and bowed to Huangfu Yupa. So it's Elder Qing Fong. The Qing clan came from afar to assist us and annihilated the Lu clan's 100,000 rebel army in one fell swoop. With such a great merit, when I return to the central imperial city, I'll definitely report to His Majesty the Demon Emperor and reward the Qing clan handsomely. Now that Patriarch Gao He and Patriarch Kong Xiang have woken up, it is really worth celebrating. Huangfu Yupa said with a faint smile. At the same time, he glanced at Gao Herue and Kong Xiangu. Thank you, Elder Yupa. Qing Feng's face was slightly red, and a trace of shame flashed in his eyes. Then, he calmed down and cupped his hands to express his thanks. By the way, Elder Qing Feng, did you see the mastermind of the Lu clan, Lu Changlong, and the two Elder Tongxian? Huangfu Yupa suddenly thought of something and asked with a frown. Gao Herui's expression changed, and he was about to speak. But at this moment, the space in front of Qing Feng suddenly moved, and 3 mutilated corpses appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. This is Lu Qingfeng, Lu Huifeng's son. Good, so the leader of the rebels has been executed. The other 2 are Lu Tianpei and Lu Tianwu. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. They all began to name the 3 corpses. After that, their gazes swept across Qing Feng's surroundings with a strange expression on their faces. At this moment, even the weakest among them was at Celestial Phenomenon Realm. However, even the few Tongxian realm experts were unable to tell how the corpse appeared. Gao Herui, Kong Xiangu, and the others were shocked, but their expressions became even more respectful. Haha, so the 3 of them have already been killed by the Qing clan. The Qing clan has made a great contribution this time. I believe His Majesty will be very pleased. Huangfu Yupa's eyes flashed as he said with a chuckle. Elder Yupa, you flatter me. Qing Feng's expression changed slightly, and then he smiled. The Lu clan's rebels have all been executed. The war ends here. I will immediately return to the imperial court. Gao Herui, Patriarch Kong Xiangu, follow me to the central imperial city to meet His Majesty. Huangfu Yupa said indifferently. Yes. Kong Xiangu and Gao Herui agreed. Elder Qing Feng, why don't you come with us? I believe His Majesty should have something to discuss with Elder Qing Feng personally. Huangfu Yupa paused and turned to Qing Feng. I will follow Elder Yupa's instructions. Qing Feng's eyes flashed, and then he said with some excitement. It could be said that the Qing family had not lost a single soldier this time, yet they had obtained a lot of spoils of war. At the same time, the greatest merit of this battle would undoubtedly fall on their family. For the Qing family, which was originally low-key, this was undoubtedly great news. Qing Feng immediately ordered his disciples to take the airship back to the clan and inform Qing Gu and the others. In the following time, the Huangfu clan's army in Yanfeng City was quickly reorganized. Gao Herui and Kong Xiangu each ordered their elders to lead their clan's army back to the encampment. The 2 of them were very courteously invited to the Huangfu clan's battleship. Half a day later, the Huangfu clan's army boarded the airship and flew towards the central imperial city in a grandiose manner. In a room on the Qing clan's battleship, Qing Feng's eyes flickered as he silently stood there, as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, a cyan figure appeared behind him out of nowhere. The figure's face couldn't be seen clearly. Patriarch, you really are here. Qing Feng suddenly turned around with a face full of joy. He bowed to the cyan figure. No need to be so polite, get up. Lu Ming said lightly. Patriarch, where have you been all these years? We are all very worried about your safety. Qing Feng stood up with a worried look on his face. Hee, you don't have to worry about me. These years, I was just troubled by some things. This time, I summoned you to the Qing province to eliminate the Lu clan's rebel army and let the Qing clan make a contribution to the central dynasty. Secondly, I have something to tell you. Lu Ming smiled lightly. Patriarch, are you leaving again? Qing Feng's expression slightly changed. Yes, I have an extremely important thing to do next. I won't be returning to the Quan Prefecture's Lianyun mountain range in the future. Lu Ming said indifferently. Hearing this, Qing Feng's expression changed greatly. Just when he was about to speak, Lu Ming raised his hand and stopped him from speaking. Regarding this matter, it's better that you don't know. Lu Ming said lightly. Then, he waved his hand and took out a black storage ring. He handed it to Qing Feng and said, This is the material that the Lu clan has prepared for this war. I have roughly checked it. Although it is not precious, there is a lot of it. It is enough to support the Lu clan for hundreds of years. Qing Feng's face showed a trace of a complicated expression. He took the ring carefully. Lu Ming turned his hand again and took out a cyan storage ring and handed it to Qing Feng. I have left some things for the Qing clan. There are many ancient books of martial arts, precious elixirs for breaking through the celestial phenomenon realm and the metaphysic realm, some magic treasures, materials, and so on. Lu Ming said. I will go back and hand them to Elder Qinggu. I believe that with these resources, the Qing clan's strength will reach a new level. Qing Feng was silent and took the ring slowly. By the way, has anything happened in the clan recently? Lu Ming gave the 2 storage rings to Qing Feng and let out a sigh of relief. Then, he asked. Don't worry, Patriarch. The clan has been following the Patriarch's instructions for hundreds of years. Moreover, the Lianyun mountain range has been peaceful. Nothing serious has happened. Qing Feng said. That's good. Lu Ming nodded and then continued to say, although I've occupied the position of Patriarch all these years, the time I've spent in the family has been very short. After I leave this time, I won't be going back. When this matter is over and you return to the clan, tell Qinggu and the others that I resign from my position as the Patriarch. You can choose another Patriarch. Patriarch, you mustn't. Apart from you, who else can gain the trust of the entire clan? Qing Feng's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly replied. It's settled then. You just need to pass on my message to Qinggu and the others. As for what to do, it's up to you guys to decide, Lu Ming said in an unquestionable tone. I will follow your orders. Qing Feng could feel the firmness in Lu Ming's tone, so he could only sigh and agree. After the Patriarch is elected, my name will be a taboo in the clan. Try not to mention it again in the future. As for when we arrive at the Central Dynasty, His Majesty the Demon King might ask you about me. Just say that you don't know everything. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. Hearing this, Qing Feng's expression changed, but he still nodded. Alright, in this case, I've settled the matters in the myriad demon continent, and there's nothing to worry about. Lu Ming murmured to himself, and then his figure slowly faded as if he was going to melt into the void. Patriarch. Seeing Lu Ming's figure gradually disappear, Qing Feng's face showed a trace of a complicated expression, and he bowed to the ground. When he raised his head, Lu Ming's figure had already disappeared without a trace. A few days later, Huangfu Yupa's army finally returned to the central imperial city. Because of this expedition, the Lu clan's remnants were all eradicated, and the Gao clan and Kong clan also surrendered. The demon king Zhao Chenying, who had already received the news, led thousands of people from the Huangfu clan out of the city to welcome them. After Huangfu Yupa personally reported the good news to the demon king Zhao Chenying, everyone at the scene immediately rejoiced and celebrated. The rumors that Zhao Chenying was not capable had also disappeared with the victory. The whole city was filled with rumors that Zhao Chenying was outstanding, and Huangfu Yupa was unparalleled in battle. In a side hall beside Zhao Chenying's bedroom in the Demon Royal Palace, Zhao Chenying, Huangfu Yupa, and Zhao Hui sat around a round table. Huangfu Yupa and Zhao Hui were originally acquainted, and now that they were reunited after hundreds of years, the two of them could not help but sigh, and it took them a while to calm down. Subsequently, Zhao Chenying and Huangfu Yupa talked about the battle in the Qing province. Only then did Huangfu Yupa know that Lu Ming had appeared, and his strength had increased greatly. I see. No wonder the voice of the person who helped me in the Qing province sounded so familiar. It turned out to be Lu Ming. Huangfu Yupa's eyes flickered, and he said with a hint of realization. Master didn't expect Elder Huangfu Zhantian to collude with the Long family to usurp the throne. It was thanks to him that we were able to subdue the Long family. I didn't expect his strength to reach such a level after not seeing him for 500 years. It's incredible. Zhao Chenying sighed and murmured. Although he didn't show his face, he was able to use the power of law to stop the Lu family's 100,000 soldiers. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, allowing the Qing family to reap their lives without any scruples. This strength has completely surpassed the profound understanding realm. Could it be that he has reached the legendary eternal life realm? Huangfu Yupa gasped and said. The situation not long ago was so shocking that it was still vivid in her mind. Yes, that's right. Zhao Chenying nodded lightly. Huangfu Yupa's expression was a little complicated. Although he had vaguely guessed it before, he was still shocked when he heard the exact news. There were not many profound understanding realm cultivators in the myriad demon continent, but it was almost unheard of for someone to reach the eternal life realm. After all, to thoroughly understand the power of a law, it could not be achieved by just hard work. It also needed luck, opportunity, comprehension ability, and many other factors. In the end, Lu Ming, who was still in the celestial phenomenon realm 500 years ago, had become an eternal life realm cultivator that even he had to look up to. How could he not be surprised? It's a pity that he hasn't shown up since that day. On the way back, I specially asked Qing Feng of the Qing family, but I didn't get any useful information. Lu Ming also didn't appear in front of the Qing family. After a while, Huang Fuyupa sighed and said, "I'm afraid he won't show up in the future." Zhao Qianying's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of bitterness in it. Huang Fuyupa and Zhao Hui looked at each other when they saw Zhao Qianying's expression, and they sighed slightly. If fate allows it, no matter where you are, we will meet again in the future. You are now the Demon Emperor, and you shoulder the mission of the entire continent and your family. He might have his own difficulties, Zhao Hui said as she gently held Zhao Qianying's hand. Thank you, Mother. I understand the pros and cons. Our top priority right now is to take advantage of his remaining influence to subdue the 3 great clans as soon as possible and restore our clan's prestige, Zhao Qianying said as she quickly regained her composure. The Huangfu clan's army set out, and in less than 10 days, they quelled the large-scale rebellion in one fell swoop, annihilating the remnants of the Lu clan. At the same time, the Gao clan and Kong clan surrendered, and the 2 patriarchs personally admitted their mistakes in front of the millions of soldiers from both sides. All sorts of incredible news spread throughout the myriad demon continent in just a few days. The chaos that had plagued the continent for hundreds of years had been settled in an extremely short period of time. This was something that had never happened in the history of the myriad demons continent. A month after Huang Fuyupa's return, the devil sovereign Zhao Qianying held an unprecedentedly grand triumphant banquet in the central dynasty. Not only did the patriarchs of the 3 great clans, Gao He, Kong Xiang, and the Dragon clan, attend the banquet, there were also over 1,000 patriarchs of small and medium-sized clans that were invited to attend the banquet, causing the scale of the banquet to reach an unprecedented level. As a result, during the banquet, Zhao Qianying announced a decision that greatly surprised everyone. In the future, the Huangfu clan and the 3 great clans would take the lead and form an alliance of clans. The 3 great clans and the various great clans would regularly send their elites to join the alliance in order to maintain the hard-won peace on the myriad demon continent. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Qianying was indirectly diluting and controlling the forces of the 3 great clans and the various great clans. The patriarchs of the small and medium-sized clans naturally cursed inwardly, but most of their attention was focused on the patriarchs of the 3 great clans. They wanted to see how they would respond. After all, many of these small and medium-sized clans were attached to the 3 great clans and followed their lead. Unexpectedly, the patriarchs of the 3 great clans all expressed their complete approval of the decision and expressed their eternal allegiance to the Huangfu clan. They even signed a contract with the Huangfu clan on the spot. This greatly surprised the patriarchs of the 3 great clans, but they had no choice but to follow the footsteps of the 3 great clans. However, the most shocking thing was Zhao Qianying's subsequent announcement that she was prepared to bestow the status and land that originally belonged to the Lu clan to the Quanzhou clan, the Qing clan, who had made the greatest contribution in the suppression of the rebellion. The Qing clan was unknown, but after this banquet, their name completely spread throughout the myriad demon continent. There were even rumors that Zhao Qianying regarded the Qing clan with great importance. Not only did she bestow the Qing clan with land, she even rewarded them with many precious treasures. She raised the Qing clan to an extremely high status and vaguely placed them on par with the 3 great clans. Originally, many people were extremely dissatisfied with the Qing clan, but after hearing a vague rumor, everyone quieted down. No one knew where this rumor came from, but the reason why the Huangfu clan was able to suppress the rebellion so quickly was actually because they had a true almighty being whose cultivation far surpassed the mystic enlightenment realm. This rumored almighty being with eternal life came from the Qing clan and was a reclusive ancestor. This was also the reason why the Qing clan was able to obtain such a great contribution in the Great Battle. Although the Long clan, Gao He clan, and the Kong Xiang clan did not publicly admit to this matter, they did not deny it either. Furthermore, the Demon King's courteous treatment towards the Qing clan made this rumor even more real. In a short period of time, the name of the Qing clan resounded throughout the entire myriad demon continent. The next day, in a certain private room on the second floor of a restaurant in a medium-sized city near Yu province, an ordinary-looking young man in a green robe was leaning against the window. On the round table in front of him, there were a few dishes and a pot of sake. He was currently pouring himself a cup of wine and enjoying it. This person was none other than Lu Ming. The decorations of this restaurant were quite elegant. The second floor was even divided into several spacious private rooms. There were many customers coming and going. While everyone was enjoying themselves, most of them would talk about the recent events that had taken place on the continent. Although these private rooms were all equipped with soundproofing barriers, these barriers could not block Lu Ming's hearing. The conversations of the customers on the second floor were all heard by him. I didn't think that news of me would still spread. After a long while, Lu Ming sighed and muttered to himself. Although you told the people of the Qing clan not to spread your news, you didn't tell that Zhao Chenying. In my opinion, she can't wait to spread your news so as to deter those families. A green light flew out of the spiritual beast bag, and Luo Hu's figure appeared. Luo Hu looked a lot bigger than before. The green skin color on his body was also a little darker. The aura exuded from his body had reached the level of the condensation period. It's fine. I owe her after all. If I can help her like this, let her be. Lu Ming glanced at Luo Hu, sighed slightly, and said. Luo Hu wagged his tail and seemed to be too lazy to care about these things. The myriad demon continent's matter is almost over. You are going to go to the Middle Sky continent, then cultivate behind closed doors to prepare for the Ascension calamity, right? Luo Hu said impatiently. Before that, I plan to go to the Wild continent first. There are also some unfinished things that need to be dealt with. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. There seemed to be a hint of guilt in his eyes. Up to you, but I want to warn you that you don't have much time in this lower realm. It's definitely too late to fly alone. However, after comprehending the celestial code these days, I did find some clues about your slate in it. Luo Hu snorted. A green light flashed in front of him, revealing a green slate. He continued to say, the material of this slate is extremely unusual. The limestone used is a precious and unusual material called the Heaven Quest stone from the ancient times. Moreover, an ancient restriction has been inscribed on the stone slab, and it contains quite a bit of the true energy of the laws of space. When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded slightly, but he didn't show a surprised look on his face. After Qian Ruping failed to study it, he felt that this slate was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to have such an origin. Then how can I activate this thing? Can I use the power of the space law of this thing to travel to other continents? Lu Ming asked after thinking about it. This thing should be composed of two slates that were placed in two very far-away places. Once the space law contained in them is triggered, one can use it to break through the void and travel back and forth. The formation patterns on this stone slab have most likely been damaged as well. Even though someone has repaired the traces, there is no way to verify the other stone slab. Even if they were to repair it, it would be futile. Luo Hu seemed to sigh as he spoke. When Lu Ming heard this, he didn't show any surprise on his face. Since Luo Hu mentioned this matter, there was bound to be a follow-up. These days, I have modified the formation patterns on this slate according to the celestial code and some of the memories I recovered. Now, as long as you have enough magic power, and at the same time, with the power of the space law contained in the celestial mirror, you can barely activate the restriction on the slate and teleport a certain distance. As long as the direction is right, it is also possible to use it to travel to other continents. Luo Hu continued. Really? Lu Ming was overjoyed, waving his hand to take the cyan slate and carefully examining it. The formation patterns on it were really different from before. It has been changed a lot, and it exudes a soft cyan light, looking more mysterious than before. Senior Luo Hu just said that as long as I have enough magic power, what kind of magic power do I need? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and asked. Celestial phenomenon realm is enough. You have now cultivated to the eternal life realm, so there is naturally no problem. However, the direction of this slate cannot be precisely fixed, so if you want to go to the wild continent, you have to identify the direction and teleport several times. Luo Hu said lightly. Well, then many thanks, Senior Luo Hu. Lu Ming nodded again and again. As long as he could go to the wild continent, it was nothing to spend more effort. You still can't control the power of the space law contained in the celestial mirror. You must refine the celestial mirror now, and when the time comes, you will be able to better use the science slate. Luo Hu added after thinking. For a while. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this, but he immediately nodded. He turned his hand and put away the cyan slate, then stood up and looked at the distant scenery outside the window, a trace of slight waves appearing in his heart. If everything went well, he would soon be able to go to the wild continent. He didn't expect that hundreds of years would pass in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, the figures of Yao Ji, Yi Tianmei, Qian Ruping, and other women appeared in his heart. I wonder how they are now. 1 year later. Wasteland continent, Thousand Wave Mountain Range. The mountains here were vast, and the blue lake connected the sky to the earth. There was a sense of elegance in the tranquility. From a distance, it was still a beautiful scenery. On the main peak of the Thousand Wave Mountain Range, the ruins of the once prosperous Thousand Wave Temple were covered with thick moss. It was almost impossible to see the original appearance. Since hundreds of years ago, the Heavenly Fox clan, which was based on this foundation, was betrayed by the clan's metaphysic realm elder, Hu Mei. After the clan was exterminated by the Shadow Wolf clan and Green Snake clan, the once prosperous Thousand Wave Temple was gradually forgotten by the other forces on the wasteland continent. However, today, the peace of the Thousand Wave Mountain Range was broken again. In the distance, 2 bright streaks of light, one white and one pink, arrived one after the other. Spiritual light flashed between them, and from time to time, a series of deafening booms would erupt. The powerful magic power fluctuations caused the surrounding space to tremor incessantly. The 2 escape lights flew over the Thousand Wave Lake, causing the originally calm lake to immediately set off a monstrous wave. The white escape light flying in front flashed and stopped above a snow mountain near the Thousand Wave Lake. With a wave of his hand, 5 dazzling blood lights shot out from his body, making a whistling sound. The 5 blood lights flew up and down, going straight to the pink escape light from different directions. Wherever the blood-red light passed, the void rippled like the surface of a water surface. The pink streak of light also immediately stopped, and 5 bolts of azure lightning struck each of the streaks of crimson light with unerring accuracy, resulting in a series of loud booms. The blue lightning dissipated, and the blood light also disappeared, revealing 5 palm-sized blood leaves. The edges exuded a crystal-clear, sharp blood light. It seemed to be some kind of special magic weapon. However, at this moment, it had already broken into a few pieces and lost all its spirituality and fell down. The whirling leaves of the Bloodvine clan. 5 in one go, Sage King Shui is really generous to you. After the fight, the 2 sides stopped temporarily. The person in the pink escape light laughed. Her voice was charming, as if there was a kind of power that could captivate people's hearts. Immediately afterward, the light of the 2 escape lights slowly dissipated at the same time, revealing the figures inside. Both of them were actually extremely beautiful women. In the white light in front of them was a slim girl in a white palace dress. She had starry eyes and white teeth. She was extremely beautiful. She was the former young master of the Celestial Fox clan, Yaoji. Judging from the spiritual pressure emanating from her body, she had already reached the Tongxian realm. Behind the pink escape light was a stunning woman in a thin red dress. She had a graceful figure, and her appearance was not inferior to Yaoji's. However, her every move gave off an indescribable charm, and there was a hint of killing intent between her eyebrows. This woman was Hu Mei, who had found another place to rebuild the Heavenly Fox tribe and appointed herself as the tribe leader. This time, she had planned to participate in the 8 clans' grand ceremony. However, when she passed through the Thousand Waves Mountain, she was suddenly attacked by a group of Heavenly Fox clan led by Yaoji. That was why this fight happened. Fox Mei looked Yaoji up and down and chuckled. I didn't expect that you could advance to the Tongxian realm in just a few hundred years without the help of the sky-confusing bead. The legendary talent of the 9-tailed fox is really not to be underestimated. It really makes me envious. But I see that your breath is not stable. You should have just advanced not long ago. Why don't you consolidate it more? Why are you in such a hurry to see Lei Su? You traitor, how dare you mention my mother's name? Yaoji's beautiful face flashed with anger. Her body shone with white light, and a phantom of the nine-tailed celestial fox, which was hundreds of meters in size, condensed behind her. The 9 huge fox tails behind her blurred and turned into dense black shadows, whipping at Humei. At the same time, a huge pink giant fox phantom had already appeared behind Humei. It was a little bigger than Yaoji's 9-tailed celestial fox, but it only had 8 tails. Humei waved her hand, and the phantom of the 8-tailed celestial fox behind her moved. 8 dazzling pink fox tails shot out to meet the attack. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The huge fox tails collided with each other in midair, forming a white and red ring of light. The huge magic power vibrated and spread in all directions. More than 10 huge fox tails danced in the sky, leaving behind looming shadows. The fight was extremely fierce. Occasionally, 1 or 2 attacks fell on the nearby snow-capped mountains. Suddenly, mountain rocks flew everywhere, and the huge snow-capped mountains were even flattened. Although Yaoji had called out the 9-tailed celestial fox, which had 1 more tail than her opponent's phantom, she had just advanced to the Tongxian realm. After a long time, she was gradually at a disadvantage, and was suppressed by Humei's attack. Yaoji was shocked. Her body shone with white light. She flicked her finger, and a white light went into the huge phantom behind her. The 9-tailed celestial fox phantom's eyes flashed with red light. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a dazzling white light suddenly shot out, bombarding Humei. In the white light, one could vaguely see the phantom of a big white seal. Its whole body emitted amazing demon chi, and the sound of wind and thunder was faintly mixed in it. The big white seal spun, suddenly became dozens of times bigger, and smashed toward Humei. Seeing the big white seal coming, Humei's face didn't change at all. She made a hand sign, and a cyan light flashed on the top of her head. A cyan strange bead appeared, with 7 shining star patterns on it. It was the treasure of the Celestial Fox clan, the Sky Confusion bead. Seeing the Sky Confusion bead, Yaoji's delicate body trembled, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. The Sky Confusion bead made a light sound, and a large amount of cyan light appeared on its surface, condensing into a thin cyan light shield. The next moment, the big white seal fiercely bombarded the cyan light shield. However, the light shield only trembled slightly, and it easily withstood the attack of the big white seal. Humei's mouth curved into a smile. She changed her hand sign, and waved her hand to shoot a red light into the Sky Confusion bead. A star pattern on the surface of the Sky Confusion bead suddenly lit up, and a large amount of cyan fog emitted from the bead, covering the big white seal in layers. As soon as the big white seal came into contact with the cyan fog, the demon chi it emitted immediately became chaotic, and the white light on its surface suddenly flickered. Seeing this, Yaoji's face suddenly changed, and she quickly chanted an incantation, wanting to recall the big white seal. The big white seal magic treasure struggled in the cyan fog, but it couldn't get out. Yaoji's face changed again. She raised her hand, and 6 white flying swords flew out of her body, slashing at Humei. There was a loud sound, and more than 100 white sword chi swept over. Humei's face showed a trace of mockery, and she calmly bent her finger to point at the Sky Confusion bead. The green mist from the heaven-bewildering orb immediately swelled up once again. A portion of the mist was separated, turning into green clouds that surged towards the white sword chi that blanketed the sky. With a flash, more than 100 aggressive sword chi disappeared into the cyan clouds, not even the slightest ripple. The cyan clouds again divided into several cyan fog, and like tentacles, they flashed and twined around the 6 white flying swords. As soon as the white flying swords were entangled by the cyan fog, the white light on their surface immediately dimmed, and the flying swords seemed to be drunk, spinning around randomly. Yaoji's face looked terrible. Humei giggled, and her fingers flicked, and a magic incantation went into the Sky Confusion bead. The Sky Confusion bead immediately shone with cyan light, and its size increased several times, and the 7 star patterns on its surface all lit up. Whoosh, 7 cyan chains suddenly shot out from the 7 star patterns on the Sky Confusion bead, and flew hundreds of meters like lightning, entangling Yaoji's body. The protective halo around Yaoji seemed to be useless in front of the cyan chains. Yaoji's face changed, and when she was about to struggle, she suddenly felt that the magic power in her body seemed to be confined by an invisible force. Yaoji, if you keep hiding in the Bloodvine clan, I really can't do anything to you. I can't believe that you are stupid enough to deliver yourself to me. As long as I refine you and swallow the inheritance of the nine-tailed celestial fox, I will be recognized by the Sky Confusion Bead. To tell you the truth, this Sky Confusion Bead is not simple. It contains the secret of going beyond the mystic enlightenment realm and advancing to the immortal realm. Hume giggled and looked extremely proud. Yaoji's body was bound by the cyan chains, and her face was a little panicked. But now, she suddenly calmed down, and a strange smile appeared on her face. Seeing this, Hume's smile froze. At this moment, Yaoji suddenly flicked her fingers, and a white light shot down. Hume looked down, and her face changed. The two of them were fighting fiercely, and unknowingly, they had moved from the snow-capped peak to the sky above the myriad wave peak. Below them was the relic of the Celestial Fox clan. The white light flashed, and then disappeared into the relic below. Rumble, the relic suddenly shook violently, and countless broken stones and walls were shaken away by a tremendous force. A glaring white light suddenly appeared in the relic of a relatively intact palace, and then a huge magic formation appeared. A white light pillar soared into the sky, and just happened to envelop Hume. Hume's body was enveloped by the white light pillar, and her face showed a trace of pain. In the white light pillar, countless white filaments appeared out of thin air, and wrapped around Hume's body. In the blink of an eye, Hume's body was tightly bound by the white filaments, and she was almost wrapped up like a white rice dumpling. The cyan chains that bound Yaoji's body loosened a little as Hume was trapped, and the confinement power was greatly reduced. Yaoji mumbled something, and the white light on her body shone brightly. Her figure blurred, and she broke free from the chains. As soon as she was free, she immediately looked at the Sky Confusion Bead. Hume was trapped by the white light pillar, and the Sky Confusion Bead seemed to have lost the support of magic power. The cyan light on the surface of the bead dimmed a lot, and the cyan mist disappeared without a trace. The big white seal and the 6 flying swords that had been trapped by the Sky Confusion Bead were immediately freed, and they flashed and flew into Yaoji's hands. Yaoji's face was filled with joy. She immediately turned into a white light and dashed toward the Sky Confusion Bead. A white light flew out of her hands, and it was a big white net that wrapped the Sky Confusion Bead. Yaoji waved her hand, and the white silk net together with the Sky Confusion Bead flew into her hand. Yaoji gently stroked the Sky Confusion Bead in the silk net, and her face revealed an excited expression. Her eyes were red, and they were filled with tears. However, right at this moment, something strange happened. The Sky Confusion Bead, which had just dimmed, suddenly emitted a green light and condensed into a green light spear. It flew out of the bead and pierced Yaoji's abdomen. Yaoji's expression changed greatly. Blood gushed out of her abdomen and dyed her dress red. Fortunately, she had moved her body to the side in a flash, so her Dantian spiritual sea was not pierced. Otherwise, even if she was in the profound understanding realm, having her spiritual sea destroyed would be no different from dying. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face flashed fiercely as she slashed at the green light spear. Crack! The cyan light spear broke into pieces. Yaoji's face flashed with a painful expression. The wound on her lower abdomen tore a little more, but she finally regained her freedom. She hurriedly retreated backward. The Sky Confusion Bead emitted a green light and pushed the white silk net away. It flew back into the white light pillar and merged with the white silk dumpling. In the next moment, a clear and melodious cry came from the white silk dumpling. The green light suddenly burst into the sky. Not only did it shatter the white silk on Hume's body, but it also suppressed the white light pillar below. Within the green light, Hume's figure slowly appeared. Her body moved and she flew out of the range of the white light pillar. She pointed at the Sky Confusion Bead with one hand. Suddenly, a green light shot out from the bead and bombarded the base of the white light pillar. With a muffled sound, a large hole was formed at the base of the light pillar. Gravel flew everywhere, revealing a complicated formation pattern. However, one corner of it had already been smashed. The white light pillar flickered twice and dissipated. This is the trump card you prepared. You want to kill me with this? Hu Mei looked at Yaoji with a sneer and said. At this moment, Yaoji flipped her hand and took out a few talismans. She stuck them on the wound on her abdomen. Her face was pale and bloodless. She gritted her teeth and her eyes showed a trace of disbelief. The formation on the ground was left by her mother, Saint King Lei Su. This formation was not used to hurt people, but it was specially set up to deal with Hu Mei. It was used to cut off the mental connection between her and the sky confusion bead. According to Sacred King Lei Su's deduction, Hu Mei, who only had the heavenly fox bloodline with 8 tails, could not possibly refine the sky mystifying orb to the realm of body and soul as one. As long as he didn't refine it to that level, he could use the array on the ground to strip the sky bewitching pearl from the fox demon's hands. However, it was clear that Sage King Lei Su had miscalculated. I didn't expect that you could refine the sky confusing orb to such an extent, Yaoji said with a grimace. For this, I even sacrificed the corpses of the supreme elders of my clan, as well as many celestial phenomenon ascendants and Jin Dan ascendants. Only after spending over 200 years did I finally succeed. Fox Mei's eyes flashed with a strange light, as a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Hearing this, Yaoji's face revealed an extremely resentful expression. White light radiated from her body. However, this action affected her injury immediately. Her face paled and she spat out another mouthful of blood. A look of satisfaction flashed in Hu Mei's eyes. He quickly pointed at the sky confusing orb with one hand. Green light flashed continuously, and 6 to 7 green chains shot out, entangling Yaoji with lightning speed. Yaoji had already been bound by the green chains once. If she wasn't injured, it wouldn't be difficult for her to dodge the second time. However, at this moment, she was severely injured, and her reaction was several times slower than usual. She barely managed to dodge, but was immediately bound by a few more green chains. Right now, the sky confusing orb still has some shortcomings, and that is your heavenly fox bloodline. Go and reunite with Lei Su in the underworld. Hu Mei's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Yaoji. His 5 sharp fingers glowed with a blood-red light as he stabbed towards Yaoji's head. Yaoji's body was tightly bound by the green chains. The wound on her lower abdomen burst open, and blood gushed out. The magic power in her body was also confined. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, closing her eyes and waiting for death. Then, an incredible scene happened. A faintly discernible golden sword light flew out of nowhere. It suddenly appeared above Hu Mei's head without a sound and slashed down. Hu Mei's complexion changed greatly, and her eyes revealed a terrified look. This sword light appeared very strangely, and it was very close to her. She didn't have time to continue attacking Yaoji, and dodged to the side. However, she couldn't dodge it completely. One of her arms was scratched by the golden sword light, and flew away from her body. Hu Mei's face turned pale. She tapped her feet on the ground, and shot backward. At the same time, she waved her hand, and the sky-confusing orb bound Yaoji, and shot backward together. The void behind Yaoji moved, and a cyan figure emerged silently. He raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A 5-colored electric arc as thick as a wrist shot out. It flashed and turned into a 5-colored thunder saber, and chopped at the green chains. The green chains were broken, and the chains that bound Yaoji's body also disappeared. Yaoji was severely injured at this moment. Her figure swayed, and she almost couldn't stand steadily. The cyan figure waved his hand to recall the golden sword light. He hesitated for a moment, and didn't directly reach out to support Yaoji. Instead, he waved his hand to send out a green light, and supported Yaoji's body. Who are you? This is an internal matter of our celestial fox tribe. Please don't interfere. Hu Mei's complexion changed when she saw this. She landed a few hundred feet away, and shouted sternly. While she was speaking, she used some secret method. A thick bloody light appeared on her broken arm, and not a single drop of blood was left. The next moment, countless blood vessels and granules grew crazily in the bloody light, and quickly formed a new arm. The cyan figure didn't pay attention to Hu Mei. He looked at the seriously injured Yaoji, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. This person was Lu Ming. He had finally refined the celestial mirror a month ago. After a lot of effort, he had finally been transmitted to the barbarian continent. The place where he had landed on the barbarian continent was relatively close to the current residence of the celestial fox tribe, the 10,000 Foxes Ridge. After some inquiries, he flew directly to this place. He had planned to kill Humei directly to fulfill his promise to Qinglan. At the same time, he would help Yaoji get the sacred treasure of the tribe, the Sky Confusion Bead, and fulfill one of his wishes. However, after some investigation, he found that Humei was not in the 10,000 Foxes Ridge. Instead, she had gone to participate in the 8 Clans ceremony. Lu Ming searched along the way and found that 2 groups of celestial fox tribe monster cultivators were fighting. Yaoji and Humei were not among them. Through his divine awareness, he found that they were in the ruins of the 10,000 Wave Palace. He had just arrived here and lurked on the side. He planned to let Yaoji kill Humei personally to avenge his mother if she could. However, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The power of the all-encompassing heavenly punishment was so amazing that he had to save her. Looking at Yaoji, who was almost unconscious, Lu Ming frowned and murmured something. A green light flew out and fell on Yaoji's body. The wound on Yaoji's lower abdomen healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her pale face also regained some color. Lu Ming looked relieved. The vigorous vitality contained in the law of wood was a piece of cake for healing. Yaoji's body was wrapped in a layer of faint green light, and her aura recovered quickly. Humei looked at Lu Ming and witnessed his healing action. There was a trace of horror in her eyes, but because she couldn't detect the depth of the opponent's cultivation, she was still a little surprised and uncertain. "I don't know which tribe you are from, but this woman is a traitor of our tribe. As the leader of the Celestial Fox tribe, I'm going to take her back. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." Humei's expression softened as she spoke in a coquettish tone. As she spoke, a seductive charm and tenderness were emitted from the woman's body. "You are Humei, right? Do you remember Qinglan?" However, Lu Ming put down Yaoji and looked at Humei. With a purple light flowing in his eyes, he turned a blind eye to Humei's charm and asked calmly. Humei was surprised that Lu Ming had no reaction to her charm, which she was so proud of. After hearing the words Qinglan, her face changed even more. "I promised Qinglan that I would avenge his betrayal. In addition, you betrayed the Celestial Fox tribe and coveted the tribe's sacred treasure. Let's put an end to all these old grievances and new hatred." As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he made a grabbing gesture with one hand. Within a range of dozens of miles, a large amount of yellow mist suddenly appeared, as if a yellow sea had suddenly appeared. When Humei heard Lu Ming say the words Qinglan, she was already on guard. However, Lu Ming's attack shocked her even more. It was not a matter of whether she could dodge or not. Before she could make the slightest response, her body had been enveloped by the yellow light, and her body suddenly sank. Humei's face changed dramatically. She could feel that the heaven and earth spiritual qi within a radius of hundreds of miles, especially the earth spiritual qi, was gathering crazily. The blue figure exuded a very mysterious aura, which was close to the origin of heaven and earth. There was a trace of fear in Humei's eyes. At this moment, she knew that the person in front of her was not someone she could fight. The Sky Confusion Pearl shone with blue light and wrapped her body. It broke through the layers of yellow mist and was about to shoot into the distance. "Don't waste your energy." Lu Ming was a little surprised that Sky Confusion Pearl could break through his power of law. At the same time, he waved one hand and made a sign. The surrounding mist trembled and quickly shrank toward the center. The color of the yellow mist became thicker. Humei had not flown far when the mist immediately began to shrink. The yellow mist seemed to have become a hard layer of soil. The resistance immediately increased several times and continued to increase. She was very anxious. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which merged into the Sky Confusion Pearl. The Sky Confusion Pearl suddenly shone with blue light. The 7 big stars on the body of the pearl shone with blue light. The body of the pearl also expanded dozens of times, turning into a giant light ball in the blink of an eye. The light ball was full of blue light, emitting a dazzling light. As soon as the surrounding yellow mist approached, it was immediately washed away by the blue light. Humei quickly chanted, and a 1,000 feet tall 8-tailed giant fox image appeared behind her. After a flash, it flew into the bead and disappeared. At the same time, Humei's figure also turned into a green light and merged into the sky confusion pearl. As a fox's howl rang out, azure light flashed and a huge dark green demon fox flew out of the heaven confusion bead with its claws and fangs bared. The giant fox's entire body was covered in long azure fur, and there were 9 giant fox tails behind it. Its body was like a small mountain, and it gave off a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It was 2 to 3 times the size of Fox Mei, and it was not inferior to the golden demon corpse in the depths of the demonic abyss. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and showed a look of surprise. He then sneered and waved his hand. 12 mountain river pearls appeared around him, and in a flash, they all merged into the yellow mist around him. The 12 mountain river pearls had been nourished in his body for the past few days, and they had almost recovered their spirituality. The cyan demon fox waved its huge palms, and the earthen yellow mist in front of it was immediately torn apart, revealing a large opening. Immediately after, the demon fox's body flashed and flew into the hole that was torn open, running forward. But at this moment, the yellow mist in front of the green fox demon rolled and 3 yellow giant pearls appeared. They emitted bursts of yellow light and blocked the front. The green fox demon roared and its huge claws were wrapped in dazzling green light. It grabbed one of the giant pearls, trying to break a hole. The giant pearl flashed yellow light. It was not knocked away by the green fox demon's claw. Instead, it caused a huge rebound, causing the green fox demon to take a step back. The green fox demon's eyes showed a look of fear. Its body suddenly turned and flew in another direction. At this moment, in several other directions around the cyan demon fox, yellow light flashed, and 9 giant earthen yellow beads that were exactly the same as before appeared. The 12 giant beads formed a circle, surrounding the cyan demon fox in the middle and slowly rotating around it. As the beads spun, the surrounding earthen yellow mist seemed to condense into liquid. As the beads spun, a powerful pressure pressed down from all directions. Even the cyan fox's body was finding it hard to endure it. The green fox demon roared again and again, but it was to no avail. There was a faint sound of an obscure incantation. The yellow mist continued to gather, drowning the green fox demon's roar. After a few breaths, everything returned to normal. Lu Ming stood quietly in the air and the yellow light in his hand slowly dissipated. A yellow crystal ball the size of a small hill appeared in front of him. The green fox demon was sealed inside and could not move at all. It was like a fly in amber. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he suddenly raised his hand. A soft white light shot out, directly passing through the yellow crystal ball and flying into the green fox demon's eyebrows. The other end of the white light was connected to Lu Ming's finger. Lu Ming chanted and in the white light, a green rune was pulled out. Not long after, the green demon fox's body shook, and a green bead was pulled out from between its eyebrows. It was the heaven bead. It was the heaven confusing pearl. Lu Ming waved his hand and the heaven confusing pearl, which was wrapped in white light, landed in his hand. Without the heaven confusing pearl, the green fox demon's huge body quickly dissipated and revealed the fox demon's figure again. However, her expression was extremely ugly at the moment and her complexion was ashen. It seemed that summoning the green fox demon had consumed a lot of her primordial chi. Lu Ming played with the heaven confusing pearl in his hand and turned to look at the fox demon. Then, he waved his hand and produced a spell. The huge yellow crystal ball suddenly disintegrated and turned into 12 mountain river pearls. In a flash, they flew back to his body. However, the fox demon was still imprisoned by the yellow light. It looked at Lu Ming in horror. It seemed like it wanted to speak but could not. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and a dazzling black light lit up in his hand. He was about to kill the fox demon and fulfill a promise. At that moment, a weak and crisp female voice came from the side. "My friend, this person and I have a grudge against each other for killing my mother and exterminating my family. Can you give her life to me?" Yaoji, who was at the side, had already woken up. She looked at the fox demon with her beautiful eyes without blinking and revealed a deep-seated hatred. Lu Ming was shocked but he recovered in an instant. He waved his hand to disperse the black light around his hand and took a step to the side. "Thank you, my friend, for fulfilling my wish." Yaoji was a little surprised to see Lu Ming's action. However, she was more delighted and bowed to Lu Ming. Yaoji then turned to look at the fox demon. Her eyes were full of hatred. She didn't waste any time with words as she waved a hand through the air, upon which 6 flying swords that were burning with white flames shot forth from her sleeve. In a flash, they combined as one to form a dazzling streak of white sword chi. There were faint talisman characters on the surface of the white sword light. It went straight to the fox demon with a series of residual shadows. Whoosh! The fox demon's head flew from its body. Then, a wisp of white flame wrapped around the fox demon's head and burned it. In a flash, the fox demon's head and primordial spirit were turned into ashes. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. He waved his hand to disperse the yellow light around the fox demon's body. The fox demon's headless body swayed and fell down. Yaoji's face relaxed. The hatred of killing her mother and exterminating her family had always been a thorn in her heart. She would never feel at ease if she did not pull them out with her own hands. At this moment, her wish was finally fulfilled. Yaoji's emotions surged and it took her a while to calm down. "Thank you, my friend, for your help. I wonder if you..." Yaoji managed to calm down and turned to look at Lu Ming. She was about to thank him when her face suddenly froze. There was nothing beside her, only the heaven-bewildering orb hovering there alone, emitting a faint green light. The green figure had disappeared without a trace at some point in time. Yaoji was surprised. She waved her hand to emit a white light and put away the sky confusion bead and the fox demon's body. Her figure flashed and flew into the air. She looked around. It was quiet within a radius of dozens of miles. There was not a single figure. Yaoji's face revealed a complicated expression. She frowned. In retrospect, the cyan figure's movements seemed to give her a sense of déjà vu. It was as if she had seen him somewhere before. Yaoji's body suddenly stiffened. A man's figure emerged in her mind. "Is that you?" Yaoji looked around. She slightly opened her teeth and uttered a barely audible sound. The surrounding world was still silent. There was no response. Yaoji stood quietly in the air for a while. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with tears. However, she quickly smiled and turned into a streak of white light that flew into the distance. In the distance, the void flashed slightly, and a looming cyan figure emerged. It was Lu Ming. Looking at the direction where Yaoji left, he sighed slightly and muttered to himself thoughtfully, "What's the matter?" With the talent of a female nine-tailed beast, she may be able to understand the power of capital source in the sky confusion bead. If we are fated, we may meet again in the future. After a while, his figure flashed, turned around, and floated away. A few days later, an ordinary-looking cyan-robed man slowly walked in from the entrance of the small Huan Garden in Luo City. This man was Lu Ming, who had come all the way from the Million Wave Temple. Lu Ming looked into the small Huan Garden. Many independent cave residences came into view. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. He exhaled softly. His expression instantly calmed down. He squinted his eyes and spread out his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, the entire small Huan Garden was covered. "Not here?" Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and murmured. With his current divine sense, the various enchantments in the small Huan Garden were naturally useless. However, neither Yi Tianmei nor Qian Ruping were here. The cave house that he had rented was now being used by a strange human cultivator. "This senior looks quite unfamiliar. Are you here to rent a cave house?" At this moment, a man in a grey robe walked out of a nearby stone hall. When he saw Lu Ming standing at the door, he immediately smiled. The man in a grey robe was only at the crystallization period. He couldn't sense Lu Ming's aura at all. He knew that the other party was at least a cultivator above the Jing Dan state, so his tone was naturally more respectful. Lu Ming glanced at the man in a grey robe, took out 2 upper-grade spirit stones, and threw them to the man in a grey robe. The man in a grey robe hurriedly caught it and kept it. The smile on his face was even brighter. "Senior, what can I do for you?" "I want you to investigate the rental information of Cave House number 39 more than 600 years ago," Lu Ming said faintly. When the man in a grey robe heard the words, his face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. "Senior, the information of the tenants of the small Huan Garden has always been confidential. It can't be disclosed to outsiders." the man in a gray robe said with some embarrassment. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He took out a storage talisman and threw it to the man in a gray robe. The man in a gray robe quickly caught it. As his divine sense explored it, his face changed slightly. There were dozens of upper-grade spirit stones in it. I don't need too much information. It's just that the cave house was rented by two of my friends hundreds of years ago. Now they have changed owners. I want to investigate their whereabouts. Lu Ming said faintly. When the man in a gray robe heard this, he was relieved. It turns out to be like this. Then it's nothing. Senior, please come with me. The man in a gray robe quietly put away the storage talisman and invited Lu Ming into the stone hall next to him. Lu Ming sat down on a chair in the hall of the stone hall. The man in a gray robe walked into the depths of the stone hall. He should be investigating the information. After a moment, the man in a gray robe came out with a smile on his face. He held a thick blue book in his hand and quickly walked out. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Ming walked out of the small Huang garden. He frowned slightly. He had investigated what he wanted to know. About 600 years ago, not long after he left the wild continent, Yi Tianmei and Qian Ruping left the small Huang garden. As for their whereabouts after that, the small Huang garden naturally didn't know. If Yi Tianmei and Qian Ruping disappeared, it would be troublesome to find their traces. Thinking of this, Lu Ming frowned. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a name flashed through his mind. It was the young master of the Bloodvine clan, Xuelong. He remembered that Qian Ruping and this woman had hit it off quite well. They had even gone to the Bloodvine clan to learn their totem secret technique. This woman might know where Yi Tianmei and the others were. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's body flashed with green light, and he turned into an invisible escape light that flew toward the Bloodvine clan's Langi Mountain. The Bloodvine clan's Langi Mountain was not very far from Luo City. With Lu Ming's speed, it did not take long for him to arrive. The Langi mountain range was made up of towering peaks that reached into the clouds. These peaks formed a ring that surrounded the central region. In the middle of the mountain, there were many blood-colored giant trees. The shortest was hundreds of meters tall, and countless pavilions were built on the giant trees. Mist lingered around them, making it seem like a paradise. Most of the buildings followed the rough style of the wild continent, but it was clear that there were also some human architectural styles mixed in. However, the most eye-catching thing here was naturally the largest blood-colored ancient tree in the center. The ancient tree was close to 100,000 feet tall, slightly taller than the surrounding mountains, so it was extremely eye-catching. There were quite a few buildings on the thick tree trunk, and there were groups of beasts in the attire of the Bloodvine clan patrolling around from time to time. At this moment, Lu Ming was standing in front of the giant blood-colored tree in stealth. He looked at the scene in front of him with a surprised expression. It was his first time coming to Langi Mountain. He did not expect the Bloodvine clan to look like this. He shook his head and spread out his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire giant tree, and he began to investigate. After a while, Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. His figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. Near the top of the giant blood-colored tree, there was a very unique two-story building. In a secret room in the building, water mist lingered and a fragrance wafted. A girl with loose hair was sitting cross-legged in a red bucket. The bucket was filled with light green water. The girl had red lips and white teeth. Although she was not as beautiful as Yaoji, she was still delicate and lovely. At this moment, more than half of her body was submerged in the water, revealing only her exquisite collarbone and half of her chest. This woman was the young master of the Bloodvine clan. Xuelong's eyes were closed and her body was emitting a faint blood-red light. The green water in the wooden barrel was slowly swirling around her. The water gradually turned colorless. A moment later, Xuelong opened her eyes and flew out of the barrel. A red blur then flashed over her body, and she put on a red dress. Her hair was also tied up with a ribbon, and she had regained her heroic appearance. She had just come out of the shower and seemed to be in a good mood. Miss Xuelong, it has been so many years since we last met. To think that your cultivation base has already advanced to the late phase of celestial phenomenon. Looks like I only need to spend a few more days to advance to the profound understanding realm. Congratulations. At that moment, a voice rang out. The space in the secret room rippled, and a green figure appeared out of thin air. Who are you? How dare you? Shui Long's expression changed, and without hesitation, she slammed her palm toward the green figure. A large amount of blood-red light coiled around her palm, twisting in the air like vines. In an instant, it turned into a giant blood-red python that was more than 30 meters long. It opened its mouth wide to bite. Miss Shui Long, it is me. The green figure stretched out his hand and a black light touched the top of the blood python's head. The blood python's body immediately stopped in midair. As he spoke, the green light on the figure's body dissipated, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. It's you, Lu Ming. Shui Long was startled to see that this person had easily stopped her blood python's secret technique. She was about to attack again, but when she saw Lu Ming's face, she blurted out in surprise. Yes, it is me. I have come here to ask you something, and I have no ill intentions. You and I are acquaintances, so there is no need for fellow Shui Long to use a secret technique to communicate with outsiders, Lu Ming said indifferently as he glanced at Shui Long's left hand. Her left hand was holding a blood-red ring, and it seemed as if she was about to crush it. Shui Long's expression changed. She hadn't expected that Lu Ming's eyes would be so sharp that he had even noticed this small movement. She raised her eyebrows and opened her left hand. A smile appeared on her face, and she was about to speak. But then she seemed to think of something. Her face turned red and she hesitantly said in a low voice, she hesitantly whispered, "When did you come here?" Did you see, she had just come out of the wooden tub. If Lu Ming had come here earlier, he would have seen her naked body. I just arrived here. What are you trying to see? Lu Ming asked with a strange expression. In fact, he had already arrived here a long time ago. With a sweep of his divine sense, he had discovered Shui Long's aura in the secret room. However, he had only examined her briefly before withdrawing his divine sense. He had no intention of peeking at her. When Shui Long saw that Lu Ming's expression was calm and did not seem to be lying, she let out a sigh of relief. It's nothing. She waved her hand, and the blush on her face quickly disappeared. Her expression quickly returned to normal. Shui Long looked Lu Ming up and down, and a trace of surprise gradually appeared on her face. Shui Long raised her eyebrows and pretended to be angry. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had, but you have now advanced to the metaphysic realm and can sneak into my secret room. Lu Ming smiled and said, I don't want to attract the attention of others from the Bloodvine clan, so I had no choice but to do this. I hope fellow Shui Long won't blame me. Humph, since you used to refine pills for me, I won't argue with you about the crime of trespassing. However, I won't call you senior. Come with me. Shui Long snorted, stood up, and walked out of the secret room. A helpless smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he followed. The two of them sat down in a living room. Although Shui Long's temper was a little unruly, she did not lack etiquette. She casually poured a cup of spirit tea for Lu Ming. Thank you, Lady Shui Long, Lu Ming smiled and thanked her. Humph. From your expression, it seems that you have been living well these past few years. Tell me honestly, for the past few hundred years, you have abandoned Sister Tian Mei and Rupeeing in Luo City. Where have you been secretly enjoying yourself? Shui Long snorted and said angrily. Her tone was like that of an elder lecturing a junior. Lu Ming knew her personality well, so he did not take it to heart. Instead, his face lit up. From her tone, it seemed that his guess was correct. Shui Long should know where the two women had been over the past few years. These past few years, I have indeed had a strange experience. However, it involves some of my privacy, so it is inconvenient for me to disclose it. This time, I have come to ask Lady Shui Long about Tian Mei and Rupeeing. They seem to have left the small Huan garden a long time ago. Does Lady Shui Long know where they are now? Lu Ming cupped his hands and asked. Shui Long raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She seemed a little displeased and said in a cold tone, in the past, you left a message to go to the Dead Sea. Then, you disappeared without a trace. In order to find you, Sister Tian Mei and the others went to the dangerous Dead Sea zone for more than 10 years. I don't know how much they suffered. I don't know what happened to you, but isn't it a little irresponsible? Lu Ming's expression changed and became a little sad. He sighed and said, "This is indeed my fault." However, Lu Ming had no choice at that time. "Please forgive me, Lady Xuelong, fellow Xuelong, please tell me the whereabouts of Tian Mei and Ruping. This is a small apology from me. Please accept it." Lu Ming cupped his hands and pondered for a moment. He flipped his hand and after a flash of green light, an emerald green inner armor appeared in his hand. This inner armor seemed to be made of emerald. It looked exquisite and full of spirituality. There were a dozen thumb-sized white gems inlaid on it. It looked quite gorgeous and dazzling. This inner armor was a magic weapon of high grade that he had snatched from a demon race. Not only was its defensive power quite good, but its appearance was also quite gorgeous. Xuelong's eyes fell on the green inner armor and her eyes suddenly lit up. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this inner armor was an excellent defensive magic weapon. However, more importantly, there were a dozen white gems on it. They shone brightly and were dazzling. She did not intend to make things difficult for Lu Ming. It was just that she was a little angry about Lu Ming's disappearance for so long. Now that she saw that he seemed to be hiding something and had given her a big gift, her anger was almost gone. "Alright, for the sake of this treasured armor, it's not like I can't tell you." Xuelong quickly took the inner armor from Lu Ming's hand and looked at it carefully for a while before reluctantly putting it away. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He did not know where he heard that women had no resistance to glittering things. Today he tried it and it was true. Back then, Sister Tian Mei and the others couldn't find you, so they stayed with the Blood Dragon clan. Our clan doesn't have much conflict with human cultivators, and Sister Ruping is a formation master. My mother naturally treated them with great respect. For so many years, Sister Tian Mei has been looking for you everywhere, but she still believes that you are still alive. She must have some difficulties. A few decades ago, Sister Tian Mei was finally able to summon the heaven and earth manifestation and advanced to the celestial state. After that, she said goodbye to Mother and took Sister Ruping to the Middle Sky continent to find you. Xuelong said slowly. Lu Ming's expression changed and he sighed in his heart. He did not expect that the two of them would leave for the Middle Sky continent instead of waiting for him. He actually missed the chance to meet the two women. When he left, the Middle Sky continent was invaded by the Moth clan. Even the Moth Mother, who was at the Eternal Life Realm, broke through the void and arrived. He did not know what the situation was now. So that's how it is. Thank you for telling me. As soon as Lu Ming thought of this, he could not help but feel a little anxious. He quickly stood up and said goodbye. There are only 20 years before the next sea-crossing ship sets sail. If you want to go back to the Middle Sky continent to find them, you might as well stay in Luo City for a while. Perhaps it was the effect of the green inner armor. Xuelong's attitude towards Lu Ming was obviously much friendlier. Thank you, Xuelong. Lu Ming smiled and nodded slightly. He waved his hand and a faint green light appeared on his body. The next moment, he disappeared from the hall. Seeing this, Xuelong's expression changed slightly. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Lu Ming's aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. She could not even detect the slightest spiritual power fluctuation generated by Lu Ming through the layers of enchantments in the attic. Xuelong secretly spat out her tongue. She did not expect that Lu Ming's strength had reached such a level. She was afraid that even the highest cultivation in the clan, Elder Tong Xian, or even her mother, could not achieve this. However, she was free and easy by nature. She would not spend too much time on this kind of thing that she could not figure out. Soon, this thought was far away from her mind. She walked into another secret room and took out the green inner armor artifact with a flip of her hand. Then, she flipped through it happily. In the void near Langya mountain range, there was a spatial fluctuation, and Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared there. He looked back at the huge, towering mangrove tree, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Since Yi Tian Mei and the others were no longer in the wild continent, there was no need for him to continue staying here. With a flip of his hand, he took out the heaven-seeking slate and muttered an incantation. The patterns on the slate lit up in a certain pattern. After a while, a green and white light beam soared into the sky, and the void fluctuated violently. After a few seconds, the green and white light beam dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The void fluctuation naturally attracted the attention of the Bloodvine clan. Several escape lights flew over from all over Xianxia mountain range. However, there was no one there, as if nothing had happened. The powerful figures of the Bloodvine clan cast a spell to investigate for a while, but they didn't find any clues. They looked at each other. The creator of this small disturbance was now tens of thousands of miles away. This matter became a small mystery of the Bloodvine clan. One day after more than a month. In the sky above a plain in the Middle Sky continent, the void that was originally clear suddenly tumbled violently somewhere. As if it was being kneaded by someone's hand, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit was also stirred. The next moment, a crack cracked in the void, and a green and white light beam blasted out from inside. A green figure flew out of the light beam. His figure was slightly staggering, and he looked a little embarrassed. This person was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood firm and looked around with a smile on his face. The ground and air in front of him gave him a sense of familiarity from the bottom of his heart. This was definitely the Middle Sky continent. When he used the heaven-seeking slate to break through the void, he had encountered some trouble along the way and encountered a huge spatial storm. Fortunately, his cultivation base was profound and he had several profound heavenly treasures to protect him, so he was able to forcefully endure it. In the chaos, he couldn't tell the direction. Now after some twists and turns, he was fortunately back to the Middle Sky continent. This seems to be near the South Sea region. A faint purple light appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He looked around and murmured to himself. The air here was filled with the faint fishy smell of the sea breeze. He had stayed in the South China Sea for a long time and had a deep impression of the smell here. Suddenly, he frowned as he looked towards a certain direction, and then he transformed into a ray of black light that shot towards that direction. A moment later, a rather large city appeared in front of him. However, when Lu Ming saw the situation in the city, his expression changed. There was not a single person in this massive city, and there was a strong scent of blood wafting through the air. Instead, there were a dozen or so massive stem borers roaming all over the city, and it was quite clear that everyone in the city had already been slaughtered. Lu Ming frowned. It seemed that after hundreds of years, the stem borer tribulation of the Middle Sky continent still hadn't passed. There were signs of violent destruction everywhere in the city, and mutilated corpses could be seen everywhere. The bloodstains had long since dried up, and it appeared that this city had only been attacked by the stem borers a few days ago. Roar! Lu Ming didn't hide his figure, so he was quickly discovered by these stem borers in the city. They roared as they soared into the sky and pounced at him. Lu Ming's face turned cold. He flicked his fingers and launched a dozen golden sword chi. Most of these stem borers were only at the crystallization period, Jin Dan stage at most. They were naturally defenseless against Lu Ming. Their bodies were easily penetrated by the sword chi. Their corpses couldn't withstand the remaining power of the sword chi, so they were directly shattered into pieces and fell from midair. Lu Ming ignored the stem borers. He quickly spread out his divine thought and shrouded the city below. After a while, he retracted his divine thought and sighed slightly. Just as he had expected, there was not a single living being in the entire city. It was clear that they had either fled long ago or had been completely slaughtered by these stem borers. Lu Ming frowned tightly. Before leaving the Middle Sky continent, the abuse of the stem borers didn't seem to affect the South Sea region. It seemed that after hundreds of years, the stem borer calamity of the Middle Sky continent not only didn't pass, but it also affected a wider range. I really don't know what the situation of the four ancient sects of the Middle Sky continent is now. Yi Tianmei and Qian Ruping came to the Middle Sky continent during this period. I wonder if they were affected by the stem borer calamity. Just as he was thinking, the yin gourd on his waist suddenly trembled. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. He looked at the yin gourd, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. A faint layer of black light appeared on the yin gourd at this moment. Lu Ming could sense the purine qi in the gourd with his divine thought. Scorpion and Feier, who had been sleeping for a long time, showed signs of waking up now. It had been more than 500 years since Scorpion and Feier fell asleep in the rebirth realm. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Ming waved his hand and launched a black light into the yin gourd. With the help of Lu Ming's spiritual power, the yin gourd shone with black light. A black and a green light blasted out and landed beside Lu Ming, revealing a silver-boned scorpion and a green-haired demon flying skull. The breath of the two spiritual pets was much stronger than before. They had reached the peak of the celestial state. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, then he was relieved. In the rebirth realm, although Scorpion had been sleeping in the Yin gourd, there was abundant Yin Qi there. Secondly, they were connected to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming killed the demonic soul creatures in the rebirth realm, they absorbed a lot of essence Qi. It should be because of this that their cultivation improved greatly. Master. Scorpion's cultivation was higher. She quickly restrained the overflowing spiritual power on her body and turned into a black-veiled girl. She landed beside Lu Ming. Fei Er also quickly controlled the green light on her body and turned into a green-robed boy. Master, your cultivation. Scorpion looked at Lu Ming with a shocked expression. Fei Er also felt the change in Lu Ming's cultivation and was dumbfounded. Hee, you were in the rebirth realm for hundreds of years. During this time, I obtained some opportunities and have now advanced to the eternal life realm. Lu Ming said lightly. Scorpion and Fei Er heard this and looked at each other. Their faces were filled with shock, but they quickly became overjoyed. With an eternal life realm master, they would not have to worry about their future cultivation. Master, where is this? It doesn't seem to be the 10,000 demons continent, right? Scorpion looked around and asked doubtfully. This is the Middle Sky continent. Due to some reasons, I will be forced to ascend to the upper realm in 2 years. Now I'm back here to settle some things. Lu Ming said lightly. Ascend? Scorpion and Fei Er were naturally shocked when they heard this. I will tell you in detail when I have time in the future. In short, I will not leave you behind. Lu Ming said. According to the information obtained from Luo Hu, his spiritual pet should be able to ascend with him. As soon as this was said, Scorpion and Fei Er were slightly relieved. Stemborers. Fei Er looked at the ground below, where more than a dozen Stemborers' corpses were killed by Lu Ming and couldn't help but yell. Could it be that the Stemborers haven't passed the calamity here? Scorpion looked at Lu Ming and asked. I just came back here, but it seems to be the case. In any case, it is imperative to figure out the current situation here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said. He waved his hand and released a black light, keeping Scorpion and Fei Er in the evolution Yin gourd. Then his figure turned into a black light and flew in one direction. With his current escape speed, he flew thousands of miles away in less than a moment. What surprised him was that within these thousands of miles, he didn't encounter any human. Not only were there no cultivators, even some people from the mortal world had disappeared. Lu Ming's face became a little ugly. Could it be that the Stemborer's calamity of the Middle Sky continent had reached this level? While flying, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed, and he looked in one direction. More than 1,000 miles away, a rather strong spiritual power fluctuation came. It seemed that there were people fighting there, and the momentum was not small. Lu Ming was worried that he couldn't find anyone. With a thought, the escape light suddenly turned and flew toward that direction. After a while, Lu Ming found the source of the spiritual power fluctuation from a distance. It was a beautiful mountain surrounded by clouds and mist more than 100 miles away. Looking from afar, one could vaguely see a cluster of pavilions and buildings on top of the mountain peak. In the middle, there was a pagoda that was more than 10 stories tall. It emitted bursts of golden light and protected all the buildings within it. It was obvious that this was the location of a large sect. After scanning with divine thought, he found that hundreds of Stemborers gathered around a mortal city near the mountain peak, launching waves of attacks on the city. Above the city, more than 200 women gathered here, all dressed as nuns. The leader of the group of nuns was a woman with long hair and a white monk robe. Her cultivation had reached the celestial state early stage. 4 magic weapons were floating beside this woman: a wooden fish, a vajra pestle, a golden lotus seat, and a string of Buddha beads. The nun was surrounded by more than a dozen Jin Dan state nuns, and the others were at the crystallization period and condensation period. The 4 magic weapons emitted bursts of golden light, combining with the light emitted by other nuns around them, forming a golden Buddhist array. The sound of Sanskrit was quite mysterious, firmly protecting the entire city in it. But the surrounding Stemborers were even more powerful. There were as many as 3 celestial state Stemborers, and there were also dozens of Jin Dan state stem borers. Although their attacks were a bit messy, they were steadily gaining the upper hand. Beams of light and venomous attacks rained down on the golden formation, causing it to rumble and tremble incessantly. However, the Buddhist array was known for its tough defense. More than 200 nuns chanted Buddhist scriptures, and Sanskrit runes flew into the array to reinforce it. As for the Xianxia nun, she kept chanting and making mysterious hand seals with her hands. The 4 golden magic treasures beside her rotated slowly, shooting out 4 golden chains of light that connected to the light walls of the magic array around them. Although the attack launched by the stem borers was extremely fierce, it should not be able to break the golden array in a short time. Lu Ming accelerated and sprinted over. At the same time, his divine thought swept over the nun of celestial state, and a look of surprise flashed on his face. That Tianxiang nun's appearance looked somewhat familiar. As soon as Lu Ming thought about it, he immediately recognized the other party. Isn't this woman the nun who brought me and Callan from the South Sea region to Taiqing Gate, Senior Nun Yu Qing? Lu Ming couldn't help sighing in his mind. It's really a coincidence that I met this woman first when I came to the Middle Sky continent twice. It's just that I was just a spiritual master at that time, and the other party was the existence of Jin Dan state that I had to look up to at that time. Although Senior Nun Yu Qing and the others tried their best to defend, the situation did not change after a long time. Under this situation, it was still difficult to escape the fate of being breached. If the spiritual power fluctuations here attracted other stem borers, the result would be even more unimaginable. At this moment, there was a thunderous sound in the sky, then a huge gray stone ball with the size of 1,000 meters appeared in the sky not far from the city, and it flew here at a very fast speed. It arrived nearby in a blink of an eye. A huge spiritual pressure swept down from the huge stone ball. Before it arrived, the golden array had already trembled. Just as it was about to smash into the ground, the stone ball abruptly stopped several hundred feet away from the ground. It spun in the air before shattering with a loud boom. Under the flying boulders, the thing inside revealed its figure. It was 1,000 meters tall silver half-human half-silkworm monster. It exuded a huge spiritual pressure. It had reached the mystic comprehending state. The stem borers that had been besieging the city suddenly made a strange squeak. They seemed to be quite excited. Senior Nun Yu Qing and the nuns' faces changed drastically. They all looked desperate, but they didn't seem to be too surprised by the appearance of such a monster here. The huge silver monster stopped, and its compound eyes looked at Senior Nun Yu Qing and others. It moved its arms as if it was about to make a move. At this moment, the space beside the silver monster flashed, and 6 huge earthy yellow beads appeared out of thin air, surrounding it in the middle. The silver monster's eyes flashed in shock. It didn't notice any movement at all, and these earthy yellow beads suddenly appeared. There was a loud whistling sound. As soon as the 6 earthy yellow beads appeared, they smashed at different parts of the silver monster's body with a whistling sound. 6 powerful forces acted on the silver monster at once, causing the silver monster's face to change drastically. "Who are you?" The silver monster roared and opened its mouth to spit out countless silvery threads, which condensed into a large silver net that tightly protected its body. At the same time, its body shone with silver light, and a layer of incomparably solid silver scales appeared on its swollen silkworm-like body. Rumble, the 6 huge beads fiercely smashed onto the silver net, and the silver net immediately shattered. It didn't even last for a moment. The 6 beads did not stop there. They bombarded the silver monster's body. The silver monster let out a horrified roar, but it stopped abruptly. One of the beads just happened to land on the silver monster's head, smashing its head into mush. Even its primordial spirit didn't have the chance to escape. At the same time, its huge body was directly smashed into a huge pile of meat paste under the huge pressure. Green blood splattered everywhere and landed on the golden shield that enveloped the city below, making a sizzling sound. During the whole process, this silver monster of metaphysic realm had no resistance at all. The 6 huge beads scattered, and they were shrinking rapidly in the flashing light. At the same time, a man in a green robe emerged in midair. He flicked his sleeve casually and collected all the beads into his sleeve. This person was naturally Lu Ming. Just now, he recognized the profound opening realm half-human, half-silkworm silver monster with a single glance. It was Chu Yao, whom he had met in the Heaven Gate secret realm. A trace of doubt flashed in his heart, but he still made a move immediately and resolved the crisis swiftly. At this time, Senior Nun Yuqing and others showed a horrified look on their faces. Even the Stemborers, who were known for their ferocity and tyranny, looked at the man in a green robe with fear in their eyes. After all, from the appearance of this metaphysic realm Chuyao to being killed, it only took a few seconds. It was as if this Chuyao rushed over to die. After a few seconds, the three leading celestial state Stemborers were the first to react. They screamed in horror and fled into the distance. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and three spiral-shaped golden sword chi blasted out from his fingertips. The next moment, the heads of the three Stemborers that had already escaped 1,000 meters away flashed with a golden light. 3 bang-bang sounds came almost at the same time. The heads of these three Stemborers burst like watermelons, and their huge bodies immediately fell down powerlessly. At the same time, under the dazzling cold light all over Lu Ming's body, hundreds of golden sword chi swirled and swept out densely. Each sword chi accurately hit a Stemborer around him. A string of dull thumps rang out, and all of the remaining Stemborers exploded into a rain of blood and flesh. The changes in front of them made Senior Nun Yuqing and the others stunned on the spot. Their hands that were casting stopped. They almost couldn't believe what they had witnessed with their own eyes. Senior Nun Yuqing also recovered after a while. She quickly chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice, waved her hand to disperse the golden array, then she flew to Lu Ming and bowed to salute. Junior Yuqing of Miaoing Nunnery greets Senior. Thanks Senior for your help. The other nuns also hurriedly flew over and bowed to Lu Ming. Mr. Yuqing, you don't have to be so polite. Speaking of which, I have been indebted to you in the past. Lu Ming smiled slightly and lifted his hand, lifting up Senior Nun Yuqing's body with his potential. Senior Nun Yuqing stood up involuntarily. After hearing Lu Ming's words, she was startled. She raised her head and took a closer look at Lu Ming, only then she vaguely recognized the person in front of her. You are Lu Ming of the Chongfeng Association. Senior Nun Yuqing's tone was a little uncertain. She said in disbelief. It's me. If Senior didn't recognize my technique and personally sent me to Taiqing Gate, I wouldn't have today's achievements. Lu Ming said with a smile. When Senior Nun Yuqing heard Lu Ming's words, there was no hesitation in her heart. She suddenly showed a complicated look on her face. Lu Ming just killed a metaphysic realm Chuyao and slaughtered the Stemborer army led by 3 celestial state Stemborers in an instant. This strength had far exceeded her cognition. However, she only defined the other party as a very high level in the metaphysic realm. With her current experience, she still couldn't associate the person in front of her with the legendary eternal life realm. But even so, it had already made her exclaim in disbelief. After all, who could believe that Lu Ming was still a little condensation period cultivator nearly 1,000 years ago? Senior Nun Yuqing sighed in her heart, but her face showed a respectful look. She quickly invited, no matter what happened in the past, Senior Lu not only protected the lives of millions of cultivators and mortals in Tianfeng City, but you also saved our Miaoing temple from being destroyed. If Senior doesn't mind, why don't you go to the courtyard and sit for a while? In that case, I shall accept your invitation. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. He was about to inquire about the current situation of the Middle Sky continent. Now that he met an acquaintance, it was naturally better. Senior Nun Yuqing looked happy when she heard the words. After giving a few instructions to the Jingdan state cultivators, she led the way and invited Lu Ming into a spacious and bright reception hall of the Miaoing temple. The other disciples of the Miaoing temple, under the leadership of several Jingdan state nuns, cleaned up the Stemborers and Chuyao corpses near the city, especially the metaphysic realm Chuyao. Although it was smashed by Lu Ming, the flesh and blood of the metaphysic realm Chuyao was still of great value. In the hall of the Miaoing temple, a disciple served a cup of fragrant tea to Lu Ming and Senior Nun Yuqing, then he left. There were only Lu Ming and Nun Yuqing in the hall. After exchanging a few polite words, Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked the question in his heart. Ms. Yuqing, I won't be polite. I have a few doubts that I want to ask you. Lu Ming took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said. Senior Lu, please ask, I will tell you everything I know. Senior Nun Yuqing looked solemn and said respectfully. Actually, it's not a big deal. I left the Middle Sky continent for some reason hundreds of years ago, and I only returned recently. When I left, the coalition led by the four ancient sects was working together to resist the Stemborer invasion. Now after more than 700 years, it seems that the Stemborer disaster on the continent has not passed, but it has become more serious. I don't know what the situation is now. In addition to the Stemborer, even the ancient fierce beast Xiao appeared. Lu Ming pondered for a while and asked. It turns out that Senior Lu wants to ask about this. It is actually a blessing for Senior to be able to leave the Middle Sky continent. Senior Nan Yuqing shook her head and smiled bitterly when she heard Lu Ming's question. As Senior saw before leaving the continent, more than 700 years ago, the Stemborer clan invaded the Middle Sky continent on a large scale. The human clan, led by the four ancient sects, formed an alliance army and fought back. After a great battle, the Stemborer queen of the eternal life state finally came across the realm. The four evil cultivators of the human clan even broke through the seal and turned around to help the Stemborer clan. The alliance army was in a desperate situation. Senior Nan Yuqing talked about the previous battle with a hint of fear in her expression. She seemed to be present at the time and witnessed the battle with her own eyes. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Although he knew everything up to this point, he didn't interrupt her. He just listened quietly. At the last moment of that great battle, when the Stemborer queen was about to break through the wormhole and come to the continent, and the alliance army was about to collapse, a human clan's eternal life state power suddenly appeared. He was the Buddhist Holy Land, Tongguang Mountain's holy master Amoya. When Senior Nun Miaoying said this, her face showed a look of reverence. She put her palms together and chanted a Buddhist name. In fact, in the Middle Sky continent, although Buddhism also had a certain status, because most of its disciples cultivated behind closed doors or hid in the mortal world to influence all living beings with Buddhism, they didn't walk around the cultivation world very much. Therefore, their influence was far less than the four ancient sects and even far less than the 8 great families. However, after that war, the status of Buddhism rose. As a fellow Buddhist, Yuqing Nun naturally respected Saint Amoya very much. Since Sage Amoya sealed the Stemborer queen, why didn't the Human Race Alliance get rid of the Stemborers on the continent? Although our Human Race Alliance won the battle that day, we failed to wipe out all the Stemborers there. Instead, not only did the cultivators of the various sects suffer heavy losses, even a few abstruse connection mighty figures fell. It could be said that both sides suffered losses. From Senior Nun Yuqing, he knew that the Human Race Alliance was now set up in the middle of the continent, and they were now gathering the last forces to make the final preparations for the final battle. Lu Ming frowned slightly and felt a little ashamed in his heart. Thinking back, in order to fight for a 9-color spirit deer cub for his master Yin Jioling of the Fallen Serene Peak, he once had a battle with the disciples of the Haran Academy. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then he flipped his hand and took out his esoteric disciple token. With a wave of his hand, a black light was shot out from the token, shining on the multicolored light enchantment. At this moment, the entire Tai Ching sect was shrouded in a layer of green light like a green gauze. It was hazy inside. One could only see a very close distance, and it couldn't be seen clearly further away. Lu Ming showed a look of surprise on his face, and his body slowly turned solid. After leaving the Miaoying courtyard, Lu Ming hesitated for a while before flying directly toward the direction of the Tai Ching gate. There were probably many Stemborers besieging like Tian Fengqing today every day, but due to the insufficient strength of the sect's protection, tens of thousands of living beings completely became food for the Stemborers. Sage Amoya came in the face of danger and used a powerful technique to seal the Stemborer queen in another alternate space. Even the 4 evil cultivators were sealed by him. However, the Holy Senior also entered the strange space in the end. At the last moment, he left a message that he must stay in the space for 800 years to completely stabilize the seal. He hoped that the 4 ancient sects could eliminate the other Stemborers on the mainland during this period and return peace to Zhongtian. Senior Nun Yuqing said slowly. Could it be that something happened to the Tai Ching sect? Lu Ming frowned slightly. A green light flashed on his body, and he turned into an almost invisible state, flying directly toward the green glow enchantment. In fact, what she didn't say was that for this final battle, the Human Race Alliance had given up many 10,000 years old sects and human cities, leaving them to fend for themselves. Years of war have made the original prosperity of the mainland no longer exist, and the pattern of the mainland has also changed dramatically. Most of the small forces and individual cultivators have attached to the forces represented by the 4 ancient sects, the 8 major families, and the sects with thousands of years of history. Some mortal cities have also begun to move around the major sects, because only in this way can they get protection from the stem borers and survive. Senior Nanyuqing said with a gloomy expression. His body had turned into a state of almost spiritual body, and ordinary large array enchantment was useless in front of him. After that, although the alliance spared no effort to kill the stem borers everywhere, the stem borers around the continent didn't decrease after the stem borer queen was sealed. Instead, several channels appeared in other parts of the continent, and countless stem borers kept pouring into the Middle Sky continent. Although there are no more immortal mirror masters, stem borers of celestial state and even ethereal enlightenment realm still appear from time to time. Mr. Yuqing doesn't have to be like this. In that case, I will not delay here any longer. I will also rush to the 4 ancient sect alliance to contribute to this action. Lu Ming immediately stood up and said in a deep voice when he heard this. About 100 years ago, in the depths of the Gufeng mountain range in the southwest of the continent, a huge space crack began to appear in the sky. In these cracks, meteorites would fall one after another from time to time. Each meteorite hit a kind of half-human half-silkworm monster. Their cultivation was above Jin Dan realm, and some even reached celestial state and even ethereal enlightenment realm. The referee that day was a young Monkian gang from Tongguang Mountain. Hearing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. The moment before he was swallowed by the space crack appeared in his mind. He vaguely seemed to see a hazy figure of a powerful figure. Senior Nanyuqing watched Lu Ming disappear, sighed helplessly, and chanted a Buddhist name in a low voice. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't explain anything. As a member of the human race, although he couldn't control himself, whether it was the wild continent or the 10,000 demons continent, he lived a stable life. However, the human race of the Middle Sky continent was fighting against the invasion of the Stemborer clan. The Thousand Spirit Mountain where the Taiqing Gate sect was located was no longer as prosperous as before. Most of the cities and markets near the Thousand Spirit Mountain range had been closed. It looked desolate. The Middle Sky continent was also full of troubles. Before one wave subsided, another wave came. It was repeatedly attacked by alien races. First the Stemborer clan, then Chiyao. However, with his cultivation and experience at that time, he naturally couldn't think too much. This situation finally changed a little more than 100 years ago. After countless sacrifices, the Human Race Alliance finally defeated the Stemborers little by little and successfully sealed several large wormhole channels. However, seeing that victory was in sight, the situation of the continent changed dramatically again. Senior Nanyuqing sighed. Lu Ming showed a focused look on his face. He didn't know the rest of what Senior Nanyuqing said. But after a while, the green glow didn't seem to open at all. The entire Taiqing Gate seemed to be sealed and the gate was closed. After asking about the current location of the Human Race Alliance camp, he got up and left the meowing courtyard. He turned into a black light and quickly disappeared into the distance. I think Senior has also guessed that these monsters are the monsters Senior saw just now, Chiyao. And these Chiyao seem to have reached some kind of alliance with the Stemborers. They often appear together and advance and retreat together. Senior Nanyuqing said. Lu Ming didn't stay at the periphery of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. He flew straight to the depths of the mountain range where the Taiqing Gate sect was located. This green glow enchantment was so mysterious that even he couldn't sneak in. Senior Lu's cultivation has reached the mystic enlightening realm, so you can naturally contribute a lot to the alliance. I won't hold you back anymore. I hope Senior Lu's trip will be smooth. Senior Nanyuqing stood up and said with her palms together. During this period, will the Human Race Alliance just ignore the space rift in the Gufeng mountain range? Lu Ming frowned and said. From the South China Sea region to the Middle Sky continent, it took Senior Nanyuqing several years to take Lu Ming and Callan, but now with Lu Ming's full speed, the Taiqing Gate sect was already in sight after a few days. But before that, he decided to return to the Taiqing Gate first. The addition of these Chiyao aliens has made the Human Race Alliance fall into a disadvantage again. The stem borers took advantage of the situation to counterattack. In the past 100 years, the human race alliance has suffered more and more losses. Many sects with thousands of years of history have been destroyed, and the 4 ancient sects have been greatly damaged. Senior Nun Yuqing sighed and said. In the following hundreds of years, the human race alliance launched a long campaign with these stem borers, but the two sides were almost evenly matched. They couldn't completely overwhelm each other. Senior Nun Yuqing said with a wry smile. This was a kind of magical power he realized after he advanced to the eternal life realm and comprehended the Che Huan totem mystic art. Since the aura of the eternal Chuyao appeared in the Gufeng mountain range, the 4 ancient sects have decided to go all out and organize a big counterattack to completely seal the space rift in the Gufeng mountain range. Several celestial phenomenon elders of our sect have also rushed to the alliance, leaving only me to stay in the sect. If it weren't for Senior Lu's help today, our sect would have suffered a catastrophe. As Senior Nun Yuqing said this, she cupped her fist and bowed again. I didn't expect the situation to be so bad now, but the appearance of these Chuyao is probably not accidental, right? Lu Ming frowned as if he thought of something. On the way, he naturally encountered a lot of stem borers and Chuyao. He was in a hurry, so he avoided them as much as he could. If he couldn't, he would release Scorpion and Fei. After flying toward the Thousand Spirit Mountain range for a while, Lu Ming frowned gradually. On the way, he didn't even meet a disciple of Tai Ching Gate. It was quiet everywhere, which seemed a little abnormal. Lu Ming nodded slowly when he heard this. No wonder he almost didn't see any people along the way. He only saw a big city next to the Miaoying Temple. What happened this time? Lu Ming's heart moved. He vaguely guessed a little, but he still planned to ask the ins and outs. He frowned slightly, accelerated the escape light, and soon came to the sect. He was slightly startled. With the current strength of the 2 spiritual pets, it was naturally no problem to deal with ordinary Chuyao. Not only would it increase their combat experience, it would also be beneficial for their future breakthroughs. Lu Ming sighed in a low voice. He had heard the secret story of the ancient Chuyao invasion in the Tianmen secret realm, so he was naturally more aware of the horror of this monster. In the past 10 years, those spatial cracks in the Gufeng mountain range have become more and more dense, and they have begun to connect with each other, forming a larger spatial crack. Recently, a terrifying aura that is not inferior to that of the stem borer queen began to emanate from those spatial cracks. According to the speculation of the ethereal enlightenment realm masters in the alliance, I'm afraid that a Chuyao whose strength is not inferior to the stem borer queen is about to break through the realm, Senior Nun Yuqing said with a look of uneasiness in her eyes. There's no way to verify this, but I'm afraid it has something to do with the stem borer queen. The 2 races should have reached some kind of unspeakable agreement. Speaking of which, it wasn't the first time he had heard of Tongguang Mountain. Of course we have to, but I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. There happen to be several wormholes around the Gufeng mountain range. In addition, in order to take into account the safety of the major sects, the Human Race Alliance has been busy dealing with the situation in the Gufeng mountain range. Now it seemed that these monks were all people who didn't show their strength, so they really couldn't be underestimated. Lu Ming frowned and stopped casting. Even though the multicolored restriction here was profound, he felt that he could still forcefully break it open if he exerted his full strength. However, in that way, it would probably cause quite a bit of damage to the Grand Formation, and that would go against his original intentions. Right at this moment, the changes in the azure light restriction seemed to have attracted the attention of the people inside the mountain gate. Light flashed on the other side of the azure light, and several streaks of light flew over, revealing 5 or 6 figures in a flash. Who are you? What are you doing at Tai Ching Gate? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. He was wearing a green robe and a green jade crown. He was at the Jingdan Peak stage, and the rest of the people beside him were also at the crystallization period. The group of people looked at Lu Ming outside in surprise. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the middle-aged man in a green robe, and his face was startled. Unexpectedly, this person was also someone he knew. It was the Emerald Cloud Peak's master, Lu Jingyue, whom he had met once when he first entered Tai Ching Gate. Master Lu, it's been many years. Lu Ming said with a smile. You are. Lu Jingyue looked up and down at Lu Ming, and his face slowly changed. He obviously remembered something. The next moment, he said in disbelief, You are Lu Ming. It's me. It seems that Master Lu has not completely forgotten me. Lu Ming said faintly. Several crystallization period disciples beside Lu Jingyue showed a puzzled look on their faces when they heard this. Obviously, they had never heard of Lu Ming's name. No. I heard that you disappeared in the war hundreds of years ago. Do you have anything to prove your identity? The surprise on Lu Jingyue's face slowly disappeared. He pondered for a moment, then he asked in a deep voice. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and raised the esoteric disciple token in his hand. Esoteric disciple token. It's also possible that others killed Lu Ming, searched his soul, and got this thing. Do you have anything else that can prove your identity? Lu Jingyue carefully looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand, and his face was slightly relaxed, but he still said with some vigilance. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Master Lu shouldn't have done this intentionally. Looking at his appearance, he was actually a little frightened. Now the sect's atmosphere was so solemn, it seemed that something must have happened. He didn't want to have any conflict with the sect as soon as he came back. He raised one hand, and black gas condensed into 6 black dragons and 6 black tigers. Master Lu should have heard of this inner gate technique that I practiced in the past. If you are still not sure, I can also use the esoteric technique, Tai Gang Sword technique. Lu Ming said faintly, and a golden sword light appeared in his hand. The next moment, a golden sword light emerged, transforming into dense golden sword shadows. In an instant, Lu Ming seemed to be surrounded by thousands of golden sword chi. Dragon Tiger Hell technique. Tai Gang Sword technique. Lu Jingyue's eyes narrowed, then his face relaxed, and he nodded. Yes, these 2 secret techniques are enough to confirm your identity. As Lu Jingyue said, he turned his hand and released a disc array. As a few symbols went into the disc array, it flew out of his hand and floated in front of him. Lu Jingyue chanted, and the disc array shone brightly. Then, a thick green light flashed out and went into the green light in front of him. The green light curtain shined brightly, and then a half-zhang-wide passage that could only allow one person to pass through appeared in the middle. Lu Ming smiled faintly, stopped the technique, and his figure flickered and appeared in the light barrier. The green light trembled slightly, and the passage above closed and disappeared. Lu Jingyue looked at Lu Ming, and a smile appeared on his face. He was about to say a few polite words, but at this moment, his face changed again. Although Lu Ming was standing less than 1 zhang away from him, he couldn't feel the slightest aura of Lu Ming. He released his divine sense to explore, but it was as if there was nothing in front of him. The shock in Lu Jingyue's heart at this time could be imagined. With his peak Jin Dan realm cultivation base, he couldn't feel the slightest aura of Lu Ming. There were only 2 possibilities in this situation. If Lu Ming didn't have some special technique or treasure to hide his aura, then his cultivation base had far surpassed him, reaching the celestial phenomenon realm. From the depths of his heart, he was naturally inclined towards the first possibility. However, these techniques and treasures were extremely rare, and those that could conceal them from a peak Jin Dan realm cultivator were even rarer. With that in mind, he couldn't help but feel a little uncertain. It's been several hundred years. How have you been, Sect Lord Lu? Lu Ming saw that Lu Jingyue was a little dazed and naturally guessed what he was thinking. He only smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Lu, you too. During the war all those years ago, many disciples fell into spatial rifts and were never heard from again. As such, during the inspection just then, it was a little more strict to ensure that nothing went wrong. Lu Jingyue spoke with an awkward expression. That's not a big deal. Everyone is just doing their duty. Lu Ming lightly smiled and said. As he spoke with Lu Jingyue, he casually swept his gaze toward the depths of the sect with purple light swirling in his eyes. With his current eyesight, he was able to see everything within 1,000 kilometers with just a single glance. The originally bustling Taiqing Gate now seemed rather deserted. There were only groups of disciples patrolling the vicinity of the azure light restriction. Sect Lord Lu, is the sect master of the Heavenly Halberd in the sect? Lu Ming withdrew his gaze and asked with a frown. The sect master of the Heavenly Halberd has already led a large group of cultivators to the Human Race Alliance's camp several days ago. They are preparing to go to the Gufeng mountain range and only left a few people here to guard the sect. Lu Jingyue said. They've already left. No wonder the sect is so deserted. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and nodded. Elder Fu Ji is currently in charge of all matters in the sect. Lu hasn't returned to the sect for so many years. Why don't you go to the sect master's hall to see Elder Fu Ji? Lu Jingyue suggested. Okay, thank you for your guidance, Sect Lord Lu. Lu Ming said faintly. A black light flashed on his body, and he flew toward the sect gate in a rainbow. With just a few flashes, he completely disappeared into the distant sky. Seeing this, Lu Jingyue's heart shuddered. He was more convinced that Lu Ming had now advanced to the celestial state. He was stunned for a while with a complicated look on his face. When he learned that Lu Ming had advanced all the way to the crystallization period, core formation period, and even advanced to the Jin Dan state with a mere 3 spiritual pulse, he was already shocked to the extreme. He regretted being blind before. Now Lu Ming appeared again, and his cultivation actually surpassed him and reached the celestial state. On the other hand, he had been stuck in the bottleneck and couldn't break through. Comparing the two, it was really ridiculous. He retracted his gaze and sighed helplessly. Ignoring the curious eyes of the few crystallization period disciples around him, he continued to patrol around the enchantment of the sect gate. After Lu Ming flew out of the sight of Sect Lord Lu, he slowed down and spread his divine thought, easily covering the entire 1,000 Spirit Mountain range. The next moment, his body suddenly stiffened, and he stopped. There was a strange look on his face. He seemed to be guilty but also a little happy. After a slight pause, Lu Ming turned around and flew in another direction. After a few seconds, his figure appeared in front of a team of patrolling Taiqing Gate disciples. This team of patrolling disciples was no different from Lu Jingyue. There were also 5 people, but the leader was a girl in a blue robe. She had black eyebrows and a jade-like nose. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, especially her pair of crystal eyes were shining as if they could speak. The girl in blue clothes was blocked. She frowned slightly and was about to speak, but when she saw the appearance of the person in front of her, her body stiffened slightly, and her eyes turned red involuntarily. Elder Callan, what's wrong with you? A man in a yellow robe of the crystallization period next to her saw the expression of the girl in blue clothes, and he asked in amazement. He then looked at the man in a green robe who suddenly appeared in front of him and frowned. What are you? The man in a yellow robe shouted in a deep voice. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, the man in a green robe in front of him had already waved his hand. A yellow light appeared out of thin air, enveloping the man in a yellow robe and several other patrolling disciples, forming a yellow sphere. After that, there was no more sound coming from the yellow sphere. Lu Ming didn't look at the yellow sphere. He slowly put down his hand, just quietly looked at the girl in blue clothes in front of him, and his lips moved a few times. Callan, I'm back. Lu Ming, hearing Lu Ming's voice, Callan couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes anymore. She flew toward Lu Ming and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming's face showed a strange expression, but his arms gently wrapped around the delicate body in his arms. Among the women who had a close relationship with him, the one he felt the most guilty about was Callan. He made a marriage agreement with her back then, but he left for 700 years. Although it was not his original intention to leave the Middle Sky continent, in any case, he violated his promise. I'm sorry for leaving you alone in Taiqing Gate all these years. Lu Ming felt the slight tremble in his arms and said softly. Lu Ming's action just now had attracted the attention of many people. It didn't take long for several nearby patrol teams to fly over. When they saw the situation here, their faces were startled. Callan felt that there were other people coming and hurriedly left Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming smiled slightly and gently wiped the tears from the corner of Callan's eyes with his hand. Callan's face turned red. She reached out and took Lu Ming's palm. She held it tightly as if she was never willing to let go. Lu Ming felt the strength of Callan's palm holding his. He sighed slightly in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. You are Lu Ming. A Jin Dan realm leader of a patrol team saw Lu Ming's appearance and blurted out in surprise. End of chapter 1526. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.